Anyone who uses WeChat regularly knows that those mysterious people who add you out of the blue and have no notes can often be Bluestars who have traveled across the other world. They usually cross over suddenly, so there are still many things left to do in Bluestar. And that's when you can make a deal with them to get them to trade in various magical items from the other world. For example, you just entered the university class now, touching the fish and high school brothers to chat. The top of the cell phone screen suddenly appeared a WeChat pop-up window. You smoothly clicked on the message, only to find that a female friend called Bai Qiaoyun sent a message, and her first message was, "Little brother, are you a Bluestar person? Who is it?" As far as you can remember, you don't remember knowing anyone named Bai Qiaoyun. Your first thought is high school classmates. After all, you just entered the university. High school personnel relations have been pretty good. Boring or not, you're in college. Why are you still playing such childish tricks? You laughed and shook your head before replying back. As fake as it gets, pure-blooded Bluestar. What, you're not a Bluestar? Bai Qiaoyun quickly replied, No, I'm also a Bluestar person, but my situation is a bit complicated. It's because I was involved in a car accident more than 2 years ago, and then my soul traveled to another world. But I still consider myself to be one of our Bluestar people. You're speechless, good lord. Before at best you were just posing as a female classmate with a crush on you to catch a break. Now the crossover is whole. Sure you want to play this big? You think for a moment and return. So you're an old countryman who traveled out from our blue planet. It's a pleasure to meet you. How are you doing now? Your main fight is a ripple, steady as an old dog, to see what tricks he can pull. Bai Qiaoyun hit 3 question marks. You trust me so much? You laughed. Seeing that the attack didn't have the desired effect, she started to get anxious, and she messed up. You laugh while replying, Believe it. What's not to believe? There's nothing strange in the world, and traveling to another world is nothing unusual. Yes, you're so right. It's not unusual. I was having a headache about what to do to get you to trust me. Now it's easy. Little brother, then I'll get straight to the point. Can you do me a favor? Hey, here it comes. The figure is gone. You'd like to see what this classmate of yours really wants to do, so you agree very quickly. No problem. They're all Bluestar hometowns, you name it. At this time, Bai Qiaoyun was thrilled to death. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's like this. I was a single mom with a daughter when I was on Bluestar. At that time, when I was involved in the car accident, my daughter was just in her 2nd year of high school. Although I have already crossed over for more than 2 years, I always miss her in my heart, and even every time I think of her at night, I can't sleep for the whole night, worrying about whether or not she has been bullied, whether or not she is well fed, and whether or not she is warmly dressed. So, little brother, can you help me find her and help me see how she is doing now? We don't have any relatives in our family, so if it's convenient, I'd like to ask you to help take care of her, little brother. Of course, I won't let you pay for nothing, little brother. I can give you payment. This world I am in is rather special. There are many dangers that exist, and also forced by this environment. This world has developed a gene-strengthening potion. After taking it, it can dramatically improve a person's overall physical quality, so that the chances of surviving in this world can be improved. You know Marvel's Captain America, the kind that's similar to him. So, little brother, if you're willing to help me, I can send you a bottle of gene-strengthening potion as a reward, okay? Crap, this message was sent in 2 or 3 seconds. The typing speed is too fast, and even the gene-strengthening potion is out. Sure you want to add so many elements? It's simply too good. If you can really be like Captain America, not to mention helping him take care of his daughter, take care of her daughter for the rest of her life. You reply, Auntie, don't say anything else. As long as the genetic enhancement potion is in your hands, I will take care of your daughter for the rest of her life. Bai Qiaoyun is overjoyed. Really? You immediately reply, a manly man must do what he says. Fine, I believe you. I'll send it to you now. Okay, it's already been sent over. You skim your lips a bit. That's a bit of a tricky reply. How can anyone answer that? Just as you're thinking about how to reply, suddenly you glance over your shoulder, and as if you've seen a ghost, your eyes widen in horror. Crap, what the hell is this? You look to your right-hand side, where a test tube-looking glass bottle is currently sitting, with some dark green liquid in it. You are stunned. How could this be there? You are pretty sure that there was nothing in this position just now. But in just that one twist of your head, so many things popped up. Could it be that Li Yakin and Wang Ruoruo from the front row put it there? Because there are only 29 people in the class, which is an odd number, and coincidentally enough, the person who is singled down happens to be you. Plus your seat is in the last row of the classroom, in the corner against the right wall, which means that there are no classmates to the left or right of you. So if the bottle was put there by some classmates, it could only have been Li Yakin and Wang Ruo in the row in front of you. But it shouldn't be. If it was the two of them, They turned back and turned around. It's impossible for you not to notice such a big movement. But if they didn't do it, who did? You know that you have a wall on your right. Could it have been the wall? After thinking for a while and not coming up with a clue, you finally brought your guts and picked it up carefully. The material of the bottle seems to be glass, while the dark green liquid inside looks like it has been added with fluorescent agent, and there is a faint greenish light flickering vaguely. Well, there's also the label. There's also a label attached to the back of the bottle, and you're busy turning it over. Genetic enhancement potion, taken orally, it can dramatically improve one's overall physical quality. And then after reading this short introduction on the label, in an instant, you feel like you've been struck by lightning. Even your brain is going blank. Gene enhancement potion. Isn't that what Bai Qiaoyun said he was going to give you just now? No way. Did he make it? Is he telling the truth? Could it be that he really is a traveler? Although you know that this idea of yours is crazy, it seems that there is no other explanation other than this one. Because this bottle of the so-called Jan strengthening liquid, you had never seen it before, and it did appear bizarrely on your desk only after Bai Qiaoyun had finished speaking. Thinking of this, you first gulped down a mouthful of saliva before you busied yourself with looking at the cell phone in your hand once again. It was just as Bai Qiaoyun sent 2 more messages. Little brother, didn't you get it? It's a test tube vial. The liquid inside is dark green. It should be quite easy to spot. Test tube-like vial, dark green liquid. Staring blankly at these 2 new messages sent by Bai Qiaoyun, indicating that you have already had a guess in this regard in your heart. At this moment, the hairs of sweat on your body are still uncontrollably erected. Nima, it's surprising that he really did it. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva once again. While you were at a loss as to how to reply, a sudden dinging bell rang out for the end of class. Seeing this, you hurriedly left the classroom as soon as you put this bottle of gene strengthening potion into your pocket. More than 10 minutes later, in an old neighborhood rental house near the Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, you opened the door and walked in. Unlike ordinary students, you grew up without parents and followed your grandfather. However, just 1 year ago, your grandfather passed away and did not leave you any inheritance. And so, in order to earn yourself living expenses and tuition, you've been taking time to work odd jobs, such as helping out at places like some barbecue joints. However, these places usually work late, and by the time it's over, the school dormitories are long closed, so you have no choice but to rent a place to live off campus. Fast forward to locking the door to your room. You hurriedly opened your cell phone, and Bai Qiaoyun had already sent 3 more messages. Little brother, why don't you say anything? Little brother, are you busy? Little brother. Looking at these 3 messages from Bai Qiaoyun, you first took 2 deep breaths to calm your somewhat excited and nervous mood, before replying, coming, sorry, auntie, just now the school got off the evening study hall, just arrived home. Also, I've received the gene strengthening potion. Bai Qiaoyun quickly replied, roll on, you're still attending school? You didn't hide it either. Yes, I just started my freshman year this year. Really? That's great. If my daughter is still in school, she should be a freshman this year. So you're exactly the same age. Time passes in a flash, and it's 11:30 at night. After communicating for more than 2 hours, you probably understand the situation on Bai Qiaoyun's side. More than 2 years ago, she was hit by an out-of-control truck on a grocery shopping trip and directly soul-slipped into a world about the same size as Lanxin. However, unlike Bluestar, that world had experienced a zombie virus outbreak that gave birth to many powerful and strange creatures. And when it looked like the human race was about to be exterminated, genetic enhancement potions were developed. The gene-strengthening potion could not only protect against the zombie virus, but could also dramatically improve a person's physical quality, giving him or her a strong body. It was also the emergence of the genetic enhancement potion that gave the humans in that world the hope to survive. And although Bai Qiaoyun had already crossed over for more than 2 years, her soul ultimately came from the blue planet. Especially on the blue planet, there was still a precious daughter that she had brought up single-handedly since she was a child. That's why every night, she would think of her daughter who is far away on the blue planet, and it's almost to the point of becoming sick with longing. However, just today, when she was once again thinking about her daughter, as if she had gained some kind of supernatural power, she had ghostly contacted you on the blue planet, and then those previous conversations came about. Bai Qiaoyun sent another message. By the way, Xiao Su, Annie forgot to tell you that her daughter's name is Bai Qiaochen. Knowing your name should provide some help for you to find her. Through these more than 2 hours of communication, the 2 of them weren't that unfamiliar with each other. So the name you were addressed with, Bai Qiaoyun, had also long since changed from little brother to little Su. Bai Xiaoxi? You frowned slightly. The name seemed like you had heard it somewhere before. It was a bit familiar. Without thinking much about it, you immediately replied back, okay, Annie Bai, I know. You should hurry up and rest. I will find her as soon as possible to understand her current situation, and I will take pictures for you to see then. Bai Qiaoyun. All right. You also hurry up and rest, it's getting late. So Annie won't bother you anymore. Waiting until you end your conversation with Bai Qiaoyun, you turn your head and look at the gene enhancement potion on the side. According to Bai Qiaoyun's description, this was definitely good stuff. Even a person who normally had no hands could turn into a big fierce man who could kill a cow with one punch after taking it. And the most important thing was that there were no side effects. However, you are not in a hurry to take it, because this is all Bai Qiaoyun's family's words. What if this is loaded with zombie virus? As the saying goes, you can't do harm to others, but you can't prevent others from doing harm. Although you believed in Bai Qiaoyun's identity as a traveler, it didn't mean you believed every word he said. In the end, Bai Qiaoyun was just a special online friend who had been chatting for just over 2 hours, and there was no way to be sure about what kind of person he really was. What if he was a madman with an antisocial personality? The promised genetic enhancement potion turned out to be a zombie virus. The promised transformation into a big fierce man turned out to be a zombie. What's more, the entire human race of Bluestar may go extinct because of this bottle of potion. Therefore, before determining whether Bai Qiaoyun is reliable or not, you will not take this bottle of the so-called gene enhancement potion. Thinking of this, you open your cell phone Penguin, in a Penguin group, found a group of friends called Lonely Prodigal Son, and clicked on the private chat with him. Lonely Prodigal Son, who you do not know, only know that he is very means, some people cannot get privacy, such as room record. Groups of people often find him to investigate their own object of the room record, of course, to charge. You sent over a message, Biggie, asleep yet? Can you check something for me? Soon Lonely Prodigal Son returned. On duty at the bureau, what do you want to check? What do you want to find out? Understand. No wonder this guy can check the room record and other information. The original is the bureau. You quickly edited it and sent it over. I want to find out how many people were in this household before, how many people are there now, and where they all are now. This family's address is XXX, Unit X, Building X, Kanghua District, Hshui County, Sanjiang City. The prodigal son at the end of the season returns a clean number, 500. The corners of your mouth twitched viciously. $500 is almost a month of your living expenses, but you finally gritted your teeth and transferred it. It didn't take long for the end of the season prodigal son to send the results of the investigation. There were only 2 people in this household before, a single mother with a daughter. The mother's name is Bai Qiaoyun, and the daughter follows her mother's last name as Bai Xiao Chen. 2 years and 3 months ago, Bai Qiaoyun died in a car accident, leaving only this daughter named Bai Xiao Chen. Bai Xiao Chen is currently studying at the Haicheng University of Finance and Economics in Haicheng, majoring in accounting, freshman class 6. In addition, attached to you a message, the year will Bai Qiaoyun hit dead car driver, currently still at large, has not been arrested. Looking at the results of the survey sent by Lonely Prodigal Son, your eyes are round. Haicheng University of Finance and Economics Accounting major freshman class 6, this is not your own class next door class? Could it be her? A girl with a hot body and a stunning face value pops up in your mind at once. In this year's Haicheng University of Finance and Economics freshman, a girl with body and face value double crushing advantage, directly to the junior that reigns for 2 terms of the school flower to dry to the second, and this person is the same as you major in accounting, but in the freshman class 6 by Xiao Chen. No wonder I found the name familiar. I didn't expect it to be her. How could you not expect that Bai Qiaoyun's daughter, who was left behind in Bluestar, would be in the same school, same grade, same major as you, and still be the new school beauty of the Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, which is too much of a coincidence. Back to God, you immediately open the posting bar of Zhonghai University of Finance and Economics, as Zhonghai University of Finance and Economics of the new school flower. Bai Xiao Chen's photo is simply not too good to find. The posting bar does not have 1000, also have 800. Very soon, you downloaded from the posting bar a few of her was secretly photographed down the campus photo, biased the kind of positive face, and sent to the Bai Qiaoyun. The conversation that had already ended, with these photos you sent, instantly went crazy. Bai Qiaoyun replied, "That's right. It's her, that's her. My baby, oh. Annie Xiaosu, thank you so much. Is she doing well now? Is she dropping out of school now? Or is she continuing her studies? Does she have a boyfriend? Has she been bullied?" Looking at this series of messages sent by Bai Qiaoyun, although you can't see her people, but through this between the lines, you can feel that she is really excited at this time, and may have been in tears. Even at this moment, you feel like you don't have to question the authenticity of that bottle of strengthening potion at all. Such a strong motherly love is definitely not fake. Even if it was just to protect Bai Xiao Chen, Bai Qiaoyun couldn't possibly have dropped the zombie virus onto Bluestar. Finally, Wait until Bai Qiaoyun sent over more than 30 messages in a row and gradually calmed down. You then replied, "Termite, you don't get so excited first. I'll introduce you to Xiao Chen's situation now." Well, Auntie is not excited. Not excited at all, Xiao say slowly. Soon you use some more concise words to tell Bai Qiaoyun's general situation. And after hearing that her daughter and Su Mu were in the same school, same major, and even classes not far from each other, Bai Qiaoyun was simply overjoyed. As for the title of schoolflower or something like that, he didn't care at all. After all, from a mother's point of view, whether or not her daughter is a schoolflower doesn't matter at all. As long as she is healthy and safe is enough. Little Sua, you could have promised Annie before that you would help Annie take care of Xiao Chen. You can't keep your word, right? The muscles on your face twitched before the time. You thought that Bai Qiaoyun was some classmate who came to catch himself, and then just said that in passing. But who thought? Forget it, the gene-strengthening potion has been collected. You can't bring up your pants and not recognize it. Annie Bai, you can rest assured, I am sure to keep my words. Good boy, Auntie believe you. In addition, Xiao Su, Auntie just remembered a thing. Years ago, Auntie bought 100 grams of gold bars hidden, intended to be in the small Chin married when she gave her as a dowry, but unfortunately, people count less than the sky. I estimate that the small Chin now do not know the existence of these 3 gold bars, so you help Annie to convey to her, lest the 3 gold bars finally cheap to someone else. It just so happens that she's in college now. She must have quite a bit of money to spend. These 3 gold bars will also ease off the financial pressure on her. In addition, Xiao Su, if you need it, you can take 1 to use and leave 2 for her. It's also enough for her to spend. Looking at the message sent by Bai Qiaoyun, you instantly feel a warmth in your heart. You can feel it. Bai Qiaoyun is not being polite, but really treats you as a junior, caring about you. But you can't ask for this money, although you really don't have much money on hand. You've already taken a bottle of gene-strengthening potion. If you take another gold bar, it would be a bit insatiable. Moreover, these 3 gold bars were originally meant to be given to Bai Qiaochen as dowry. After Bai Qiaoyun's death, Bai Qiaochen's being a lone girl was already quite miserable. If you even take this money from him, do you still want to be shameless? Aunt Bai, thank you for your kindness, but I don't have any use for money on my side. These 3 gold bars are still all for Xiao Chen. Next you chatted with Bai Qiaoyun for a while, until the time came to 12 a.m., and only then did the two of them end their conversation for the second time. Once again looking to the genetic enhancement potion on the side. This time you didn't hesitate and reached out to take it. Through this exchange, you have already determined that Bai Qiaoyun is definitely a good and competent mother, and her words are worth believing. So with the cork open, you tilt your head back and pour it down. The taste is quite good, although the color of this gene enhancement liquid is quite ugly, but there is a light fragrance after entering the mouth. 0.5 seconds, 10 seconds? Suddenly, just after you drank this bottle of gene enhancement liquid for about 10 seconds, a warm heat current rises up from the small of your abdomen, and then quickly rushes to your limbs and bones, and soon wraps you up. Wrapped in this warm current, you feel that your body is like a dry earth being moisturized by rain. From the bones to the fascia to the internal organs to the muscles to the skin, all of them are rapidly full of vitality and vigor. Accompanied by a strong sense of sleepiness, this was a normal phenomenon. Bai Qiaoyun had said that after taking a gene enhancement potion, they would all fall into a period of slumber. So after noticing this drowsiness appearing, you didn't resist, but obediently lay down on the bed. And soon in less than a minute, you fell into a deep sleep. Not knowing how long had passed, as if it was just an instant, but as if it was as long as a century, you slowly opened your eyes. So comfortable, never slept so comfortable sleep. Feel their spirit has never been full, and even all over the body with inexhaustible power. Seeing the window is already white. You realize that it is already 7 o'clock in the morning. Then, as if thinking of something, you jumped out of bed on a roll and ran straight into the scrub room, barefoot. In front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the washroom, you stared blankly at your naked self, almost afraid to recognize you. This is still you? 8 knife-carved abdominal muscles, 2 by 2 perfectly symmetrical arrangement, broad shoulders, bulging pectoral muscles, and what shark muscle mermaid line and so on. At this moment, all perfectly highlighted you. The whole person is like carved out of the general, angular and shaped, full of symbols of the masculine beauty of the male. And with your net height of 1.85 meters, there is also a pleasingly smooth beauty, like a panther, with a powerful explosive power, but also with the fluidity and agility of a flowing river. And it's not just the body that has changed amazingly, even your appearance has undergone some subtle changes. The lines on your face are clearer, your eyes are more expressive, your chin is sharply defined. The knot in your throat is obvious, and the whole person appears to be more hardened. Even at first glance, You give off a feeling of Elon and testosterone, dumbfoundedly looking at yourself in the mirror. Until again, after more than 10 seconds, you just hee giggled. I go, this is also too amazing. This is not what genetic enhancement. This is clearly a transformation. Just as you were about to continue enjoying it, suddenly the sound of your cell phone vibrating reached your ears. You return to the bedroom and pick up your phone. It's 2 messages from Bai Qiaoyun. Xiao Su, there's a situation on Annie's side. We just found a level 7 zombie monster. We have to get rid of her quickly, or else once she advances to a level 8 zombie monster, quite a few more people will have to die to get rid of her. Just leave me a message. I may not be able to reply in time. I'll contact you again when I get rid of this level 7 zombie monster. Looking at these 2 messages sent by Bai Qiaoyun, you suddenly felt a bit emotional for a moment. Obviously, the world she was in was full of dangers that could kill her at any time. But what she was worried about in her heart was whether her daughter, who was far away on the blue planet, was well-fed, warmly dressed, and whether she had been bullied. Maybe this is mother's love. Thinking of this, you returned very seriously, okay Annie Bai, you must pay attention to safety. I've thought about it. When Xiao Chen gets married on the day, I'll take pictures and videos of the whole thing, so that you can also see her in the other world wearing a white wedding gown and stepping into a happy marriage hall. After sending over this message, you started thinking about it immediately afterward. After all, the 2 are not in the same world right now, and you can't do much to help. The only thing you can do is to help her take care of Bai Xiao Chen, so that he doesn't have to worry about anything when he's fighting zombie monsters. It's just that it's not that simple. First of all, Bai Xiaoxi is not an average girl. If Bai Xiaoxi is an average girl, you can become friends with her through some contact. In this way, when she has difficulties and needs, you can help and take care of her. But she is the school flower of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics. The whole Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, I don't know how many people are pursuing her now. If you come over at this time and act proactive and enthusiastic, your friend may not become a friend, but you will definitely be treated as a licking dog. You don't think Bai Qiaoyun will tell a licking dog when he is in trouble or in trouble. The other thing is that the 3 gold bars how to talk to him. His deceased mom in the home to hide the 3 gold bars. He himself do not know. You even know, this is reasonable? Are you sure he won't call the police? Writing an anonymous note to tell him secretly is not quite right either. A mysterious person who knows that he has 3 gold bars hidden in his house that he doesn't even know about, and he's a girl who's scared to go home later? Either you confess to him and tell him that his mom is still alive and his soul has crossed over to the other world, but that would be irresponsible of you. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as an impermeable wall. So what if word gets out and you're taken by some mysterious organization to be studied one day? A burst of thinking, in the end did not think of a good way. You simply do not want to. Forget it. Wait for Bai Qiaoyun to finish fighting monsters and discuss with her. After all, Bai Xiaoqian is her daughter. Dealing with her own daughter, she as a mom should have a way. More than half an hour later, you walked into the classroom as usual. You had just come to your seat and sat down when Wang Ruoruo in the front row turned back. Hey you, let me ask you a question. You said. Suddenly Wang Ruoruo hadn't finished her sentence and stopped at once, staring straight at your face with both eyes, lasting for what must have been 2 seconds before she was surprised. Yeah? You're so handsome today. In fact, your face value has not changed too much, but I do not know why. Wang Ruoruo feel that today you are more handsome than before, but where exactly handsome, he could not say. It is a feeling. Just feel that you are so man today, so manly. When Yin and his table Li Yakin also turned back to look over. Hey, it's still true. Li Yakin said with the same expression of surprise. You are indeed very handsome today. Of course you knew you were handsome today, but you couldn't admit it. What do you two mean? You laughed, saying it as if I wasn't handsome before. No, Li Yakin said, handsome before too, but extra handsome today. Right. Wang Ruoruo agreed. Extraordinarily handsome today. Looking at the 2 of you with a fervent look, you narrowed your eyes as if you had thought of something. No, you 2 are a bit abnormal today, praising me so much. Could it be that you want to pick me up? As expected, the topic of being extraordinarily handsome today was instantly and successfully diverted by you. Li Yakin looked at Wang Ruoruo breathlessly. Don't believe the male really downhead. Then both of them giggled at the same time. Seeing this, you also laughed along with them and said, all right, don't lick if you don't want to pick me up. What's the matter in the end? Ruoruo. His father is about to celebrate his birthday. Li Yakin wrote he wanted to give his father a birthday gift, but do not know what to send. So you want to consult? You boys generally like, what This question You turn to Wang Ruoruo. If you send your dad, then practicality is the main thing. How is your dad's health? Not bad anyway. He's in his 40s. He's not as good as he was when he was young. Does he smoke? Smokes, but not much. Then you can choose one of the three things: a belt, a lighter, and a razor. If your dad's waist isn't too good, send him a wider belt to protect his waist. If your dad smokes, you can also send him a nice lighter. There's no need to explain the razor. Men need it. Wang Ruoruo thought for a moment and smiled brightly. Got it, thanks. No need to be polite. It just so happens that I also have a question I want to ask you. If Sumu didn't remember wrongly, Wang Ruoruo and Bai Qiaoyun know each other. Both of them are in the Laughing Yoga Club, often participate in the yoga activities organized by the club together. Just so happens to understand Bai Qiaoyun from here. After all, Bai Qiaoyun had already left for more than 2 years, and the good girl in her mouth had probably long since turned into a little sister. Only by understanding her first could you know what you were going to do next. What's the problem? Wang Ruoruo said. It's... You thought for a moment. Do you know Bai Qiaoyun from class 6? Wang Ruoruo froze, and her expression became wonderful all of a sudden. And Li Yakin, who had already turned back, also turned back after hearing this question. No. Li Yakin said with a gossipy face. You want to chase Bai Qiaoyun too? How about you change it? Wang Ruoruo said. There are too many people chasing her, and there are quite a few rich second-generation people. If you want to chase her, the competition will be super fierce, so you might as well switch to another girl. That's right, Li Yakin said. Besides, do you have any sense of responsibility? There are 29 people in our third class, and only 5 of you are boys. The girls in your own class are still unsold, and you run to class 6 to help others sell. This is traitorous behavior. Right, traitor. Wang Ruoruo followed suit and accused. Where is my tablemate Yaqin worse? Wang Ruoruo said. If you want boobs, you have boobs. If you want an ass, you have an ass. And your face isn't bad either. Can't you pick her up? You're a man in class 3. You haven't picked up a girl in your own class yet. How can you go pick up a girl in another class? The thought is just not correct. Li Yakin snorted a smile. Hit Wang Ruoruo. Counterattack road is ah. My home Ruoruo is not bad ah. This long legs, small waist. Important things to push down. A so good bubble right in front of you. You have to go to pick up people in class 6 is the most difficult to pick up. You this same thought obviously have a problem. You just asked a question, and as a result, it felt as if you had become a traitor who had collaborated with the enemy and betrayed the country. Stop, stop, stop. You busily called out to stop the two. It feels like if you let them talk any longer, you should be shot yourself. I say two big sisters, can you calm down? I just want to understand Bai Qiaoyun as a person. It's not such a big offense. Wang Ruoruo and Li Yaqin laughed at the same time. Wang Ruoruo said seriously, how do you want to get to know her? Honestly, if you want a girlfriend, don't chase her. It's hopeless. You quickly waved your hands. No, I didn't want to chase Bai Qiaoyun. I'm just curious. I want to know what kind of person she, the school flower, is. In addition, what do you mean just now? Are you looking down on me? What do you mean I'm hopeless? Am I, sue someone, that bad in your eyes? Wang Ruoruo snorted and laughed out. I don't mean that. It's Bai Qiaoyun herself who said that she won't fall in love in college. It's useless for anyone to chase her. So then how is she as a person? People certainly no problem looks beautiful, great body, 3 views and positive. You know our school's finance major, right? Finance majors, many families are very rich second generation. Go to school or driving supercars, some directly to her to send a bank card, a month hundreds of thousands of credit. Randomly her consumption, she does not want. And she actually does not have much money. Her family situation is quite tragic. She is a single parent, no father since childhood, sophomore year of high school, her mother died in a car accident. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to resist that temptation, and then her life party was pretty tight. Oh, then she's living quite a tight life. It's not bad, Wang Ruoruo said. He has a part-time job. He works as a coach at a women's yoga club off campus. He goes to lead 3 yoga classes a week, and he can earn $1,800 a month. There is no problem with daily expenses. After listening to Wang Ruoruo's description, you nodded your head, and at the same time your heart was relieved. The situation was better than you expected. To be honest, before understanding what kind of person Bai Qiaoyun was, you didn't hold too much expectation for her. After all, a girl, especially one with a face value and figure as high as hers, would indeed encounter more temptations and pitfalls than normal people after losing her only family member, and thus go astray. Even you have already prepared for a long-term battle to drag Bai Qiaoyun out of the quagmire, but it turned out that you overthought it. People Bai Qiaoyun didn't get into any vices, not to mention that her outlook on the 3 things is still very positive. And there is also a stable part-time job, completely self-supporting, and moreover, you have to admit that she is indeed a very good girl, and it is no wonder that there will be so many boys chasing after her. Just as you were about to continue your inquiry, Suddenly, the dinging bell of the class bell rang, and then the three of you hurriedly ended the conversation. Time flies, and before you know it, it's the last study session of the afternoon. Inside the classroom, you absent-mindedly looked at the cell phone in your hands. Ever since you sent that message to Bai Qiaoyun in the morning, until now, Bai Qiaoyun hadn't returned a single message, which made you worry that Bai Qiaoyun hadn't had an accident in the battle with the zombie monster. Almost 9 hours have passed since morning. Is it so hard to kill a level 7 zombie monster? Suddenly you just finished muttering. Bai Qiaoyun sent a message. Well, it's a deal. If I can see Xiao Chen get married and have children, Auntie will be satisfied even if she dies in this life. Back. You came down in the spirit, busy back. Auntie Bai, everything is still going well. You are not hurt, right? No, Auntie is quite good. Just a little accident during the action, delayed some time. Everything is quite smooth. Good that it went well. You let out a sigh of relief. Then you told her about Bai Xiaoqian's situation that you learned from Wang Ruoruo today, and at the same time. Also, when you didn't know how to start the operation, you also told him. Bai Qiaoyun received the message and was silent for several minutes before replying. Indeed, Annie thought a bit simpler. It's not really too easy for your side to get close to Xiao Chen. You return, yes, the matter of those 3 gold bars alone can't be explained. It's too unreasonable that he as a daughter doesn't know about it. But I, an outsider, know about it. Bai Qiaoyun, right. The trouble we're having now is that we can't find a reasonable way to say it. Just as you and Bai Qiaoyun are both a bit at your wits' end across the screen, suddenly Bai Qiaoyun sends over again. Right, little Sue, Auntie thought of a way. I think I can use it. Really, Auntie Bai, what way? Dreaming. Just say that all of this was told to you by me going into your dream, so that there's no need for anything reasonable or unreasonable. In addition, I'll tell you some more things and secrets that only Xiao Chen and I know, and she'll have no choice but to believe you. You gave a thumbs up directly after reading it. It's true that Ginger is old and hot. It's worthy of being a mom. Holding up your own daughter is a set of skills. Broad to broad to broad. Auntie Bai, this is a good solution for you. I think it works. Right, then it's settled. I'll tell you some of Xiao Chen's secrets first. Xia, follow me. More than 10 minutes later, you've gathered enough secrets from Bai Qiaoyun that only their mother and daughter know. Next, it's up to you to operate. Aunt Bai, I'll take care of the rest. Wait for my good news. Ending your conversation with Bai Qiaoyun, you poke Wang Ruoruo in the front row. Wang Ruoruo turned around and whispered, "What's wrong?" You smiled brightly and said in the same low voice, "Ruoruo, can you make an appointment with Bai Xiaoqian for me? I have something I want to talk to her alone." Wang Ruoruo blinked innocently. "No, you really want to go after her?" Li Yakin also turned around. "Hey, do you really plan to be a traitor in class 3? There are 21 girls in our class who are still single. Go. When did I say I want to chase her? I have business." "Really? What business?" Wang Ruoruo curiously said. "Can't say. Can only tell by Xiaoqian alone. How about it? Can you help me make an appointment with her?" This Wang Ruoruo murmured, "It's possible to ask for you, but I can't guarantee if she and not make an appointment with you." "Can, then you ask for me." Wang Ruoruo turned back, picked up her cell phone, and launched a message. Soon, it was only 4 or 5 minutes, Wang Ruoruo turned back again. "Their class is outside for gym class right now. He said he's going to the library to check out the information after school. If you really have something to do, you can go to the easternmost part of the 3rd floor of the library to find him." At 5 p.m., along with the school bell ringing, you got up and left the classroom. Because the library is far from the accounting programs building, by the time you get over, it's already 10 minutes later. Entering the library with your student ID, you went straight to the 3rd floor and went to the easternmost side. Finally, when you came to the 3rd floor of the easternmost side of the last bookshelf, a beautiful figure appeared in your line of sight. The net height of 170 centimeters, a head of long black hair, willow leaf-like fine eyebrows, big soulful eyes, high nose, rich and full red lips, with a pair of exquisite goose egg face, a perfect interpretation of what is the beauty of the Oriental women. The figure was even more explosive, and perhaps because of the fact that she had just finished her gym class, Bai Xiaoqian's cheeks on both sides still had a touch of scarlet, making her look even more alluring. Even if you were to evaluate it, you could only think of 4 words: earthly beauty. Bai Xiaoqian also saw you, revealed a bright smile. "Hey, you are the 3rd class of Sumuit. I've seen you a few times. The entire accounting major a total of 6 classes. Each class and the boys are about the same, a total of 30 or so boys, coupled with the net height of your 1 meter 85 meters. How to put on the shoes have to be 1 meter 88 or so. And the 30 people belong to a more striking. So it is Bai Xiaoqian has an impression of you. You feel not strange. You also feel that it is not surprising. So it is that Bai Xiaoqian has an impression of you. You do not think it is strange. Facing Bai Qiaoyun's bright smile, you also returned a very sunny smile. Yes, it's me. That didn't disturb your reading, did it? No. Bai Qiaoyun sweetly smiled. I also casually look. Have not thought about what books to read. Let's go over there to sit down and chat. The east side of the third floor of the library. Here are some geography books. Because of the small audience, there are only a few people. You and Bai Qiaoyun chose a quiet location to sit opposite each other. Bai Qiaoyun said, just now when I was in gym class, Ruorua sent me a message saying that you had something to find me, and she didn't tell her what it was yet. She told me to listen and turn around and tell her what it was. You laughed a little. Looks like you and Ruru have a pretty good relationship. Pretty good indeed. Bai Qiaoyun nodded her head and admitted, both of us are in the yoga club. We often do yoga together, and our dormitories are quite close to each other, so we often string together to play. That's so. You smiled and nodded, thinking for a moment. Although you and Ruorua's relationship is quite good, but what I'm going to tell you next, it's best if you don't tell her because it's a bit unbelievable. Not everyone can accept it. I have to say, curiosity really is human nature. After listening to your words, Bai Qiaoyun's entire body was obviously more energized than just now, with a strong desire for knowledge. Is that so? Bai Qiaoyun curiously said, what is it? You cautiously looked around, and while pointing upwards with your right index finger, you lowered your voice and said, do you believe there is that kind of thing in the world? Looking at your gesture and your tone and appearance at this moment, Bai Qiaoyun instantly guessed what that thing you were talking about was. Her beautiful eyes widened with disbelief, and she similarly lowered her voice as if that thing was right next to them. No way? You encountered that thing? You nodded. I should have encountered it. Bai Qiaoyun sucked in a breath of cool air. It feels like the temperature around us has dropped several degrees. Then it's useless for you to look for me. I won't get it. You should go to the temple or pour in. You shook your head. I don't mean that. I know you won't. But this one who came to me is related to you. Bai Qiaoyun's expression is dull and all but froze, and is related to me? You said, these few nights, she has been appearing in my dreams. I initially thought it was just a dream, but for several days in a row it was like that, and that's when I felt something was wrong. That's why I've come to you today, just to ask for confirmation of something from you, to see if I'm dreaming or if I've really encountered that thing. Bai Qiaoyun stared blankly and nodded. How do I ask for proof? You sorted out your thoughts and said, is your mother called Bai Qiaoyun, born on October 6, 1984? Bai Qiaoyun originally some dumbfounded expression. In this moment changed, her small hand covered her mouth, incredulous. My mother? You met my mother? All the doubts instantly all unraveled. She originally also wondered what in the end. How will let you find yourself to seek confirmation? The result is that she has died more than 2 years of her mother. I'm not sure. You made an innocent gesture. She did say it was your mom when I was in my dream. But as for whether it was real or fake, I have never seen your mom. That's why I'm looking for you to ask for proof. Bai Qiaoyun was busy snapping and nodding her head, urging, you go on. What else did she tell you? Xiao, you whispered. She said that you were quite similar to her. There is a place that is not even there. Okay. I know what you mean. To me, I inherited my mom. What else? There's a red birthmark the size of a green bean that I got from your mom, too, on the inside of my thigh, right? Yeah. And? What else? When you were 7 years old, you had a kitten that you accidentally stepped on and killed, and then you and your mom buried it, and you made a grave for it, and every time you got out of school you lit a stick of incense and put it in it, until your mom beat you up. When you were 9 years old? When you were in your first year of junior high school? When you were a junior in high school? As you said the things that Bai Qiaoyun had told you, one by one, Bai Qiaoyun finally couldn't hold back, and she ended up covering her mouth and whimpering silently. If only some basic information, or some effort can be investigated, Bai Qiaoyun will not be so tempting. But you said these things, many are only her and her mother 2 people know the secret, that is to say, the whole world, only their mother and daughter 2 people know these things, and now you even know, there is only one explanation, that is, their own old mother really give you a dream. The thought of their own old mom is still there, although it is in this invisible way, Bai Qiaoyun can no longer control their feelings. Looking at Bai Qiaoyun's teardrops snapping down, you took out a pack of tissues from your pocket, tore it open and handed it to him, and carefully said, so, is she really your mom? Bai Qiaoyun wipes his tears while snapping his head and choking, can't be wrong, it's my mom. But me my mom, why did she look for you and not me? For Bai Qiaoyun's question, you don't know how to answer, because you have the same doubt. Why would Bai Qiaoyun contact you? And you don't have any relationship with her, shouldn't she contact Bai Qiaoyun, right? In the end, you found yourself an explanation. You didn't aim and missed. As the saying goes, a miss is a thousandly, not to mention not being in the same dimension. At that time, the connection was probably aiming at Bai Qiaoyun, and as a result, it might have slightly shaken, and then it was transferred from Bai Qiaoyun in Class 6 to you in Class 3. Of course, as to whether or not this is the case, you are not sure. Anyway, that's how you understand it. Not waiting to open her mouth, Bai Qiaoyun continued, Are you the son that my mom hid from me and secretly gave birth to outside? Look at the good guy. Can it still unfold like this? Hearing Bai Qiaoyun suspect that you are the son that her mom secretly gave birth to outside, you are confused. This brain circuit of hers is really hard for people to guess, but it's understandable. It's obviously her mom, but the dream was entrusted to you. Needing you to relay it to her, it does sound unreasonable. And if you are the son of his mom secretly born outside, it does make sense. But there's no such thing as reasonable or unreasonable when it's a dream. Definitely not. You denied to, although my mom and dad were gone when I was very young. But I have my grandfather. My grandfather brought me up single-handedly, so I must be the real grandson of our Su family. Are you sure? Bai Qiaoyun wipes her tears while looking at you in a pitiful manner. Very sure, you said, and your mom said, she is only you this one baby. So we are definitely not any sister-brother brother-sister relationship? Seems to think that what you say makes sense. They do think too much. Bai Qiaoyun wiped her tears again and calmed her emotions. By the way, my mom, is she okay? Good, quite good. You nodded seriously. This sentence is your mom asked me to be sure to convey to you. She asked me to tell you that she is very good over there, so that you don't worry. I hope that you must also be good in the young world, courageous and positive to live on. You're the best, is her eternal pride. Wenyin just stopped the tears of Bai Qiaoyun and want to cry again. There is another thing. You looked around to ensure that no one nearby eavesdropping. Continued, your mother said. She previously used the money hidden to buy 100 grams of gold bars, originally intended to stay for you as a dowry, but left too suddenly, have not had time to tell you. The 3 gold bars are hidden in her bedroom closet, the most against the wall. There is a hidden compartment. You use a flashlight to look for. It should be very easy to find traces. With a knife, along the gap, will be the palm size of the wooden board. Pry up. The 100 grams of gold bars are in it. Time. Turn the eye is 8 o'clock in the evening. Until this time, you just come out from the library. The plan went very smoothly. Bai Qiaoyun completely believe his mother dream thing. Even because of his mother dream, so a layer of relationship between Bai Qiaoyun and you a little close to know how much, and in order for you to convey to his mother's own situation, Bai Qiaoyun also said a lot of their own things with you. The time is already 8 p.m. You gave up the idea of going back to the classroom to go to the evening study session, and instead left the school in stride. The morning and evening study sessions at the Haicheng University of Finance and Economics are voluntary, so it doesn't matter whether you go or not. 20 minutes later, in the rental house, you carry a dumpling came in, just focusing on listening to Bai Qiaoyun confide in, dinner has not eaten it now. Dumplings on the coffee table in the living room, you first add a stuffed mouth, and then open the phone to Bai Qiaoyun sent over a message. Auntie Bai, everything went well, it's done. White Qiaoyun quickly replied. Xiao Chen believed that I gave you a dream. Well, believe it. You told me those only you two know the secret out. She immediately convinced, and then cried. Tears snapped down. I can see. Xiao Chen very much want you. He also told me a lot of things about him and asked me to pass them on to you, and the conversation lasted more than half an hour. You just stuffed the last dumpling into your mouth. Bai Qiaoyun sent another message. Xiao Su, Auntie is so thankful to you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even know that Xiao Chen went through all this. Thank you. You smile, Auntie Bai. You say so you are too polite. This is what I should do. You can rest assured in the future, Xiao Chen in the world of things, I will let you keep informed. Anyway, it is just casually send a few messages of the matter, and not troublesome. Good. Then in the future, Xiao Tsing in the world, Auntie will ask you to take care of. In addition, Auntie sighed first to go busy with other things. No problem, Auntie Bai, just go and get busy. That's basically all I have to do on my side. After ending the conversation with Bai Qiaoyun, you just threw the box containing dumplings into the trash. Suddenly, the cell phone that you put on the coffee table vibrated twice again. Thinking that it was a message from Bai Qiaoyun, you clicked on it only to find out that it was a message from a male WeChat friend named Li Qiaoyun, which even more so, made your mind go blank. Brother, you are a Bluestar? Crap, this familiar opening line. No way, is there another traveler? The way this one called Li Qiaoyun appeared, and the way he greeted, can't be said to be the same as Bai Qiaoyun, can only be said to be exactly the same. Froze for a full 3 or 4 seconds, you busy replied, Brother, you are from the Bluestar crossing out? The traveler, without dragging his feet, went straight to the point. Li Qiaoyun face confused. I go, Brother Asama, How do you know I am from the Bluestar crossing out? The traveler, dry, surprisingly really. Seeing Li Likuan admitting his identity as a traveler, you're all confused. What the hell is going on here? If there was only Bai Qiaoyun as a traveler, you could still use coincidence to explain it, but now there's another traveler named Li Likuan. Coincidence? Coincidence? Are you kidding me? How can there be so many coincidences? No way. Could it be that the problem lies with me? You murmured. As if you had thought of something, your expression became shocked all of a sudden. In fact, when you had determined Bai Qiaoyun's identity as a traveler, you had thought about this question, that is, why would she contact you? One doesn't know each other, the second doesn't have a blood relationship, and she was clearly hung up on Bai Qiaoyun, but as a result, instead of contacting Bai Qiaoyun, she contacted you instead. In the end, you attributed this to a blunder and coincidence, and now, with the emergence of another traveler named Li Likuan, you immediately realized that something was wrong, and that it definitely wasn't any blunder or coincidence. If there was only one traveler, Bai Qiaoyun, you could still explain it away as a blunder and coincidence, but when you encountered two travelers in a row, it couldn't possibly be a blunder and coincidence. So, is there such a thing as a possibility? The problem is actually with him. It was that he had gained some kind of special ability that could make these travelers, who had traveled out from Earth, contact him. If that was the case, it would explain why he was contacted by the travelers one after another. Seeing the delayed reply from Sumu's side, Li Likuan sent back two more messages. Li Likuan, brother, why don't you say anything? Li Likuan, come on, chat for a while. Leave the Earth for so many years. I miss our Earth compatriots to death. Looking at these two messages sent by Li Likuan, Sumu thought for a moment and replied, good. Chatting. What world did you cross over to? Because of the precedent of Bai Qiaoyun, he would no longer be naive enough to think that all the worlds out there were the same as Earth. Li Likuan, Ao. This world I travel to is similar to our Earth. Li Likuan. From entertainment, to technology, to games, to countries, to politics and so on, they are all similar to our Earth. Li Likuan. If it wasn't for the change of body, I would have thought I was still on Earth. Li Likuan. Also, this planet is similar to Earth, however, they call this planet Big Bluestar. After reading it, Sumu was instantly happy. This guy. It's so hard to stall crossing over, but as a result, it's the same as not crossing over. Sumu laughed while replying, I'm going, brother, then this crossing is quite meaningless for you. Li Likuan. No, if it wasn't for the fact that some of the movie and TV entertainment, stars, etc., are a bit different from our Earth, I really thought I hadn't left the Earth all along. Li Likuan, right brother, The Avengers 4 is not a long time ago in theaters. You cannot give me to pass over. I fucking look forward to this movie, are looking forward to a lot of years. Ao? Sumu looked like he had discovered something and narrowed his eyes at once. He thought for a moment and replied, You're a Marvel fan? Li Likuan, what comic book fan? It's a die-hard fan, alright. Li Likuan, Avengers 4 is before I crossed over, the most anticipated movie, but did not wait for it to be released. I lost my footing and fell to death crossing over. Li Likuan, what's more hateful is that there is no Marvel movie in my world, mad. This trash world. What fun is there in life? Don't you think so? Looking at Li Likuan's reply, Sumu pondered for about 2 seconds, busy taking out a pen and paper, wrote down a sentence. First point. All have unfinished wishes on Earth. Previously, when there was only Bai Qiaoyun herself, Sumu couldn't do anything to summarize. And now, there was another traveler named Li Likuan, so that he could compare and find common points. And one of the first commonalities he found was that both of them, on Earth, had unfinished business. Bai Qiaoyun is her daughter. Bai Qiaoyun is still on Earth, no need to explain. And Li Likuan, who is a die-hard Marvel fan, has always wanted to see the movie Reunion 4. After writing, Sumu replied, Brother, I'm not too convenient now. I'll find it for you when it's convenient. Li Likuan, well, brother, there is no hurry. I have been waiting for so many years, not bad for a while. Li Likuan, by the way, brother, our Earth is now okay? Time flickered, came to 12 o'clock in the night in the twinkling of an eye. Until this moment, Sumu only ended the conversation with Li Likuan. Li Likuan, a northerner, died from climbing mountains and losing his footing, because his family has not been good to him since he was a child. So, he has no emotional ties to his mom and dad on Earth. Even if they are dead or alive now, they are not interested in knowing. In his words, the moment he died, he drew a line with that family and had no ties. Now, the only thing on Earth that could hold him back was the Marvel series of Reunion 4 movies. Moreover, Through this exchange that lasted about 3 hours, Sumu also found a second point of common ground. That was, just like Bai Qiaoyun, it was also like he had suddenly acquired some sort of superpower, and then he was ghostly contacted. And there was also a chance to send him something physical across the border. That's right. Regardless of whether it was Bai Qiaoyun or Li Likuan, both could have sent him something across the border, but there was only one opportunity. This, Sumu had long known from Bai Qiaoyun. After seeing the power of the gene enhancement potion, he had suggested that Bai Qiaoyun give another bottle so that Bai Xiao could take it as well. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about Bai Xiao being bullied. As a result, Bai Qiaoyun told him that she only had one chance to give something away. Moreover, the gene enhancement potion wasn't that good, and it was only by sheer chance that she managed to get a bottle. So, it wasn't that she didn't want to get another bottle for Bai Xiao, but even if she did, she wouldn't be able to send it to Earth. In addition to these common points, if one had to find another common point, it would be that both of them did not die a normal death. Then, a few points are summarized as follows. The first point, both have unfinished wishes on Earth. Point 2, both seem to have suddenly gained some kind of supernatural power. Point 3, both had a chance to give him something. Point 4, all died unnatural deaths. Looking at these 4 points he had summarized, Sumu finally focused on the first point. All had unfinished wishes on Earth. After thinking for a while, he muttered to himself, if their heart's desires on Earth are finished, then, this cross-border connection, will it be disconnected? The reason why Sumu had this thought was also based on some horror ghost movies he had seen before. In many of these movies, some of the severe ghosts that refused to go to reincarnation were because they still had grudges pending. Just like Li Likuan and Bai Qiaoyun, they had obviously traveled across the world, but they were still able to contact Earth. Was it because they still had unfinished wishes on Earth? So, if their wishes were fulfilled, would they also disconnect from Earth? Although this was only Sumu's speculation, he felt that this would definitely be the case. Moreover, whether or not this was the case, it could be verified very soon. Because Li Likuan's heart's desire was well satisfied. However, it was also because his heart's desire was good to fulfill that Sumu couldn't let him fulfill it easily. Without him, he himself hadn't gotten any oil and water from him yet. Chapter 10, drawing on the wisdom of the crowd. Although Sumu was very helpful, however, it would definitely be better if he could earn some payment while being helpful, just like Bai Qiaoyun, who had given him a bottle of gene-strengthening potion as payment. Although the world that Li Likuan was in was similar to Earth and couldn't take something good like the gene-strengthening potion. However, the two worlds were ultimately different worlds. If the worlds were different, there would naturally be differences in humanities, politics, and entertainment. And these differences can be utilized. Only, the time he and Li Likuan had known each other was too short, and in haste, he really couldn't think of a specific plan. So, he needed to plan properly before he could do so. Early the next morning, Sumu got up as usual, washed and brushed up, and then sent over a few messages to Bai Xiao. The dream entrustment talk was good, but there was also an inconvenience. That is, if Bai Qiaoyun had anything she wanted to convey to Bai Xiao, he needed to spend the night before he could tell Bai Xiao. Dreams. If you don't sleep first, how can you tell? Sumu, Xiao, your mom came again yesterday. We talked quite a lot. You told me those things, I told her. Sumu, Auntie Bai praised you one after another, and cried for a while. Sumu, in addition, Aunt Bai asked me to pass on to you, are already in college, the time to fall in love, but be sure to keep your eyes open. Sumu, looking for a boyfriend, can't just look at the material and looks, man. The important thing is the responsibility and bearing. Even if a man looks ugly, poor, but he as long as it is a responsible and bearing man, that is a good man. Sumu, of course, it is not for you to run to the poor ugly to find. Auntie Bai is trying to tell you so a point of view, to find a responsible man. Sumu. In addition, Aunt Bai also said, and you broke up with that girlfriend's, is not called wujiang, that girl broke up on the breakup. Aunt Bai has long seen that she is not a serious girl. If you two were not on good terms at that time, she has long not allowed you two to play together. Sumu, there is also a girl called Li Yu. Aunt Bai let you also try to lessen her to deal with. That girl hands and feet are not clean. Sumu, Aunt Bai said. She had a necklace missing before, clearly remembered to put it in the jewelry box in the vanity cabinet, but it turned out how could not find it. Sumu, then once, she went to Li Yu's house to visit the door, as a result, found that necklace in her house? Because you were already in high school at that time. For fear of affecting your state of mind, I didn't tell you. Sumu, well, Basically these contents. I'm going to eat breakfast. Finally sending this message over to Bai Qiaoyun, Sumu took a step and left the rental house. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory, Bai Qiaoyun, who had just finished scrubbing, looked at these messages sent by Sumu, and a happy and sweet smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Really so happy. Ever since she was separated from her old mom forever, she thought that she would be a lonely person from now on. However, last night, Sumu's appearance immediately let her lonely life relit up. Her mom was actually still alive. Although it was in a way that she couldn't see or touch, through Sumu's conveyance, she could clearly feel that it was indeed from her mother's love and care for her. And to be able to feel her mother's care and love again in this way, to Bai Qiaoyun, she was already content. Seeing Bai Qiaoyun with a happy face holding her cell phone and giggling, a roommate with a gossipy face came over. Qiaoyun, who sent you a message early in the morning, still smiling so happily, you wouldn't be in love, right? What? Bai Qiaoyun is in love? On hearing this, several other roommates in the dormitory also surrounded over and immediately asked, "Who is it, Qiaoyun? Who are you in love with? Isn't it the finance major Huang Zhe, who bought a box of high-grade snacks for one person in our dorm and drove a 911 sports car? No way." Xiao Chen clearly rejected him. Is the business administration major called Louis Hong, right? People are long and tall and handsome. The family also has money, or Taekwondo club president, black belt, simply perfect. Go, go, go. It's you who likes Louis Hong, right? It must be the finance major that's surnamed Zhang He. Seeing her roommates arguing madly around her, as if she was really in love, Bai Qiaoyun was simply defeated. Stop, stop. Bai Qiaoyun was busy stopping her roommates and said breathlessly, "Who told you guys I'm in love? I just saw a very funny video." Really? Smiling so sweetly, just because of a very interesting video? Of course it's true. Bai Qiaoyun said, Okay, you guys hurry up and clean up, still have to go eat breakfast and then delay the class to be late. Sending away a few roommates, Bai Qiaoyun thought for a while and finally gave Sumu back 2 words and a picture. Bai Qiaoyun, thank you, tongue out ghost face. Soon after, Sumu replied back. Sumu, you're welcome, spits out tongue ghost face. Seeing this, Bai Qiaoyun gave a poof and almost didn't laugh out loud. Still about 10 minutes away from class, Sumu walked into the classroom. Just as he sat down, Wang Ruo and Li Yiqing in the front row couldn't wait to turn around. Hey, Sumu, you wouldn't have gone on a date with Bai Qiaoyun yesterday. How come you didn't even come to the evening study hall? Yeah, you two wouldn't really go on a date, right? Obviously, the fact that Sumu went to look for Bai Qiaoyun last night and didn't come to the evening study has successfully aroused the fire of gossip in the hearts of the two. Looking at Wang Ruo and Li Yiqing's appearance at this moment, Sumu smiled mysteriously. You guys guess. Guess what, Wang Ruo said, you just say it generously. Yeah. Li Yiqing agreed. Just say it directly. Say what? Of course not. Sumu laughed bitterly. I was a bit uncomfortable last night, so I went back early to rest and didn't come to the evening study hall. This way, Wang Ruo was just about to continue speaking. Sumu directly changed the topic. Right? I saw the very interesting question today, just in time. I'll ask you guys too. Sure enough, the topic was successfully diverted. Li Yiqing said, what question? It's like this. Sumu said, if, for example, you can enter and exit a civilized world similar to Earth at will, may I ask, what do you have to do in order to get rich from boredom? After a night's time, Sumu eventually didn't think of a good strategy to get oil from the world where Li Likuan was. So, he came up with this solution. Draw on the wisdom of the masses a bit. As the saying goes, 3 ignorant cobblers are better than a genius. Maybe, Wang Ruo and Li Yiqing would have different brain circuits. Failing that, just go online and post a thread, drawing on the wisdom of the masses. Chapter 11. Reverse Cultural Export. Seemingly interested in this issue, Li Yiqing's entire body was much more energized. If you can casually enter and exit a civilized world that's similar to Earth, it would definitely be as a cross-border bandit. Cross-border bandit? Sumu didn't quite understand. That is, going to some precious jewelry exhibition stores in that world. Li Yiqing explained, under the pretext of trying on expensive jewelry, then, as soon as it arrives, immediately bring it back to Earth. Money may not be connected, but jewelry and such should be connected, right? Expensive jewelry is worth tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. So if you do this a few more times, won't you get rich? And they can't chase them back to Earth anyway, right? Air. Looking at Li Yiqing's giddy appearance, Sumu suddenly didn't know what to say for a while. Didn't see it, You Li Yiqing with big boobs and a nice ass. You have such a sinful bone in your body. However, it wasn't Li Yiqing who was to blame. It was his description that was problematic. Wait a minute. Sumu said, there's a problem with my description of the problem just now. Let me rephrase it. If you can enter and exit a civilized world similar to Earth at will? But there is only one chance to enter and exit. What is it going to be to maximize the benefits? Only one chance now? Li Yiqing innocently blinked her big eyes and said, then, we should first find out what the most expensive jewelry in that world is, and then look for a chance to get in touch with it, and once it's in your hands, go straight back to Earth. This time, without waiting for Sumu to speak, Wang Ruorua couldn't hold back first. She let out a laugh with a poof. Yiqing, there's nothing else in your head but jewelry, right? Li Yiqing also laughed a little, argued, but, to maximize the benefits, you steal a carload of money back. Our planet does not recognize it. It's waste paper. Jewelry is different. It can be used universally. Moreover, expensive jewelry, it's really expensive. Sumu nodded. Indeed, expensive jewelry is a way. However, it couldn't be done. Because Li Likuan in that world was not a wealthy tycoon. It was the kind that had small assets and did not worry about food and drink. If he was asked to buy an expensive piece of jewelry and give it to himself as payment, he would definitely refuse. Moreover, Sumu wouldn't make such an unreasonable request. So pass. Ruoro, what about you? Sumu looked at Wang Ruoro and said, if it were you, what would you do? I'm definitely different from Yiqing. Wang Ruoro seriously said, if I were me, I would only bring one thing and that would be enough. What thing? A hard disk or a USB drive? Oh? Sumu narrowed his eyes for a moment, seemingly realizing something, and said, expand on that. Look, Wang Ruoro explained, you said, that's a civilized world similar to our Earth. But it's just similar. Many things are definitely different. For example, that world's hot songs, hot TV series, hot movies, hot novels, etc. So, it's entirely possible to copy the hottest of these things from that world onto a hard disk, and then bring them back to our Earth and release them on our Earth. Think about it. Isn't the value of these things worth more than an expensive piece of jewelry? After hearing this explanation from Wang Ruoruo, Sumu almost wanted to hug and kiss her. It was too right. That's right. This was the one he was looking for. On the side, Li Yiqing said unconvincingly, I don't agree. How much can you fit on one hard disk to copy all these things? One TV series is dozens of episodes. Besides, it will reveal the songs, TV series, and movies you brought, etc. The singers and actors are all from that world. There is no one on Earth to check. When the time comes, the relevant authorities will directly take you away to be sliced. Who said anything about directly copying the finished products of these songs, TV shows, and movies? Wang Ruoruo said, you copy the lyrics, songs, and scripts, the form of the text, when the time comes to refilm in our Earth. To be the copyright, you think, at that time, you hand a bunch of songs, TV, and movie copyrights, lying down to collect money on the line. There are also novels. Do you know how much money a hot novel can make? Hundreds of millions more than that. In addition to pay to read, there are film and television adaptation rights, comic book adaptation rights, listen to the book adaptation rights, physical book publishing, etc. A hot novel alone, it does not see than you a jewelry cheap. And a hard disk, loaded thousands of novels, not much of a problem, right? Wonderful. After hearing this, Sumu was almost ready to applaud Wang Ruoruo. He decided he would follow this method that Wang Ruoruo said. Moreover, there was another benefit to this method, and that was that it could be done mutually. That is to say, Sumu could also send Li Likuan some of the hotter novels currently on some novel websites by transferring the files, so that he could publish them profitably in that world. This was a win-win cooperation, and he had no reason to refuse. Being completely defeated by Wang Ruoruo's argument, Li Yiqing skimmed her mouth and said, all right, you win. Your way is better than mine. Wang Ruoruo hemmed and hawed, looked at Sumu and said, hey, Sumu, what about your method? What is your method? Me. Sumu laughed. Both of ours are pretty much the same. Yours is a bit more specific than mine. Next, the three of them casually chatted a few more times before ending the conversation. Sumu took his cell phone out, and it already showed that 2 prestige messages had come. One from Bai Qiaoyun and one from Li Likuan. Bai Qiaoyun, little Su, good morning. Remember to eat breakfast well, ooh. Li Likuan, brother, did you wake up from your nap? Are you still busy now? When will you send me the Reunion 4 movie? Sumu first gave Bai Qiaoyun back. Sumu, Aunt Bai, good morning. Already had breakfast? Sumu, I relayed all of your words from yesterday to Xiao Chen. She's very happy. Sumu, also, you must pay attention to safety over there, ah. Then there was Li Likuan. Sumu, brother, the Reunion 4 movie is 182 minutes long. 3 hours. I can't get it at once. I have to separate it and pass it to you part by part. You have some patience. Sumu, in addition, do you have time? Let's talk about some business first. After 2 minutes, Li Likuan replied. Li Likuan, good guy. 3 hours? Just thinking about it alone is too much. Li Likuan, brother, if you have something to say directly, I have time. Sumu organized his thoughts and replied back, it's like this, that world of yours. There must be some fiery works that are different from Earth's. It didn't take long for Sumu to tell Li Likuan about his idea, and after Li Likuan understood, he directly gave Sumu back a string of thumbs-up emojis. Li Likuan, brother, I understand what you mean. I'll let someone go and organize these things for you now. Li Likuan, in addition, you don't need to prepare these things for me. I only have one claim, the Reunion 4 movie. It's enough for you to send it to me earlier. Chapter 12. Your mom asked me to control you. Looking at Li Likuan's reply, Sumu wondered for a moment if he had misread it. He actually didn't want it? What the hell? Not to mention songs and movie and TV works, let's just say novels. The biggest novel website in China, Starting Point, has given birth to many masterpieces, which not only have a large number of fans in China, but even in other countries, also have a lot of fans. Relying on such works, even if you can't realize the freedom of wealth in the world over there, but to earn some pocket money, there is still no problem, right? Moreover, this is equivalent to giving him money. Why don't you want it? Too much money? Thinking of this, Sumu shook his head in disbelief, then returned. Sumu, brother, why don't you want we still have some very good-looking works in our country. Not to say that in your world burst into flames. But, let you earn some money or no problem, moreover, it's not too much trouble. Facing this question from Sumu, Li Likuan replied after a while. Li Likuan, brother, I understand what you mean, and I also know that you are doing me a favor, wanting me to earn more money in this side of the world and live a little better. Li Likuan, however, this world and our Earth, there are some different places, specifically speaking, is very troublesome. In short, in this world to become an author or screenwriter is not so simple, and probably will also bring me some trouble. Li Likuan, plus I'm not short of money in this world, so brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but tossing it around, it's not necessary. So that's how it is. Although Sumu didn't know what Li Likuan said about trouble, but the meaning he understood. It was also good to save him from tossing. Sumu, alright, in that case, it just saves me from tossing and turning, then I'll get busy first. Li Likuan, okay, you go and get busy. The morning passed by in a flash. As usual, on the second floor of the East Cafeteria of the Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, Sumu played a serving of egg fried rice and a serving of mushroom fried pork slices, found a seat by the window, and ate while chatting with Li Likuan. Although there were 5 boys in accounting class 3, however, his relationship with the other 4 was average. It's not that the other 4 deliberately isolate him, but all 4 of them live in the school dormitory, only him, renting a house to live outside the school. People sleep in a room with 4 people, and even see each other naked every day. The relationship is naturally more intimate. Naturally, a small group of 4 was formed. Good thing Sumu didn't care, and didn't want to drill into their little group of 4. Moreover, he didn't feel that it was inconvenient for a person to be alone in school. Li Likuan, I'm bulk selected from the world music charts, the world's top 100 most popular songs. I've listed them all for you. All in Chinese, the lyrics, the pentatonic scores are all there. I'm going to be a little more detailed, the instruments used, also labeled in for you. Li Likuan, at that time, you will follow the lyrics I gave you, sheet music and instruments to play on the line, to put it bluntly, just short of finding someone to sing. Chowie chowie. Sumu stuffed a mouthful of egg fried rice into his mouth and replied, brothers, that's enough. It's too detailed. It's almost like feeding rice into my mouth. Li Likuan, that's right. We earthlings don't pit earthlings. I have to give brother you whole clear. Li Likuan, in addition, the hotter novels, I screened 50 for you. Each one is a masterpiece, either film and television adaptation or anime adaptation. The number of fans are particularly large, basically in accordance with the fan rankings selected. Sumu, can, 50 books is already enough. Just as Sumu was replying to Li Likuan's message, suddenly, he first smelled a somewhat familiar scent, and then his afterglow glimpsed that across from him, there was a person sitting. It was still a girl. Strange. There are obviously some empty tables in the neighborhood. How did this girl sit across from him? This thought quickly flashed through his mind, and Sumu raised his head, just in time to meet Bai Qiaoyun's eyes curved into a crescent moon. Looking at Bai Qiaoyun's smiling appearance at this moment, Sumu froze for a moment, then smiled. Hi, it's you. What a coincidence. Yeah, what a coincidence. Bai Qiaoyun smiled sweetly. I turned my head to see you here by yourself, so I came over. It won't disturb you, right? Of course not. Sumu laughed. Why are you also alone? Oh, my classmates are not feeling well today. They have to go back to the dormitory to eat. So, today, it's just me alone. That, you eat a chicken leg. I played an extra one, and I can't finish it. Don't waste it. Saying that, Bai Qiaoyun will be their own dinner plate, 2 chicken legs and the fatter one, clipped to Sumu's dinner plate. At this time, it was the peak time for the noon school meal. The cafeteria was full of people. And Bai Qiaoyun, as the new school flower of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, is itself highly regarded. So, this scene of her intimacy to Sumu's dinner plate to clip the chicken leg, I do not know how many people looked in the eyes. Sumu looked around. Sure enough, quite a few boys were gazing at him with a very unkind look, and Bai Qiaoyun also seemed to realize that her actions were too intimate and was busy spitting out her tongue. Yeah, sorry, I won't let your girlfriend misunderstand, right? Looking at Bai Qiaoyun's innocent appearance, Sumu smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I don't have a girlfriend yet. But you, it's not good if you are misunderstood by those suitors of yours. Who said that? Bai Qiaoyun smiled wryly and said, misunderstanding is just right. I don't have my eye on them anyway. Really, then your vision is too high. Not high, but there's always a smooth-looking one. Sumu nodded, nonchalantly took a bite of the chicken leg and said, anyway, your mom said, let you look for a boyfriend to run towards a responsible and accountable one. You can't just look at the face value. Bai Qiaoyun smiled and covered her mouth for a moment, saying, what? My mom still lets you control me? Sumu nodded seriously. Bai Qiaoyun all froze. She really lets you control me? Of course it's true. Sumu said, however, it can't be talked about as a pipe. It's just that I'm allowed to watch over you. Don't let you be cheated by some bad boys or bullied. So, when you look for a boyfriend, I'm going to be the gatekeeper. Bai Qiaoyun looked at Sumu speechlessly, until after several seconds, she bared her teeth and laughed out. While taking small bites of the chicken leg, she said, so, did my mom give you any favors? Why did you agree to her? Sumu naturally couldn't say that he received a bottle of genetic enhancement potion from your mom. The benefits are not there. The threat is one. If I don't help her watch you, she will take me away. Huh. Bai Qiaoyun's eyes went round. Sumu laughed and said, just kidding. Your mom is quite good and cares about me. Hurry up and eat. Chapter 13 Sumu. You really deserve to die. Yesterday when he met with Bai Qiaoyun in the library, because she had just been informed that her mom was still alive, her emotions were too excited. So it was impossible to see what kind of person she usually was. And today, after she had returned to normal, Sumu then realized that this new school beauty of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics was not the quiet type. On the contrary, she was very playful and belonged to the quirky type. Then what do you normally go for after lunch? A meal was about to be finished without realizing it. Bai Qiaoyun chewed the last of the green vegetables while looking at Sumu curiously. Because Sumu didn't live in the school dormitory, so other students could go back to the dormitory for a lunch break after lunch, but he couldn't. It depends. Sumu said, there are times when I go to the basketball court to play some basketball, and there are times when I go to the classroom to rest. Really? Bai Qiaoyun came down with interest. You still know how to play basketball, So, do you know that Tais Hanlin? Saying that, Bai Qiaoyun also arched her shoulders. Seeing this, Sumu reacted at once and laughed on the spot. I advise you to make fewer jokes about brother online. If his female fans know about it, be careful of gripping your hair. Bai Qiaoyun giggled and covered her mouth for a moment, saying, it's fine. I have brother Su to cover me. I'm not afraid. Gotta be. This ass-kissing. Zan A. Right. Bai Qiaoyun continued, will you go to play basketball later? I just don't want to go back to the dormitory. Can follow you over and watch you guys play basketball? Hearing Bai Qiaoyun say this, Sumu couldn't help but frown. It's okay, but are you really not worried about those suitors of yours misunderstanding? Really, I don't look at the posting bar can guess. Just the two of us this meal must have already spread in the posting bar. If you then accompany me to play basketball, then those of your suitors want not to misunderstand can't be. Doesn't matter. Bai Qiaoyun said, anyway, I didn't let them pursue me, and I go to a university. Why should I be concerned about this and that? Can't I do something I want to do and be happy? Besides, I just want to go to see you guys play basketball only. If even this I am scrupulous, then what is the meaning of this college for me? Speaking of this, Bai Qiaoyun looked like she thought of something. Suddenly her eyes widened and covered her mouth. Oh, I get it. Are you afraid of being misunderstood by others? And I'm a pair. And then, it affects your ability to find a girlfriend? I see. I see. So it's like this, alas, well then I won't go. Looking at Bai Qiaoyun's grudging appearance, Sumu laughed at once. All right. I know that you are quite skillful in playing the agitation method, so don't use it on yourself. Saying that, Sumu stood up with his dinner plate and continued, let's go. You by the school flower are not afraid. I'm even more not afraid. Go. Take you to play basketball. Hearing this, Bai Qiaoyun smiled cheekily, then happily carried her dinner plate and followed Sumu. Because the recent temperature is relatively hot, plus it is noontime, on the basketball court of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, there are not many people playing basketball, except for some who especially like to play basketball. On the 18th basketball court, a boy, who was more than 2 meters tall and long and strong, was shooting baskets with several boys whose heights were all around 1 meter 8.5 on average. The 2-meter-tall boy was called Li Mao Kai, a sophomore business administration major, with a height of 2 meters and 9 feet, nicknamed Little Giant. The reason why Sumu knew him was because both of them were in the basketball club. The other few people were also in the basketball club. However, what was different was that they were the ones who liked to play basketball, while Sumu, who had no place to go for a lunch break, came over to play basketball, mainly to pass the time. Li Makai saw Sumu, who came over at a glance, and said in a jar, Hey, Sumu, hurry up, there are exactly 6 of us. Let's go 3 by 3. Suddenly, before Li Mao Kai finished his words, he stopped at once. He froze and looked at the girl who was following Sumu's side, doubting whether he had misread it. Bai Qiaoyun? Wasn't this Bai Qiaoyun, the new school flower of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics? She was taken down by Sumu? Not only Li Mao Kai, the other 4 boys also froze. Even the basketball took off and rolled somewhere else without realizing it. Find yourself a shady place. Be careful not to get a tan. Sumu admonished Bai Qiaoyun, and then walked into the 18th court with big strides. Seeing Li Mao Kai's 5 people all staring straight at themselves, Sumu smiled and said, What's wrong? What are they all looking at me for? Aren't they going to fight? Li Mao Kai suddenly came to Sumu's side, gave him a punch on the shoulder and whispered, Crap, Sumu. You are really damned Bai Qiaoyun when did you get her? Yeah. The other 4 people also gathered around. I didn't hear you say anything before. How did you suddenly get her? Facing the 5 people's questioning, Sumu laughed bitterly. What Friends. We're just friends. Bah. Li Mao Kai viciously pooh-poohed. Don't be sophomoric, surnamed Su. Light up your sword. Today we are against defense. I will cover you to death. Sumu laughed and said, Okay, see you on the field then. Since the body has been strengthened by the genetic enhancement potion, Sumu has not yet released to his heart's content, and basketball itself is a physical confrontation game. Especially Li Mao Kai, this kind of height of more than 2 meters, weighing more than 200 muscular strong man, just to take him to practice. 6 people, playing half court, soon divided. Perhaps because of bringing Bai Qiaoyun to be the center of attention today, Sumu took the ball first. He stood at the center line, banging the basketball, and immediately felt the difference from before. The gene strengthening potion, what was improved was the comprehensive quality of his body. This included strength, speed, reaction, endurance, coordination, control of the body, and other aspects. Therefore, as soon as the basketball entered his hand, he felt the difference from before. The hand feeling was superb. The control of the basketball seemed to have reached a whole new level. However, he knew that it wasn't a matter of hand feel. It was his body metamorphosing to a whole new realm. His coordination and control of his body had reached a point that he had never even gotten to before. Therefore, even if the basketball in his hand was replaced with a ping-pong ball, he would still have the same touch. Looking at Li Mao Kai, who was defending in front of himself in a big word, the corner of Sumu's mouth raised and said, Coming. As the words landed, Sumu directly attacked with the ball. Seeing that the two were getting closer and closer, Li Mao Kai fiercely reached out to grab the ball. Suddenly, not waiting for him to touch the ball, Sumu held the ball and jumped back. Swish. Accompanied by a beautiful arc, the basketball shot from the 3-point line, directly into the basket. 3 points. Yay. In the shade outside the court, Bai Qiaoyun applauded happily at once. Originally, it might not have been anything, but, stimulated by her like this, Li Mao Kai's face went black. He grumbled under his breath, "It's just luck. I'll let you have a ball first. Next, wait for me to cover you to death." Chapter 14 The Receiver, Huang Wei. As we all do know, when boys are playing basketball, with or without girls, it's completely two different states. Especially, or by Xiao Chen this level of beauty. It's not an exaggeration to say that each one of them is like playing chicken blood. The ones on the same team as Su Mu, desperately showing themselves, they wanted to prove one thing to Bai Qiaoyun. I'm better than him. As for Li Mao Kai and the others who were opposite Su Mu, they were frantically targeting him, again to tell Bai Qiaoyun one thing. Take a look at the boyfriend you found. He's not as good as me. Come on. It's not too late to change your ways. And as for Su Mu, cool? Earlier, he couldn't keep an eye on Li Mao Kai at all. After all, this guy was just like a bull. More than 2 meters tall, more than 200 pounds of weight. Do not need any technology, just need to dribble while pushing forward flat. Su Mu cannot defend him. And now, it's the other way around. He pushed forward flat. Li Mao Kai's weight of more than 200 pounds could not resist at all. Moreover, this was still a situation where he didn't exert much force. If he started with full force, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that, not to mention Li Mao Kai alone. Even if the three of their teammates were together, they wouldn't be able to stop him. The creaking sound of sneakers rubbing against the floor continued to resound, and the scene became more and more intense. Unconsciously, the 18th field here, came a lot of onlookers, both male and female. Girls are more on the side. After all, a group of tall, strong, walking testosterone boys is still very popular with girls. Clang! Li Mao Kai found an opportunity to play a match with his teammate and directly came with a dunk. The body was still hanging on the basket, stopping for 1 or 2 seconds before coming down, making some of the girls around couldn't help but let out excited cries. Why are there so many people today? The teammate who was on the same team as Li Mao Kai wiped the sweat from his face and glanced at the crowd of onlookers outside the court in passing. In the past, there were very few spectators watching the basketball game at noon, and there would be more in the afternoon. Because the sun is sunnier at noon, and also, the playing is usually not intense at noon, unlike in the afternoon, when you can easily put together several full-court games. And today, at noon, the number of people who gathered around to watch them play basketball was almost as many as in the afternoon. After saying that, he also looked at Li Mao Kai, said, "Old Li, you let the water put a little too much today. Play well, you guard against Su Mu. Not because he brought his girlfriend. So give him face, think about it. It's by Xiao Chen, don't you hate it? Tough to cut him, Li Mao Kai wiped the sweat on his forehead. His heart was simply bitter. Marred. He really didn't let go of the water. How to explain it? Today's Su Mu seemed to have changed as if he was a different person. Without one-on-one staring, he couldn't feel that kind of pressure at all. It's like staring at a human rhinoceros in general. Simply cannot be defended. The body of a collision, directly have a kind of feeling to be knocked away by him. However, Li Mao Kai definitely couldn't say that he couldn't defend Su Mu. He frowned and said, "I don't know what's going on. I feel a bit uncomfortable. I'll try my best." A new round of serves was about to start when suddenly, a few boys with an average height of 1.9 m walked into the field. It was also the basketball club. However, Su Mu didn't play with them much because, basically, he only played at noon. And these few guys from the basketball club basically played in the afternoon. Quite a lot of people, Old Li, play the full court. An inch-headed boy took the initiative to propose and glanced at Su Mu. "Okay," Li Mao Kai said, "enough people, right? Come on, play the whole game. How do we split it? This way, you, me, Pillar, and the two of them on one team. Let's practice cooperation, then, the rest of the other team, okay?" Seeing this grouping, Su Mu wanted to laugh. Although everyone was in the basketball club, there was a difference in skill and level. This time, he took the ones with good skills and asked them all to leave. This grouping was obviously unfair. However, there was no way to refute it yet. He said that they wanted to practice matching with each other. However, as to whether they were really practicing coordination or had other purposes, it was not certain. Because, if Su Mu didn't remember correctly, this flat-headed one was called Huang Wei, a sophomore, who had pursued by Xiao Chen. As to whether he was still chasing after her or not, it wasn't clear. However, regardless of whether he was still chasing by Xiao Chen now, Su Mu, the gatekeeper, had already passed him over. Being in the same basketball club, he had heard something about this Huang Wei. His family has a bit of money, plus he is tall and not ugly. He also plays basketball, and he has slept with a lot of girls. There was even a girl who had an abortion for him. Just this kind of person, Sumu definitely couldn't let go. Otherwise, it was too sorry for the bottle of gene enhancement potion that Bai Qiaoyun gave him. Fine, just split it up. Sumu didn't care and said, "It's just right. You practiced your coordination, and I'll take it seriously. It's been a while since I came to the club, and I haven't taken it seriously yet, so put some pressure on it." Heh. This bullishness for him to blow. Huang Wei laughed a little and said, "Sumu, is it? Quite crazy, ah? Then I'll defend you." On the side, Li Maokai was relieved. Hooray. Finally came the receiver. As someone who had guarded Sumu, Li Maokai knew too well what kind of pressure it was when facing Sumu. He couldn't even resist playing half the game, let alone playing the whole game. He originally thought about whether to find an excuse for not feeling too well and change his defense. As a result, Huang Wei sent himself to the door. "Good brother," Li Maokai said in a jarring voice. "Okay, Sumu will be your defense. I'll play defender." Simply dividing up the groups and positions, the official full-court game began. A club member who didn't play kicked off the ball. Sumu and Huang Wei stood on both sides of the center line in pairs. Start. This club member who didn't play on the court, all of a sudden, threw the basketball in his hand up high. Huang Wei looked up at the basketball, estimating the trajectory of the basketball in his mind, and was mentally calculating when he should jump in order to grab the basketball the fastest, when on the opposite side of him, Sumu had already jumped up. Amazing bouncing power was displayed. Almost when the basketball flew to the highest point, Sumu snapped and grabbed it. After landing with a bang, Huang Wei just subconsciously opened his hands. Sumu, a crotch over the ball, directly raced past him. Outside the three-point line, shooting. Brush. The basketball was accurately projected into the basket. The whole process was so smooth that even Huang Wei didn't have time to react. The crowd of onlookers immediately rang out in applause. Seeing this, Li Maokai was not happy at once. "Huang Wei, what are you doing? Defense, ah? Shooting a three-point shot. You're stopping, ah?" Only then did Huang Wei react. Even in his mind, he still had the image of Sumu jumping and grabbing the ball just now. Nima. This Sumu's bouncing power, why is it so perverted? His feet must have been at least 1.5 meters off the ground just now. No, it should be more than 1.5 meters. Because I think I saw the soles of his shoes. Chapter 15. Sumu, you heartthrob. Just now, he was confidently saying that he would defend Sumu, but just a ball grab almost made Huang Wei doubt his life. However, he quickly adjusted his state. Moreover, the 5 of them, who originally had good skills, had some cooperation with each other, and it didn't take long for Huang Wei to receive a pass. At this moment, he instantly rekindled his confidence in his heart. Because his catch of this ball was not good at all, however, Sumu surprisingly did not intercept away. If it was him, he would have intercepted such a ball long ago. Sure enough, you're still too young after all. Come on, let you know that the basketball court is not a place where you can show off just because you want to. Bai Qiaoyun will see with her own eyes, you on the court, like a wretched dog, being slipped around by me. With these thoughts in mind, Huang Wei took 2 steps to the basket and jumped up high. Dunk. Shooting from the three-point line can certainly win more points. However, it was the dunk that could ignite the atmosphere the most. Because, among the crowd of onlookers, there aren't many basketball savvy. Especially girls, they don't care about the score. Most of them only care about whether it's cool or not, handsome or not, man or not. In a word, coolness is finished. Just as Huang Wei was thinking about what kind of applause would erupt from the crowd when he dunked the basketball hard into the basket. Suddenly, a big, powerful hand appeared steeply in front of him and grew higher and higher. Then, a downward cover. Boom. The basketball that was held above his head by his hands was gone. Huang Wei's brain, for a moment, went blank. He had been capped by Sumu? To be capped in basketball, this kind of shame was no less than being given a big BBBB. Even when a burst of applause erupted from the crowd of onlookers, he hadn't even regained his senses. How could this happen? Wasn't Sumu just now thrown behind by one of his own fake moves? How did he suddenly run in front of himself and give himself such a big BBBB? Not far away, Li Maokai saw this scene and in his heart, he mourned for Huang Wei for 0.5 seconds. Brother, I understand you. Condolences, this is just the beginning. As the game continued, around the 18th basketball court, it was already crowded with people and a burst of cheers erupted with each beautiful goal. In this kind of atmosphere, the players on the court, even more so, did not mince words, one by one, show themselves to the fullest. Only Huang Wei. He wanted to kill Sumu's heart. Because, from the game to now, he didn't score a single ball, not to mention even, has been capped by Sumu 8 times. At this moment, even if Huang Wei was stupid, he could see it. Sumu was doing it on purpose. Sometimes, the timing of teammates to pass the ball to themselves, obviously not good, but Sumu is just clumsy to stop, as if a rookie. However, in retrospect, he was clearly deliberately letting the ball come into his own hands, because only when the ball comes to his own hands, he can ruthlessly cap himself and ruthlessly humiliate himself. Even when he was capped by Sumu for the 8th time, he could vaguely hear the girls in the crowd of onlookers laughing. There were also sounds like, look, 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 he's been capped again, so pathetic, and so on. At that moment, Huang Wei couldn't wait to burrow into the ground. To summarize, both the mule and the horse were showing off, but he, the stupid donkey, was the only one who was getting beaten up. Even now, he has been covered out of the psychological shadow, has not dared to shoot, just act as a pass roll. Even if there is a good opportunity, he does not dare to shoot. Because he wasn't sure if such a good opportunity was intentionally created by Sumu for himself. What if what awaited him was another cap? Fear, wanting to cry. Finally, the game went on for another 10 minutes or so, and Sumu couldn't help himself a bit. Noontime itself was the hottest time of the day, coupled with such frantic running back and forth. The 10 players on the field, except for him, had long since taken their tops off. It couldn't be helped, there was too much sweating, and the clothes were sticking to their bodies, as if they were bound, affecting their play. This was also the main reason why there were more and more girls in the crowd of onlookers. And now, Sumu was also starting to sweat. Although his body was very strong now, but being in this temperature for a long time, plus the fact that he was the one who ran the most on the field, he would sweat even if he should. Of course, this didn't mean that he was tired and couldn't keep up with his physical strength. On the contrary, not tired at all. Sweating was just a normal bodily function. Taking advantage of the gap time when the opponent scored a goal, Sumu took off his short sleeves in one go. And as Sumu made his upper body naked, at this moment, the crowd of onlookers boiled over. Hiss. I've got to go, this body, it's also too combustible. Holy shit, what kind of divine figure is this? Can't do it, gosh, this abs is also sexy, I'm going to flow. Saliva. Finished, I fell. This body who can carry Not only the onlookers, even the people on the field were stunned by Sumu's body. Even Li Maokai and the others, 2 words popped up in their minds without a second thought. Crouching. After all, they are all playing basketball, love sports boys. Li Maokai their body, in fact, are not bad. And also not similar. Cannot say who is more lit than who, more explosive. And as soon as Sumu took off his clothes, the situation immediately changed. That one muscle line, that one piece of angular muscle, the whole person is like being carved out in general. In comparison, Li Maokai and the others all became younger brothers. Even, all of a sudden, they became the green leaves that set off the flowers and became the stepping stones that set him off. There were even players who cursed in their hearts. Sumu, I didn't expect, you have long thick eyebrows, but you are still a heart bitch. There is this body, you are early to light out, early to light out, everyone will not take off their clothes. You have to wait for everyone to finish taking off, you then take off. Just to let everyone set you off, right? The heart of the bitch. Sumu naturally do not know the thoughts of the crowd at this time. Short-sleeved off, he was just going to be the same as others. To the back of the basketball racket randomly arrived. Suddenly, the afterglow glanced at Bai Qiaoyun. At this time, Bai Qiaoyun was crowded in a group of girls, but still so cranes, conspicuous, and is smiling at him waving. Sumu understood at once. This is to help himself to get clothes. Got to. If you are not afraid, I am even more not afraid. Sumu smiled, took 2 steps over, and directly handed her the short sleeves. Then, ignoring the surrounding eyes that could not wait to swallow him alive, he ran back to the field. As for Bai Qiaoyun, after receiving Sumu's short sleeve, she first folded it for him, then she held it in her arms and continued to look at the field with a smile. At this moment, she was like a little girl who accompanied her boyfriend to play basketball, simple, sweet, and happy. Chapter 16. Li Likuan's payoff is ready. Accompanied by the thumping sound of basketballs being hammered and the squeaking sound of sneakers rubbing against the floor, the crowd resounded with a cheer from time to time. Finally, about 20 minutes before the afternoon class started, the game ended. Li Maokai and the others, one by one, were gasping for air. Their bodies felt like they had been emptied out. Not a single drop of extra stamina was left. Sumu, on the other hand, was in high spirits, with a steady and powerful pace, as if he and Li Mao Kai and the others were not playing a game at all. As for Huang Wei, he was like a frosted eggplant, all wilted. He wanted to educate Sumu on the basketball court. As a result, he was educated by Sumu, and he was educated like a grandson. Can you imagine what kind of shame it is not to score a single goal in the whole game? Even, he is getting Suki phobia. As long as he saw Sumu, his hands shook uncontrollably. So much so, that he later had a few chances to shoot. Although he wasn't capped by Sumu, he didn't score either. So what, you guys play, I'll leave first. Seeing Li Mao Kai and the others, one by one, panting and grinning, standing under the shade to recover, with no intention to leave for a while, Sumu took the initiative to say goodbye. Okay, you go first. Li Mao Kai and, we'll go in a while. At the side of the court, Bai Qiaoyun was smiling and hugging Sumu's clothes, just like a wife, waiting for her husband who was returning from the battlefield. Seeing Sumu come over, Bai Qiaoyun spread a smile and teased, "Congratulations, a ball game down. Won the right to mate for 4 years in college." Sumu almost didn't spray out a mouthful of water. "Big sister, you can even replace it with the right to choose a spouse. What the hell is the mating right?" Bai Qiaoyun bared her teeth and laughed out. While handing the clothes to Sumu, she said, "I didn't see it. You're pretty good at basketball. That one called Huang Wei was suppressed by you miserably." Although Bai Qiaoyun didn't know much about basketball, but some basic situation, she could still see the whole game. Huang Wei almost can be said to be suppressed by Sumu, even did not raise his head. "I was about to talk to you about this guy." Sumu put his clothes back on, and while walking with Bai Qiaoyun in the direction of the accounting major's teaching building, he said, "This Huang Wei, quite a scum, has already slept with quite a few girls, and there's a girl who had an abortion for him, so you know what I mean, right?" Bai Qiaoyun smiled and nodded. "No, didn't pass you this off chanting. Don't worry, I simply didn't have a proper look at him. By the way, you helped me to ask my mom tonight what kind of son-in-law she really wants to find, and I'll also give her to look for coloring." Hiss. You this word, how to sound so twisted. Inside the classroom of accounting class 3, Sumu just came in and was immediately surrounded by 7 mouths. It was the same as he expected. Starting from eating with Bai Qiaoyun in the cafeteria, all the way to the two of them going to the basketball court, then Bai Qiaoyun helping him hold his clothes, and finally to the two of them leaving together to go back to the teaching building. The whole thing was photographed and posted in the posting bar. Right now, the posting bar was getting noisy. They were all discussing his relationship with Bai Qiaoyun. Even, some people had come to accounting class 3 specifically to poke around for news for this reason. "I heard that Sumu from your class is with Bai Qiaoyun. Is there such a thing?" Then, the entire accounting class 3, no matter if they read the posters or not, all knew about this matter. Sumu wasted a lot of words and just returned to his seat. Wang Ruo and Li Yiqing in the front row turned around. Li Yiqing teased, "Okay, Sumu, you really became the traitor of class 3. So many single girls in your own class have no one to pick up. You want to pick up class XS traitor?" "Right, traitor," Wang Ruo echoed. Sumu didn't even bother to explain, because he had just explained it, and no one believed it at all. "Can't blame me," Sumu helplessly said. "As the saying goes, rabbits don't eat grass near the nest. Since none of you will eat me, I can only let the other class come and eat." Wang Ruo and Li Yiqing froze for a moment. Good fellow. This was something a man could say? Stop talking about these useless things. Wang Ruo changed the topic and said, "Expand on how you hooked Bai Qiaoyun up." "Right, expand on that." Li Yiqing said, "If you give an honest account, the matter of you being a traitor, maybe there is still a chance to turn around. Otherwise, nail you to the pillar of shame of the 3rd class, humph." Sumu was about to be amused by Wang Ruo and Li Yiqing. He thought for a moment and said seriously, "Maybe it's because I'm too handsome." Wang Ruo and Li Yiqing froze and looked at Sumu. "No more?" Sumu nodded. "Nope." Bah. Not only did the two of them poo-poo in unison, they also compared a middle finger to Sumu. Of course, Sumu didn't spoil the two. His left and right hands simultaneously stretched out 2 middle fingers and counterattacked back. Time passed in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, it was the last class of the afternoon. Sumu sent a message back to Li Likuan. "Sumu, I'm not too convenient right now this way. Wait until it's convenient for me to tell you, and you can send it to me at that time." In a day's time, Li Likuan had already organized all the things that Sumu wanted. In his world, the top 100 most popular songs in the world were all copied down. Just as he said at the beginning, including the words, songs, the instruments used, etc. Moreover, it was also thoughtful to label each song's creative background, what kind of emotion it expresses, all clearly labeled. The other is the novel, the most popular 50 novels, also copied down, of which 34 male frequency works, 16 female frequency works. Moreover, these 50 novels were not only novels, but also 50 movie and TV scripts. All of them were adapted into explosive movie and television works in that world. And as for the specialized movie and television scripts, there were none. Because the situation of the two worlds is different. In that world, to shoot film and television works, basically have to first have a novel story, very few directly write a script to shoot. And there is the kind of writing script to shoot, the results are not good. So there is no need to want it. However, he was in the classroom now, and he wasn't sure if Li Likuan teleporting the USB flash drive to himself would still appear on his desk as it did last time. In case it just teleported to a random certain range around him and ran to someone else's desk, it would not be easy to explain. Therefore, he did not intend to receive it in the classroom, and was prepared to go back to the rental house to receive it again. Li Likuan, okay, no problem, let me know when it's convenient on your side, it's ready anyway. Sumu, okay, I'll let you know when it's convenient. Simply ending the conversation with Li Likuan, Sumu first took a deep breath in anticipation, and then continued to listen to the teacher carefully. Chapter 17, Big Brother, Take My Bow. Of course, it was only superficially serious. Thinking about the fact that he was about to receive 100 pieces of hot music that had taken the world by storm in another world. There are also 50 novels with many fans, all of which have been adapted into popular movies and TV dramas. How could he still have any heart to listen to the class, just for show? Finally, the time came to 5 in the afternoon, and the school bell rang. The teacher has not yet left the classroom. Sumu returned to the heart of the arrow, has taken the first step to run from the back door of the classroom. More than 10 minutes later, inside the rental house, Sumu came in and unlocked the door. He took out his cell phone, opened the private chat with Li Likuan, and directly sent him over a message. Sumu, bro, I'm ready, send it to me. Li Likuan quickly replied. Li Likuan, okay bro, I'll send it to you right away. Li Likuan, okay, already sent it to you. Ayo, already sent it over? Recalling that the bottle of Gene's strengthening potion appeared in the orientation before, Sumu first looked over there. There was none. It was empty. He looked elsewhere, and finally, when he turned back to look behind him, that's when he saw a black USB drive on the ground a meter away from himself. Sure enough, it had randomly appeared within a certain range around himself. Seeing this, Sumu was busy picking it up. Li Likuan sent another message. Brother, the USB flash drive isn't big, it's black, so look for it. Sumu did not reply to the text, but directly took a picture of the USB drive and sent it to Li Likuan. Li Likuan, right, it's this USB flash drive, brother. You look at it first. Find me if you have any problems. Sumu, good. I'll look at the content inside first, see if our Earth's computer can read it. That is, the USB flash drive that Li Likuan sent open from that world. Can Earth use it? Although Li Likuan said, regardless of civilization or technology or entertainment, that world and the Earth is very much like. However, again, like is not the Earth. So, that world made the USB flash drive, interface and Earth use the same standard? If it is not the same, then it is a waste of time. Even if Li Likuan sent a USB flash drive that hid mountains of gold and silver, and he couldn't read the contents, it was useless. And now, after seeing that this USB flash drive from the other world can be read, his hanging heart finally put down. Sumu opened the USB flash drive, did not rush to look at the content inside, but first made a copy of the content inside to the laptop. Then, he pulled out the black USB flash drive and plugged in his blue USB flash drive. Then, he copied the content that was copied inside the computer to his blue USB flash drive. Only after doing this did he delete the contents of the computer, leaving only 2 flash drives with the contents stored on them. One to use and one to hide as a backup. In this way, in case this USB flash drive being used broke down, it would not be so bad that he would lose these contents. And as for the computer, it was definitely not possible to store these things. Because he was convinced of one thing, and that was, as long as it was connected to the internet, there was no security to speak of. And he had seen it happen. His sophomore English teacher, a guy, dated another woman behind his wife's back and secretly took videos and hid them in his computer. Then, a hacker somehow found his computer, and without touching his computer at all, directly stole these private videos from his computer and spread them everywhere. Since then, Sumu knows, really tough hacker. As long as your computer is on, connected to the network, you can quietly steal your computer information. Although he knew that the probability of him being targeted by this kind of hacker was very small, but what if? Who? Looking at the two USB flash drives in his hands, Sumu smiled and let out a long breath, murmuring, "Come on, let me see how the content inside is." With that, Sumu took his blue USB flash drive and inserted it back into the computer. Li Likuan categorized it in great detail. Two large folders, one for music and one for novels. In the music folder, it was divided into small folders such as rock, lyric, ballad, etc. And as for the novel, it was divided into two small folders, male and female. Music this thing. Sumu can only understand the lyrics and creative background. As for the song, in his eyes and ghostly notes like, simply do not know what to represent. However, there is one thing he can confirm, that is, it is indeed a 5-line score. It seems that Li Likuan did not lie to him. The two worlds are really highly similar. Even, perhaps, the world he was in now was probably the parallel world of Earth. After roughly reading these 100 songs, Sumu turned to open a male-frequency metaphysical novel and read it. However, he who originally just wanted to take a cursory look at the content was unconsciously attracted to it. It wasn't until he had read more than 30 chapters in one breath that he stopped before he could finish. Awesome. No matter it's the writing or the plot, it's not at all worse than those big gods' works in the starting point. It seems that the development of novels in that world is still quite a level. He smiled and finished these words. Sumu immediately registered a Starting Point author account. Currently the largest and most readers novel authority website in the country, without a doubt, is definitely still the Starting Point. Moreover, he vaguely remembered that in a certain author group, that author had said that there was an editor named Wudong at the Starting Point, who was quite nice and responsible. Then, after registering his author account, he spent some effort to find the editor named Wudong and sent a friend request. Because this time was already off-duty time, so Sumu didn't expect to add him today. Just as he finished sending the friend request and was about to go and order himself a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, as a result, the friend request went through. Sycamore, hello. I'm Starting Point editor Sycamore, smiling emoji. I go. So responsible? It's already off-duty, right? And still return the message in seconds. Sumu froze for a moment and then returned, hello editor Wudong. I wrote a 5.7 million words metaphysical novel. I want to publish it in our Starting Point website. The first time I publish a book, I don't know much about it. Can you point me in the right direction? Wudong, question mark. Wudong, you have written a 5.7 million words metaphysical novel. Have you not published it in other websites? Sumu, no, it's been single player, and I didn't think I should publish it until I finished writing it. Sycamore, crap, big brother. Nothing to say. First accept my worship. Sycamore, kneeled picture. Chapter 18 an hour on the shelf. Crazy update. Originally thought that this Sycamore editor belonged to the kind of serious and responsible, unsmiling person. However, with these few messages he sent, Sumu realized that misunderstood him. It was also a guy with a comical attribute. Sycamore sent another message. Sycamore, practicing for so many years, a god like Big Brother. I'm still the first to see it. More than 5.7 million words in a single machine. You didn't lie to me, right? Sumu immediately replied back. Sumu, guaranteed no. I personally am the type that prefers to write novels. As long as a story comes to mind, no matter if anyone reads it or not, I will write it out. Suki, and in this process of writing it out, I myself will be very happy. Suki, not just this one. I've written more than a few other novels before, none of which have been published yet. Besides this one, there are others? On the opposite side, Sycamore seemed to be at a loss as to how to reply after reading it. It was only after a minute that she replied. Sycamore, big brother, you're not even going to make me whole. Sycamore, do you have other novels besides this 5.7 plus million word novel? Sumu, yes, there's one with more than 8 million words, one with more than 7 million words, and the one with the least number of words has 3 million words. It's a women's novel. Sumu, however, I have no plans for other books for the time being. I want to just get this one a look at first. Wudong, awesome. Then this way, you directly release the new book. Release a chapter first. Let me know if you pass the audit. I will send you an electronic signing contract. Sumu, okay. Then I'll go ahead and release the new book. Temporarily ending the conversation with Wudong, Sumu directly opened the Starting Point author background and created a new book. Because the novel sent by Li Likuan was very complete, not only did it have the book title, synopsis, and even the chapter name of each chapter. So, Sumu was like a ruthless operator. Copy, paste. Other than his own identity information and his bank card account number, etc., the rest, almost all of it, was done by copying and pasting. Soon, a novel called I'm Mixing My Life in Metaphysics was created. And Sumu also published a chapter according to Wudong's request. However, seeing that the chapter was still under review, and not knowing when it would be reviewed and approved, he went to the kitchen and made himself a tomato and egg noodle. More than 10 minutes later, by the time Sumu had eaten and drank enough and returned to his bedroom in front of his laptop, Sycamore had already sent another message. Sycamore, the review has passed. It has been signed for you. Wudong, you look at the message in the author's background, and according to the prompts, just complete the signing. So Godspeed? Sumu was busy opening the author background message prompts, and sure enough, he saw a signing message and a link. Then, he followed the step-by-step guide in the link, and it took about 5 minutes or so to complete the signing. I'm also an author now. This feeling, it's marvelous. Looking at the author's backstage sending out the tip that the work was successfully signed, the corners of Sumu's mouth couldn't help but lift up. Before, he was just a reader who was reading novels, and never thought that one day he would become an author and turn into writing novels. Although the moisture content of him as an author was as high as 99.999%, but it didn't prevent him from having this marvelous feeling. Once again, he opened the chat window with Wudong. Sumu, editor, I finished signing. What's next? How am I going to update? Sycamore, I was about to talk to you about this. Wudong, in general then, the site's book, the early stage is to grind mainly, update 2 or 3 chapters a day, 4 or 5,000 words, waiting for a round on the push. Then, on the shelves, this process, there is about more than a month. More than a month? Sumu stared for a moment. That long? Although he had only just become an author, but some situations were still known. That is, if a novel wants to make money, it can only be done after it hits the shelves. Because, after it was shelved, the content became pay-per-view content, and only if the readers paid to watch it could the author get money. The fact that it could not be shelved until more than a month later meant that the earliest he could get paid for his manuscript would be 2 months later. No, it would be the 3rd month. Thinking of this, Sumu couldn't help but frown. It was a bit hard to bear. He now had $5,000 left on him. If it was just for food, there was no problem. However, he still had rent and utility bills. It's not going to last. Just as he was hesitating whether to go find another part-time job to earn some money to tide over these 3 months, Wudong sent another message. Sycamore, however, there is another situation. Wudong, that is, any work that has already been signed can be shelved as long as the free word count in the early stages reaches 300,000, regardless of the data and results. Ayo? Sumu's eyes lit up at once. Regardless of grades, as long as the word count reaches 300,000, you can apply for shelving? Then what are we waiting for? It must be a pile of word count. With 50 novels in hand, this one alone had a word count of over 5.7 million. If you update 1 million or so a day, this novel alone will be enough to update for more than a year. What about the other novels? Moreover, this one with more than 5.7 million words could only be considered medium. The novel with the most words was an urban novel with over 13 million words. Even if you update 20,000 words a day, that one urban novel is enough to update for 2 years. By this reckoning, according to this updating speed, when he finishes updating these 50 novels, he will have become an old man of 60 or 70 years old. Scary. Thinking of this, Sumu directly returned. Sumu, editor, I'll choose the second update method. In this way, I'll first update to 300,000 words today, write a shelving speech, and shelve it tomorrow. Wudong was silent again. It was a while before he replied. Wudong, you have a lot of stock. There's no problem updating like this. Decide for yourself. I'll try to get you as many recommendations as I can. Sumu, thank you, editor. Then I'll update like this. Sumu, I'll go ahead and update it to 300,000 words and then write a shelf speech. Wudong, okay, go ahead. Let me know when it hits the shelves tomorrow. I'll help you set it up. Sumu, okay. After ending the conversation with Wudong, Sumu once again opened the author's backstage and then transformed into a ruthless operator. Copy, paste, publish, copy, paste, publish. Finally, it wasn't until nearly half an hour had passed that he stopped. 300,000 words. Finished work. Next, shelving testimonials. Sumu thought for a moment, then wrote a simple and clear shelf speech. More than an hour has passed since the release of the new book. I didn't expect that, in the blink of an eye, It will be on the shelves. Time is so fast. As a budding author and the seniors in the industry, naturally I can't compare. But I have an advantage that none of them have. That is, in my eyes, they are all handicapped. Tomorrow officially on the shelves. Every day 100,000 words of updates to hit the bottom. Standing words as proof. Chapter 19 Greedy of his body. With more than 5.7 million words in stock, the bottoming update of 100,000 words per day, Sumu was charging for it. Even if it was a daily update of 100,000 words, this novel was enough for him to update it for 54 days. Just counting according to 2 months. One book updated for 2 months, 50 books, 100 months, 8.3333 years. Of course, this calculation was definitely not precise, but it probably wasn't that far off. That is to say, even if he updates at this rate, these 50 novels are enough for him to update for 7 or 8 years. 7 or 8 years. He still felt that it was a bit too long. No, when it's on the shelves, I have to find an excuse to sneak in more updates. One update to update 7 or 8 years. I'm a book copyist. How can I have this kind of patience? Saying this, Sumu directly sent out the on-shelf testimonial. Then, found Wudong again. Sumu, editor, the free 300,000 words. I've already finished posting it, and the shelving sentiment has also been posted. Sumu, I plan to update 100,000 words a day after I hit the shelves. What do you think? Sycamore. Sycamore, very good, very powerful, as long as you're happy. Wudong, in this case, I'll set it up for you now. From now on, the chapters you post again will be the shelving chapters. Wudong, in this way tomorrow, when you want to update the shelf content, just update it directly, so that I don't have to affect your update in case I have a meeting or something. You can set it now? That's even better. Sumu, okay, then you help me set it. I'll get up early tomorrow morning and update it. Sycamore, okay, I'll help you set it now. After a couple of minutes. Wudong, good, it's already set. From now on, if you update again, it will all be shelved chapters. Praise-a. Sumu opened the author's background, chapter management, and took a look. Sure enough, there was an extra VIP chapter area. Sumu, thank you editor, please. Wudong, no trouble. Should be something at any time to find me. Sumu, okay expression. Once again, ending the conversation with Wudong, Sumu first pulled out the USB flash drive and put it away, then searched online for Avengers 4 movie download. Li Likuan had already given himself the payment, so the Avengers 4 movie that he wanted should also be given to him. Because the Avengers 4 are already 4 years ago the release of the old movie, a search on the internet found a bunch of download resources. Sumu sifted through some, and finally downloaded a 182-minute long, high-definition version, original sound, with Chinese subtitles. When the movie was downloaded, he used professional editing software to edit the 182-minute long movie into 18 movie clips, and in order, wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 18 numbers. By the time this was done, the time was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Sumu opened the chat window with Li Likuan and sent over a message. Sumu, brother, long time waiting. My side-edited Avengers 4. Sumu, a total of 18 clips, a total length of 182 minutes, all numbered. You watch it in the order I programmed it. Li Likuan, brother, finally waiting for you to get it done. Li Likuan, come on. I can't wait. For years, I've been waiting for 4 years. Looking at the message sent by Li Likuan, Sumu smiled, then sent the 18 segments of the movie over. Finally, Sumu sent another sentence. Sumu, read and burn. Get it? The world that Li Likuan was currently in, there was no Marvel, let alone any Avengers movies. Even those movie actors might not be there. If this movie was accidentally seen by others in that world, or if it was spread, it would probably bring him unimaginable trouble. For example, being taken by that world's mysterious department to do a slice study. Therefore, it was necessary for Sumu to remind him. If he got himself involved again because of such a movie, it would be a big loss. Li Likuan, brother, don't worry. I understand everything in my heart. This movie, only may I watch it alone. Won't let anyone see it. Watch it and delete it. Understanding is good. Sumu, good, then you watch it first. I won't bother. After ending the conversation with Li Likuan, Sumu looked at the other prestige messages. Only then did he realize that he had received quite a few messages during the time he had been tinkering with the new book. Wang Ruo sent a few messages. There were also a few female students in the class that took the initiative to send messages. Then, Bai Qiaoyun also sent a message. In addition, Bai Qiaoyun's mom, Bai Qiaoyun also sent a message. Sumu checked them one by one. Wang Ruoruo, Sumu, are you and Bai Qiaochen together or not? Wang Ruoruo, just now a girl in the second class asked me about you, as if you were quite interesting, but also want your contact information. I did not give her. Wang Ruoruo, I have to ask you first. That girl looks good. The family should be quite rich, ILV. Looks like it is so, but at least tens of thousands of dollars. Absolutely small rich woman. Wang Ruoruo, how about it? Do you want to go deeper and deeper with her? Hiss. The first time he faced such a situation, Sumu didn't know how to answer for a moment. He himself was actually being pursued? This feeling was kinda cool. However, Sumu only pondered for 2 seconds before replying back. None other. Poor. His entire body now is $5,000, which have the heart to talk about love. Everything first to get money. The other thing is, the girl in the second class. Sorry, he really didn't realize that there were better-looking girls in class too. Then there were a few messages from a few other girls in the class. Usually, it is clear that there is not much intercourse, but today it is extraordinarily enthusiastic and active. There's said something like classmates for a time, haven't eaten together yet, invite him to eat together. There are said what, also like basketball, want to about his free time, let him teach basketball. In short, several female classmates have clearly shown good, want to go deeper and deeper with him. However, they were all rebuffed by Sumu one by one. Is this what they like? There was one who counted. Who of them didn't move because of this basketball game at noon today, or from the scene, or from the posting bar and other places, saw his wild body, and only then moved the idea? It's not called liking. To put it bluntly, it's just craving his body. Plus, there were those friend requests that popped up. No matter what her sophomore sister, junior sister, Sumu also all rejected. The same reason. The ones who added his friends now were just craving for his body. Even, it made him uncontrollably think of the joke Bai Qiaoyun said at noon. Congratulations, one match, take the mating rights for 4 years of college. At that time, Sumu only thought she was flirting with herself. But looking at it again now, it seemed to be true. As far as these proactive girls were concerned, Sumu felt that if they simply got along for a few days and then made that kind of request, none of them should refuse. Chapter 20, Guesses Come True, Li Likuan is gone. In the end, there was only Bai Qiaochen and Bai Qiaoyun, the mother and daughter's prestige messages left to read. Let's start with the daughter first. Bai Qiaochen, Brother Su, one of my roommates, greedy for your body, want to pick you up? Bai Qiaochen, height 168 centimeters, weight 49 kilograms, front convex and rear curvature, C+ cup, only had 2 relationships, non-yellow flower girl, but not pregnant, not aborted. Are you interested? Bai Qiaochen. In addition, her mom gave her a month to have a full 6,000 more than the living expenses, but she only spends more than 2,000 per month. The small treasury saved a lot of money, understand it? Bai Qiaochen, Brother Su, can you give a word can package you eat, package you live it. Looking at Bai Qiaochen's last message was sent 10 minutes ago, Sumu laughed at once. Bai Qiaochen is really? How did the words come to her mouth and change flavor? There were girls in class 6 who were interested in him and wanted to get to know him better, he believed. After all, he had just dispatched quite a few such girls. However, he definitely didn't believe that the girl would say it so directly. Having been in love twice, non-yellow flower girl this, she could say this? Also, pack her own food and pack her own house, almost directly said that she would adopt him. Such social words, could a female student who was only a freshman say that? So, these words were definitely processed by Bai Qiaochen. Sumu directly replied back. Sumu, student Bai Qiaochen, please don't add fuel to other people's words, okay? Soon, Bai Qiaochen returned. Bai Qiaochen, question mark. Bai Qiaochen, Brother Su, why are you talking about people like that? People don't understand ya. Bai Qiaochen, I'm just afraid that Brother Su you can't understand it, and use the vernacular to help you translate it. Could it be that this is also doing it wrong, oing oing? Yeah. Is this green tea on the body? Sumu laughed and shook his head, returning, less tea and tea. I'll tell your mom in a while. Just say the original words directly. No need to translate for me. Bai Qiaochen, oh. Bai Qiaochen, she said, didn't see it. That called Sumu's body is surprisingly so sexy. So want to recognize, no more? Sumu was confused after reading it. Just this? People just said such a sentence, and you translated out so much for people? You really know how to translate. Sumu, good translation. Don't translate it next time. Bai Qiaochen, ha ha ha. Bai Qiaochen, I'm not afraid that you don't understand the mind of a girl. Next, the two chatted about something else for a while. Finally, Sumu opened Bai Qiaoyun's chat window. Bai Qiaoyun, little Su, how are you today? The message was sent more than half an hour ago, and at that time, he was still in the middle of uploading his novel. Sumu, Andy Bai as well. I'm having a pretty good day. Are you having a good day? First, he sent over a greeting. Then, Sumu told Bai Qiaoyun about what happened today, roughly, including Bai Xiao Chen looking for him to have lunch together, the two of them going to the basketball court together and so on. Except for the thing about Li Likuan that he didn't say, basically everything that happened today was told to Bai Qiaoyun. After all, she was in a different world, and the only person who could chat with her was an earthling like himself. So, chatting a little more and saying more about Bai Xiao Chen could also comfort her with her longing. Sure enough, these very simple daily routines, Bai Qiaoyun was happy to hear and chat. She also said that the next time Bai Xiao Chen was so naughty, she would directly clean her up, press her to the ground, punch her ass up so a slap, then honest. Sumu seriously thought about it. The picture is very fragrant, very exciting, very looking forward to. The next morning, it was only just 6 o'clock. Sumu crawled out of bed. After washing and brushing, he opened his laptop. Then, expectantly, he opened the author area of the Starting Point website. After a night's time, the novel he had released had gone up 279 favorites. 300,000 words and only 279 favorites. If it was any other author, his mind would have crumbled to pieces. However, Sumu was not affected at all. On the contrary, it was also vaguely excited, because, for him, it was just copying and pasting, without paying the corresponding labor. Since there was no give and take, there was also no situation where the give and take were not proportional. Therefore, he was naturally in a good frame of mind, and was still happy to have 279 readers. And one more thing, he firmly believed that this book could definitely be a big hit, only that the time was too short. Let the bullets fly for a while first. The USB flash drive is plugged in. Sumu next directly opened the ruthless operator mode. Copy, paste, publish, copy, paste, publish. Just like what he said in the shelving testimonial, after the shelving, the bottom update of 100,000 words per day. Until after updating 100,000 words in one breath, he then stopped. Doesn't matter if anyone subscribes to it, he pulled out the USB flash drive, turned off the computer, and was just about to go out to eat breakfast, when suddenly, his cell phone rang twice. It was a message from Li Likuan. Li Likuan, watched all night and cried all night. Iron Man is dead and Team America is old. Li Likuan, alas, just like my life on Earth, it should end. Always have to end. Li Likuan, brother, thank you. Can see the grand finale of the reunion 4. I feel that the previous life on Earth, complete, no regrets. Li Likuan, I hope you have a better future, and I also hope that the future of our planet is better. I'm going to start my own new life. Goodbye. Looking at these messages sent by Li Likuan, Sumu couldn't help but frown. This was the meaning of parting ways. Could it be that this cross-border connection between the two was going to be disconnected? Just as he was about to reply, suddenly, the cell phone screen flashed, and Li Likuan's chat window was gone. Seeing this, Sumu briefly froze for a moment, and then busily opened his friend bar. As a result, he went through all his friends, strangers, and blacklists, and simply did not find Li Likuan as a person. It was as if he had never existed, appeared without a trace, disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was the same as what he had guessed. Once their heart's desire on Earth was finished, then they would have no more ties on Earth, and this cross-border connection, too, would be disconnected. However, although he had already guessed this outcome, when this scene actually happened, Sumu was still a little reluctant. After all, after taking so many things from him, he hadn't even had time to say goodbye and blessings to him. Had I known that the connection would be disconnected so suddenly, brother, I also hope that you are getting better and better in that world, good health, happiness, and peace. Facing the cell phone, Sumu said this sentence very seriously, and then left the rental house with big strides. Chapter 21. The novel scores explode. Li Likuan was gone. To Sumu, it was like a small stone being thrown on a calm lake. There were some ripples, but soon returned to calm. After all, although the two had a bit of friendship, but it wasn't that deep. Of course, more importantly, Li Likuan was not dead. He was still alive, and was still living quite well in another world. Even now, he may be enjoying a great meal in beauty with his right and left arms. When he thought of this, Sumu really could not rise that kind of parting sadness. On the contrary, there was a kind of envy and jealousy. Therefore, in this day's time, He only used less than half a class to completely forget about this guy Li Likuan. Will you be late when you come back from leading the yoga class? On the way out of school in the afternoon, Su Mu and Bai Qiaoyun walked side by side. Today passed pretty much the same as yesterday. During lunch, Bai Qiaoyun took the initiative to come to him again to share the table, still playing an extra chicken leg. However, after lunch today, the two didn't go to the basketball court, but went to the library. Being so mushy for 2 consecutive days, no one would believe it now if they said that the two were not in love. Especially in the posting bar, the post that painfully urged Bai Qiaoyun to turn back, a whole page after a whole page. It's just that she is the school flower of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, and her future is promising. And Su Mu is just a poor loser. The two don't match. That's right. Since it caught fire in the posting bar, Su Mu's shabby family background was blown out yesterday. After all, Haicheng University of Finance and Economics is full of hidden tigers and dragons, and among these tens of thousands of students, an inconspicuous person may be the son of a certain high-ranking cadre. So, if someone really wanted to check his background, it would be too easy. So, Su Mu didn't care about these remarks. Otherwise, but for a person with average mental capacity, being scolded by so many people in the posting bar for being a poor loser and unworthy, his mind would have collapsed long ago. Well, bring a total of 2 yoga classes tonight. Bai Qiaoyun upside down walked beside Su Mu. Wait until the 2 classes are finished. It should also be 9 o'clock in the evening, not too late. 9 o'clock in the evening? Su Mu thought for a moment. I remember that there is a stretch of road over there that is quite remote. In this way, when you're almost finished, I'll go pick you up. Upon hearing that Su Mu was going to pick himself up, the smile on Bai Qiaoyun's face instantly unfolded. Yeah, with my brother Su's protection, the safety factor will definitely increase exponentially. I can even walk sideways, hee. Talking and laughing all the way out of the school gate, the two of them directly parted ways. Su Mu's rental house is on the left side of the school, and the women's yoga club where Bai Qiaoyun is going to work part-time is on the right side of the school. After buying a few buns for dinner on the way, Su Mu returned to his rental house, directly opened his computer and logged into his Starting Point author account. Originally did not expect anyone to subscribe, Su Mu just wanted to see how much the collection had increased. However, until he opened the author's background only to find. When he left in the morning, there were only 279 favorites, and now there are already 96,892 favorites. 96,000 plus? Su Mu stared blankly at the number of collections, feeling like his brain was going blank. Holy shit. What happened? It was obviously only a day's time. How did it go up so many favorites? The effect during the day was so much better than at night? Then it shouldn't be such a big difference. Could it be that? Gave a recommendation? In addition to the recommendation of this possibility, Su Mu really cannot think of what other circumstances can make their own book a daytime up more than 96,000 favorites. Thinking of this, Su Mu was busy logging into his Penguin account. The contact information with editor Wudong was not on Weixin. It was on his Penguin account. In order to be an author at Starting Point, he had specifically gotten such a new Penguin account. Drip, drip, drip. Su Mu had just logged on to his Penguin account when the dripping beep sounded. And the avatar that was bouncing in the lower right corner of the computer was precisely Wudong's avatar. Su Mu was busy clicking it open. Sycamore had sent quite a few messages. The earliest one, at 8:20 in the morning. Sycamore, scratch that, big brother, bullish actually harvested a golden ally. This is the rhythm of becoming a god. Come on. Golden ally master? Su Mu sucked in a breath. As a senior reader who mainly read novels at Starting Point, Su Mu was simply too familiar with the book club title system. In Starting Point, spending 1,000 yuan on a novel would earn you the title of ally of that novel. If you spend 10,000 yuan, you can obtain the title of silver ally. And if you want to get the title of gold ally, you have to spend at least 100,000 yuan. The consumption here mainly included subscriptions and rewards. He himself actually had a gold ally? Su Mu froze as he looked at this message from Wudong, and for a moment he was a bit in disbelief. No wonder the collection skyrocketed so much in one day. Because, no matter if it was a silver ally owner or a gold ally owner, there would be a pop-up window prompt on the Starting Point app software. And this pop-up tip is equivalent to a big recommendation in general, which allows more readers to see the book and thus collect it. Su Mu forced down the urge to go and see his lovely golden ally, and continued to read the message from Wudong. 9:30 a.m. Sycamore, white brother, you're really going to be on fire. This just came out with a gold ally owner, and then 2 silver ally owners popped up. Bull. There are 2 more silver alliance masters? Su Mu was a little giddy with happiness. Wudong, brother, I just want to look at your book. The writing is old-fashioned, the plot ups and downs exciting. You really are not some big god's trumpet? Wudong, to be able to write such writing and plot, I find it hard to believe that you are a new author. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Sycamore, the results of your book, it's just a fierce mess. The readers are super sticky. Sycamore, just now I reflected with the leadership, decided to try a strong recommendation for your book. Wudong, tonight at 12 o'clock, give you airborne recommendation, come on, must keep stable update. After reading these messages from Wudong, Sumu simply had a feeling of happiness falling from the sky. In the morning, he still only had 279 readers, and at night, it was too late to lament. Sumu was busy replying. Sumu, sorry editor, just came back and just saw the message you sent. Sumu, thanks for helping me get the recommendation. Sycamore seemed to be online 24 hours a day at all times and immediately replied back. Sycamore, you're welcome. These are what you deserve. Wudong, as long as the book is good, the site is definitely willing to invest and recommend. After all, the site can also get a higher return. Sycamore, in addition, I read the book you wrote, it's really great. So you're really a new author, not some big god's trumpet? Hiss. This question, how can I answer it? A new author is definitely a new author. But, in a sense, he could also be considered some big god's trumpet. Because this work, in another world, was indeed a work of a great god. And he, on the other hand, was nothing more than a hard-working and kind-hearted porter. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with saying that he was the trumpet of some great god. Of course, these words definitely couldn't be said to Sycamore. Sumu just thought about it for a little while before replying back. Chapter 22. Dog author, less shift. Sumu, bitter smile expression. Sumu, I'm really not some big god's trumpet, but it wouldn't be accurate to say that I'm a new author. Sumu, although this is my first time posting a book, however, I already have a lot of experience in creating books. Suki, I've been writing novels for many years, only it's been single player and unpublished. Sycamore, understood. Sycamore, go ahead and work hard. I feel that you are very much a book to seal the potential of the gods. First get this book and strive for the next book. Sign the contract of the gods. There is not just one type of contract at the starting point. It is divided into ordinary contract, platinum contract, great god contract, and so on. This division is mainly based on the author's past book writing achievements. And the higher the grade of the contract, the more benefits the author could obtain. However, because Sumu didn't have any achievements, the one he signed now could only be the most common ordinary contract. Sumu, thanks editor, I'll definitely work hard. It didn't matter if Wudong was painting a pie with himself, Sumu acted like he was flattered. After chatting a few sentences again and waiting to end the conversation with Wudong, Sumu then opened the author's backstage and looked at it in detail. Favorites, 97,004. Monthly votes, 9886. Recommendation, 34,562. Total income, 95,326.5 yuan. When he saw the final total income, Sumu almost didn't jump up in excitement. A day's time, more than 95,000 yuan of income, it was like a dream. If he were to change before, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Of course, the reward accounted for the majority of this 95,000 plus revenue. A gold ally of 100,000, and after the website split, he could get his hands on $50,000. 2 silver allies 20,000, and after the site share, he can get to 10,000. These 3 allies alone provided him with 60,000 in income. If you add in the even larger number of patriarchs, sect masters, protectors, elders, and so on who rewarded him, the income from the reward alone would be about 65,000. In other words, the subscription income would be around $30,000. However, Sumu was already satisfied, because he only had over 90,000 favorites now. Although it was already a lot, but, in comparison, it was only just the beginning. To know, the starting point website's reader base, but is very huge. Look at the collection of the top 100 books. Which one is not a million collection? Even, the collection of the first list of the book, but also reached a horror of more than 7 million collection. Of course, he did not expect this book to reach that kind of height. But, according to this achievement, the collection to reach millions, the problem should not be too big. Collection of more than 90,000. Subscription can be half a day more than 30,000. If the collection of 900,000? What about 1.8 million? What about 2.7 million? The future can be expected. Thinking of this, Sumu heatedly smiled. Before someone said, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth poor that book earned have to have hundreds of millions. I still do not believe. Now see, the problem is not really big. I'm only this much collection. I can have this income. That book is so hot, plus its other copyright income. It is estimated that it has long been hundreds of millions. After saying that, Sumu ate a bun in 2 bites, filled a mouthful of water, and plugged in the USB drive again. Previously, he also thought that he had to find an excuse to update a little bit more. Otherwise, this 50 novels of his all have to be updated to the monkey years and months. As a result, the excuse this not come. A gold ally, 2 silver ally. How shall not open a few single chapter? Others are for so-and-so gold ally plus a chapter. It's too petty. Add a chapter, that's also called adding more? At least 10 chapters to start. There are 2 silver allies. One must also be 5 chapters to start. 20 chapters. A chapter of 2,000 words, 40,000 words unknowingly updated out. Beautiful. I'll do it. Sumu once again transformed into a ruthless copying machine. Of course, this time it was slightly more emotional. Because he needs to add a little something himself. After the chapter name of each chapter, add this sentence. Add 10 more chapters for XXXX Gold Ally. After the 10 chapters are updated, change the name. Add 5 more chapters for XXX Silver Ally. After 5 chapters are updated, change the name again. Add 5 more chapters for XXX Silver Ally. 20 chapters, easily updated. When the additions for the 3 Alliance Masters were finished, Sumu stared at those bookmasters, elders, and the like. Should I add a chapter to them as well, so that it will be updated even more? However, after a while of thinking, Sumu eventually gave up. If he added too many updates, it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. Because, in the comments section, there was a comment that was like the most. Surprisingly, it was for him to update slower. Dog author. You damn slow down a little update, okay? Really can't catch up, all stayed up all night. You let me go, can't hold up, one drop is gone. In addition to this comment, which was liked and replied to the most, there were quite a few comments like this one. The first time I read a book to see the pressure to. I want to read a book every day after work to amuse. Results, the thought of a day 100,000 words waiting for me, simply more than the pressure of the workforce. I can't stay up, I can't stay up, I haven't closed my eyes since last night. I'm going to sleep. The author of the dog updates again. You guys help me scold a few words. Dog author. I advise you to have some self-awareness. If you update again, I'll send you a razor blade. Sumu wanted to update, however. Seeing a wave of opposition in the comments section, he finally pressed the idea. There was no way. Who let this session's reader fathers not compete? However, the bottoming update of 100,000 words a day can't be missing. In addition, the unspoken rule of the starting point website, that allies add more, could not be changed. Otherwise, his 50 novels will really be updated until the monkey years and months. The next time, Sumu mingled in the novel's comment area, from time to time to show up to reply, playful, more fun than the school bar. The school posting bar is currently full of those who call him poor loser, unworthy, and not self-important. In the novel's comments section, although also scolded him dog author, but in the heart is to love him. Finally, seeing that the time came to 8:30 in the evening, Sumu stopped groping for fish in the novel's comment area. It was time to go pick up Bai Qiaoyun. As soon as the computer was closed, he hummed a little song and left the rental house. Happy. Originally, he had thought about letting the bullets fly for a while. After all, he was a newbie author, and even though the book was a book by a great god, it still took a while for the book to slowly catch fire. As a result, it was only released the next day and it caught fire. Especially this night in the early hours of the morning airborne recommendation. Next, the data will definitely skyrocket, and the income, naturally, will also skyrocket. Think about it as exciting. Now looking back, some people said that the net article god's income of a few million a month, he felt that it was all less. Because he felt that he could easily do it. Of course, it was also related to how much he updated. Other authors, a day also update 10,000 words. His 1 day of updating, against other people's 10 days of updating. Even the amount of updates in a month can be worth a year of other people. Therefore, even if he reached a monthly income of several million, he did not feel strange. After all, it was equivalent to taking a year's worth of income and compressing it into 1 month. Calculating like this, he would at least have to earn tens of millions per month to be comparable to the starting point's great gods. Chapter 23, I take you for a friend. You take me for a father. Half an hour later. After crossing a relatively remote and dimly lit road, Sumu arrived at the downstairs of a club called Yulon Women's Yoga Club. It was a building with only 3 floors. The first floor was a milk tea store. The second floor was an educational training organization. The third floor was only the Yulon Women's Yoga Club. He thought that Bai Qiaoyun was still upstairs and hadn't come down, and just as he was about to wait downstairs for a while, suddenly, Bai Qiaoyun's voice rang out. Sumu, Sumu. Sumu twisted his head to look, and only then did he realize that Bai Qiaoyun was waving at himself at the entrance of the milk tea store. Seeing this, Sumu smiled, then walked over. You've already come down. I thought you were upstairs. Bai Qiaoyun smiled cheekily. I just came down. I happen to be a little thirsty, so I took a break. What to drink? I'll treat you. Sumu also did not be polite with Bai Qiaoyun. He looked at the sign inside the milk tea store and chose an $8 lemonade with ice, large cup. Bai Qiaoyun, on the other hand, asked for a cup of 16 yuan taro hot milk tea for herself. Not long, Bai Qiaoyun and a cup of taro hot milk tea and a large cup of iced lemonade came to the milk tea store window seat. Pushing the large cup of iced lemon water to Sumu, Bai Qiaoyun sat down and took a sip of the taro hot milk tea. Her small expression was full of enjoyment and satisfaction. Well, you know, being able to drink a cup of hot milk tea every night is simply one of the great blessings in life. Sumu inserted the straw into the lemonade and took a big sip, nodding her head. Auntie Bai said that this habit of yours was still developed when you were in middle school. When you were in junior high school, for fear that you were under a lot of pressure from studying and your nutrition couldn't keep up, affecting your development, Aunt Bai would get you a cup of hot milk every night. Later, read high school, study pressure is even greater. Milk cannot satisfy you. Have to drink milk tea? However, not every day, Aunt Bai said. A week at most let you drink once, however, you will steel yourself to buy, she knows. Hearing Sumu say this, Bai Qiaoyun covered her mouth and laughed. Really? Why did my mom tell you everything and what else? Sumu thought about it and gestured at Bai Qiaoyun's bulge. Aunt Bai is quite surprised, said, when she first left you, you were only a B cup, didn't even think that you could develop into a D+. And also let me ask, if you were not augmented, but I haven't been good enough to ask. Bai Qiaoyun's face immediately turned red. 呼龙啊，纯天然的好不好？回头告诉我妈，她离开的时候我都吸了，那个时候还让我穿逼的，都影响我发育了，或者我现在可能都不止 D+，怎么也得是个 E. After saying that, Bai Qiaoyun seems to think of something and then changed her mouth. Forget it. Don't talk to my mom about this. Don't let her really think it's affecting my development. I'm just kidding. Don't say it. Okay. Sumu laughed. Don't say it. After chatting a few sentences again, Bai Qiaoyun turned her tone and said, Hey, Sumu, are you having any happy events? Why are you so happy? Sumu looked at Bai Qiaoyun and innocently said, Is there? There is. Bai Qiaoyun affirmed. When you came over just now, I could see it, joyful, just short of writing the word happy on your face. What's so happy? I go. Acting so obvious? The reason why Sumu is happy is definitely because the novel from the starting point is on fire. Today's day hadn't even ended yet, and it was already over $90,000. To say something slightly shabby, he hadn't seen what more than $90,000 looked like in his life. So now, in less than a day, he had earned more than $90,000, and after being on the recommendations tonight, he could earn even more. How could he not be happy? Only, he didn't expect that he would behave so obviously. Facing Bai Qiaoyun's curious eyes, Sumu thought for a moment and said in a fuss, Of course I'm happy, to be able to pick up big schoolgirl Bai to go back to school. That in itself is a very happy thing, yes. Bai Qiaoyun stared at Sumu's eyes, and after 2 or 3 seconds, she bared her teeth and laughed. Although I know you're lying to me, but I'll listen to it seriously. Besides, I have a question I've always wanted to ask you. Suki took 2 big gulps of lemonade. What question? It seemed inconvenient to say it. Bai Qiaoyun pulled a long tone, but, in the end, didn't say it. Sumu, however, nodded with a solemn face, loved. Bai Qiaoyun bared her teeth and laughed out. What are you just loved? Do you know what I'm going to ask? Then you to say, you do not say how I know. Bai Qiaoyun smiled and bit her lip, said, It is? You? What is your relationship with my mom now? Huh? Sumu all froze. What did this question mean? What do you mean, what is the relationship between yourself and her mom? What kind of relationship could there be? Sumu looked at Bai Qiaoyun in disbelief. What do you mean, what kind of relationship do I have with your mom? Didn't quite understand. Bai Qiaoyun's face was red, hardened her head and said, My mom doesn't go to you every night. You two? Just talk and chat? If it's just that, why does my mom only look for you and not come to me? She has been going to find you. Is it because you two still? When the words came to this, Bai Qiaoyun stretched out the index fingers of her right and left hands and bumped them against each other a few times towards one piece. Seeing this, the muscles on Su Mu's face uncontrollably twitched. Good your white skin, beautiful, big breasts and buttocks of Bai Qiaoyun. I take you as my friend. You take me as your father? Excessive. You cannot not trust me, Su, but how can you not trust your mom? Thanks for coming up with this plot. What's this called? A ghost and a man in love? An old ghost eating young grass? Your brain circuits are really refreshing. But, thinking about it carefully, Bai Qiaoyun's skepticism was also somewhat justified. The dream-tossing argument, although it was very good, however, it also had certain drawbacks. First of all, as Bai Qiaoyun's own daughter, her own old mom wants to dream. Why not come to herself? Why did she have to give Su Mu a dream and then let him pass it on? Secondly, is it possible that there is some kind of closer relationship between the two? If there was that kind of more intimate relationship between the two, it seemed to explain why Bai Qiaoyun kept going to him. Stop, stop, stop. Su Mu was busy calling a halt. Stop. I now solemnly declare that between me and your mom, there is no messy relationship of the kind you think. Secondly, why does your mom only dream to me? Maybe it's because I have a special physique. I asked her. She really can't dream to you. Lastly, it's not what you think. I'm not talking to your mom all night long. Your mom to dream, accounted for more than my whole night time, is very, very little, and only a few minutes to leave. She cannot come out for too long. In addition, the two of us will simply chat, do not do anything else. Chapter 24 Income skyrocketed, movie and television adaptations. Seems to be amused by Su Mu's speechless look in general, by Xiao a face of redness. Eventually, covering his mouth, body a twitch of laughter. Su Mu all looked numb. This is very, very funny. It took a long time for Bai Qiaoyun to return to normal. She laughed while saying, got it, that, let's change the topic, discuss it again. I'm afraid that my mom should come out and beat me. You still know to be afraid of your mom? Su Mu said, thanks to you being able to think of it. Bai Qiaoyun giggled again. In the next few hours, Su Mu and Bai Qiaoyun chatted about something else. It wasn't until the time came to 9:40 p.m. that the two of them left the milk tea store. The time was almost up. The school dormitory lights out at 11 o'clock sharp at night. After Bai Qiaoyun went back, she still had to wash and scrub, and if she went back any later, she might not be able to finish her work before lights out. The two of them talked and laughed all the way, unknowingly walked through that remote section of the road, and soon arrived at the entrance of the Haicheng University of Finance and Economics. Until the lights went out in the school dormitory, the neighborhood of the school was always so lively. At the school entrance, pairs of intimate couples went back and forth, and there were even some couples embracing in the darkness near the main entrance, holding each other's heads and nibbling hard. Su Mu and Bai Qiaoyun did not know how many such couples they had seen along the way. Because the school was still lit up at this time, there were still a lot of students coming and going. So, it was enough for Su Mu to send her to the school entrance. Well, you can go back by yourself the rest of the way. I won't send you. Well, then you go back and rest early too, Bai. Bai Qiaoyun smiled brightly. Her smile seemed to always be so sunny and bright. Bai. Su Mu also returned a bright smile. It was only until he saw Bai Qiaoyun bouncing into the campus that he withdrew his gaze and left the place. The next morning, Su Mu got up early and turned on his computer. There was no rush to plug in a USB flash drive to update, but first logged into the author account at the starting point. Yesterday's one day's income had already been tallied. Total income, 134,785.3 yuan. Among them, rewards accounted for 67,100 yuan, and subscription income was 67,685 yuan. Seeing that yesterday's one day, he had earned over 134,700, Su Mu almost didn't pass out from happiness. Then, he checked the book's current collection. Although it was only recommended in the early hours of the morning, but the increase was also very pleasing. The collection had already reached 150,000. According to this speed, it is likely to break through 300,000 favorites today. Then, he logged into the Penguin account that was specially prepared for writing books. Wudong had indeed sent him 2 messages. One was from 1 a.m. Sycamore, wonderful, wonderful writing. I'm addicted to it. One was from 3 a.m. Wudong, terrible, I just checked. Your book collection subscription ratio, strong outrageous, have caught up with several of our site's top gods, As long as the quality of the current stable, this book must be sealed God. Seeing Wudong send these two messages, Sumu was stunned. Good guy. Are the editors at the starting point all desperate? They don't even sleep at 3 a.m. cultivating immortality? In the face of Wudong's encouragement, Sumu originally wanted to reply with some words of indignation and encouragement. However, after pondering for a while, he finally only replied with a simple sentence. Sumu, editor, be sure to take care of your health os. Next, it was merciless operator time. The U-disk was plugged in. Copy, paste, publish, copy, paste, publish. The next few days, Sumu lived an unusually adequate life. And this, mainly thanks to the starting point author's background, more and more income every day. Calculated from the start of the shelves. The first day, collection 150,000, income 134,000. The second day, collection 320,000, income 214,000. The third day, collection 490,000, income 360,000, 8,000. Day 4, collection 680,000, income 725,000. The fifth day, collection 850,000, income 700,000, 1,000. In just 5 days, income of $2,140,000,000, which makes even $90,000 have never seen him. How can he not be sufficient? Of course, in just 5 days, his updated word count also reached a horrifying 950,000. It was reasonable to say that counting his previous updates of 100,000 words per day, it was at most 840,000 word count. And the reason why he updated to 950,000 and updated out an extra 110,000 was mainly because there were several more allies. Like on the fourth day, the income all exceeded the collection. The main reason was, that day, for golden allies appeared. For golden allies, a lone reward provided him with 200,000 income. And with one golden alliance owner's 20,000 word update, on that day alone, he added 80,000 more words. As usual, not long after school ended in the afternoon, Sumu carried a few buns and returned to the rental house. Although there are now several $100,000 of income every day, but, after all, this money has not yet entered his pocket. So, leading to him in life, for the time being, nothing has changed. Taking advantage of the computer being on, Sumu wolfed down a bun, and then logged into the specialized Penguin account. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, just as he logged into the Penguin account, a dripping penguin beep sounded. Without thinking, it was definitely Wudong, because there was no one else besides him in this specialized author's Penguin account. Sumu smoothly clicked on the avatar that was bouncing in the lower right corner of the computer and then took another big bite of the bun. Just as he was about to eat while looking at what message Wudong had sent again, suddenly, both of his eyes rounded at once and even, because of too much excitement, this mouthful of buns that his mouth hadn't chewed much yet, he swallowed it hard. Cough. Sumu reddened his face and dryly coughed twice. He didn't care about almost being choked. Both eyes were still tightly staring at the computer screen. Because the message sent by Wudong was too shocking. A company wanted to buy the movie and television rights of his book. Wudong, in or out, good news, a movie and television company looks at you this novel. Want to buy the movie and television rights of your novel. Wudong, dry brother. You usually do not log on this penguin number? Wudong, when are you online? Online, hurry to give me back a word. Looking at these messages that Wudong sent to himself at around 11 in the morning, Sumu first gulped a mouthful of saliva, then busily replied. Sumu, came to come, just got busy, late or not, did it come late? Sycamore, not too late, can finally wait for you. Wudong seems to be waiting for him in general, immediately replied. Wudong, first to give you a situation, film and television adaptation rights, is the need for 3 parties to sign a contract, you, the site, the film and television company. Wudong, the company and that side of the people approached, have talked. The other side is still very sincere, willing to bid 8 million, by your book, film and television rights. Chapter 25. The third traveler appears. Shit. A company wants to spend $8 million to buy the copyright of this novel of his? Seeing the message sent by Wudong, Sumu was so happy that he felt his brain vertigo. $8 million. According to the sharing contract he signed with the Starting Point website, he would get $4 million. This happiness came too suddenly. Wudong, the website side means, this price is really good. The next main thing is your side's meaning. What do you plan to do? What intention? Definitely sell 100 birds in the forest is better than 1 bird in the hand. Sumu had 50 novels in his hand. He wasn't short of the copyright of this one novel, What he was short of was money. Now that there was a chance to exchange the copyright for money, and the price was right, what was there to hesitate about? However, although this was what he thought in his heart, this was not how Sumu replied. Sumu, hiss. Only 8 million ah, can't we fight for more? Bargaining well, can earn a little more is a little. Sycamore, have fought, but 8 million is the other side of the tolerance limit. They are only willing to pay to this price. Wudong. And this price is really not low. Our website can get this price of film and television rights. There are only a few head god. Wudong. Of course, you still have to agree. If you think the price is not suitable, then the three-way contract cannot be signed. Agree. Why not agree? It was already the treatment of several head gods of the website. What was there to disagree with? Still, Sumu didn't rush to reply with an agreement, but gossiped and asked a question. Sumu, so, editor, how much is the cost of the movie and television adaptation rights of the works of several head gods of our website, at most? Wudong. Sycamore, how should I put it? Your question involves a confidentiality agreement. Sycamore, it's not that I don't tell you, but I can't tell you. Wudong, I can only tell you roughly. A certain god's single work of film and television adaptation rights, 8 figures. As for what specific figure, cannot say. 8 figures? Sumu couldn't help but stare for a moment. Boy, 10 million level ah. It seemed that he still had some gaps. However, he wasn't bereft. He was a book copyist. What was there to be bereaved about? Wudong, on your side as well, if you want to sign a contract for the transfer of movie and television copyrights, you also have to sign a confidentiality contract and cannot be externally penetrated. Wudong, how about it? Do you want to give you 2 days to consider? Consider? Consider a hammer, yo. Definitely sign the contract first, get the royalties first, and then say ah. Sumu, no need to think about it. Sumu, I think I'm a new author, and the other party is willing to offer $8 million for the movie and TV adaptation rights of my work, so it's already very sincere. Sumu, so it's settled. Wudong, so you agree to sell the movie and television adaptation rights of this novel of yours for $8 million. Sumu, yes, agreed. Wudong, good. I'll pull a group, you and the website legal affairs, and the people on the movie and TV company side. You 3 parties will talk about this together. Next, Wudong invited Sumu to join a discussion group, which included the head of legal affairs of the Starting Point website and the head of that movie and television company. The 3 parties were thus in the discussion group, chatting for a while, which involved how many words Sumu intended to write this book to. Sumu didn't hide it, and confessed that the book had already been written, totaling more than 5.7 million words. The other thing is the Starting Point website. The Starting Point website is not a white split of 4 million, took this money, but also has a responsibility. According to the 3-party contract, the Starting Point website need to make his novel, get higher visibility, higher exposure. Directly speaking, is to give this book, get more recommendations, so that this book has more fans and popularity. In this way, when the book is really changed into a movie or television work, it will have a large number of fans and topics. Invisibly, it will alleviate the promotion and distribution costs of the movie and television companies. The ratings will also have a certain guarantee. Moreover, all 3-party contracts, nowadays, are like this, and there is no such thing as a website sharing money for nothing. After taking the money, it is necessary to do something. Only, what made Sumu regretful was that because he was only a new author and had no previous achievements, he could only sign an ordinary contract with the website. It would be good if the ordinary contract was replaced with a Great God contract. Ordinary contracts are 55 points with the website for these royalties and whatnot, but the Great God contract is definitely not. It's 37 cents, 28 cents, and the author is the one who gets the big bucks. If it is 28 points, 800 million, he can take 6.4 million, can be 2.4 million more than the current income. 2.4 million think of liver pain. All this money can be enough for him to buy a small house of about 40 square meters in the remote part of Haicheng. Finally, until about 8 o'clock, the 3-party electronic contract was signed. The movie and television rights were officially sold. Moreover, the copyright money can choose not to go to the Starting Point website. The movie and television company side also said that within these 2 days, the money will be hit to his personal account and the Starting Point of the company account respectively. And the thought that, within these 2 days, he will have an account of 4 million. Sumu immediately do not feel liver pain. Even, his body was filled with strength and passion, and he had an impulse that he couldn't wait to release a little. Then, he happily posted a single chapter and shared with the readers that the movie and television rights of this novel had been sold. Of course, Just posting a single chapter was definitely not enough. In order to celebrate, it definitely had to be added a bit more Utilizing this reason, Sumu logically updated an additional 50,000, directly updating the word count of this novel to 1 million. Then, the entire novel still had more than 4.7 million words left to be updated. Miscalculation. Had I known that the movie and television rights were sold today, I should have eaten something nice tonight to celebrate. After updating the word count to 1 million, Sumu picked up the 2 buns that had already cooled down on the side and chewed them with a big mouthful. Soon, after gulping down the 2 buns and drinking a cup of water, he was just about to start continuing to feel the fish in the novel's comments section. Suddenly, the dripping penguin beep sounded again. How did editor Sycamore change her avatar? Looking at the bottom right corner of the computer, a black avatar was pulsing. Sumu was slightly strange for a moment, then, smoothly, he clicked on it. He was just about to see what message editor Wudong had sent again. As a result. It was such a look. The whole person, all of a sudden, was stunned, because he then realized that this person is not Sycamore editor at all. Instead, it was a penguin friend named Zhang Kangjian. Zhang Kangjian. Zhang Kangjian. Crap, it's actually contacted? Zhang Kangjian. Bro, are you from Earth? Looking at these 3 messages from Zhang Kangjian, Sumu directly sucked in a breath of cool air. Shit, another traveler? It turned out that the problem really appeared in himself. It turned out that it was really himself who had some sort of special ability that could make these travelers who had gone out from Earth contact themselves. Chapter 26. The straightforward Earth hometown of the high martial world. Previously, when there was only Bai Qiaoyun, Sumu thought it was a coincidence. However, when another Li Likuan popped up later, he then keenly realized that it didn't seem to be as simple as a coincidence. And now, after this third traveler popped up, he could already pat his chest and say that it was definitely not a coincidence. There was definitely a problem. Moreover, the problem was with himself. All 3 travelers had contacted him. It would be hell if the problem didn't appear on him. Holy shit. I actually do have the ability to make the travelers who traveled out from Earth contact. This is really a surprise. After a moment of being somewhat confused, Sumu mumbled these words, and then gave this one called Zhang Kangjian a reply. Sumu, brother, plain speaking, you're a traveler who crossed out from Earth, right? Straight to the point. This wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation, so foreplay could be skipped. Zhang Kangjian. Zhang Kangjian, bullshit brother. How did you know that I'm a traveler who traveled out from our Earth? Bullshit. You've met 3 of them. How do you think you knew? Moreover, the way you greeted each other was surprisingly consistent. Nothing new at all. Sumu didn't hide it and confessed, you're the 3rd traveler I've met. Zhang Kangjian, hiss. Zhang Kangjian, brother, you mean that you have already met 2 travelers like me before? Sumu, well? Zhang Kangjian, great. Then can you tell me their names or contact information? Maybe I can still find them in this world. They are all hometowns of our Earth. Think about it and get excited. Air. This idea of his was obviously a bit pure. Bai Qiaoyun and Li Likuan were not in the same world at all. And this Zhang Kangjian, the probability was that he was also not in the same world as the 2 of them. Sumu, I don't think it's very likely. Are you in the zombie world? Zhang Kangjian, not in a zombie world is what the hell. There are zombies in the world, that shitty place. Dogs don't go right. Sumu. Anybody, someone scolded you. Sumu. So the world you're in, entertainment, culture, etc. is similar to Earth? Zhang Kangjian. Not even close. You won't believe me when I say it. I don't know if you read novels or not, but this world I'm in is a low-profile version of a high martial world. Ayo? A low compatibility version of a high martial world? Sumu froze and his eyes lit up at once. Surprisingly, he came across one who traveled to a high martial world. This was too exciting. As a man who doesn't have a passionate and hot-blooded expert dream in his heart, the guy from the high martial world, if he doesn't get some cultivation secrets from him, he definitely can't let him go. Zhang Kangjian, oh, got it. I see what you mean. Zhang Kangjian, those 2 Earth homies you ran into before, it wouldn't be that one traveled to the zombie world, and the other traveled to a parallel world that's almost the same as our Earth, right? Yo, not bad. Surprisingly, he was able to react. Sumu, that's right. One of them traveled to the zombie world, and the other traveled to a parallel world that's much different from our Earth. So, the probability of you encountering them in that world of yours, I feel it's the same as 0. Zhang Kangjian, Zhang Kongjian, Cam, that's too bad. I thought I could run into our Earth's hometown in my world. It seems overthinking it. Zhang Kongjian, right bro, can you do me a favor then? Coming. His unfulfilled wish on Earth had come. Sumu knew that based on Bai Qiaoyun's and Li Likuan's experience, Zhang Kongjian must also have an unfinished wish on Earth. Sumu, brother, you speak first. I'll see how it goes. I'll definitely help if I can. Zhang Kongjian, okay brother, the situation is like this. What about me? Time passes by in a flash, and it is 10:30 at night in the twinkling of an eye. Through this exchange of more than an hour, Sumu finally knew Zhang Kongjian's situation. Zhang Kongjian, a person born in a small village in the north, had no parents since he was a child and had a mixed fate. He started working outside from the age of 16, and when he was 22, he talked about a girlfriend. As a result, after getting along for only half a year, he was cheated out of all his savings by this girlfriend. Also because of this matter, he gave up on himself for a while. Later, sealing his heart and locking his love, he raised a golden retriever as a companion. Time is 8 years. When he was 30 years old, he suddenly found out that he suffered from lung cancer. Even though he spent all his savings, he failed to change his fate. No way. After all, the savings he had accumulated as a pure laborer were simply a drop in the bucket in front of this disease. Then, back to the poor, he took the golden hair, back to the rural home, intending to spend the last days of his life in peace and quiet. However, the house fell apart. Of course, fate was kinda lenient to him and gave him another life. However, like Bai Qiaoyun and Li Likuan, he has unfinished business on Earth. His attachment was the golden retriever that had been with him for more than 8 years. In his unfortunate life, this golden retriever that had followed him for 8 years was more than just a family member. It was his spiritual support and reliance. Therefore, even though he had crossed over, he had always thought about this golden hair. Moreover, his wish is very simple. That is, he wants Su Mu to help find this golden hair of his and give it a good end. An 8-year-old golden hair was already considered a very old dog and didn't have a few years left to live. Although Su Mu had never raised a dog, he could understand Zhang Kongjian's feelings for this dog, so he agreed to this request from Zhang Kongjian. Of course, it was mainly because the other party was too understanding. Su Mu's side hadn't even said anything yet, and he took the initiative to offer to pay. It was really hard to refuse someone as straightforward as this. Zhang Kongjian, so brother, just say what you want. We're all Earth hometowns. There's no need to be polite between us. Zhang Kongjian, I currently have a bottle of Beast Bloodbone Strengthening Dan on my side, 10 of them. After taking them, they can make your chi and blood values grow and improve. Zhang Kongjian, to put it in layman's terms, it's something that makes your body stronger. It's a very good thing. These 10 of them will at least double your body's overall quality. Zhang Kongjian, in addition, I also have a bottle of marrow cleansing and vein repairing liquid. After taking it, it has the effect of cleansing the marrow and remodeling the muscles and bones. Zhang Kongjian, this bottle is more expensive than the Beast Blood and Bone Strengthening Dan, however, I don't recommend it because our Earth is not a high martial arts world, and it would be better to take the Beast Blood and Bone Strengthening Dan directly for marrow cleansing and veins. Zhang Kongjian, of course, it also depends on the situation. If your body previously left any dark disease, hands and feet, or what joints and so on have an impact, this thing is good. Washing the marrow and veins, a moment will be able to give you back. Zhang Kongjian, but the kind of situation with broken hands and feet won't work. The marrow cleansing liquid doesn't have that powerful effect. Chapter 27, 36 Styles of Slamming Man. Zhang Kongjian came up and recommended 2 medicines to Su Mu. Moreover, he also explained the uses in great detail and expressed his opinion. However, Su Mu was not very interested. The first one was the Beast Bloodbone Strengthening Pill. The effect of the Beast Bloodbone Strengthening Pill was that after taking it, it could enhance the comprehensive quality of the body. In the piece of comprehensive body quality, Su Mu felt that he could not need to enhance it. Because he had already taken the genetic enhancement potion from the zombie world, his body had already been substantially upgraded. Of course, the main thing was, he was worried that after taking the gene strengthening potion before, if he took the Beast Bloodbone Strengthening Pill now, it might not be able to have the desired effect anymore. The same was true for the marrow cleansing and vein repairing liquid. Moreover, since his body has been strengthened by the gene strengthening potion, he has been good all day long, without any discomfort, not to mention any dark diseases. Plus, Zhang Kongjian does not recommend it either, so his interest is even less. Su Mu thought about it and replied very directly. Su Mu, brother, both of these things are indeed good. They are good things, but I want some secret books. Su Mu, I'm right now, right? My physical quality is okay, quite strong. So, can you give me some whole secret cultivation books from your world? Zhang Kongjian. It seemed that he didn't expect Su Mu to make this kind of request. Zhang Kongjian first came back with a string of ellipses. Zhang Kongjian, brother, maybe I didn't make it clear to you. It's fine for you to want cultivation secrets. I can give you the ones that are more precious, but it's useless for you to ask for them. Ayo? Useless? What do you mean? Sumu wondered for a moment and was just about to reply when Zhang Kongjian sent it again. Zhang Kongjian, this world I'm in is different from our Earth. I'm in a world where heaven and earth are filled with a kind of energy that can be absorbed. Zhang Kongjian, the so-called cultivation is to absorb this energy to strengthen and grow oneself. Zhang Kongjian, however, we don't have this kind of energy on Earth. Zhang Kongjian, so you understand, right? Zhang Kongjian, it's not that I don't give it to you. It's that it's useless even if I give it to you. You can't cultivate it all on our Earth. The situation in these two worlds is different. Hiss. After reading Zhang Kongjian's explanation, Su Mu's brows furrowed. Can't be. I have my pants down and you say no? Undeterred, he replied, brother, how do you know we don't have that kind of energy on Earth? It was not a question, pure curiosity. When Zhang Kongjian was on Earth, he definitely didn't know how to cultivate, and he crossed over to the high martial world and never came back. So, how did he know that he couldn't cultivate on Earth? Zhang Kongjian, because on our Earth, there are no rabbits that are as powerful as oxen, no pythons that are 100 meters long, and no oxen with skins so thick that even bullets can't penetrate them. Air. Understood. Seeing Zhang Kongjian say this, Sumu instantly understood. The kind of energy that Zhang Kongjian was talking about could not only be used by humans, but could also be absorbed by animals. If there was that kind of energy on Earth, then the chickens, ducks, rabbits, cats, dogs, and other animals on Earth would have become outrageous long ago. And vice versa. Since the chickens, ducks, rabbits, and other animals on Earth did not become outrageous, then it also means that that kind of energy does not exist on Earth. Thinking of this, Sumu regretfully said, no way. It's not easy to come across a crossing to the world of high martial arts. As a result, the cultivation technique is still unable to be used on Earth, should it be so miserable. In front of the computer, Sumu just finished muttering. Zhang Kongjian sent another message. Zhang Kongjian, brother, our Earth is so peaceful. Why do you have to cultivate secret books? Not very meaningful, and do not have to fight with people all day long to do battle. Sumu nodded. It makes sense. However, not accepted. The so-called cultivation secret is force. And the significance of force to a man is like a nuclear bomb to a country. I cannot use it, but I have to have it. I cannot bully others, but I have to make sure that when I am bullied, I have the force that makes him regret being born. Sumu. This is not afraid of being bullied in the future. You also live on our planet for almost 31 years of people. What kind of hanging on our planet, you do not know, have not been bullied? Zhang Kongjian. Zhang Kongjian, brother, your words are a bit heartbreaking. Zhang Kongjian, this way, you help me to beat up a few more people, okay? I suddenly remembered a few dogs, do not need to get dead, make them disabled on the line. Sumu. Sumu, look, this is the situation. Do you think I should need force? Zhang Kongjian, need too damn need. Zhang Kongjian, this way, you wait for a while. I'll go ask my cheap old man to see if I can find a cultivation secret book suitable for use on Earth. Of these three travelers that Sumu had met so far, Zhang Kongjian belonged to the best travelers. His current identity was the only son of a certain city lord. And his cheap old dad was not only the lord of a city, but also the person with the highest force in that city. Therefore, what his dad knew was far more than what he knew. 20 minutes later, Zhang Kongjian sent another message. Zhang Kongjian, brother, still there, good news, good news. Zhang Kongjian, I found a secret book that can be cultivated on Earth. Ayo? Sumu, who had been waiting in front of the computer, was instantly energized. Sumu, really? Zhang Kongjian, of course it's true. Zhang Kongjian, I only realized that there is such a cultivation technique after asking my cheap old man. Zhang Kongjian, the name of this gong method is called the 36 Styles of Fierce Man. What the hell? Sumu's eyes rounded at once. 36 Styles of Fierce Man? This crap name, why does it sound immodest? Sumu was busy replying, wait a minute, brother, wait a minute. Sumu, are you sure this thing is proper? Zhang Kongjian, don't worry, it's definitely a proper cultivation technique. Zhang Kongjian, This Fierce Man 36 styles is different from other cultivation techniques. It doesn't need to absorb that kind of energy from heaven and earth. It's transformed food energy. Zhangkangjian, that is to say, the amount of meals you will become will be very large, especially if you consume more nourishing and meaty things. Otherwise, you will easily get hungry. Oh, this kind of Suki had seen such a plot from some novels. Sumu, understand, is it difficult to practice? Zhangkangjian, it's not difficult to practice, it's just 36 movements. After you do it skillfully, it's almost the same as doing radio gymnastics. Like this, I'll send it to you directly, just take a look at it and you'll know. Zhangkangjian, alright, already sent it over to you. This time it was simple. Sumu didn't even look around to see it. Because a book that said 36 Styles of Fierce Men was sitting on his laptop keyboard. Chapter 28. Beginning Cultivation, Appetite Increased. Looking at the 36 Styles of Fierce Man that appeared on his laptop's keyboard, Sumu really couldn't connect it with the secret manual. Because of this crappy name, how could he look at it? How could he not look like something he could read in a serious time? He even suspected that it contained some very hot images of men and women. Sumu picked it up and flipped the first page. A line of cautions, just 6 words. Woman practicing with caution. Seeing this, Sumu had a head full of question marks. This caveat was so casual, only saying that women should practice with caution. But why? Sumu didn't even scroll down and directly sent it to Zhangkangjian. Sumu, bro, caveat. What does that women's cautious practicing mean? Zhangkangjian, oh, that you don't have to care, it has nothing to do with you. Sumu was speechless. Goddamn, it has nothing to do with himself. Sumu, bro, I know it has nothing to do with me, but I want to know the reason. Zhangkangjian, oh, the reason actually there is nothing to say. Zhangkangjian, the reason why this cultivation technique is called the 36 Styles of Fierce Man is because it favors males. Zhangkangjian, of course, it's not to say that women can't refine it, but for women to refine it, there might be some unbearable situations. Zhangkangjian, for example, growing a knot in the throat, practicing bony hard pectoral muscles, growing a beard. My cheap dad said that there are women who practice this 36 styles for fierce men, and even their chest hairs can grow out. Hiss. Seeing this, Sumu was stunned. In his mind, a picture emerged. A woman with hideous muscles, protruding throat knots, a mouthful of beard, and a chest of guard hair. Boy, how can you call this a woman? No wonder there was such a special precaution, specifically written, women should practice with caution. This is one thing that if one is not careful, it is very likely to be practiced as a misogyny. Sumu, what about men? Are there any disadvantages for men to practice? Zhangkangjian, men don't have any. Men can only get stronger the more they practice. Because of this, it's called the 36 styles for fierce men. It's okay. Men do not have disadvantages is good. Sumu, okay, then you go and get busy. I'll study it first. Zhangkangjian, no problem. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. If I don't understand, I'll help you to ask my cheap old dad. Zhangkangjian, in addition, brother, my golden retriever you bother, as soon as possible to help me to find. It is after all just a dog. After I died, it is even more of a stray dog. Every extra day that passes, it is one more day of danger. I am really worried about it. Sumu, you don't worry about it. I will go over tomorrow. No matter what the situation is, I will definitely give you a result. Just like Zhangkangjian said, the golden retriever was after all just a dog, not a human. Counting the time, it had already been living alone for almost a month. Even, there was no guarantee that it was still alive now. After all, once Zhangkangjian died, that golden retriever of his became a stray dog. If someone in the village had fed it or adopted it, that would naturally be good. However, it was also possible that it had been killed, or eaten, or stolen by dog thieves. Therefore, before finding the golden hair, Sumu couldn't guarantee that he would definitely give Zhangkangjian a satisfactory result. And Zhangkangjian, too, obviously knew that there would be multiple possibilities. Zhangkangjian, okay brother, no matter what the result is, I'll wait. Sumu, success, wait for my news then. After ending the conversation with Zhangkangjian, Sumu then took the book, 36 Styles of Fierce Man, and carefully flipped through it. Originally, he thought that there would be a lot of acupoints, meridians, and things like where the chi goes and where the force sinks. As a result, no. The above was just some strange movements, as well as the detailed essentials when performing these movements. For example, the thumb ring finger is pinched hard, the mouth is closed, and the tip of the tongue is licking the palate. It was all little details like that. Sumu quickly flipped through them and developed a deep skepticism. Is this 36 styles of slamming man reliable or not? How come it feels like it was bought by pieces of Yushu? As long as one poses these movements, it's fine? However, skepticism aside, he still flipped the book back to the first page and followed the first pose in the 36 styles of slamming man and learned it. Perhaps because of the reason of taking the gene-strengthening potion, his control over himself or his body's coordination ability had already surpassed the realm of ordinary people. Obviously a very awkward posture, he easily made it. Even, all the details, all done according to the main points. That's it? That's how it feels. Is there any change? After making the first movement, Sumu meditated and felt it, and as a result, didn't feel any difference at all. Then turning the page, he began to imitate the second movement. Finally, more than 10 minutes later, Sumu did all the 36 postures and movements in the 36 styles of Fierce Man, and he guaranteed that he did it the same as what was required in the book. Even in the 36 styles for Fierce Men, the last 6 most difficult postures and movements, he did them all perfectly. But as a result, nothing felt or changed. Now, he was not only deeply skeptical of this book, 36 Styles of the Fierce Man, sent by Zhang Kongjian, but he was also deeply skeptical of Zhang Kongjian as a person. Was it possible that this fellow hadn't crossed over to the high martial world at all? Was it possible that he had only traveled to a very ordinary world, and then falsely claimed that he had traveled to the high martial world, playing with himself the entire time? If that was the case, I would have to stew that golden hair of his, shoot the whole thing into a video, and send it to him. Just as Sumu opened the chat window with Zhang Kongjian, preparing to ask him why he practiced once and felt nothing, suddenly, his stomach erupted with a gurgling sound. Air? Sumu froze and looked at his stomach, a little confused. Hungry? Hungry? He himself had eaten quite a lot tonight. Ever since his body had been strengthened by the gene-strengthening potion, his meal volume had really grown a lot. Even, normally, it was enough to eat just 3 big buns at night, but now he needed to eat 6 at night. And he was pretty sure that he had eaten 6 big buns tonight as well. But how could he get hungry so quickly? Could it be that? Like he thought of something, Sumu was busy leaving the rental house in big strides and stomped downstairs. More than 10 minutes later, when Sumu returned to the rental house again, the hand has more than 10 pounds of cooked beef. Bought in front of the neighborhood, usually more than 70 yuan a caddy, Sumu went, people are going to close the stall home, to 65 yuan, all sold to him. A total of 13 pounds of cooked beef, $845, wipe a zero, charged him 850. Chapter 29, Martial Arts Genius, Sumu. Sumu carried this 13 pounds of cooked beef to the kitchen, and with his hand, he directly cut it into several large pieces. Tonight, it definitely counted as one of the few times in his life that he was extravagant. Simply buying cooked beef cost him $850. If this was in the past, he would have to curse himself for being a loser. However, for the sake of verifying that 36 styles of Fierce Man, luxury was luxury. Besides, he wasn't actually that poor now, only that the money hadn't arrived yet. Among the several large pieces of cooked beef, Sumu picked a piece that was about 2 pounds or more and didn't get any seasoning, then he took a big bite. Addictive. In the past, if he really had a craving, Sumu would also buy some of this cooked food. But, at most, he would buy a $20 or $30 one. Moreover, he didn't want to eat it all at once. To cut it into pieces, dip it in the sauce, and eat it, you can eat it for several meals. Like now, to be able to recklessly stuff his entire mouth with beef, tonight was the first time in his memory. It didn't take long for a piece of cooked beef of more than 2 kilograms to be eaten cleanly by Sumu. He couldn't get enough of it and looked towards the other cooked beef on the counter, finally choosing to give up. Although his mouth still wanted to eat, his stomach told him that it was okay. If he filled it up again, it should go up. Simply wiping his hands, Sumu came to the living room and flipped that book, Fierce Man 36 Styles, to the first page. Then he imitated the movements on it and practiced again. Because he had already practiced it once, this time it was considered a breeze. He only used 10 minutes to finish practicing these 36 moves. Next was the second time, and the second time was even faster, and it only took 9 minutes. The third time, 8 minutes. After the 3 times of Fierce Man 36 Styles, it only took half an hour before and after. However, Sumu was shocked to find that he was sweating. Since being strengthened by the gene-strengthening potion, his current physical quality was not generally strong. Even when the sun was at its maximum at midday and the temperature was at its highest, he would not sweat much when he ran back and forth on the basketball court for half an hour. Now, His whole body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just finished a marathon under the scorching sun. Not only that, he also felt like there was a boiler in his body that was constantly generating heat. However, this heat did not cause him any discomfort. Instead, there was a sense of relief. It was as if it was hammering his body, making it purer, tougher, and stronger. At the same time, it was only half an hour before he felt that the more than 2 pounds of cooked beef in his stomach was already gone. Because he was hungry again. Sumu incredibly looked at his hands and murmured, "I didn't expect that this fierce man 36 styles, actually really useful. However, the consumption of food is also really big. If I put it aside in the previous time, just eating this aspect alone, I can't afford to supply." Although the buns were cheap, however, he just followed the example and imitated it once, and his stomach started to grumble. It simply couldn't support him practicing the fierce man 36 styles. So, just like what Zhang Kongjian said, if he wanted to practice the fierce man 36 styles, he had to eat more nourishing types of food and meat to be able to support himself. Fortunately, he is now this watery author is quite smooth. Not only every day there is a considerable amount of income from the manuscript fee, and even, these 2 days will be able to receive the film and television company side of the 4 million film and television royalties. Money this convenient, but do not have to worry. Sumu took another piece of beef from the kitchen that weighs about 3 pounds this time. He didn't eat so boldly, but simply cut a few knives, put it on a plate, and served it in the bedroom, chatting with Zhang Health while chewing and eating slowly. Sumu, brother, this fierce man 36 styles is indeed quite amazing. However, the consumption of food is really great. Zhang Kongjian, ha ha ha. Zhang Kongjian, this is just where it's at. You're just getting started, all right? Zhang Kongjian, how many styles have you practiced now? Zhang Kongjian, I'll tell you, after you've practiced these 36 styles, you'll realize that you're hungry when you've played it from beginning to end 2 or 3 times. Zhang Kongjian, that's when you'll realize what it means to consume true great. Zhang Kongjian, you're just fighting a little now, you've only just started. Air. Looking at this string of messages sent by Zhang Kongjian, Sumu's meat-eating movement stopped. What do you mean by practicing to the first few styles? What do you mean by practicing the 36 style and hitting it so 2 or 3 times from beginning to end? Shouldn't he? That be the case? He hit it from start to finish the first time. Suki, man, I'm getting a little confused by what you're saying. Sumu, the first time I started practicing, I practiced the 36 dances from beginning to end. Isn't that how it's practiced? Zhang Kongjian, question mark. Zhang Kongjian, brother, are you kidding me? Fierce man 36 styles, you can play it from start to finish? Zhang Kongjian, stop it. I just tried it, and I barely made it to the 17th stance. Zhang Kongjian, my cheap old man said that the average person practicing the fierce man 36 style wouldn't be able to practice the 30th style at all without a decade or 8 years. Zhang Kongjian, moreover, of the fierce man 36 styles, the latter 6 styles are the most difficult, and it takes an average of about 3 years before one of them can be practiced. So don't you kid yourself? Staring blankly at the message sent by Zhang Kongjian, Sumu's eyes went round. Even, in his mind at the moment, there were only 2 words. Genius. Old me was actually a martial arts genius. Calculating it, the fierce man 36 styles that probably needed a small 30 years to be practiced was actually practiced by himself in one go. What is this if not a genius? Sumu was dumbfounded for 4 to 5 seconds, and busily replied to Zhang Kongjian. Sumu, brother, you're not lying to me, right? This fierce man 36 style is so difficult to practice? Thought Sumu was regretting it. Zhang Kongjian, really didn't lie to you. It's really hard to practice. I was recommending you that beast blood bone strengthening Dan, and you thought I was perfunctory, but actually, that's really good stuff. Zhang Kongjian, this cheap old man of mine is a city lord, so this stuff is not so rare for me. Zhang Kongjian, but for the average person, this stuff is golden. Zhang Kongjian, if I were to convert it to our earth, a bottle of beast blood bone strengthening pill of tin would be equivalent to about $7.5 billion of our country's monetary value. Zhang Kongjian, but you have to have the cultivation secret and are so insistent. I can only change it to a cultivation secret that you can use. Zhang Kongjian, however, the cultivation secret book, the 36 styles of the fierce man, is not cheap, and when converted to our earth, it is also equivalent to the monetary value of our country, $100 million. Chapter 30. The 5-star Grandmaster can carry a nuclear bomb. A bottle of beast blood bone strengthening pill is equivalent to 7.5 billion Huaxia coins? Shit. Is that thing worth that much? Looking at the message sent by Zhang Kangjian, Sumu suddenly regretted not choosing that bottle of Beast Blood Bone Strengthening Dan. 7.5 billion ah. However, this thought only appeared for a second before he dismissed it. First of all, there were no pills of regret for sale in the world. Secondly, even if it was really worth that much, getting it to Earth wouldn't necessarily be able to exchange it for 7.5 billion. A total of 10 pills, how to sell them, who to sell them to, and who will buy them. Not to mention selling them, it was estimated that no one would believe it. Taking a step back, even if someone believes it, it may be more troublesome instead. As the old saying goes, a piker is not guilty of harboring a weapon. Being known to have such a good thing in one's possession, sure that the other party would honestly pay for it? What a joke. Can come up with billions of dollars? There are no good people directly robbed. Empty gloves is not more pleasurable? By then, the money did not change, may also cause a lot of trouble. Or else, life will have to follow the account. Therefore, if Sumu is given another opportunity to choose, he will still choose the 36 styles of Fierce Man. Only, he was more or less unwilling. A bottle of Beast Blood Bone Strengthening Dan could be worth $7.5 billion, while the 36 styles of Fierce Man was only worth 1 million. The difference between this was too big. Sumu, brother, the 36 styles of Fierce Man is so cheap. Is this cultivation technique bad? Zhang Kangjian, poor. Zhang Kangjian, no, brother. You're wrong about this. The 36 styles of Fierce Man is really not bad. Zhang Kangjian, the reason why this Gong Fu is cheap is because it has too many restrictions. Zhang Kangjian, first of all, women basically won't choose it. Zhang Kangjian, secondly, cultivating it cannot obtain power from the heavens and earth, so anyone with a bit of martial arts talent would choose the kind of Gong Fu that can absorb power from the heavens and earth, and wouldn't choose it either. Zhang Kangjian, in this way, its audience is very small, and the price is naturally impossibly high. Zhang Kangjian, but that doesn't mean it's poor. Zhang Kangjian, according to my cheap old man, there was once a person with very poor cultivation talent who just chose the 36 styles of the Fierce Man, and in the end, he even cultivated to the point of being a 5-star grandmaster. 5-star grandmaster. Can you say that this kind of Gong Fu is poor? Hiss. Sumu directly sucked in a breath. 5-star grandmaster. Although he didn't know what level a 5-star grandmaster was, but it felt very powerful. Sumu, brother, what level is a 5-star grandmaster in that high martial world of yours? Zhang Kangjian. Zhang Kangjian, 5-star grandmaster, top of the line, the representative of the highest combat power in the high martial world. So powerful? Sumu was busy replying. Sumu, so awesome, brother, expand on it. Zhang Kangjian, Zhang Kangjian, I'm not really good at describing it to you, because, if I give you some examples, you haven't experienced it in this high martial world and can't imagine it. Zhang Kangjian, in that case, I'd better convert to our Earth. Zhang Kangjian, let's put it this way, if a 5-star grandmaster appears on our Earth, then, unless no matter what the cost, using nuclear weapons to bombard him, otherwise, I can't think of a second way to kill him. Zhang Kangjian, moreover, nuclear weapons may not necessarily be able to kill him 100%. Boyo. Sumu's eyes were wide open. Even, his mouth was open. A 5-star grandmaster, using nuclear weapons wouldn't necessarily be able to kill him? Isn't this also too outrageous? Are you sure that this is a high martial world, not a metaphysical world, or a fairy cultivation world? Although he didn't know if Zhang Kangjian's words were mixed with water, Sumu could at least be sure of one thing. That was, the 36 styles of Fierce Man really wasn't bad. Finally, in such a situation of chatting with Zhang Kangjian while eating, nearly 3 pounds of cooked beef on the plate were all eaten up by Sumu. And at this time, it was already late at night. After saying goodbye to Zhang Kangjian, he went to the living room and practiced the 36 styles of Fierce Man once again. Other people needed about 30 years to practice all of them, but as soon as he got started, he practiced all of them. With such an awesome talent, wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't work hard? Of course, Sumu didn't really think that he was some kind of martial arts genius. He discovered early on that the 36 postures and movements in the 36 styles of the Fierce Man were indeed difficult. Moreover, there were places that were very anti-human, not to mention getting it right. It was challenging to mimic a 60 or 70% likeness. And the reason why he could pass it all in one go was most likely related to the fact that he had taken a genetic enhancement potion. Of course, it's only a suspicion. It is also possible that he is indeed a martial arts genius. Time passed little by little. 13 pounds of cooked beef. Only half a pound was left. Sumu stood in the living room, sweating and red, as if he had just come out of a steamer. However, he didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, he also felt comfortable all over. Moreover, under his practicing this over and over again, the 36 styles of the fierce man had now been set at a stable time by him. 5 minutes. It only took him 5 minutes to beat the fierce man 36 styles once now, and it was already difficult to continue compressing this time. If it was any faster, some of the details would not be done properly. Even, he was now able to not have to flip through the books. These 36 styles were all memorized in his mind. Finishing this last half a caddy of cooked beef, Sumu wiped his mouth and did not continue practicing. He didn't dare. This half a caddy of cooked beef, at best, was only enough for him to fight the fierce man 36 styles once. Moreover, his stomach would have to growl after fighting. It's not troublesome to fight. The problem is how to sleep after fighting. Although there are still 2 handfuls of noodles, 3 eggs, and a tomato at home. But it's too much trouble to cook noodles at night. Moreover, there is no need to practice to the point of running out of ammunition. The way of martial arts is about persistence, a long flow of water. The days are long, take your time. So, after eating this half a caddy of cooked beef, take a bath and go to bed. The next morning, Sumu climbed out of bed as usual. As usual, he opened his computer, logged into his author account at the starting point, and disguised himself as a ruthless operator. Copy, paste, publish, copy, paste, publish. After uploading 100,000 words in one breath, the computer was turned off and I got up and went downstairs. Still the same breakfast store that he patronized every day. After breakfast, he did not go to school as usual, but sent a message to the counselor, saying that there is something that needs to be taken off for a few days. Freshman accounting major counselor is a fat man, surnamed Zhang. A weak cannot see aside, but very good to talk. Also did not ask the reason, directly gave Sumu permission. Then, he swept a shared bicycle and rode to the train station in Haicheng. Chapter 31. High Martial World. Dogs don't even go there. It was because the situation on Zhang Kongjian's side was indeed special. Every extra day of delay, the golden retriever he left behind on Earth would be in danger for one more day. Therefore, yesterday evening time, Sumu bought a ticket for the moving train to B-City. After all, take someone's money and take away someone's disaster. Zhang Kongjian's side was open and gave him a high martial arts technique that he could cultivate, and he certainly couldn't do a bad job. Half an hour later, Sumu rode a shared bicycle and arrived at the Haicheng South movable station. The next step was to go through security, check the ticket, wait for the train, get on the train, and depart. Because from Haicheng to B-City, it was almost across the entire north and south of the country. Even by traveling on a moving train, it took a full 14 hours. So, by the time Sumu came out from the B-City train station, it was already more than 10 o'clock at night. Moreover, as soon as he came out, he felt the warmth of B-City. He originally wanted to take a picture of the B-City train station to give it to Zhang Kongjian's. Result, an Amma immediately rushed over with enthusiasm. Handsome man handsome, accommodation not, 30 a night, clean and hygienic. Sumu specifically checked before he came. Knowing that B-City is just a third-tier city, the consumption should not be high. However, how could he not expect that it would be so cheap? Only 30 a night? To know, the hourly room near the Haicheng University of Finance and Economics was 35 for an hour. So cheap? Sumu was surprised. It's that cheap? Big Mom's happy face smiled. Go, go, go. I'll take you there. After saying that, the Big Mom enthusiastically grabbed Sumu's wrist and pulled him to go. Suddenly, another Big Mom walked over quickly. Hey, handsome, come to me. I'm also $30 here, and from 18 to 48. Sumu? Torture Tinder Brewing. Chun Brewing a analog. Nim Brew a ratio? Suddenly, the previous Big Mom burst into a rage, and the later Big Mom was not willing to show weakness. The two were like an instantly exploding powder keg, bursting at once. Sumu was confused. Without a little bit of foreplay, they directly started to do it? Are the Amazons in B-City so bold? Seeing that the two Amazons were ready to fight and tear each other apart, he wiped his feet on the ground and ran away. Although he is very curious about that 18 to 48, what is the meaning of? But, by the two Amazons so not hesitate to fight, he really cannot afford to suffer. In case something happened in the fight, it would be even more troublesome if it was on the news. According to the unscrupulous quality of the media now, he had thought of the title, Two 50-year-old mothers fighting for a 19-year-old strong boy. If his picture was taken again, Sumu felt like he could have risen to heaven in place. 11 o'clock at night. Inside a fairly tidy hotel room in B City, Sumu carried the specialty snacks he bought from the roadside and sat in front of the computer. Because he had to upload his novels every morning, he specifically asked for such a room with a computer. When the computer was turned on, he had just logged into his Penguin account when the dripping beep sounded. There was a message from Sycamore's editor, and there was also a message from Zhang Kongjian. Sumu first opened the message sent by editor Sycamore. Sycamore, do you understand the listening novel? Sycamore, the website is planning to sell the audiobook rights of your book. Sycamore, it's not selling it out, it's a collaboration, in the form of a share. Wudong, the platform is Himalaya, currently the largest listening book platform in China. If you have a favorite podcast book anchor, you can recommend it, the website to talk to him. Wudong, if you are not familiar with this aspect, the website to help you arrange. Looking at these messages sent by Wudong, Sumu Li's mouth grinned. When this fortune comes, it really can't be stopped. Yesterday just sold the movie and television adaptation rights, and today to open up the cooperation of listening to books. Listening to books, he is too familiar. When he was in high school, because of the pressure of study, he had to listen to some comedy sketches and the like every night before he could fall asleep. Later, he developed the habit of listening to things to sleep. Gradually, also by the previous listening to comedy sketches to sleep, changed to listen to novels to sleep. However, since the change to listen to novels to sleep, his sleep quality is worse, because the more he listened to the more mental. Later, he quit. However, although he didn't listen to novels now, the income from this business, he still heard about it. A good broadcasting team, coupled with a highly popular quality novel, the income gained was definitely considerable. Even, he had seen a book's manuscript fee, which was as high as more than $1.2 million for a month's share of listening alone. In this book, on that book listening software, the ranking was just SOSO. Sumu smiled and took 2 bites of the specialty snack in his hand, and immediately returned. Sumu, sorry editor, something came up today and I went out of town. I just saw it. Sumu, listening to this piece of the book, I really don't know much about it, the website to arrange it. If he was really the author of this novel, then the characters, scenarios, dialogues, etc. in it, he would have a picture in his mind. Even what kind of voice the protagonist spoke with was included. And based on this image in his mind, he could then go and audition the voices of those who broadcast the book's main characters and see whose voices and styles matched better with what he had imagined. In this way, the content of the novel could be better presented in the form of a voice. However, Sumu was not an author. He was just a kind, hard-working, diligent porter. Even though the novel had already been released with 1.1 million words, he was only seeing 400,000 words now. That is to say, he didn't even know what he was releasing every day, let alone what images he had in his head. So, leave it to the site to get it right. We're all on the same rope anyway, and the website takes a cut of the money from it, so it shouldn't fool around. After all, who has a grudge against money? Sycamore, who seemed to be on duty 24 hours a day, quickly returned. Sycamore, it's okay. Sycamore, okay. Then listen to this piece of the book. The website to be responsible for, at that time, or 3 parties to sign a contract. Sumu, good. The website to be responsible for it. Simply chatting with Wudong, Sumu opened the message from Zhang Kongjian. Zhang Kongjian, a day's work is in the morning, brother. Get up and practice. This was a message sent at 4:20 in the morning. After Sumu read it, his mood was a bit complicated. He suddenly became less envious of Zhang Kongjian's life in the high martial world. Zhang Kongjian, wrap up after practicing, brother. What are you doing? This was a message at 8 in the morning. Zhang Kongjian, lunch class starts. Keep practicing. The message at 10 in the morning. Zhang Kongjian, wrap up, eat, exhausted. Message at 1 p.m. Zhang Kongjian, sparring in a bit. I'm going to challenge 5 dark gray wolves this time. Message at 3:30 p.m. Zhang Kongjian, damn, almost got bitten to death. Sure enough, still have to work hard. Message at 5:50 p.m. And by the time he finished reading all these messages from Zhang Kongjian, Sumu was even more certain of one thing. That is, high martial world, dogs don't go. Chapter 32, customized Earth version of Nourishing Prescription. Perhaps it was because he had read some high martial arts novels before and had a preconceived idea. When Sumu chatted with Zhang Kongjian yesterday, it would be a lie to say that he was not envious in his heart. After all, high martial arts world, that place? How good ah. However, after seeing these messages sent by Zhang Kongjian today, he suddenly felt the high martial world is just To start practicing at 4 o'clock in the morning, this was much earlier than a chicken waking up. Moreover, this day's tossing and turning, the training schedule was also quite tight, and he didn't see much dashing. Even at this hour, he could not even rest. He might still be practicing. Sumu just thought of this. Suddenly, Zhang Kangjian sent another message. Zhang Kangjian, evening class is over, Mard. Finally I can rest. Zhang Kangjian, brother, not bothering me for a day. What the hell have you been doing? Look. Sumu looked at the message sent by Zhang Kangjian, and his heart was filled with sympathy and pity. Not only did he get up earlier than a chicken, he also slept later than a chicken. It was after 11 o'clock in the night before the practice ended. Sumu didn't reply in a hurry, but logged into his phone's Penguin software, synchronously logged into this Penguin number, and sent a few photos that he had taken at the B City train station. Over. Sumu, photos. Zhang Kangjian immediately replied with excitement. Zhang Kangjian, shit bro, you're already in B City? Zhang Kangjian, yes, that's right. This crappy dangling kind of thing is indeed the train station in B City. I just came home from this not too long ago. Zhang Kangjian, tough brother. It's really a pain in the ass. You should have sat in the car for quite a long time, right? Yesterday when they were chatting, Sumu said he was in Haicheng. Although Zhang Kangjian had never been to Haicheng, he knew the place, a first-tier big city located at the southern end of the country, leaning against the sea. Therefore, he also knew that the distance from Haicheng to B City was quite far. Sumu, it's indeed quite far. The moving train sat for 14 hours. I also just arrived in your B City before I stayed in this hotel. It's too late today. I'll go to your village again tomorrow to inquire about the whereabouts of that golden hair of yours. Zhang Kangjian, well, brother, thank you. More not to say. Your side if there is anything you need my help, as long as I can help, you just open your mouth. Listen. How hypocritical. The two are not in the same world. What can he help? However, Sumu really thought of something. He wanted to ask last night, but ended up forgetting. Sumu, brother, I really do have one more thing. Sumu, that is, do you have any nourishing remedies over there? Practicing this 36 styles of fierce man consumes too much too quickly. It's almost turning myself into a rice bucket. Sumu, is there any medicinal prescription that can be used on Earth that can resist the consumption of fierce man 36 styles only? He is now eating a bellyful of beef. It is enough to practice the fierce man 36 styles 3 or 4 times. That is to say, at most, it can last for 20 minutes, and if he wants to continue practicing, he will have to eat again. This over and over again, 20 minutes a stop, 20 minutes a stop, are not enjoyable. Even the practicing him has a kind of stuck, suffocating feeling. Catching fire. If there was some kind of nourishing remedy that could resist the exertion of 2 to 3 hours of the slamming 36 styles, it would be awesome. Zhang Kangjian, brother, how many styles have you practiced now? Is the consumption that great? Because Zhang Kangjian didn't believe it even if he said it. Sumu simply lied. Sumu, practice to the 3rd style. Sumu, this is not for the sake of the future. When I have practiced the 36 style, what if I can't contact you at that time? Sumu, saving for a rainy day. Zhang Kangjian, can. Zhang Kangjian, moreover, brother, your martial arts talent is quite strong. You've even practiced to the 3rd style. Ode, the 3rd style is nothing. I practiced the entire 36 stance for the first time last night. If I wasn't worried about depressing you, I would have to record a video and send it to you. Zhang Kangjian, in that case, I'll go look for my cheap old dad. Zhang Kangjian, but don't get your hopes up. Zhang Kangjian, the prescriptions and elixirs on my side that can resist the consumption of the mighty man's 36 styles are indeed quite a lot, but they are not applicable to our Earth. Zhang Kangjian, because many of the herbs and ingredients used in them are not available on our Earth, it's useless for me to tell you the formula. I'll ask my cheap old dad to see if I can customize an Earth version of the nourishing prescription just for you. Zhang Kangjian, in addition, you hurry up and rest, don't wait, customize prescription. Surely it's not something that can be done in a moment. I'll let you know when I have the result. Gotta. Meaningful enough. Not afraid of his cheap old man. Recognize that he is not his own son. Sumu, brother, although I really want one of these prescriptions, but more than anything, I don't want to see anything happen to you. Sumu, why don't we just forget about it? If you go and ask your cheap old man like that, I'm worried that you'll show your chicken feet and he'll realize that you're not his real son, then you'll be finished. Zhang Kangjian, brother, thank you for your concern. Don't worry, nothing will happen on my side. Zhang Kangjian, I'm his only son. Besides, this is only the high martial world. It's not some immortal cultivation fantasy world. In this world of theirs, they don't even know what it means to take over the body, let alone know that there's still the case of turtle doves. Zhang Kangjian, even if you tell them, they won't believe you and will laugh at your nonsense. Kangjian Zhang, so, you don't have to worry about me, even if I tell him that I'm not his son, he won't believe me. Zhang Kangjian, even if I confess that I'm a traveler and have taken over his son's body, the most he'll think is that I've practiced kung fu to get my brain out of shape. Kangjian Zhang, safe as shit. Air. So this is the case. Sumu, understood, then you pretend I didn't say anything. Sumu, also, help me squeeze this cheap old man of yours harder, the nourishing prescription thing. More is better, I don't mind too much. Zhang Kangjian, ha ha ha, got it, leave it to me, you go rest. Sumu, good. You also take an early rest, see you've had a pretty miserable day. Zhang Kangjian. Zhang Kangjian, marred, who says it's not. If there's a choice, dogs don't even come to the high martial world. Zhang Kangjian, ugh, just mentioning it makes me want to cry. No more chatting, let's go, let's go. Looking at the last message sent by Zhang Kangjian, Sumu made an innocent expression. It turned out that the high martial world was really so bitter. After ending the chat with Zhang Kangjian, Sumu opened his cell phone again and chatted about wizards. First, he chatted with Bai Qiaoyun for a while. Then, one by one, he replied to the greetings and concerns sent by several female classmates. Chapter 33, An Exciting Way to Die. Because of the reason that he often hung out with Bai Qiaoyun, until now, no matter if it was the forum of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics or the posting bar, it was still full of hostility towards him. The words poor loser and unworthy were even more like shadows, always accompanying him. However, there is one thing that cannot be denied, that is, his current girl's edge does not know how much better than before. Not to mention those schoolmates who wanted to add his prestige, it was within the third accounting class alone. Because he didn't go to class, as a result, of the 24 female students in the class, 11 of them shushed him and expressed their concern. Is not physically uncomfortable law, to eat well love body, do not stay up late, drink more hot water and so on. After replying to these 11 female classmates, Bai Qiaoyun was left at the end. Before coming to B City, Sumu said to her that she would be leaving school for a few days and asked her to just buy a chicken leg for lunch. Then she sent a message. Bai Qiaoyun, the first day of Sumu's brother's absence, thinking of him, oing oing oing. It was still that familiar flavor. Sumu laughed and shook her head, then edited 2 messages. Sumu, I won't be able to pick you up at the Magnolia Women's Yoga Club there tomorrow, so after you lead the yoga class tomorrow night, take a little detour and go back to school on the crowded road. Don't take that crappy road with fewer people. Sumu, don't be lazy. A beautiful female classmate of mine in the past was too trusting in social security, not to take the small road, not to take the remote road. As a result, she and the 70 or 80 rapist children are almost adults. Now it's already more than 11 o'clock at night. It is estimated that Bai Qiaoyun also went to bed. After sending over these 2 messages, Sumu was just ready to go to scrub. As a result, Bai Qiaoyun came back. Bai Qiaoyun, covering her mouth to laugh. Covering her mouth to laugh. Bai Qiaoyun, Sumu student, I advise you to be kind. 70 or 80? Can you be a human being? Sumu smiled and said back, okay, 7 or 8 then. Bai Qiaoyun, rolls eyes emoji. Bai Qiaoyun, 7 or 8 is more than enough. Sumu, almost got it. Am I talking to you about the number of people? Sumu, I'm talking to you about that. Suki, really, don't put too much faith in social security. Even the best of security environments will breed crime just the same. Sumu, that shitty road is really not a good place. Few people, remote, streetlights and dark, there is no surveillance camera. Both sides are also full of woods. Suki, you a girl walking in that kind of place, casually come 2 or 3 men, put your mouth a cover, easily can drag you to the woods. Sumu, so listen, a person is not allowed to walk that road. Bai Qiaoyun, shows teeth and smiles, shows teeth and smiles. Bai Qiaoyun, okay, listen to my brother Sumu, hee. Sumu, well, that's more like it, go to bed early. Bai Qiaoyun, well, you rest early too, mwahaha. The next morning, Sumu woke up in the hotel as usual. Still the same old steps. Brush his teeth, wash his face, and be a diligent operator. Waiting until he finished updating today's 100,000 words, and incidentally making sure that Wudong and Zhang Kangjian didn't send messages to him, he then checked out and left the hotel. It wasn't true that Zhang Kangjian was from B City, however, he didn't live within the city limits of B City. He lived below B City, in a village called Tenghe County, Diu Town, Zhangdian Village. Sumu first took a 2-hour bus ride and arrived at Tenghe County. Then, he took another hour's bus ride and arrived at Diu Town. He got off the bus at a dirt intersection. Looking at the small, potholed dirt road in front of him, which stretched far, far away before there was a vague, village-like shadow, he didn't even know what to say. If he hadn't been driving the navigation, he wouldn't have believed that such a small, pitted dirt road was the main road into the village that led to Zhangdian Village. It seems that Zhang Kongjian did not lie to me. His old home is really quite not rich, and I don't know that poor golden hair, whether it has been beaten teeth. After murmuring, Sumu smoothly took a picture and sent it to Zhang Kongjian. Soon, Zhang Kongjian returned. Zhang Kongjian, yes, brother, this is it. If you follow this road, more than 10 miles, you will reach our Zhangdian village. The first village is our Zhangdian village. Zhang Kongjian, the first house at the head of the village, the one with the red iron gate, is the house of the village head of our village. He just loves to smoke. You get him 2 packs of Huazi, it's absolutely good. Sumu, okay, it's all ready. Wait for my news, I'll go over now. Temporarily ending the conversation with Zhang Kongjian, Sumu looked around, saw no one, took a step, whooshed and rushed out. If someone could see this scene, they would definitely stare in shock. Because, when Sumu was running, his body presented a very strange swing. However, even though it looked strange, it had an indescribable sense of flowing water. It didn't take long until Zhangdian village was right in front of his eyes. Only then did Sumu stop running, without blushing or panting. Still first looked around as usual, seeing no one noticed him. He then acted as if he had walked all the way here, carrying a black backpack on one shoulder, and walked into Zhangdian village. Without walking far, he saw the big red iron gate at the head of the village that Zhang Kongjian had mentioned. On the big red iron gate, rust stains were mottled, and it was obvious that it had been there for some years. Seeing that the big red iron gate was half open, he knocked twice and shouted, "Anyone? Who is it?" A man with an accent, who looked to be around 50 years old and walked with a bit of a sloping right foot, walked from the house to the yard, because Zhang Kongjian had described it. So, Sumu recognized him at a glance. He was the village chief of Zhangdian village, Zhang Erbio. Sumu was busy greeting him with a smile and said, "Uncle, hello. I'm inquiring about someone. Is there a person named Zhang Kongjian in our village?" Zhang Kongjian? Zhang Erbio's face sank, limped over, and wrinkled his eyebrows. "You're looking for Zhang Kongjian?" "Right," Sumu said with a big smile. "I am his friend. Uncle, do you know where he lives?" Zhang Erbio suspiciously looked Sumu up and down and did not answer, asking instead, "What are you looking for him for?" "Oh, it's like this." Sumu took out the reason he had made up long ago. "Kongjian has a golden retriever. He said to me some time ago that he didn't want to raise it, and wanted me to help him raise it, so I agreed to. But, during this recent period, how could I not contact him? As it happens, I'm on a business trip today, passing through this neighborhood, so I stopped by to take a look at him. This way, ah." Zhang Erbio frowned inside. "Then you're too late. Kongjian died last month." "Huh." Sumu had a stunned expression. He died? Aang, he was electrocuted when he was packing at home. When he was found, his whole body was electrocuted and charred, just like charcoal. Hiss. This method of death, a bit exciting. High and low will have to tell Zhang Kongjian later. Pity. It would be even more exciting if he could take a picture and send it to him. Chapter 34. The Whereabouts of Golden Hair. Although Zhang Kongjian knew that he was electrocuted to death, Sumu bet that he didn't know that his death was so tragic. Same as charcoal. TSK. Needless to say, he definitely didn't observe the safe use of electricity and didn't install a leakage breaker. If the leakage breaker had been installed, he wouldn't have been electrocuted to death, let alone being electrocuted like charcoal. Of course, if the leakage breaker had been installed, he wouldn't have had this strange encounter of traveling to the high martial world. He would still be a cancer patient waiting to die at home. So, woe is me. For him, I'm afraid that one of the most correct things he did in his life was not installing a leakage breaker. Although he had known that Zhang Kongjian was no longer alive, Sumu still acted as if he had just found out, and pretended to feel sorry for him in front of Zhang Erbio. Alas! Sumu let out a long sigh, took out a box of Huazi from his pocket, pulled out 2, and handed one to Zhang Erbio. Sure enough, it was the same as what Zhang Kongjian said. Looking at the Huazi that Sumu handed to him, still in a soft box, Zhang Erbio's entire body was energized, and he busily took it with those rough hands. "Uncle, I'll. Sumu brought the lighter in front of Zhang Erbio, helped him to light the cigarette, then lit his own as well, took a puff and frowned. It's really hard to predict the world. A while ago I was chatting with brother Kongjian, chatting about that golden hair, chatting quite happily, but as a result, hiss. Who? Zhang Erbio also spit out a mouthful of smoke, lamented. Who said it is not? Kongjian, this child, is also regarded as I watched grow up, from a young age, the family is poor. Some time ago, he came back from outside, said that he would not go, in the future in the old family, I actually quite happy. Because, there are no young people in the village now, except for the New Year's time when it's a little more lively, usually the village is very cold and quiet. There are only some old ones left, or those who are not in good health. I thought, Kongjian in the future if in the village, do not go out, the village is also equivalent to a decent labor force. Usually a little thing between neighbors can also help. That thought, not long after he returned to the village, such a thing happened. Alas, this is probably his life. Sumu nodded approvingly. He was silent for a few seconds and changed the topic. Right, uncle? Then since my Kongjian brother died, what about the Mao Mao he raised? Mao Mao. Yes, it's that golden hair. Its name is Mao Mao, brownish yellow fur. Its hair is quite long, and its head is not small. Oh, you mean that dog? Zhang Erbio had an expression of sudden realization, spat out a mouthful of smoke and wrinkled his eyebrows. Some time ago, I've seen it near Kongjian's house, but I haven't seen it in these recent days. It might have been locked up by someone's house. Oh? So to say, the possibility that that golden hair is still alive is still very big. Sumu busily opened his backpack, took out 2 packs of softbox Chinese from the bag, and stuffed it into Zhang Erbio's hand. Uncle, that what? I'm not familiar with life here. Trouble you to help. That golden hair is my Kongjian brother raised 8-years-old dog. And family-like, I have promised him some time ago to help him take care of that golden hair. Now Kongjian brother is not here, you see? Looking at the 2 packs of soft huazi that were just slapped in Sumu's hand, Zhang Erbio couldn't mention how enthusiastic he was. This should be, in fact, I was thinking of going to look for it. So big a dog, said no, surely by whoever shut up, too unqualified, go. After saying that, Zhang Erbio stuffed 2 boxes of soft huazi into his pocket, and then led Sumu into the inside of the village. It didn't take long for the two to stop in front of a courtyard that appeared to be very dilapidated. The courtyard wall was one of those half-brick and half-earth walls joined together, and on the earth wall side, the upper half was gone. Even when Sumu stood towards the earth wall there, he didn't even need to pad his feet to see everything in the courtyard. This is Kongjian's house. Zhang Erbio introduced. That day, it was still old Lu Tu next door to him who found out that he had an accident, right next to this household. That afternoon, old Lu Tu smelled whose house seemed to be roasting meat, sizzling and fragrant. Later, he really can't help it, so he came out to see in the end whose home in the barbecue also not to the meal time, and then, to Kongjian his home. At that time, the door was unlocked, he followed the scent and went into the hall, as a result, almost didn't die of fright. Kongjian was lying on the ground, with wires pressed underneath him. His whole body was the same as charcoal, almost indistinguishable. I don't know how long he's been electrocuted, and he's all mushy. Sumu imagined the picture at that time, frowned and said, Uncle, later on, can I go and see where brother Kongjian he buried? Of course you can, it's not far. I'll take you there in a while, go. I'll take you to find that golden hair first. Saying that, Zhang Erbio took a few steps to the household next to Zhang Kongjian's house, that is, old Lu Tu's house, and clunked the door a few times. Who is it? Who is it? Don't knock. Open the door. Zhang Erbio's tone was very cross. Something's wrong. Soon, the door to the courtyard opened. Open the door is a more than 60 years old, hair white half of the old man. Not tall, just 1.5 meters or so, less than 1.6 meters. What is it? Old Lu Tu was cheerful, constantly sizing up Sumu beside Zhang Erbio. Where's the dog from Kongjian's family? Zhang Erbio took out local cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to old Lu Tu. Why haven't I seen that dog in the past few days? That golden hair? Old Lu Tu took the cigarettes and gestured in the southwest direction. Long ago, the blind man caught it. You're just coming to look for it now. Maybe it's already been stewed by him. Fuck. Zhang Erbio exploded a foul mouth, frowning. The blind man caught away? Aang. Old Lu Head said, many days in the afternoon. The dog in front of Kongjian's house lying it. The blind man lifted a rope from the back to the dog's head set, directly to catch away. Shit. Zhang Erbio burst a foul mouth again. Line. Then you busy. I go to find the blind man. Hey, wait what's going on? Nothing much either. Talk to you later. After saying that, Zhang Erbiao took Su Mu and left the place. Waiting until he walked out for some distance, Su Mu opened his mouth and said, Uncle, what kind of person is this blind man? Although Su Mu didn't know who this blind man was, he could tell from Zhang Erbiao's reaction that it must be a tricky guy. Also from the village, blind in one eye, so everyone calls him the blind man. However, this guy's temper is rather strange, and he doesn't like to talk to people. If he lets him catch it, it's not really easy to say. Maybe it really has been stewed and eaten by him. Hearing Zhang Erbiao say this, Su Mu was speechless. Dao, it won't be this unlucky. Immediately about to pass the level, will not come at this juncture bad news. Chapter 35. Being slaughtered as a fat sheep. Zhangdian village was not big. Su Mu and Zhang Erbiao both quickly arrived at the southwest corner of the village. In front of their eyes was a courtyard that was comparable to Zhang Kongjian's shabby courtyard. Even more so than Zhang Kongjian's shabby courtyard. At least half of Zhang Kongjian's courtyard wall was made of red bricks, while the courtyard wall in front of him was all made of earth. Moreover, the height of the wall was only up to Su Mu's waist, so not even a child could stop it. Suddenly, Su Mu seemed to have discovered something. His eyes lit up. At this time in the courtyard, there were a few sheep scattered. Besides that, at the corner, a golden hare was being locked in a cage. It should be this golden hare. Su Mu busily rushed to Zhang Erbiao by his side and signaled, saying, Hey, uncle, look, golden hare. Zhang Erbiao glanced in the direction Su Mu gestured and nodded, like, it should be Kong Jian's dog. Saying that, Zhang Erbiao stood to the courtyard wall and shouted inside, Blind, blind, at home right? Soon, inside the half-open door of the room, an old man who was almost 1 meter 8 in height, hunchbacked, blind in one eye, and with white hair, walked out. Su Mu walked all the way here. It was really like what Zhang Erbiao said. There were some old ones left in the village. Even Zhang Erbiao, a man in his 50s, was considered a young man in the village. The blind man was carrying a bowl of white water, and he didn't know if it was powdered milk or noodle water. Dry what? The blind man took a sip, and his voice was filled with a coldness that resisted rejection. What? What are you doing? Zhang Erbiao in the end is a village chief, a little not false, rushed to the corner of the golden hare was locked in the cage pointed. That is Kong Jin's dog, right? You caught your family to do what? Hurry up and let me go. The blind man didn't care at all, and just stood there at the doorway of the room, drinking the white water in the bowl one sip at a time. Seeing this, Zhang Erbiao's face couldn't hang on. He was in the end a village chief. Besides, there was still Su Mu, an outsider present. This was too much of a disrespect to him. At once, he became anxious. Zhang Erbiao slapped fiercely on the earth wall, angrily said, Blind. You don't give me the whole set, I tell you. You hurry to Kong Jin's dog that dog released? Is that your dog? You catch? Out of the house. You have what difference between this and the dog stealing? Directly call the police to catch you in jail. Let Zhang Erbiao how to rebuke. The blind man simply do not care. Just so while drinking from the bowl, while watching, as if watching the jumping clown. Your grandmother? Zhang Erbiao was so anxious that he exploded. He looked around as if he was looking for some brick or something, intending to directly throw a brick over. Seeing this, Su Mu busily said, Uncle, why don't you let me talk to him? You? Zhang Erbiao frowned. Can you do it? This guy has a strange temper. I'll try. Su Mu looked at the blind man, smiled brightly and said, Grandmaster, I'll go in and talk to you. After saying that, Su Mu reached out and pressed on the wall and directly jumped in. A few steps to the blind man, before Su Mu could open his mouth, Zhang Erbiao behind him roared. Blind, don't you fucking hit people. Dare to hit people directly call the police to arrest you. Hear me? Air. Su Mu smiled and said, Grandpa, I am Zhang Kongjin's friend. Today I came over to look for him, only to know that he passed away. That golden hare is called Mao Mao. It is the dog that he and I raised together. Where is the dog? I am sure to take it away. So, can I give you $200? Su Mu was able to see that although Zhang Erbiao was a village chief, the blind man was not putting him in his eyes at all. Moreover, if he really made a scene and attracted the police, it would not do him any good. Because, in front of the police, it was about evidence. Although Su Mu said that he was Zhang Kongjian's friend, and this golden hare Zhang Kongjian entrusted to him. However, where was the evidence? There is no evidence. When the time comes, not only will the golden retriever not be given to him, in all likelihood, he will be brought back to the bureau for some interrogation. So, if he could spend some money to solve it, Sumu definitely chose to spend some money to solve it. The blind man stared at Sumu with that one eye and was silent for about 3 seconds. 500. Marred. The dog that he picked up for nothing. Giving him $200 is not good enough, but he wants 500. He is really daring. This is taking himself as a fat sheep to slaughter. However, 500 is 500. According to the blind man's eccentric temperament, if he doesn't give him $500, I guess he definitely won't release the dog. Okay, 500 is 500, Sumu said. Master, let's talk inside. Human nature is very complicated. If Zhang Erbio saw that he had spent $500 to buy this dog from the blind man, could he be happy? It's not the blind man's dog. He can get $500. Why not himself? In case it's too big to make trouble. What? Zhang Kongjian died. His property belongs to the village collective. The dog also belongs to the village. He, the village head, has the responsibility of custody. Do not allow to take away the dog. How to do? It will cost another $500. Therefore, to prevent complications, certainly cannot let Zhang Erbio see. Fortunately, the blind man this big age is not in vain. A moment to understand. Also did not say, turned around and went back to the house. In the room, Sumu took out $500 from his pocket and handed it to the blind man. The blind man repeatedly counted several times and twisted and flung until he was sure that these $500 were all real bills, which was put in his pocket. The next step is to hand over the golden hair. Although the blind man's temper is a little strange and not talkative, but quite trustworthy. Not only did he release the golden hair, he also made a leash with a rope for Sumu to hold. Outside the courtyard, Zhang Erbio looked at Sumu leading that golden hair out with a curious face. Hey, what did you two go into the house for? How did the blind man agree to release the golden hair? Sumu smiled mysteriously. Actually didn't do anything. I just called my uncle. Zhang Erbio was even more curious. Made a call to your uncle? Yes, I have a cousin uncle who works in our city bureau. He talked to the blind man for a few moments, and the blind man agreed to release it. Hiss. Zhang Erbio's eyes were rounded. You have a cousin uncle working in our city bureau? Yes, quite a distant relative, but there has been communication. After tomorrow, also have to go to his home to sit. Come to a trip does not go to someone's home a trip. It is not good, right? Right. Zhang Erbio busy said, relatives, it is necessary to often move. A long time do not come and go on the raw points. Since learning that Sumu has a cousin in the city bureau, Zhang Erbio seemed more enthusiastic. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at a new grave at the east end of the village. This is Kong Jian's grave, Zhang Erbio said, because he was all by himself and his family, and he didn't have any other relatives. Then, the young and old men in the village made it simple for him. Sumu held golden hair and nodded. Seeing this, Zhang Erbio thought that Sumu wanted to express some feelings. But embarrassed in front of his face, he opened his mouth and said, so what? You stay here to accompany the meeting. I'll go back first. If something happens, you just go to me. I'll be home all day today. Good, then uncle you go slowly. Chapter 36. True Brothers, Selling Sons? In front of the grave, Sumu watched Zhang Erbio leave. When he walked away, he immediately took out his cell phone and took a snapshot of the grave. While snapping, he regretted. Alas, it's a pity. If only there was a picture of Kong Jian being electrocuted. Not for any other reason, just wanted to see how Zhang Kongjian felt when he saw how miserable he died. After taking a dozen or so photos of Zhang Kongjian's grave, Sumu immediately opened the private chat window of the two and sent all these photos over. Soon, Zhang Kongjian replied. Zhang Kongjian? ? Zhang Kongjian, brother, what do you mean is this? Sumu, that's right. This is your eternal home on earth. Zhang Kongjian. Sumu, I inquired from your village chief here. Sumu, brother, it's time to say no. You died quite tragically. Sumu, it was your next-door neighbor old Lu Tu who found you. Sumu, the old Lu head said, as if whoever is roasting meat, spraying incense, he followed the fragrance to find your home. Then, just look at you lying on the ground, pressing a wire. All over the body is electrified paste, and charcoal almost. Zhang Kongjian. Zhang Kongjian, brother, I thank you. Zhang Kongjian, thank you for letting me know that I died so miserably, so paste. Suki, ha ha ha. Sumu, you're welcome. Who made us brothers? Sumu, how is it? Hear all this. Do you have his feeling? Zhang Kongjian, there is a hammer feeling, slightly strange, but it's just like that. Zhang Kongjian, I'm mainly worried about Mao Mao. How is it? What's Mao Mao's situation now? Sumu took a picture of a golden retriever and sent it over. Zhang Kongjian, yes, that's it, trough. My old son's precious son is still alive. Marred. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief in my heart. Zhang Kongjian, it's all thin and its fur is dirty, alas. I don't know how much it has suffered during this time. Sumu, all right, it's good to still be alive. Your son was almost stewed. Next, Sumu took Mao Mao's general situation and talked about it. When he learned that Mao Mao was caught by a blind man with a rope directly around his neck and has been locked in a cage, Sumu spent 500 yuan to buy it down. Zhang Kongjian was angry and even foul-mouthed. Even also encouraged Sumu to go to the blind man a meal. Sumu didn't want to go. He wasn't the one who was angry, it was Zhang Kongjian. Of course, if he was really angry, Sumu could also take action. However, there was an extra charge. And the charge wasn't low. After all, he was a 19-year-old, bloodthirsty, genetically enhanced potion-taking, fierce man 36 styles big boy, go to fucking old man, still do not want to face? This is a battle that will give up his face. If the bid is low, he will not do it. Sumu, okay, it's good to be alive, although I almost got stewed, but at least I didn't get stewed. Zhang Kongjian, fortunately did not stew marred. If my son stewed, I have to. Be a ghost will not let him go. Should be want to put what harsh words, but the thought that they are not on earth again, put what harsh words are meaningless. He could only reluctantly change it to not letting go of the blind man even if he were a ghost. However, Sumu was eager to remind Zhang Kongjian. Even if he really became a ghost, he should be a ghost of the high martial world, useless, just as unable to return to earth, unable to scare the blind man. Next, the two of them chatted for a while, only then did Zhang Kongjian slowly calm down. Zhang Kongjian, right brother, what are you going to do next? Sumu, next I plan to first take your son to town, find a pet store, and give him a bath. Sumu, you don't know how dirty your son is right now, moreover. His body smells like sheep. Suki, in your son's condition, it's impossible for the two of us to find a car willing to take us. Sumu, so, first, take your son to take a bath then. I'll borrow some more money and study how to return to Haicheng. Zhang Kongjian, you don't have any money? Sumu, it's not that I'm out of money, it's just that I really don't have any money on hand. Sumu's current situation was awkward. Saying that he has no money, the movie and television rights of the novel can reach 4 million, and the backstage manuscript fee is more than 3 million. However, say he had money, he couldn't even take out the money for the train ticket to return to Haicheng right now. In fact, it should have been enough. However, in order to redeem Zhang Kongjian his son's dog's life, he spent an extra 500, and then it was not enough. Zhang Kongjian, brother, why don't you put my son on the market and sell him? Sumu's eyes went round. Crap, this was the real brother He was obviously most hung up on his dog's son on earth. But, as soon as he saw that he was in trouble, he even went out of his way to let himself sell his dog's son for money. This is also too touching. True brother Zhang Kongjian, you're so poor, I seriously doubt that my son will be able to live a well-fed life after you. Zhang Kongjian, seriously, sell it to a rich man. I don't expect it to eat and drink for the rest of its life, but at least it must be able to eat and drink. Go to your big man. Sumu rose up and kicked, directly on Zhang Kongjian's grave, leaving a deep footprint. Take a picture. Send. Zhang Kongjian, brother, you're being a bit unreasonable. I'm seriously talking to you. What are you doing stepping on my grave? Sumu, get lost. Let's not talk to you first. I have to take your son to town to take a bath. Sumu, the smell of goat's taint on your son is too strong. I seriously doubt that he was urinated on by the blind man's goat. Sumu, let's go. Zhang Kongjian, okay, then you go ahead and take my son for a bath. A dozen miles of winding dirt road. If Sumu was by himself, he would have finished running in a while. However, not with Zhang Kongjian's dog son. He didn't know how the blind man fed it, and could clearly see that its physical strength wasn't very supportive. Walking around was fine, but once it trotted, it was soon panting and huffing. If it didn't have any odor on it, Sumu wouldn't mind holding it and running over. However, the goat odor on its body was too much. In this way, it froze until more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. One person and one dog came to a store called Want Pet Shop in town. There was no hurry to take a bath. Sumu first got it a meal in the store. A small half tub of beef-flavored high-protein dog food, plus a few pieces of carrots, a handful of blueberries, a piece of chicken breast, as well as some tablets and powders to supplement whatever, a full 50 yuan. More than he'd spend on a single meal. However, it was obvious that Mao Mao's whole doggy spirit was different after this $50 meal. It's branching out. After Mao Mao had eaten and drunk enough, Sumu then ordered a 130 yuan, wash plus blow dry plus care package for it. Also thanks to the town, if in Haicheng that kind of place, on the Harry this all let a person on the head of the smell of sheep, not to mention 130, 310 are not sure to wash. Chapter 37. All female friends. Taking advantage of Mao Mao being taken away to take a bath, Su Mu was not idle and directly searched for what formalities were needed to check in pets. Because he had never shipped a pet before, he could say he was blind to this aspect and could only check the procedures and process from the internet. Good news, airplanes and trains can now transport pets. The bad news, it took longer than he thought. First of all, go to a nearby veterinary station at least a week in advance to get a rabies vaccination and cat triple vaccine and obtain a vaccination certificate. That alone made Suki feel like he didn't need to read further. A week in advance? That meant that the earliest he could consign the cat if he went to get the vaccination certificate today would be next week. Then what was he going to do for this 1 week? Waiting around in B City? Alas, to advance a week is also too long. With this amount of time, I can run back to Haicheng myself. After roughly looking at the next process, Sumu closed the page. It seems that airplanes and train consignments don't need to be considered. That only leaves the bus. I don't know if the bus limits pets on board. Brother, what a week, what are you talking about? The pet store had 2 female sales clerks, both not too old, perhaps because Sumu consumed more here today. Both were very enthusiastic about him. Looking at the female clerk to give himself over a cup of water, Sumu busy smile and took over. It's nothing. It's just that I plan to go out of town. Checked, if you bring a pet, you still need to apply for the vaccination certificate a week in advance to be able to consign it. Really? The female clerk tilted her head a bit, obviously not understanding the process too well. Where are you going then, brother? Haicheng, a city in the very south. Oh, Haicheng, I know. An uncle from my village runs a big truck and goes there. Huh. The speaker has no intention, but the listener has intention. Sumu narrowed his eyes and said, You have an uncle who runs Haicheng? Ang. The female clerk nodded and said, He pulls goods for a factory here in our area and runs the line to Haicheng for several years. He said, The sea city is particularly prosperous, big city, by the sea. There is a large beautiful beach. There are many foreign women. Wearing can be slutty. Air. I think it's South Beach in Haicheng. It's said to be pretty and fun, with lots of foreigners. Unfortunately, Sumu hadn't been there until now. However, he decided to go back and take a look. Look at those foreign pussies, how slutty they really are. If they dared to be slutty in my great country of China, they must be given severe criticism and education. I'm not too sure about this. Sumu said, however, Can you ask your uncle if he recently went to Haicheng? If he goes, is it convenient to take me and a dog? I can pay him the road fee. Take a big truck to go. This cannot ask for any epidemic prevention certificate. Hey, you wait a moment. I give that uncle of mine a call. The female clerk was happy, busy taking out her cell phone to go aside and make a call. Hey, Uncle Kong. Me, Plum. Uncle Gang, I'll tell you something. There's a guest in our store who wants to go to Haicheng, and it just so happens that you were mentioned. He, on the other hand, wants to bring a big golden fur over there, but as a result, his big golden fur hasn't gotten any vaccination certificate yet, so it seems to be quite troublesome. So, he asked me to help ask, are you going to Haicheng in the past 2 days recently? And if you go, can you bring him and the dog with you? He can pay your traveling expenses. Okay, then I'll ask him first. Saying this, the female sales clerk covered the microphone and came to Su Mu's side. Well, brother, Uncle said, it can be, but to collect you $1,000 road fee, cash, cannot transfer. And once there is traffic police checking the car, you absolutely cannot say you paid. I go, only $1,000. This is a full 600 more than taking a moving car. Moreover, with a dog, it's too conscientious. Sumu was busy nodding. I understand, illegal operation. Don't worry, I definitely won't do that. And the female clerk continued, he is driving by himself, so it's slower. It takes 5 days to get to Haicheng. It happens to leave tomorrow morning. If you're willing to do so, you can wait here tomorrow morning. He passes by here. No problem. Then it's a deal. I'll wait for him here tomorrow morning. Success. The female sales clerk was also happy and pressed her cell phone to her face again. Uncle Kong, I just asked. He said it's no problem. Then when you come over tomorrow, remember to stop here. Okay, okay. I'll hang up then. The female clerk hung up the phone, looked at Sumu, and said happily, I just Uncle said, tomorrow morning around 11 o'clock to this. You eat in advance will eat, not stopping at noon, to run in one breath to 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon. In addition, you buy a bit of water and bread and so on in advance. The road is not necessarily all the time on time to eat. Can, then I will go to prepare now this way. My that golden hair first put in your place. Well, it's fine to put it here with us first. You go prepare it. Sumu left from the pet store, found an internet cafe in the neighborhood, and dove in headfirst. Starting tomorrow, he was going to follow the big truck for at least 5 days. In other words, he wouldn't be able to guarantee updates for these 5 days. Therefore, first set up a timed update in advance in case there was a break in updates, which would affect his credibility. 5:30 in the afternoon, Sumu walked out from the internet cafe. In order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances on the road, he updated regularly for 8 days in one breath. With 800,000 words, he directly updated the total word count to 2 million. In other words, for the next 8 days, he didn't need to touch the computer. Next was the most crucial and important part: borrowing money. He still had a total of $970 on him. The next need to spend more than $1,000 road fee. This road must not eat something, must not buy a bottle of water for the driver to drink. And Zhang Kongjin's dog's son also have to feed it. 5 days, also quite a lot of food. To be on the safe side, borrow 2,000 yuan, 2,970 yuan should be enough for this trip back to Haicheng expenses. But who to borrow? Sumu realized that the ones who were on good terms with him were all girls. Since that basketball game, the few other 4 boys in the class seemed to have developed an opinion about him and somewhat rejected him. They usually didn't talk to him much anymore. Even their greetings were kind of perfunctory and full of strangeness. On the contrary, the female students in the class were much more enthusiastic about him. However, looking for girls to borrow money, he really cannot open his mouth. Just realized that I actually unknowingly mixed to the point where I don't have a single male friend. This is also. Suddenly, before Sumu finished his words, as if he thought of something, the corner of his mouth lifted up. Right? Why don't I find the editor to borrow some money? Although I don't have any male friends, but I have leaders. As a contracted author under Sycamore, it didn't seem wrong to say that the two were employees in a company. Said to do it. Sumu opened the Penguin software and directly clicked on the dialog window with Wudong. Sumu, boss, Jianghu Rescue, can you lend me some money? Wudong simply replied with 2 words. Wudong, how much? Sumu, is $2,000 okay? Sycamore. Chapter 38. Whoring Fiasco. What do you mean? Is $2,000 a bit much? Looking at this line of dots sent by Wudong, Sumu thought that he didn't have a lot of money on hand and it was a bit difficult to come up with this money, and immediately changed the amount. Sumu, or else $1,500 will do. Wudong. Still ... It can't be. This is online almost 24 hours a day, and you can't even get $1,500 out of your hand? It seems that the editor of the starting point also. Sumu shook his head and dropped another $500. Sumu, if you really can't, $1,000 is fine. I'll pay you back when I send out the manuscript fee. $1,000, this was already the bottom line that Sumu could afford. 1,000 yuan as road expenses, he himself still had 970 yuan. As his and Zhang Healthy's dog son's expenses for the past few days. If the journey went smoothly and a little bit of saving was done, there should be no problem to last until Haicheng. However, any lower than that, it might not be too good. If something happens along the way, it's not a good idea to not have any money on hand. More or less, we still need to be a little more generous. Wudong replied, this time not ... Wudong, are you kidding? Wudong, you a big author with a backstage fee of more than $3 million, looking for me to borrow money for only $2,000? Huh? Sumu was a bit confused. What does it mean? Could it be that he resents that he borrowed less? Cam, I told you, the editor of Starting Point. How could he be so bitter? Sumu, I'm not kidding. Sumu, this is not the manuscript fee has not yet been issued. There is really no money on hand. Sumu, it doesn't have to be too much, $2,000 will be enough. Sumu, of course, boss, if you are willing to borrow more, hey. He had just sent over these messages when Wudong cleanly flung over a transfer red packet. Sycamore, transferring $5,000. Take a look. In the end, it's the editor of Starting Point. Atmosphere. Sumu received the transfer and replied with a few hugging emoticons. Sumu, thanks boss. I'll pay you back after a while when I send out the payment. Sycamore, okay. It's all small things, busy. Sumu, okay boss, you're busy. After ending the conversation with Sycamore, Sumu first mentioned the money to his bank card, and from a nearby agricultural bank since ATM, he interbanked and withdrew $1,000 in cash. Then, he went to the supermarket. By the time he carried a full backpack out of the supermarket, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Pet store, he was stunned when he saw Zhang Kongjian's dog Sun again. Simply Big Change live dog. The body smells good not to mention. A golden yellow long hair flowing fluffy, handsome. It was as if he had changed from Wang Baoqiang to Wu Yin clan. Because there is just this one pet store in the town, moreover, the town is not fully functional in things. So, there is no choice. Sumu can only buy some dog food for Zhang Kongjian's dog Sun in the store again. A bag of beef-flavored crunchy dog food, a dog bowl, 3 bottles of pills to supplement various elements in a messy way, and also bought a set of leashes along the way. The leash given by the blind man was just a rope tied around Mao Mao's neck, and even if it was uncomfortable, there was also a smell of goat slop. Now that Mao Mao was easily cleaned, he definitely couldn't use that leash anymore. In the end, Sumu found another small hotel in the town, with Zhang Kongjian's dog Sun, and made do for a night. 7 days passed by in a flash. Afternoon. Haiqing, the development zone, a main road around the city, a Dongfeng heavy truck pulling a full load of goods, slowly stopped at the side of the road. The door opened, Sumu jumped down carrying 2 bags and a dog, and waved at the driver's side. 7 days of time. Finally arrived at Haicheng. Originally, he could have arrived in 6 days, but when he was traveling through Xiang province, he encountered heavy rain, and it was really unsafe to drive, so he rested for a day. Although it is a bit of a toss, but it is also quite interesting. Moreover, along the way, Sumu also gained a lot of insight. For example, often can see some front, not village backstore hotel, lonely. Before, Sumu has not been able to understand. These hotels are so remote, how to make money. Now no, these hotels are mainly for these long-distance bus drivers. Not only provide meals, but also accommodation, and the kind of service that does not allow riding. Driver master is also experienced people. In his words, no young, are more than 30 or 40 old ladies. No fun, pure boredom with. For example, when driving at night, see someone stopping the car, especially beautiful women stopping the car, do not stop. Because you do not know the other side is really in trouble, or do not have an intention. Some people are head iron. See just a woman, thinking, even if there is any situation, they are not afraid of a big man. As a result, a car, dilly-dally drilled out several than you more manly big old man. Click 2 clicks on UGA. All in all, are some walking in society. Summarized very useful experience. Uncle, walk slowly, be safe. Witnessing this Dongfeng Daka slowly start until it went far away, Sumu then took back his sight. After leaving for 9 days in one breath, he finally came back. The counselor had called him twice. Wang Ruo and Li Yiqing both wondered if he had been arrested for whoring. And it's not an isolated case. Influenced by Bai Qiaoyun, he was now a well-known poor loser in Haicheng University of Finance and Economics. From the time he didn't have lunch with Bai Qiaoyun for the first time 9 days ago, someone at the posting bar paid attention to him. Then, it was until he disappeared for 9 consecutive days. All sorts of rumors and gossips were spreading in the posting bar. Among them, the one that spread the most was that he was caught in for whoring. Moreover, the rumor has nose and eyes, in which club, point of several technician, almost to him to write a detailed prostitution process. Even Bai Qiaoyun believe, and, at 12 o'clock last night, sent him a long, sincere article. The general meaning is, don't prostitute outside in the future, not good, those women are not clean. In case of contracting a disease will be troublesome, that aspect of the disease are very difficult to cure. If really that what, on the serious talk about a girlfriend, clean and hygienic. Finally, also concerned to ask him, was locked in which detention center, need to send him some clothes and so on. If not he was already asleep, high and low have to open a video with Bai Qiaoyun to prove innocence. Thinking of this, Sumu carried his bag and looked to Mao Mao who was curiously looking around. Zhang Kongjian, lousy for you this dog son. Innocence has been destroyed. You the hell in the end if you do not get me a few earth can use the nourishing formula. I have to take the time to return to the Beast City to level your grave. 8 days had passed since he had asked Zhang Kongjian to customize a formula for himself that could be used on Earth. There was no news so far. Even Sumu felt that it might be hopeless. Chapter 39. $4 million arrived. 2 hours later, Sumu held Zhang Kongjian's dog son and returned to his rented house that had been away for 9 days. With his cell phone out, he took 2 photos and sent them to Zhang Kongjian. Sumu, smooth journey. Your dog son and I arrived home safely. Zhang Kongjian, very good, brother. Have you thought about it yet, how exactly to arrange my son? In the past few days on Sumu's way back, he had been chatting with Zhang Kongjian about this issue. Although Zhang Kongjian entrusted Mao Mao to him, he did not want to keep him around. It wasn't that he didn't like Zhang Kongjian's dog son, on the contrary, he quite liked it. However, it was this that made him not want to keep it around. Because he didn't have that much time to accompany. He had to go to class very early in the morning and didn't come back until after school in the afternoon. It could almost be said that for the whole day, Mao Mao was going to be home alone as a dog. Sumu slightly towards Mao Mao's identity generation into, feel very lonely, and squatting in prison is similar. After all, Mao Mao was just a dog, and it couldn't play with cell phones or watch TV. The way it can pass the time is to stay hard. Stay until Sumu comes back, take it out for a walk, and spread joy. This is actually quite cruel. Although many people raised it this way, Sumu could not agree with this type of raising. Regarding this point, Zhang Kongjian also agreed. Although he himself also raised Mao Mao this way, he admitted that it was indeed very selfish, mainly focusing on satisfying himself, and didn't care much about Mao Mao's feelings at all. Since Sumu had different ideas and wanted to make Mao Mao's life better, he naturally raised his hands in favor. Only, until now, Sumu hadn't come up with a concrete plan. Sumu thought for a moment and returned. Sumu, in fact, I've always had an idea. I've seen some pet stores over here in Haicheng that have a boarding service, so you can board Mao Mao in a pet store. What do you think? The pet store's boarding service had been available a long time ago. It wasn't like Zhang Kongjian had traveled away many years ago. He hadn't even left Earth for 2 months yet, so he naturally knew about this program. The boarding service was not only for those who traveled temporarily and didn't have time to keep a pet. It is also for those who are busy at work and don't have time to accompany their dogs during the day. During the day, when you go to work, you will drop your dog off at the pet store, and at night, when you get off work, you will bring your dog home. In this way, the dog will be taken care of during the day and will have a good time. Boarding in a pet store is definitely a good idea. But, Zhang Kongjian, brother, boarding at a pet store is indeed a good way. Zhang Kongjian, however, we also have to consider reality, don't we? Of course, I don't mean anything else. Zhang Kongjian, I think you are now economic really not generous, the road fee to rely on borrowing or slow down? Zhang Kongjian, although I very much want my son to live a good life, but if in order to let my son live a good life, will be brother you drain. My heart also can't get over it air. Looking at these messages sent by Zhang Kongjian, Sumu had a head full of black lines. Even, he wanted to burst into foul language. Of course, it wasn't directed at Zhang Kongjian, but at the movie company that bought the movie and television rights of his novel. When he said that he would make the payment in 2 days, he said that he would make the payment in 2 days. It was almost 10 days ago. Where's the money? It's 2 days. How come it's so firm? It's over, isn't it? In Sumu was Zhang Kongjian's these messages. Choking do not know how to reply. Suddenly, the upper end of the cell phone, popping up a reminder text message. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Your card number 4321. At 1805, credited $4 million. Seeing this text message popping up on the top of his cell phone, Sumu was stunned and his eyes went round. It's in the account. It's finally in the account. He was busy opening the ICBC app and logged into his bank account. Seeing that in his bank account, there was really 4 million more. He almost didn't jump up in excitement. Although he already knew a long time ago that he was going to have this $4 million in his account. However, knowing to know, when this moment really happened, when seeing the account with his own eyes with so many numbers, that kind of strong visual impact, really, it is difficult to use words to describe. Finally, after a burst of silent ecstasy, Sumu took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. He also didn't reply to any text, but instead sent a screenshot of the SMS to Zhang Kongjian. No money? Heh. Looking down on who? $4 million, brighten your dog's eyes. Mr. Zhang Kongjian, brother, you're too good. Zhang Kongjian, only 19 years old and you're making $4 million, admire. Zhang Kongjian, unlike me, at the age of 17, I only have a set of mountain villa covering an area of 200 acres, more than 200 bodyguards, and 25 first-tier star-level personal attendants. Sumu? Sumu was originally very happy, very excited mood, do not know how, after seeing Zhang Kongjian's message, a moment tasteless. Sumu. Sumu, Zhang Kongjian, you were raised by your dog's son, right? Sumu. Just be a person. Zhang Kongjian, ha ha ha. Zhang Kongjian, brother, don't be angry. Zhang Kongjian, I still think highly of you. Continue to work hard. You are only 19 years old. When you are 91 years old, maybe you can also be the same as me now. Sumu. Suki, I can go to your big man, right? Sumu, I'm in a bad mood tonight. Eat dog meat. Zhang Kongjian, don't, 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 don't. Zhang Kongjian, I'm just well reincarnated. I can't help it. With such a city lord old man, I'm helpless too. Zhang Kongjian, moreover, it's not as good as you think. I'm just practicing hard all day long. Zhang Kongjian, wrong brother. I'm wrong. Spare my son's life. Zhang Kongjian, wait. My cheap old man came to look for me. Maybe the customized tonic medicine for you has a result. Talk in a while. Thinking that Zhang Kongjian was deliberately changing the topic, Sumu sent 2 messages in a row, but the results did not return. Seeing this, Sumu once again looked at the $4 million arrival text message. The excitement was all gone, and it felt just like that. Only 4 million. Couldn't even buy a first-tier star-level beauty as a personal maid. People had a full 25. This unscrupulous dog, can he take care of 25 of them? Sooner or later, squeeze him into dryness. Also 200 acres of manor. There is no use. After death is not so a small grave. Envious? I'm not envious. No lemon at all. Thinking of this, Sumu kicked the golden hair that was honestly squatting next to him, and then went to the washroom. First, he went to take a shower. The last 3 days before arriving in Haicheng, he and the driver master were all spent in the car. Coupled with the sweltering heat and humidity, his body had long been unbearable. Chapter 40. The customized recipe is out. Half an hour later. Inside the rental house, Sumu took a shower and changed into another set of clothes. Because he had already walked quite a bit today, Zhang Kongjian's dog son didn't need to be walked. Just as Sumu got him a tub of dog food and was about to go downstairs to get something to eat himself, he picked up his cell phone only to realize that Zhang Kongjian had sent over quite a few messages while he was taking a shower. Zhang Kongjian, brother, good news, good news. Zhang Kongjian, this cheap old man of mine came to find me. It's really because there's a result for that customized nourishing formula for you. Zhang Kongjian, it's not much, just 2 kinds of research. You try it first and see how effective it is. The formula was made? Seeing this, Sumu rubbed his head. Zhang Kongjian, brother, write down these 2 formulas. Don't be unable to find them when the time comes. Zhang Kongjian, the first one, 5 grams of ginseng powder, 22 grams of wolfberry powder, and Ganoderma lucidum powder, are simmered on a low flame for half an hour. Zhang Kongjian, the second kind, ginseng powder 3 grams, American ginseng powder 3 grams, Kala coriacini, also open the pot. The small man simmered for half an hour. Zhang Kongjian, these 2 kinds of recipes you try, tell me the difference after taking. I relayed to my cheap old man. Let him look at the adjustment. Must give you to make the most suitable for the earth. No, is the most suitable for your formula? After reading these messages sent by Zhang Kongjian, Sumu couldn't even close his mouth with joy. It had to be said that although Zhang Kongjian was as doggy as his doggy son, but the person was still very reliable. He first found a piece of paper and a pen and wrote down these 2 recipes sent by Zhang Kongjian before he started replying. Sumu, it's finally here. I waited until the flowers were almost gone. Sumu, don't say anything. I'll go out now to get ready. Come back in the evening and talk again. After sending these 2 messages, Sumu joyfully stroked Mao Mao's dog head, then left the rental house. 8 o'clock in the evening. Sumu returned to the rented house with a large bag of packaged Chinese medicine and a casserole. According to the 2 formulas that Zhang Kongjian said, he purchased 3 copies of the same at the nearby Chinese medicine store, and all of them were powdered. Moreover, the price of the 2 formulas was about the same. Each serving was around $350. For 6 copies, a total of $2,110 was spent. If it was in the previous time, he definitely wouldn't be willing to buy so many copies at once. But now, having just booked $4 million, didn't care. Bringing the herbs and casserole to the kitchen, Sumu immediately followed the method sent by Zhang Kongjian and boiled it. After 40 minutes, The first recipe was boiled. It was slimy and thick, similar to a very sticky 8-treasure kanji, and it happened to get a full bowl. There was no rush to take it. He cleaned the casserole and got another packet of the second formula and boiled it down. It was also almost 40 minutes. From the color and shape alone, the two formulas boiled out were similar, and both were a full bowl. It wasn't until both formulas were boiled out that Sumu started taking them. Because the first bowl had all cooled down, it was already sticky, and when it cooled down, it was as if it was the same as a rice cake, and Sumu could be said to have chewed and eaten it. The flavor was particularly bitter and hard to eat. When he finished this one, his top was taken off, and he directly practiced the Fierce Man 36 styles in the living room. Wanting to compare the two formulas, which one was better, was very simple. Just look at which one of the formulas could support him in hitting the Slamming Man 36 styles more. Once, 2 times, 3 times, 24 times. As if he was tireless, Sumu played the Fierce Man 36 styles over and over again until he finished 24 times in one breath, which made him feel that his stomach was empty and he couldn't hold on anymore. He looked incredulously at the empty bowl on the side, not even knowing what to say. This was too amazing. He ate a stomach full of beef, so hunger-resistant quality protein. At best it was enough to fight 3 or 4 times the Slamming Man 36 styles, and just such a bowl of medicine could actually support him to fight 24 times. It was simply outrageous. After testing the first formula, Sumu only paused for a little while, then ate the second bowl and started the Slamming Man 36 style again. Once, 2 times, 3 times, 15 times. The price of the herbs needed for these two formulas was obviously about the same, both around $350, but the effect was far worse. When he took the first formula, he was able to hit the Slamming Man 36 styles 24 times. However, taking the second formula, he was only able to hit the Mighty Man 36 styles 15 times. Even the 15th Fierce Man 36 postures was something that he barely managed to hold on to. The difference was immediate. The first formula, complete victory. While Sumu pulled out some bread or something like that from his backpack to fill up, he sent the test results to Zhang Kongjian. Sumu, brother, I finished testing both formulas. Sumu, these two formulas are still quite different in terms of effectiveness. Sumu, the first formula, the effect is good. It can support me practicing the Fierce Man 36 styles for quite a while. Sumu, the second formula is not so good. Comparing to the first one, it's at least a third of the time worse. Sumu, also, these two formulas won't cause any harm to my body, right? It was already 12 a.m., but Zhang Kongjian hadn't rested yet and quickly replied. Zhang Kongjian, brothers, you can rest assured, these two formulas can't possibly cause harm to your body. Besides, my son is still counting on you to take care of it. How dare I pit you ah? Makes sense. Zhang Kongjian, what you mean is that the first formula is much more effective than the second one and can last longer, with a difference of 1/3 between the two? Sumu, yes, that's the case. The difference is indeed quite big. Zhang Kongjian, okay, I've written it down. It's too late today. I'll go and react with my cheap old man tomorrow. In addition, is my son still accustomed to living at your place? Being mentioned by Zhang Kongjian, Sumu realized that Mao Mao didn't know when he ran to the sofa and was lying on the sofa looking at him. The spirit was a bit bad. It should be trying to sleep, but as a result, it didn't fall asleep after being tossed around by him in the living room for a while. Sumu took a picture in passing and sent it to Zhang Kongjian. Sumu, don't worry, your son in my hands, definitely more nourishing than in your hands. Sumu, all right, it's getting late. Your dog son should also go to bed. Sumu, also, it's settled. I'll go find a pet store for your son tomorrow and handle the foster care business. Zhang Kongjian, got it. Zhang Kongjian, brother, you can do it. I believe in you. After ending the chat with Zhang Kongjian, Sumu was actually not sleepy at all and wanted to go to the kitchen to simmer another portion of medicinal herbs and then play the Fierce Man 36 styles for 2 hours. As a result, after seeing Mao Mao's lack of spirit, he eventually gave up. Forget it, it won't affect its rest. On this journey to High City, it also didn't sleep well, so let it catch up on its sleep. Thinking of this, Sumu turned around and went to the scrub room. Chapter 41. Bah, colorful dog. Early the next morning, Sumu woke up as usual. Because today was the last day of the novel's regular updates, there was no need for him to disguise himself as a diligent operator yet. In addition, today was Sunday, and there was no need to go to class. Therefore, after waking up, Sumu washed and brushed up, and first made a bowl of dog food for Zhang Kongjian's dog son, and then went to the kitchen and boiled himself a packet of medicine that could hit the slamming man 36 style 24 times. Until 9:30 in the morning. It was only until he finished playing 24 times of Mighty Man 36 style that he led Zhang Kongjian's dog son to leave the rental house. Moreover, I don't know if it's an illusion, when playing this morning's 24 times of Mighty Man 36 style, he felt as if there was an extra trace of chi-like things in his body. However, because it was too weak, as if it was somewhere between there and nothing, appearing and disappearing, he couldn't quite be sure. Hey, look, that one holding the dog seems to be that Suki from the accounting major. Really? Where? I go, it's really him. When was he released? Because Sumu rented a house, originally in the vicinity of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, coupled with today's Sunday, do not have to go to class? And then, the neighborhood is more than usual a lot of wandering college students. Unsurprisingly, influenced by Bai Qiaoyun, as a well-known poor loser in the whole school, he was quickly recognized. Sumu, who was holding Mao Mao and searching for a pet store in the neighborhood, got all hard after hearing this vaguely heard discussion behind him. Bang bang hard big fists, really want to smash the face of these two men behind him. What do you mean when was it released? Lousy pressure simply did not go in okay. I don't know it is estimated that it is also just released it, otherwise, the posting bar has long known. Yes, but this buddy is also really do not know enough, are in a piece with White Xiaoqian, but also go to the prostitute, the heart of how to think that White Xiaoqian more excellent You can pull it down, you will not really think that by Xiaoqian and him in a piece of it? No? False, people by Xiaoqian just do not want to fall in love so early. Take him as a shield to block those crazy suitors, people by Xiaoqian and not stupid. How can he look on him a poor loser? Hiss. I go really fake. Who told you? This also use who told clear-eyed people can see at a glance. Oh, your own guess Along the way, Sumu didn't know how many eyes he attracted, triggering how many people's discussion on the issue of whoring. Luckily, it was him. If he was replaced by one with poor mental capacity, he would probably have started to get depressed. Finally, Sumu arrived at the first pet store. Flower Pet Paradise. The name was adorable and sounded cozy, but Sumu just briefly looked at the environment inside before leading Zhang Kongjian's dog son away. There was a characteristic animal smell in the pet store, and there were some cats in cages, and their fur was all messy. In addition to a few cats, there were also a few dogs. There were 2 teddies and a Pomeranian, looking dirty and messy as well. Even Zhang Kongjian's dog son, who hadn't taken a bath for 8 or 9 days, looked much cleaner than them. With this environment, Sumu really didn't believe that Mao Mao would be well taken care of here. Time passed by, and it was 11 o'clock in the morning. Sumu held Mao Mao and came out of the 4th pet store, all a bit helpless. He had thought that finding a pet store that could board Fluffy should be a pretty simple thing. However, after looking around, he realized that it wasn't that easy at all. At least, the 4 pet stores he had looked for were basically all focused on selling pet supplies. For example, sell some dog food, sell a dog cage, sell some dog medicine, and so on. Of course, also undertake foster care services. However, once Sumu saw the cats and dogs in their pet store, she really couldn't trust them. There are only a few pet stores in the neighborhood, right? If you look for more, you should go in the direction of the city. Impression, Haicheng University of Finance and Economics nearby seems to be so 4 pet stores, just when he hesitated whether to take Mao Mao, to go to the city to find a more reliable big pet store when, suddenly, as if found something, a moment narrowed his eyes. Doghouse? Could this also be a pet store? Not far away, an inconspicuous small store, the location is quite remote. If not for Sumu unintentionally glanced at it, it would not necessarily be able to see it. Holding the attitude of trying, Sumu held Zhang Kongjian's dog son and walked over. The small store, Sumu had just led Mao Mao in and had a feeling of brightening up. The store is not big, but it is very neat and hygienic, there is no odor, and none of the dogs are locked in cages. Inside the store there is a circle of fencing, and several dogs are frolicking inside, grabbing a ball. There were 2 teddies, a Bichon Frise, a Pomeranian, and a husky that looked retarded as hell. The clerk was a girl, just in her early 20s, with looks that would score 80 points, wearing an apron and a sweet smile. Yeah, what a cute big golden hair, so handsome. Sumu had just come in holding Mao Mao. The girl enthusiastically rushed up and tiger petted the dog's head for a while. Mao Mao, who acted very high and low in the other 4 pet stores, shook his head and wagged his tail under this girl's tiger touch, arching straight towards the girl's chest. Seeing this, Sumu gave a fierce contempt. Bah, colorful dog. It's the same as its dog father who raised 25 personal attendants. In other stores, when it was touched by a male clerk, it wasn't seen to be this excited. This gender change, passion immediately pull full. Cluck, 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 cluck. Okay, okay, don't make a scene, don't make a scene. The girl smiled and giggled as she held the enthusiastic dog's head, insisted for 3 or 4 seconds, and when she let go, Fluffy really calmed down. HM? This woman can play. At a glance, she is particularly dog-savvy. Seeing this, Sumu added a lot of good feelings towards this woman at that moment. Beauty. Sumu smiled. Is this a pet store for you? The girl stood up. She first glanced at Sumu with a meaningful smile before she said, yes, I am a specialized dog pet store here. Me here? Ayo. Understood. She is the owner. Screw it. This store is all hers. Then can you board pets here? Of course you can. These dogs are all foster. Some are traveling and do not have time to take care of. Some are working for fear that the dog is lonely at home. How do you want to foster? It didn't take long for Suki to talk to the girls. A full day kind of fostering, with food and lodging and dog walking, is $150 a day. If it's just daytime fostering, no need to stay here at night, and no need to walk the dog, it's $100 a day, just for food and play. This price, in a big first-tier city like Haicheng, is already more conscientious. Another thing is that you can tell if a person is good with dogs and likes them or not. This girl seems to be a person who likes dogs very much, and it's reassuring to leave Mao Mao with her. Chapter 42. Surprisingly, there are CP fans. After everything was settled, Sumu added the girl's prestige. As he had just guessed, the girl's name was Huang Yingying, not only the owner of this store, but also the landlord of this store. Although the store was very small and she was the only one, however, it was really quite a lot of money. Take Zhang Kongjian's dog son, for example. For Mao Mao to stay here for a day and a night, that's $150. And what Huang Yingying pays is 3 meals of dog food, maybe with some chicken breasts, vegetables, pills, and other things, full of money. Tops up to the day is only $50. She was making at least $100 a day purely from Mao Mao. Mind you, there's not just one dog here, Fluffy, there are other dogs. Besides, they have other businesses. Bathing the dogs, cutting their hair, styling their hair, selling dog food and other supplies. In short, Sumu roughly estimated, she's so a small store, really quite a lot of money. A month at least earned more than 30,000. She was put into the fence Mao Mao, soon and a few other dogs into a piece, and is running and jumping, chasing each other, playful, Sumu mouth raised up. Not bad. Adapted quite quickly. Moreover, it could be seen that Fluffy also liked this place. Although it has to spend bottoming $100 every day, it didn't matter. It was good that it liked it. Who let its father give itself a copy of the 36 Styles of Mighty Man, and bothered to customize the prescription for itself. Since its dad was kind enough, his own side definitely couldn't be bad. Thinking of this, Sumu looked at Huang Yingying and smiled. Good. Then it's like this. Mao Mao will be fostered here with you in the future. The fostering fee, I'll give you a daily settlement every day. Good. Huang Yingying smiled and looked at Mao Mao. Mao Mao, Daddy is leaving. Quickly say bye-bye to Daddy. The stupid dog was being chased around by a teddy, not even glancing at Sumu. Heartless dog. Sumu cursed in his heart, still smiling. All right, let it play. I'll leave first. Good, then I'll see you off. Huang Yingying sent Sumu to the outside of the store, and the two of them spoke briefly again. Suddenly, just as Sumu turned around and was about to leave, Huang Yingying spoke again. Right, Sumu, I think you should solemnly apologize to Bai Qiaoyun. Huh. Sumu had a head full of question marks. He turned back to look at Huang Yingying with a confused face. What bureau? Huang Yingying continued, I also look at your Haicheng University of Finance and Economics posting. In fact, when you just came in, I recognized you. You and Bai Qiaoyun's love, I also know. I'm not the same as those in your school who call you a poor loser and say you're not worthy. I think you and Bai Qiaoyun are a good match, groom and daughter. But whoring is really your fault. Keeping such a superb girlfriend as Bai Qiaoyun, you still go whoring. You can't be so unaware of it. I think you should give Bai Qiaoyun a solemn apology. Sumu. Holy shit. Surprisingly, there are still people who are high on the vegetarian CP of him and Bai Qiaoyun. Looking at Huang Yingying's fervent look, and then recalling the meaningful smile she had when she first saw him, Sumu understood at once. It turned out that she recognized herself at that time. Although Sumu wanted to tell Huang Yingying that he didn't prostitute himself, it was purely a rumor created by the bar. Moreover, he and Bai Qiaoyun were not a couple, purely because he was too familiar with her mom. However, Thinking that it would be too troublesome to explain, he eventually dismissed the idea. Sumu revealed a sincere smile and said, "Okay, I will solemnly apologize to her." Seeing Sumu adopted his own opinion, Huang Yingying laughed at once. "This is only right, men. Must be brave to face their own mistakes. And whoring is not an unforgivable sin. As long as you sincerely apologize, guarantee that you will no longer go to prostitutes in the future. I think that Bai Qiaoyun will definitely forgive you." Looking at Huang Yingying's sincere smile, Sumu smiled and nodded. "Well, I've already realized my mistake. I'll go find her now to apologize. Bye. Bye. Remember to buy a bouquet of flowers, yo." "Okay, I'll go buy them now." Leaving the place perfunctorily, Sumu's fists at the moment, bonkers hard. Grandma's leg. If he knew who the person who initially rumored that he was caught whoring, he would have to give him 2 punches in the bonbon. Waiting until he walked away, Sumu took out his cell phone and sent a few pictures of Mao Mao playing happily in the store to Zhang Kongjian. Sumu, foster care without accommodation, $100 a day. Sumu, foster care plus accommodation, plus dog walking, $150 a day. Sumu, the food I looked at, it's pretty good. A variety of flavors of dog food. A meal of a piece of chicken breast, with some broccoli, carrots, and so on. Suki, accommodation has a special kennel, soft, inside cotton, more comfortable than on the sofa. Suki, point, your son is having a great time here. Sumu, the second key point, the young lady is very nice, loves dogs, and will definitely take good care of him. Sumu, well, rest in peace. After sending so many messages in a row and not seeing Zhang Kongjian replying, Sumu thought he wasn't there. Just as he was about to find a place to go for lunch, as a result, Zhang Kongjian replied. Zhang Kongjian, rest in peace, must rest in peace. Zhang Kongjian, brother, I won't say any more words of thanks. It's not only my good fortune to have met you, it's also Mao Mao's good fortune. Zhang Kongjian, really, I have now completely not worried about the rest of Mao Mao's life, because I know that you will definitely take good care of it, thanks. Yeah. Zhang Kongjian was suddenly so serious. Instead, it made Sumu a bit less adaptable for a while. Zhang Kongjian, also brother, the situation of that formula of yours, I've already reacted with that cheap old man of mine, and he said that it can't be refined. Zhang Kongjian, the first formula, it's already the extreme of what he can do with those ordinary herbs to maximize the efficacy. Zhang Kongjian, he said that the second formula is indeed not as good as the first, but it is more or less an option. It turned out that the formula could no longer be refined. It seemed to be expected, and Sumu was not disappointed. Sumu, okay, if it can't be refined, it hasn't been refined, it's enough anyway. Eating one bowl, one could play the slamming 36 styles 24 times, 120 minutes, 2 hours. This duration, it's already enough. If it's not enough, then eat 2 bowls at a time. It can last for 4 hours. If that's not enough, then eat 3 bowls, which will last 6 hours. Anyway, with his current appetite, eating 3 bowls at a time was not a big problem. After briefly chatting with Zhang Kongjian for a while, Sumu just ended his chat with him and realized that there were a lot more messages on Weixin. Wang Ruoruo, Sumu, you came out? Li Yaqing, how was it? You didn't get beaten up inside? Bai Qiaoyun, yay. My brother Sumu was finally released. Sprinkle, sprinkle, sprinkle. Set up a reception banquet for you to eat or not? Looking at the messages sent by Bai Qiaoyun and the others, Sumu didn't need to guess. Someone must have sent him to the posting bar again. Otherwise, it couldn't be so uniform. Chapter 43, Poster Drama. Sure enough, Sumu opened the cell phone posting bar of Haicheng Finance and Economics University and saw that post about him at a glance. The post was made by a guy called Genie Tai Mei. Extra, extra. Sumu, who was detained for whoring not long ago, is released. Below the title were 2 photos taken secretly, more than 10 meters away from him. In the photos, he's leading Mao Mao out of a third pet store. One front face, one side face, very clear. Counting the time, it was probably just half an hour ago. And underneath this post, there were already several hundred replies. It's only been a few days since he was detained, and he's out so soon. Procuring prostitutes is not a major offense. It seems to be only 7 to 15 days. I didn't expect. Per people are not honest. I thought that Bai Qiaoyun fancy is him this person. Now look, he is this person is not good. Really don't understand what Bai Qiaoyun see on him. Really for Bai Qiaoyun is not worth it. Words cannot say so. Put aside the fact that White Qiaoyun is not right. If Sumu, if you can get full release, he will go to prostitute. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. Upstairs bowl. This tricky punch. Hit the whole school. Girls are confused. Admire, admire, admire. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Let's see what our white schoolgirl will do. What else can we do? We must break up. We've been whoring. We'll spend New Year's Eve with him. Wouldn't the school expel such a person? This is also too detrimental to the reputation of our Haiching University of Finance and Economics. Looking at the post, saying anything, Su Mu simply scratched twice and closed it smoothly. Heh, I didn't expect that I would experience the treatment of a star. Just came out to give Zhang Kongjian's dog son to find a pet store? That can foster, I didn't expect, but was secretly photographed, and also in the posting bar caused a small sensation. Reopening the Prestige, he sent a message to Bai Qiaoyun in the past. Su Mu, the reception banquet is even if it is not, come to the Holy Hao restaurant. I will treat you to a steak. St. Hao Restaurant is a good Western restaurant near Haiching University of Finance and Economics. Both a little bit of style, the price is not too expensive, loved by the couples of Haiching University of Finance and Economics. Counting down, he had already eaten a lot of Bai Qiaoyun's chicken legs, and it was time to return the favor. Bai Qiaoyun, wow, is it so extravagant right away? More than 10 minutes later. In front of the Shanghai restaurant, Su Mu saw Bai Qiaoyun, who was wearing a pair of small white shoes, high-waisted tight jeans, and a short white t-shirt. The simple outfit showed the vigor of youth, and at the same time, it also showed confidence in herself. As long as the length is good, the body is good, where simply does not matter, how to wear are good. Seeing Su Mu over, Bai Qiaoyun smiled brightly, stomped over, whispered, "First, congratulations to my brother Su from the detention center. How is it? Not beaten inside?" Su Mu faced black line. What I simply did not go in. Right, besides, the two of us days do not send prestige, if I was really locked in. But also with you send prestige? Air, Bai Qiaoyun slightly innocent. But, the posting said, the detention center is not strict, especially you such as whoring such a small thing into the... Encountered strict not allowed to bring a cell phone. Encountered not strict, with a cell phone does not care. Su Mu? Got to. He was looking out, because in Bai Qiaoyun mixed in a piece, there are already too many people look at him not happy. Directly ignoring the facts, he opened his mouth. Had to throw dirty water on him. The problem is that no rebuttal has been issued. How many people have been in detention centers? How many people know what a real detention center looks like? Moreover, even if he comes up with a legal rebuttal that cell phones are not allowed during detention, the other side just has to retort that the law is the law and reality is reality, and it's unanswerable. It really should be the words. Rumor mongering a mouth. Dispel rumors run through legs. Especially, even Bai Qiaoyun believed that he was detained for whoring. Su Mu could understand this sentence even better. That, Su Mu said with a serious face, I'll say it again. I wasn't detained for whoring. I went on a trip out of town. If you dare to believe those things in the posting bar again, I'll use the privileges your mom gave me. Bai Qiaoyun blinked her eyes. What privilege did my mom give you? Your mom said that when the language is useless, it's good to directly press you to the ground and punch you in the ass with such a whip. What? Bai Qiaoyun's two eyes glared, and her hands subconsciously covered her butt. She just stared at Su Mu's eyes until there were 2 or 3 seconds passed, before she said aggrievely, I don't believe it. There's no way my mom would give you such a privilege. It must be that you lied to me. Su Mu hemmed and hawed, raised his right hand and swore, if your mom didn't say so, let me end up alone. Seeing this, Bai Qiaoyun's little mouth opened into a zero shape. Such a ferocious, poisonous oath? My mom really gave you such a privilege? That's right. Su Mu smugly said, your mom now trusts me 100%. This is still just a small privilege. There are still big privileges. There are also big privileges then. What are the big privileges? Not telling you. Oh, please, Brother Su is the best, tell me. Don't say, hungry, eat first. Letting Bai Qiaoyun hold her arm and shake and pout, Su Mu resolutely walked into the restaurant. The time shifted. In the blink of an eye is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Mu and Bai Qiaoyun, 2 people, contentedly walked out from the Shanghai restaurant. 388 steaks, 2 cups of freshly squeezed juice, plus a few after-dinner desserts. A total of 1,158 yuan was spent. How extravagant couldn't be talked about, but, for their current student status, it really wasn't cheap either. And, no surprise, the photo of the 2 of them dining at the restaurant was also secretly taken and posted to the posting bar. It couldn't be helped. In a place like Shanghai restaurant where couples were cool to come, especially on weekends, It was simply impossible to avoid the students of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics. Then, the posting bar had a new topic. Bai Qiaoyun and Sumu dine at the Shanghai restaurant. I don't know if it's a breakup banquet or an apology banquet. Guess, will Bai Qiaoyun forgive Sumu? It's almost a serialized drama. Well, this meal is so comfortable. Bai Qiaoyun patted her flat belly with a satisfied face and said, "Hey, thank you for my brother Sue's hospitality. What other projects are there next?" "What other projects? Which is what project?" Sumu's plan at the beginning. First find a boarding pet store for Mao Mao, then eat, and go to that Chinese medicine herbal store yesterday on the way, and buy a few pairs of medicine. Then, go home, boil the medicine, and practice the slamming 36 styles. However, looking at the current situation, it shouldn't work, because Bai Qiaoyun obviously didn't enjoy herself and didn't want to let him go yet. Chapter 44, Kissed by Bai Qiaoyun. Going to do something? Because he didn't plan ahead, Sumu was a bit aimless for a while. Just as he was hesitating whether to go to a nearby movie theater to watch a movie, suddenly, Bai Qiaoyun grabbed the first opportunity to speak. "Hey, Sumu, where's that big golden hair of yours? I saw in the posting bar that you were holding a big golden hair before. Did you let it go home?" "Hairy hair? Oh no." Sumu didn't think much about it, said, "It was put at a pet store by me." "Really? Then take me to see it. I especially like dogs." This? In fact, Sumu didn't mind taking Bai Qiaoyun to see Mao Mao at all. Mainly, the store owner, Huang Yingying, was a CP fan of him and Bai Qiaoyun. Moreover, when he left before, that perfunctory answer not only didn't explain that he and Bai Qiaoyun weren't a couple, but also recognized it in disguise. If he brought Bai Qiaoyun over now, he would definitely have to make a misunderstanding. "What's wrong?" Bai Qiaoyun said strangely, "Not allowed to see ya?" "What's a dog not allowed to see?" Sumu laughed. "The main thing is a bit of a special case, that store owner. Also look at our Haicheng University of Finance and Economics posting. And also stoned on our CP stone quite addictive, is our co-powder." Said, Sumu will probably tell the situation again. Bai Qiaoyun heard, happy cannot. "No way. We both even have co-fans, then I have to go and see it even more." Seeing Bai Qiaoyun watching the fun, Sumu laughed and shook his head, then took her to the doghouse opened by Huang Yingying. More than 10 minutes later, in the pet store opened by Huang Yingying, by the time Sumu and Bai Qiaoyun both went in, she was teasing a few puppies. As for Mao Mao, he was lazily lying in the soft kennel. This lazy look, at a glance, was that it had just been fed not long ago. After all, he had spent so many days with Mao Mao. What habits it had, Sumu basically understood. Seeing Sumu and Bai Qiaoyun both came in, Huang Yingying obviously froze, followed by happily running to Bai Qiaoyun. "Did you two make up?" Obviously seeing Bai Qiaoyun for the first time, Huang Yingying was not unfamiliar at all, but instead seemed to be familiar with her. And for this young lady who had no malicious intent, Bai Qiaoyun also acted very self-conscious and had a happy expression. "Well, make up." On the side, Sumu was a bit confused. "Who am I? Where am I? What bureau?" He was all ready to explain to Huang Yingying. His thoughts were all organized, just waiting to open his mouth. As a result, when Bai Qiaoyun opened her mouth, she directly kicked the ball further away. "Yay, I told you so." Huang Yingying made a victory-clenched fist movement, excited. Prostitution certainly is wrong, but also cannot be because of this. He will be denied to death. As the saying goes, the prodigal son returns to the gold, as long as he is sincere to correct. To ensure that he does not make this kind of mistake in the future, it is still a good man, right? Right. Well, I also think so. Bai Qiaoyun said with a joyful smile. "Give him another chance. If he lets me know that he went to prostitutes again in the future, then I definitely can't forgive him." Hear that? Huang Yingying looked at Sumu and glared. How good is Qiaoyun? This body, these long legs, I'm a woman looking at it all greedy. Keep such a girlfriend. But also go to prostitutes. Do you think you're stupid or not? You can't go there again. Moreover, that kind of woman has a few clean in case you get hit, get that kind of disease, regret to death you. Right. Bai Qiaoyun followed and agreed. Regret dying you. Eh. Sumu scratched his head and forced a smile. Waiting. Really confused. What am I here for? Inside the pet store, Huang Yingying and Bai Qiaoyun were like good sisters who hadn't seen each other for a long time, chatting with such enthusiasm. All of them shocked Sumu. It turned out that women's friendship could be so unreasonable. However, the two chatted about it, but also brought him along from time to time. What? Xiao Tsing's such a good girl. followed by you are not afraid of poverty and suffering, must be cherished. What? See Yao Tsing for you. Refused how many temptations outside, can no longer do her wrong. Sumu awkward of force. Do not know what to say. Every time he is mentioned, he will cope with the smile. By the way, Tiger touched Zhang Kongjian, his son's dog head. Finally, Bai Qiaoyun and Huang Yingying exchanged enthusiastically for more than half an hour in the store, and finally had to leave. Huang Yingying put Mao Mao's leash on and handed it to Bai Qiaoyun. Let's go, Mao Mao. Go play with mom and dad. She looked at Bai Qiaoyun again. You two must be good, really. I'm especially optimistic about you two. If you two get separated, I can die of sadness. Really? Bai Qiaoyun laughed. Of course it's true. Huang Yingying seriously said, the first time I paid attention to the two of you in the bar, I felt that, gosh, how can someone be so well matched? It's really like a talented man and a beautiful woman, a golden couple in general. So, if you two can really come together, I will definitely give you a big red packet. A promise is a promise, yo. Bai Qiaoyun said. It's a deal. Huang Yingying extended her pinky. Seeing this, Bai Qiaoyun also stretched out her pinky, and the two pinkies just hooked together. Pull the hook. Don't change for 100 years. When the two finished pulling the hook, Bai Qiaoyun glanced at Sumu next to her, as if she thought of something, and smiled wryly. Can't let you get high on both of our CP for nothing. Like this, send you a candy to eat? Saying that, Bai Qiaoyun patted her toes and snapped, kissing on Sumu's face. Ah! Huang Yingying excitedly clasped her hands and jumped and screamed. Sweet dead, sweet dead. One more, one more. Bai Qiaoyun's face was red and she giggled. No more, just one Bai. We're going to play. After saying that, Bai Qiaoyun led the dog with one hand, pulled the dumbfounded Sumu with one hand, and left the pet store with quick steps. And it wasn't until after coming out of the pet store that Sumu came back to his senses. He touched the place where he had just been kissed by Bai Qiaoyun and said with less certainty, did you just kiss me? Bai Qiaoyun's face was red and a big ripe apple in general, pretended as if nothing happened and said, no, that doesn't count. It's not easy to have a CP fan. How not to give people a sugar thank you, the thing that sends sugar, can you call it a kiss? Sumu froze, nodded and said, oh, so I don't quite understand what's going on here. Seeing this, Bai Qiaoyun bared her teeth and changed the topic. Let's go. Take our handsome Mao Mao. Go to the park along the river behind the school. Let's go. Behind the Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, there is a big river with a width of 110 meters, and the government made a wetland park along the river a few years ago. Because the environment is good, but also relatively quiet, every night, there will be a pair of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics couples come here to date. It is said that, to the more remote places, good luck. You can also run into the kind of sky as a quilt to the ground as a bed, with the most primitive way to express each other's feelings of couples, commonly known as wall battle. Chapter 45, Anti-Mom. Inside the wetland park along the river, Bai Qiaoyun was happily walking in front, holding Mao Mao. Zhang Kongjian's dog Sun was also happy, and the leash was taut the entire time. Sumu, on the other hand, was following behind, replaying in his mind over and over again the scene where Bai Qiaoyun had just taken the initiative to kiss him. Twisting, patting, snapping a bite. Kissed decisively, dryly, without the slightest delay. Although Sumu hadn't been in love, but he had seen a pig run without having eaten pork. Therefore, after pondering and studying it over and over again, he finally came to a conclusion. That is, Bai Qiaoyun most likely really liked herself. Because of Bai Qiaoyun's dream for himself, Sumu had always thought that the reason why Bai Qiaoyun liked to hang out with herself was because she could get news about her old mom from herself and could feel her mom's presence. And he, as a link that can connect their mother and daughter, even if Bai Qiaoyun close to himself, is also very normal. To put it bluntly, the relationship between the two was that of normal friends with somewhat special circumstances. However, after suddenly being kissed by Bai Qiaoyun just now, Sumu then realized that things didn't seem as simple as he thought. This made him have to re-examine the relationship between the two. When he was at school, Bai Qiaoyun must give herself a chicken leg at noon. She was a lodger. She could go back to the dormitory for a lunch break at noon. But every time she ate lunch, she either followed herself to the stadium or followed herself to the library. Even, there were those 2 times that Sumu saw her falling asleep in the library. There was also the fact that she didn't seem to care at all about the gossip in the posting bar. Even though it was rumored in the bar that the two were a couple, she didn't seem to think about avoiding suspicion at all. She had a completely indifferent attitude. Can a girl really be so indifferent to such rumors? Comprehensively analyzing these points, then, forget it, it's better to ask for help. A murmur, Sumu finally did not analyze a result and decisively took out his cell phone. It didn't matter. Although he was not good at this side of things, however, he had external help, or a very reliable kind. The wizards opened and a message was sent directly to Bai Qiaoyun. Sumu, Aunt Bai, Xiao Chen just kissed me. What do you think? What does she mean? Bai Qiaoyun returned with fire. Bai Qiaoyun, Xiao Chen kissed you? Bai Qiaoyun, how and where did she kiss? Bai Qiaoyun, you two must take safety precautions. Bai Qiaoyun, you two are still in college. You have to finish college before you can have kids. Bai Qiaoyun, raising a child isn't that simple, especially since you both don't have parents who can help. You can't let Xiao Qian get pregnant in her freshman year, you hear me? Sumu? Looking at these messages from Bai Qiaoyun, Sumu was confused. Good fellow. The situation wasn't quite the same as what he thought. Only the first two messages were normal. This next message, the picture style was simply more crooked than the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Sumu. Sumu, Aunt Bai, the situation is not what you think. Sumu, it's like this? Next, Sumu told Bai Qiaoyun roughly what had just happened. Sumu, Aunt Bai, you said, Xiao Chen kissed me this time. What exactly does it mean? Bai Qiaoyun, ha ha ha. Bai Qiaoyun, Xiao Su, you are really? You have amused Auntie me. Bai Qiaoyun, you won't really think that Xiao Chen is so close to you. All because I can give you a dream, right? Air. Sumu was slightly embarrassed. To be honest, that's what he thought before. But now, a slight change had occurred. Bai Qiaoyun, let's put it this way, Xiao Chen has been interested in you for a long time. Bai Qiaoyun, you should be able to tell that she's the kind of person who definitely won't bring others trouble or distress if she can do so without bringing them trouble. Bai Qiaoyun, especially in terms of feelings. Bai Qiaoyun, if she doesn't have any interest in you, she wouldn't let you be misunderstood how she is with her and make a scene to be discussed by the whole school. Bai Qiaoyun, such a woman is disgusting and obnoxious. Xiao Qian would never do such a thing. Bai Qiaoyun, even with our relationship, she wouldn't bring you this kind of trouble and disturbance. Bai Qiaoyun, there is only one possibility. She had a good impression of you from the beginning and wanted to develop with you. Bai Qiaoyun, I thought you found out a long time ago together. You don't know that Xiao Qian is interested in you? Air. After reading these messages sent by Bai Qiaoyun, Sumu was suddenly a bit unsure of what to say for a while. Really? Bai Xiaoqian had been trying to pick herself up? It wasn't that he was slow to react, but the things that had happened recently were indeed a bit much. Plus, he was a person who kept his word, so he didn't think much about it. This day by day, either uploading novels, thinking about making money, or helping Zhang Kongjian save his dog's son. And as for Bai Xiaoqian's side, he promised to help take care of Bai Xiaoqian, and taking care of the bed, usually, a kind of bad performance without professional ethics. Sumu as a moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic and labor all-around excellent development of a great young man, naturally cannot do that kind of unethical things. Therefore, he hadn't been thinking in that direction. Just simply thought that Bai Xiaoqian liked to be with herself because she was the connecting link between her and her old mom. And now, after reading Bai Qiaoyun's analysis, he was enlightened. That's right. He had also discovered long ago that Bai Xiaoqian was indeed the kind of person who didn't like to owe people favors, nor did she like to bring others trouble. Only to him. It could be said that the reason why he became a well-known poor loser in Haicheng Finance University was all caused by Bai Xiaoqian. So, Bai Xiaoqian wasn't trying to bring herself these rumors and troubles. She really wanted to be with herself? Bai Qiaoyun, Xiao Sua auntie, right now, is also not on Earth, and does not know the specific situation of the two of you. Bai Qiaoyun, but then, if you don't have that kind of idea about Xiao Qian, tell her earlier, let her die before it's too late. Don't let her get hurt too deeply, okay? This was said. Outrageous. Who doesn't have thoughts about Bai Xiaoqian? Those long legs, that perfect S-curve, that face value. From the time she didn't know her, she was craving for it, right? If not for the professional ethics that have been binding him, Bai Xiaoqian might have been his. Sumu took a picture of Bai Xiaoqian's back that was being walked by Mao Mao's tugging and sent it to Bai Qiaoyun. Sumu, Mom, let's not chat for now. We're both playing outside. Bai Qiaoyun. Bai Qiaoyun, ha ha ha, you child. Bai Qiaoyun, remember, take good safety measures. You two are only freshmen now. You can't let Xiao Qian get pregnant so early. It's really not a good thing for the two of you to get pregnant so early. Be sure to listen. Chapter 46. Relationship confirmed. Lovers by Xiao Qian. Take a look. How enlightened mother-in-law. Just because of such an enlightened mother-in-law, he couldn't let Bai Qiaoyun off the hook. Finally chatting with Bai Qiaoyun, Sumu just ended his conversation with her. Bai Qiaoyun came back from the front holding Mao. Aya, can't do it, can't do it. Bai Qiaoyun's face was slightly red. While fanning her face with her other small hand, she slightly gasped. Your family's Mao Mao is too energetic, it can't even be pulled, as if it's walking me. This had to be a compliment to Zhang Kongjian. Although this guy had never had a high moment on Earth since the beginning, and had spent his entire life earning hard money in order to survive. However, he was really extremely good to Mao Mao. Even, it could be seen from Mao Mao's physique, compared to normal golden hairs, his physique was so much bigger than other adult golden hairs, and it was really powerful. It's probably too excited to see you for the first time. Sumu smiled and took the traction rope handed over by Qiaoyun, then sat straight down on a wooden chair next to him. Mao Mao seemed to be tired as well. As soon as Sumu sat down, it followed and plopped down on the side, opening its mouth, spitting out its tongue and panting. Seeing this, Bai Qiaoyun smiled and sat beside Sumu, stroking the dog's head while saying, Hey, Sumu, when did you raise Mao Mao? I never heard you say anything about it before. Ayo, Mao Mao was actually not raised by me. Ah, not raised by you? Yes, its owner passed away some time ago, and then I adopted it. Although Zhang Kongjian had traveled to the high martial world, he was indeed no longer on Earth, so there was nothing wrong with saying that he had passed away. In that case, you're quite caring. Saying this, Bai Qiaoyun got down from the chair, squatted down, and happily fiddled with Mao Mao's dog head, saying, Mao Mao, in the future, I will often bring you out to play, okay? The colorful dog and a hooligan-like, chasing after Bai Qiaoyun's hand to lick. Finally, seeing that Bai Qiaoyun was tired of teasing Fluffy and sat back on the chair, Sumu thought about it and said seriously, Qiaoyun, what's wrong? Be my girlfriend. In an instant, this side of space seemed to be frozen in time. Even Fluffy, who was lying on the ground, didn't move. Bai Qiaoyun froze and looked at Sumu for a while before stuttering, You? You want me to be your girlfriend? At this moment, Bai Qiaoyun's face was as red as a ripe apple. Did my mom give you some dream again and take you away if you don't become my boyfriend? Sumu smiled, shook his head and said, How can it be? It has nothing to do with your mom. This is my own idea. Be my girlfriend, okay? Staring at Sumu's serious eyes, at this moment, not only did Bai Qiaoyun's face turn red, even her fair neck started to redden. The two of them just stared at each other for 4 or 5 seconds. Bai Qiaoyun suddenly bit her lips and said, You? Aren't you afraid of me? Afraid of what? Sumu had a strange face. You, haven't you heard? Bai Qiaoyun's voice was much smaller. Bai Tejkafu. Sumu froze, laughed at once, and came to Bai Qiaoyun's ear. Truth be told, my humble self happens to have this mouth. Bai Qiaoyun was stunned, and with a poof, she directly punched him on the shoulder. Sumu laughed, grabbed Bai Qiaoyun's soft and tender hand. Then, it's settled. From now on, you are my Sue's girlfriend, go. After saying that, Sumu led the dog with one hand, pulled Bai Qiaoyun with one hand who had a blushing face, and left the place cheerfully. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Sumu carried a large bag of medicinal herbs bought from the herb store and returned to the rental house. The relationship with Bai Qiaoyun was so finalized. There were no flowers, no gifts, and no ceremony. In fact, tonight, Sumu had planned to take Bai Qiaoyun to a big meal to celebrate the two becoming lovers. As a result, Bai Qiaoyun still had activities. The school's yoga club was going to organize a yoga activity today, and Bai Qiaoyun was an essential part of it because she was responsible for leading everyone to practice. Just like this, the two people who had just upgraded to a couple's relationship separated before they could spend much time together in one piece. At 4 o'clock, Bai Qiaoyun went back to school. This time, the yoga activity started at 4:30 and ended at 6:30. By the time Bai Qiaoyun and the girls finished participating in the activity and casually ate something, it was time to go to the evening study hall. As for Sumu, after sending Mao Mao back to Huang Yingying's place, he went back to the same herb store from yesterday and bought 10 copies of the herbs that could beat the Fierce Man 36 styles 24 times. After taking this big bag of herbs to the kitchen, Sumu first boiled up 2 portions, and then took advantage of the time spent boiling the herbs to chat with Bai Qiaoyun. After all, Bai Qiaoyun was her daughter, and he had picked up someone's daughter, so how could he not say something to them? Sumu, hey, Annie Bai, let me tell you something. The previous mom was more or less a bit of a joke. It was better to honestly address Annie Bai. Sumu, Qiaochen agreed to be my girlfriend. The two of us are together now. Bai Qiaoyun seems to be guarding the opposite side in general. Sumu had just sent these two messages over, and she immediately replied. Bai Qiaoyun, good, 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 Auntie agreed. Bai Qiaoyun, Auntie knew it. That girl Xiao Chen obviously has a crush on you, and it's impossible for her to reject you. Bai Qiaoyun, however, Auntie is still the same. Pay attention to good safety measures, don't get anyone killed. You guys still have to focus on your studies at the moment, get it? Once again being talked about by Bai Qiaoyun on this topic, Sumu suddenly felt awkward. Perhaps it was because of becoming lovers with Bai Qiaoyun. Sumu, Aunt Bai, don't think too much. Xiao Chen and I have only just finalized our relationship. We won't be able to reach that step for a while. Bai Qiaoyun, all right, your Aunt Bai, I'm not that kind of old-fashioned. Bai Qiaoyun, saying that we can't get there in a while, but not necessarily how to make out. Auntie Bai is just advising you to be careful, don't make a mess. This is really not the right time for you. Sumu, understood. Don't worry, Auntie Bai. We will definitely obey. After chatting with Bai Qiaoyun for a few more sentences, when the conversation ended, Sumu first hemmed and hawed, then opened the Penguin app. Chat with Zhang Kongjian for a while. I heard that he has 25 big star-like personal attendants? Cut. Not envious at all. My girlfriend, regardless of her face value and figure, is completely not inferior to any big star, and importantly, is young and tender. Let him see. Sumu had originally planned to show off with Zhang Kongjian, but as a result, as soon as he logged into his Penguin account, he saw a few messages from Wudong. Wudong, in or out? Sycamore, heh, knew you weren't in. Sycamore, tell you something, you don't update so much in these 2 days. It's okay to break off for 2 days. The website intends to push a wave of your book. Chapter 47. Really practicing Qi. The messages were sent 2 hours ago. Looking at the 3 messages sent by Wudong, Sumu had a head full of question marks. To be honest, he really didn't understand. How much more does it mean to let himself break? Although he is a watery author, he also knows that for online writers, breaking is a big taboo. Besides, the site to push a wave of their own books, they should not be updated a little more, is it? Which has the website to recommend their own side but cut off the reasoning. Sumu thought for a while and finally shook his head. Sumu, boss, I don't see the point. Why does the website give recommendations but let me break my updates? Sumu, shouldn't you update more if you give recommendations? The 24-hour online, dutiful Wudong editor quickly returned. Sycamore, the recommendation is different this time. Wudong, it's not the kind of recommendation position on the website, it's to buy microblogging hot searches for your book. By Weibo hot search? Sumu's eyes rounded at once. Boy, this is the rhythm of going out of the circle. Wudong, to buy you on the hot search, there has to be a reason. It can't be on the hot search for no reason. Wudong, because you usually do not regularly outbreak. A day to hit the bottom of 100,000 words. Update more has no boo. Sycamore, so, it is necessary to do the opposite. The next few days, a day a chapter, just 2,000 words, or directly break. And do not have to send a single chapter to explain. Sycamore, that way, you'll have a reason for this book to be on the hot seat. Wudong, for example, Berserk author with 100,000 words per day, suddenly breaks off. Wudong, get it, it's just a boo-boo to get you on the hot search. Wudong, what do you want to do? The next few days is a daily more chapter or just cut off Oh, so this is what it means. Sumu nodded with understanding. It seems that on the side of the movie and television company, there should be an action. The website had a share of $4 million and was taking on the obligation to publicize. If it is a normal situation, and the website and various novel channels recommended on the line, what is the hurry, slowly for this novel to accumulate readers and popularity? Now, the website wants to buy him a hot search. This was a super heavyweight recommendation. Buying this kind of hot search once is definitely not cheap. According to Asserting who liked Xia invited, the top 3 positions on the hot search list cost at least $1 million a day. Even if it's just the top 10, it's 600,000 or 700,000 a day. The site will be divided into 4 million. They have to stay a little bit of it. It is not possible to put this money all buy into the recommended it. Even, it is very likely to buy only once so microblogging hot search. What does this amount to? The bottom card, the ultimate move. Until the critical moment, is certainly not used. Just like the landlord, who comes up and throws 2 kings. And now, the website wants to push his book on the hot search. Sumu could only think of one possibility. The movie and TV company side should be ready to make a move on this book and needed to get hot. The action is quite fast. So soon to be ready to start shooting? Sumu murmured and gave Wudong a reply. Sumu, understood boss, understood. Sumu, then update 1 chapter a day. Don't break it. Sumu, also, boss, this book of mine, is the movie and TV company side planning to start shooting? Wudong, it should be planning to do it. Sycamore, however, it's not that fast. Wudong, selection of scenery, selection of land, casting, and script rewriting, a bunch of things. How to 2 or 3 months later it. Wudong, now is the preheating. The heat cannot be concentrated outbreak. The advanced preheating should be preheating. Sumu, understand. Sumu, then I'll start with a chapter a day for the next few days. When it's good, the boss you tell me, I'll resume updating 100,000 words a day. Wudong, good, just wait for my notification. After ending the conversation with Wudong, the corner of Sumu's mouth lifted up at once. The book that was copied is going to be put on the screen, kinda looking forward to it. No, I have to hurry up and read the book. Right now I don't even know where the plot of the novel has developed to. The readers all know more about the plot than I do. In case my identity explodes one day, and I'm asked about the plot in the novel and don't know anything about it, that would be too embarrassing. After muttering to himself, Sumu didn't bother to look for Zhang Kangjian to show off, and directly logged into the Starting Point app to read the novels he had released. The next morning, Sumu woke up as usual, scrubbed, and logged into the Starting Point author background, releasing only one chapter of the novel. When he was done with that, he logged into his Penguin account again. He felt that it was necessary to talk to Zhang Kangjian. Last night, he had taken 4 medicinal herbs and practiced the Fierce Man's 36 styles for 8 hours. Together with the time he spent boiling the medicines, reading books, and chatting with Bai Qiaoyun, he didn't go to bed until 3 in the morning. Only 3 hours of sleep, but not sleepy or tired at all. Even spirited as hell. And all of this was because of the qi that appeared in his body. Earlier, Sumu vaguely felt that a strand of qi appeared in his body, but it was very slight, between there and nothing, appearing and disappearing, more like an illusion. And last night, after he had finished the 8 hours of Mighty Man's 36 styles, he determined that a wisp of qi had indeed appeared in his body. Before, it was somewhere between there and nothing, very vague. And now, it was like a spider silk, although it was very subtle, but it was indeed certain that it existed. Moreover, while he was playing the Fierce Man 36 styles, this wisp of qi just so automatically wandered in his body, and wherever he went, there was an indescribable sense of comfort. It felt like his body was being moisturized and strengthened little by little, and at the same time, the fatigue was eliminated. For the high martial world where Zhang Kangjian was, in the aspect of cultivation and realm, Sumu had not been able to gain an in-depth understanding. Zhang Kangjian didn't mention much either. Probably, Zhang Kangjian felt that Earth was not suitable for cultivation and could not imagine that he could cultivate qi. Therefore, the two had never talked about this topic. And now, Sumu felt the need to talk about it. Since he had already determined that qi had appeared in his body, at the very least, he had to know what kind of qi it was and how to utilize it. The Penguin account had just logged in when a dripping penguin beep sounded. Looking at Zhang Kangjian's avatar that was bouncing in the lower right corner of the computer, he smoothly clicked on it. Zhang Kangjian, brother, I'm very happy to know you. Even though we've been together for a short period of time, knowing you is definitely one of the luckiest things in my life. Zhang Kangjian. Just after reading the first message sent by Zhang Kangjian, Sumu suddenly had a bad premonition. It couldn't be. This Zhang Kangjian guy, gone? Noticing Zhang Kangjian's avatar, which was also a gray offline avatar that had never existed before, Sumu's brows instantly wrinkled. He continued to look down. Chapter 48. What kind of ecstasy has been instilled in the end? Zhang Kangjian. Just like what I told you, I am not a successful person on Earth. On the contrary, I have always struggled at the bottom. A complete loser. Life has never been as it should be. Zhang Kangjian. And Mao Mao. It has always been by my side when I was the poorest, the loneliest and the most lonely, and even the most helpless, never leaving me. Zhang Kangjian. Even, quiet down to think about. If there is no Mao Mao, I may in many years ago, cannot support. It has always been to support me to try to hold on to the spirit of support and spiritual support. Zhang Kangjian. Perhaps God see me in this life is too hard. To me Netta one-sided. Gave me a new and different life. Zhang Kangjian. In this new life of mine, I have a distinguished family history and honorable status. I can say that until now, I feel and dream. Zhang Kangjian. Truly, if I say, I still have any dissatisfaction, it's that Mao Mao didn't cross over together with me. Zhang Kangjian. In fact, it followed me did not have any good days. Dog food, that thing is expensive. I do not want to buy. Sometimes I eat steam buns and so on. It will give it the whole 2 steamed buns. Dog food, that thing. That is, on New Year's Eve when I just want to get it a packet. Zhang Kangjian, really brother, I don't lie to you. I saw you give Mao Mao to prepare the meal. Again is dog food. Again is chicken breast. Again is carrot, broccoli, and pill and so on things when I damn then almost didn't cry out. Zhang Kangjian, because when Mao Mao followed me, he never ate so well. Think about it. I'm quite sorry for it. These 8 years followed me. Really wronged it. Zhang Kangjian, although we haven't been together for a long time, brother, I can feel that you are definitely a reliable person, and I have no regrets about entrusting Mao Mao to you on Earth. Zhang Kangjian, finally, thank you, brother. I'm in the high martial world, blessing you and Mao Mao, thanks. The messages sent by Zhang Kangjian were many and long. Sumu read it for a long time before taking a deep breath and laughing a little. Mada, a step too late. This bastard, Zhang Kangjian, ran away. Although the chat window between the two was still there, however, Zhang Kangjian's avatar was already grayed out and offline. Sumu was sure that he couldn't send any messages, and even if he closed the window or tried to reply, the window would immediately disappear just like Li Kuan. Sumu looked at the message sent by Zhang Kangjian and repeatedly read it 2 or 3 times before he laughed. Marred, faster than your dog's son running. Lousy has not yet shown off my girlfriend with you. Really, old and beautiful, but unfortunately, you don't have this blessing of the eyes to appreciate it. Do a good job. Don't mix in the high martial arts world into a dude who relies on his father and be taken as a villain to Ga, your dog's son. Will be surnamed Su from now on. Put 10,000 hearts, surely better than living in your hands. After saying that, Sumu Mousepoint directly closed the chat window of the 2 people. Sure enough, it was the same as Li Kuan at one time. As he closed the chat window of the 2, Zhang Kangjian, his friend, was also gone. Friends, strangers, blacklist, recent contacts, none of them could be found. It was as if it had never appeared. Seeing that on this penguin account of his, it reverted back to a state of only starting point editor Wudong, Sumu laughed a little more. Then, he took out his cell phone, opened his Weixin, and sent 2 messages to Bai Qiaoyun. Sumu, Aunt Bai, good morning. Sumu, last night, Xiao Chen said that the breakfast in the school cafeteria was not good at all. I will bring some Xiao Longbao and soybean milk to her in a while. You also need to eat well, Zhang Kangjian's sudden departure made Sumu suddenly realize something. That was, the connection between Bai Qiaoyun and him might not be maintained so consistently. Between Zhang Kangjian and Mao Mao, they possessed 8 years of affection and were brought up by him. In the eyes of outsiders, it was a dog. However, in his eyes, Mao Mao is his family and his closest person. However, he did not wait for Mao Mao hospice, just entrusted Mao Mao to him. The connection was broken. Using him and Mao Mao to describe Bai Qiaoyun and Bai Xiaoqian was not too appropriate though. However, in a way, it was indeed really very similar. In other words, Bai Qiaoyun's side would most likely be the same. Even, Sumu guessed that she would definitely not last until Bai Xiaoqian graduated, got married, and had children. Perhaps, after determining that Bai Xiaoqian, her daughter, was still strong after losing her as her mother, and living out her own luster, and not being bullied as she had imagined, she let go of her heart. So, while this connection is still there, talk as much as you can. Bai Qiaoyun quickly replied with enthusiasm. Bai Qiaoyun, hee, good morning, good morning. Bai Qiaoyun, Auntie ate just now, going to hunt a few zombie monsters in a while. Bai Qiaoyun, also, did you send this message to Annie on purpose, to prove that you didn't sleep with Xiao Chen yesterday? Bai Qiaoyun, there is no need, Annie said. Auntie is not an old-fashioned person. Her thoughts are not so archaic. As long as the 2 of you are good, healthy, and smooth, be careful, don't get killed. Auntie is not against the 2 of you in a peace of mind. Pay attention to the safety on the line. Heir. Mother-in-law is enlightened. Long live mother-in-law. Sumu, hey, listen to my Annie Bai. Sumu, Aunt Bai, then when you go hunting zombie monsters later, you must pay attention to safety. Bai Qiaoyun, hee, don't worry. Aunt Bai has a group of reliable comrades on her side. Bai Qiaoyun, you also hurry to accompany Xiao Chen for dinner. You guys still have to attend class, don't be late. Sumu, okay Aunt Bai, then I'll go buy breakfast. Bai Qiaoyun, go. After ending the conversation with Bai Qiaoyun, Sumu got up and left the rental house in big strides. More than half an hour later, on the first floor of the school's east cafeteria, a window seat, by Xiao Chen, with a touch of shyness and joy on her face, walked over quickly. Sumu had already bought breakfast, a cage of fried dumplings, 2 cages of small buns, and 2 servings of soy milk. They were all bought from outside the school. and were much tastier than the school cafeteria. Bai Qiaoyun sat down and spat out her tongue. Didn't wait too long, did you? Said you don't need to bring it for me? Why do you still have to bring it? That can't be. Sumu fussed. You are my woman now. You have said that the cafeteria's breakfast is not good. Surely I can't let you eat the cafeteria's breakfast again. Eat it quickly, don't get cold. Bai Qiaoyun's face was blushing. She answered sweetly. Then she picked up a xiao long bao and took a small bite. Well, it's really delicious. It's too much better than the ones in the cafeteria. Try it. Saying that, Bai Qiaoyun sent the xiao long bao that she had taken a bite of to Su Mu's mouth very naturally. Su Mu dried it down in one bite. It would be even better if it was a bit hotter. Come on, hurry up and eat. Because this time was supposed to be the breakfast rush hour, there were quite a lot of people in the cafeteria. Plus the two of them, Su Mu and Bai Qiaoyun. One is a prostitute caught well-known poor loser. One is the new school flower of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics. Both are the man of the hour in Haicheng University of Finance and Economics. Therefore, it was not possible to not want to notice the two of them. And after seeing the two of them intimately sharing a bun, it even caused a crowd of indignation and resentment. On what grounds? Su Mu, a poor loser, was also detained for whoring. Why can he still make Bai Qiaoyun so unfailing? What kind of drug did he give Bai Qiaoyun? Crap, I really don't understand. You say, Bai Qiaoyun in the end on what Su Mu? She sees that he's poor. She sees that he's a wave. She sees that he's been detained. You're asking this question as if I can understand it. Hey, you say Bai Qiaoyun is not sick in the head, ah? If I have her this hardware, what kind of rich second-generation hookup not? She favored in Su Mu so a poor loser in a piece. Figure what? Love. What else can it be but love? What Jill love, where is love, if I say? She is not yet enlightened. Wait until she tasted the money can bring wonderful. The two absolutely forced to break up. But I think that Su Mu is actually not bad. That body you have not seen, crikey. See my heart itch. What's the point? Not the same or no money. Chapter 49. Hello Su. I'm actress Li Jiaying. The cafeteria wasn't soundproof either, although these people were discussing in private whispers. However, there were still some voices that inevitably reached Su Mu and Bai Qiaoyun. Yeah, big schoolgirl Bai. I think what they said is quite reasonable. What exactly do you see in me? How come I was taken down by a poor loser like me? Su Mu looked at Bai Qiaoyun jokingly while eating the fried dumplings. Bai Qiaoyun bared her teeth and kicked Su Mu from under the table before saying, I see that you're poor. I see that you're a wave. And I see that you've been detained. Su Mu was stunned, followed by the two of them laughing. After laughing, Su Mu once again said, Really? Tell me. I'm quite curious. What exactly is my attraction to you? How can you be taken down by me so easily? Once again being asked this question by Su Mu, Bai Qiaoyun's face was a little blushing. She thought for a while in a fervent manner and said, In fact, I don't know why. From the time we both met in the library, I felt especially good about you. Just feel. This man is really quite good, but, you let me say specifically, I cannot say, is to feel good, and you in a piece of time especially down to earth, peace of mind. Want to be with you in a piece, he. Such a. Su Mu smiled and nodded, but, a lot of people are upset about you, saying that I am a poor loser. Che, ignore them. Bai Qiaoyun nonchalantly said, Z is not a fish, peacefully know the joy of fish. They know a kuin ah. With their vulgar view of love to measure Lao Miang, an iron mountain leaning to crash them. Su Mu almost did not laugh out loud. Really? Bai Qiaoyun seriously said, I actually quite want to understand. A person has money or not, is it so important? Especially a man, a progressive, hardworking, responsible, loving man, is this not more important than money? What about me? It's just according to what you said, ah. Hey, you've got honey on your lips, come on. Give me a kiss. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Don't. Too many people, ah woo. It didn't take long. A picture of Su Mu in the cafeteria wrapping his arms around Bai Qiaoyun's neck and forcibly kissing on her mouth, according to the speed of a volcanic eruption, spread all over the posting bar. Shit. The two are really together, ah? Damn. Where's my knife? Surnamed Su. You wait. The revenge of taking his wife is not shared by all. Surnamed Su. Be careful when you walk the night road. No, it's not true. Bai Qiaoyun is obviously forced. Martyr. Call the police to catch him. Ah, this rogue. Simply lawlessness. Although the bar has been uproar Su Mu and Bai Qiaoyun two people in a piece of, and there is no less photographed two people together in the photo. However, in all the photos of the two together, none of them are the kind that are very intimate. Even the photos of the two holding hands were not available. After all, it was true that the two were not a couple before, and although they were often together, they kept a basic distance. Intimate actions like holding hands and crossing arms were never seen between the two. It is precisely for this reason many people understand in their hearts, although the bar rumors are lively, but the two are not together. And now, it's different. The two were kissing, or mouth-to-mouth kind. Now if we say that the two are not together again, it would be deceiving ourselves and others. Sumu, Sumu, you've finally become a traitor of the third class. Yeah, didn't you say that the two of you weren't together before? How do you explain it now? Returning to the classroom after a long absence, just as soon as he came back, he made such a big news, naturally, he could not help but receive some interrogation. Especially Wang Ruoruo and Li Yaching in the front row, this is even more of a hurdle that can't be avoided. What's there to explain? Sumu laughed bitterly. The two of us really weren't together before, but now we are together. How can you be like this? Li Yaching painfully said, so many girls in our class are still single. Don't you have that kind of sense of responsibility of a man in class 3? Look, so many single girls, you go to pick up class 6? Don't you have a pain in your conscience? Sumu thought for a while in a serious manner and said, actually, my typing speed is not bad. Li Yaching froze, and Wang Ruoruo didn't understand. What do you mean? Sumu explained, depending on the speed of my typing when I'm talking to Xiao Chen, I can at least spare the time to lick 10 at the same time. In this way, you two count the single girls in our class, and I'll choose 10 from it, although I can't really talk to them, but definitely lick them comfortably, so that they can have a realistic sense of love. Wang Ruoruo and Li Yaching were speechless after hearing this. Sumu, be a person and lick 10 of them at the same time. You can just directly say that you want to be the Sea King. That's right, thanks to you being able to think of it. Then what about me? Sumu spread his hands a bit. One of you said I'm a traitor, and one of you said I don't have the responsibility of a class 3 boy, so I can only think of this kind of solution. Moreover, you guys think I'm willing to lick 10. It's very tiring. It's a lot of effort and effort. If it wasn't for the trend of responsibility, I wouldn't be doing this kind of out of the blue thing. Wang Ruoruo and Li Yaching still wanted to fight back, but, as the class bell rang, the two ended up turning back unwillingly. The first class was a professional class, because he had fallen behind a lot of courses, just as Sumu took out his books and was ready to make up for it. Suddenly, the cell phone that was put aside by him, the screen lit up a bit. It was a prestige tip that applied to add him as a friend. Hello Sue, I'm actor Li Jiaying. Can I add you to talk on Weixin? Seeing this prestige prompt, Sumu couldn't help but frown. The first thing that came to his mind was a scammer. Actress Li Jiaying? What a joke. Although Sumu didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, however, he still knew about Li Jiaying. When he was in his first and second year of high school, Li Jiaying was still a little famous. How could she be at the level of a second-tier actor? However, in the last 1 or 2 years, there was no news of her, as if she had retired from the circle. However, this is not the point. The point was, what did she have to talk about with herself? An actor who mixed with the entertainment industry. Even, Sumu could think of what the two were going to talk about. I'm actress Li Jiaying. I've been sealed in the theater group. I need $50 to help me unseal. When I unseal, I will return 10,000 times. I'm actress Li Jiaying. I'm here to help my grandpa grow tea. It's very hard for grandpa to grow tea. I get lost. Sumu almost didn't even think about it and directly clicked reject. However, what he didn't expect was that this liar was quite persistent. He had just rejected it not even 2 minutes ago, and the friend request was sent over again. Hello Sue, I'm actor Li Jiaying. Can I add your Weibo to chat? Rejected again. Sue students hello, I am really the actor Li Jiaying. Can I add you to talk about it? The third refused. Chapter 50. My brother Sue is so sociable. Thought that this liar was on a collision course with himself. Sumu was about to see how many times this guy could hold out to be rejected by himself, but it was only when he came to the 4th time that he froze. Hello crazy carrying worker? How did this? Her know her pen name? That's right. Sumu's author's pen name in the starting point was called Crazy Porter. What stood out was an honesty. But the problem was, he hadn't told anyone about it. No one even knew that he was writing novels in starting point. And now, a guy who knew his starting point pen name had popped up, which also... He thought for a while, and finally added the other party's Weixin friend. Sumu, hello. Which one are you? Li Jiaying quickly returned. Li Jiaying, crying and laughing, bitter laughter. Li Jiaying, hello classmate Sumu. I'm really Li Jiaying. Sumu, stop it, if you're Li Jiaying, I'm still Wu Yin clan. Sumu, so, you're Wutong? As Sumu thought about it, it seemed like the only one who knew his real name and pin name, as well as his contact information, was Wudong. Moreover, he suddenly thought of something. He still owed Wudong $5,000 that he hadn't paid back. Could it be that? Knew that his movie and television adaptation fee had arrived, and this was a reminder to pay back the money. It was really possible. However, there is no need to go around in such a big circle, right? Just give him a direct word on Penguin. Thinking of this, Sumu smiled, directly logged into his Penguin account, and transferred $5,000 to Wudong. Sumu, sorry boss, forgot about it. Sumu, so, do you like Li Jiaying? Sycamore, receiving a transfer of 5,000. Wudong, Li Jiaying? Not bad. You like her ah? Sumu, generally, I don't follow stars much. Sycamore, me too. Wudong, by the way, today's update is quite good. Just this chapter, don't update it again. After 12 o'clock in the night, it will buy you a hot search. Sumu, okay boss, before I receive your notice to resume updating, just one chapter a day, not one more. Wudong, excellent. After briefly chatting and ending the conversation with Wudong, Sumu just put his phone aside. As a result, the screen lit up again. Prestige message. It was still sent by the same Li Jiaying from earlier. Li Jiaying, what's Sycamore ah? Li Jiaying, also, Su student. I'm really Li Jiaying. Huh? Sumu was suddenly a bit confused. What the hell? Could it be that this guy wasn't Sycamore? Right at this moment, Li Jiaying sent another message, a video. Seeing this, Sumu frowned slightly as he turned the volume of his cell phone to the lowest possible sound and clicked on the video. The face in the video was clearly Li Jiaying, who he hadn't seen much of in the past 2 years. Looking at the shooting, it should be Li Jiaying taking a selfie with her cell phone in hand. She wore a smile on her face and said word for word, "Hi, Sumu student, hello, I'm really Li Jiaying, I didn't lie to you, it's really me." The video length was just 3 seconds in total. By the time Sumu finished watching it, he was confused for at least 4 seconds. Damn it. Surprisingly, it was really Li Jiaying. How did she suddenly add herself as a friend? Sumu couldn't figure out why Li Jiaying, a person who was in the entertainment industry, would get involved with a vegetarian like himself. However, he quickly understood. It should have something to do with his own novel that was about to start filming into a movie or television production. Could it be that had come to find himself to ask for a recommendation? Recommendation here referred to recommending a certain character to the theater group and who should play it. Especially when the recommendation comes from the author himself, it carries a lot of weight. This is because when an author creates a certain character, he or she tends to do so based on a certain image in their mind, not something that is made up out of thin air. Even, some authors, when creating a certain character, are created using a certain actor as a template. Just like the previous hot a fairy ancient costume drama, starring Hua Jianhua, is adapted from a female novel by a certain Zhang. And the reason why Hua Jianhua was made the male lead was because that female author recommended it, saying that the male lead character, she modeled it after Hua Jianhua. As a result, that drama directly exploded. And now, with the increasing prevalence of net writing adapted into movie and TV drama works, it has long since become uncommon for net writing authors to recommend actors. Between Sumu and Li Jiaying, it is light to say that the relationship between them is not even 18 poles. However, he was added as a friend by Li Jiaying today. Other than coming to ask for recommendations, Sumu really couldn't think of any other possibilities. Thinking of this, Sumu immediately replied back. Sumu, oh my god, it's really you. Hello, I super like you. Although this was said a bit against his will, but polite, it was originally like this. Li Jiaying, really, thank you so much. Li Jiaying, by the way, Su student, I happen to be in Haicheng today. Can I treat you to lunch alone, just to talk about something? Is it convenient? Inviting herself to lunch alone. It seems that 8 or 9 is coming to find himself to ask for a recommendation. Thinking of this, Sumu didn't reply in a hurry, but sent a message over to Bai Qiaoyun. Sumu, Xiao, is it okay for you to have lunch by yourself today? Bai Qiaoyun, why, what are you going for? Sumu, an actor from the entertainment industry came to me and wanted to talk to me about something. Bai Qiaoyun, covering her mouth to laugh. Bai Qiaoyun, awesome. My brother Su is so sociable, so go ahead, just in time. I'll go back and do some laundry during my lunch break. Bai Qiaoyun, okay. No more chatting, have a good class, Muadash. Sumu also returned a more than heart gesture before opening the chat window with Li Jiaying again. Sumu, yes, what place to meet? Li Jiaying, Marriott Hotel, like this. After you finish school at noon, I'll have the driver pick you up. Is that okay? Marriott Hotel is the only six-star hotel in Haicheng, in the center of the city, quite far away from the sub. Sumu thought for a moment. No need. I'll just take a taxi there myself. Just pick me up at the hotel. Li Jiaying, okay, then I won't bother you in class, Su. The conversation ended. Sumu didn't put down his cell phone, but searched for Li Jiaying's current situation. After looking around, he didn't find any gossip about Li Jiaying being blocked. However, she really didn't have any new works in the past 2 years, and she didn't go on any variety shows, just occasionally posting a photo on her microblogging, as if she really retired from the entertainment industry in general. Could it be that giving birth to a child went? Showbiz hidden marriage child thing quite a lot, and Li Jiaying these 2 years, there really is no action. So, really don't rule out that she want to give birth to a child these 2 years went. Thinking of this, Sumu put the cell phone to one side, and then made up for the professional lessons that fell behind these days. Chapter 51. Source of rumors of prostitution. A morning's time was fast to say the least. As the school bell rang in the morning, Sumu, who had been mending his major classes for the morning, left the school in a hurry. By the time he took a cab to the Marriott Hotel, an hour had already passed. Sumu stood in front of the Marriott Hotel, just as he took out his cell phone, ready to send a message to Li Jiaying. Suddenly, a woman with a height of 1 meter 6, slightly fat, around 30 years old, smilingly trotted over. Sumu student, hello, I am Li Jiaying's agent, Lu Yin. Looking at Lu Yan's warmly extended hand, Sumu quickly reacted and also extended his hand with a smile. Ayo, so it's Sister Lu, hello. The two hands shook briefly in one piece. Perhaps the age difference between the two was indeed a bit much, or perhaps it was a professional habit. Lu Yan's eyes unabashedly looked Sumu up and down and exclaimed, Egu, indeed handsome, tall and handsome. Moreover, still that kind of very masculine handsome, good, really good. I didn't expect people in the entertainment industry to praise people so directly. Sumu was a little embarrassed. Still, not bad. Lu Yin laughed, and did not linger on this issue, and directly turned to say, this journey over is quite hard, right? Just in time. Jiaying has already prepared a good lunch up there. Let's eat while chatting. Good. A few minutes later, on the 4th floor of the Marriott Hotel, in a private room, Lu Yin led Sumu in. Inside the private room at this time, a girl with a height of about 1 meter 6'8", short neck-length hair, light makeup, and a sweet smile was already waiting. It was none other than Li Jiaying. In real life, she looked thinner than on screen. Her face value could score 95 points, and her body could score 93 points. Su student, hello, I'm Li Jiaying. I'm very happy to meet you. Seeing Sumu come in, Li Jiaying immediately warmly greeted him, with a sincere and bright smile. Her posture was very low, and even the handshake was with both hands outstretched and slightly bowed. Hey, hello. Sumu, also busy handshake up, smiled. I am also super happy. Really, I have always quite liked you. You acted in the TV. I have seen every one of them. That what Niu Lan, that character. I like it too much. After all, to meet with Li Jiaying, such an actor, Sumu still did a little bit of homework, Baidu, Wikipedia, and then found a character called Niu Lan, quite good to remember, and wrote it down. Really? Then thank you so much for your support. Li Jiaying's enthusiasm did not diminish, said, then let's sit down and chat while eating. In addition, it's quite embarrassing, knowing that you, Su, are still in class today. I'm afraid that if you come and order again, it will be too late, and may delay your afternoon class, so I'll just take it upon myself to order first. Why don't you take a look at the menu again, and if there's anything you'd like to eat, ask them to add it again. No. Sumu looked at the table of sumptuous dishes and said, enough. The three of us are already enough. This is already sumptuous. Abalone, lobster, sea cucumber, king crab. With just a cursory glance, Sumu was sure that this meal would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars, if not tens of thousands. It was already very extravagant. Waiting until the three were all seated, Lu Yin poured a cup of freshly squeezed juice for Sumu and said smilingly, when I was free in the morning, Jiaying and I looked at your Haicheng University of Finance and Economics' posting. Your girlfriend is really pretty. Right, I think it's pretty too. Sumu wasn't polite either. The facts were laid out. Li Jiaying was considered pretty, right? However, if she didn't have a star halo, she was really inferior to Bai Qiaoyun in front of her. Whether it was the face value or the body, it was not comparable. Bai Qiaoyun is the kind of beauty that is gifted. The so-called gifted is unreasonable. Haicheng University of Finance and Economics has quite a lot of girls with a height of 1 meter 7, but the same 1 meter 7 girls stand together, Bai Qiaoyun's legs, longer than they are obviously a big cut. And her body. In the short video, and her like big breasts, waist, fine buttocks, good body, everywhere. However, in reality, without beauty and high technology, her kind of figure was really rare. Even the waist of her kind of body, there is a more professional word, called funnel waist. This kind of waist, it's not something that can be worked out by exercising, nor can it be maintained by taking care of it. It is the gift. You have this talent, you have this kind of waist. You do not have this talent. You practice to death, also cannot practice this kind of waist. Bai Qiaoyun belongs to this kind of unreasonable players. Li Jiaying, on the other hand, is obviously a reasonable player. However, this situation is normal and does not represent anything. Even when looking at the entertainment circle, the face value and body of many first-tier big stars might not be as good as an 18th-tier wild model. In addition, Lu Yin suddenly turned her tone and said, I see that your school posting bar. It seems like it's not very friendly towards you, Su. How come it also put a hat on you for whoring in detention? Oh, this matter ah. Sumu embarrassed for a moment. In fact, to say it is also quite annoying. I just went out a while ago, came back and found that in the posting bar was screwed. I was about to reflect it with the school. It was your classmate who did it. Li Jiaying suddenly spoke. What? Sumu froze for a moment. Me? My classmate? Li Jiaying smiled and explained, we are just curious. You should know that those of us who are artists have a very professional PR team. I felt that you, classmate Sumu, are definitely not this kind of person, so I discussed with Sister Lu Yin and had our PR team check it out. To our PR team, the matter of your school's posting was a small job, and it was quickly checked out. To tell you the truth, you might not quite believe it, it was done by 4 male classmates from your class. One of them, Li Liang, works as a small bar owner at your Haicheng Finance and Economics University's posting bar. The other 3 male classmates posted, so he utilized his power as a small bar owner to top and add essence, and when it caused a public opinion effect, he then deleted the post, letting the public opinion ferment on its own, and that's how it was fired up. Sumu froze and looked at Li Jiaying. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Mada. Surprisingly, it was Li Liang and the 4 of them who did this? Sumu had always thought that it was those crazy suitors of Bai Qiaoyun who had organized themselves and slandered him. Unexpectedly, it was actually his 4 classmates. Out of the blue, he then thought of a saying. The people who can't see you are not strangers, but often acquaintances around you. Thinking back to the fact that since he had been with Bai Qiaoyun, since he had been a great girl in the class, Li Liang and the 4 of them had become more and more cold towards him, he finally realized. All along, although he had an average relationship with Li Liang and the 4 of them, but, after all, they were in the same class, how bad could they be? Although usually do not talk much, exchange less, but meet or will say hello or something. However, how he did not expect, he took others as classmates, others take him as broken shoes. For dogs, really give them face. Chapter 52, A Song for You. Seemingly shaken by the news, it wasn't until a while later that Sumu came back to his senses. He looked at Li Jiaying's eyes and said skeptically, Is that? Sure it was my 4 male classmates who did this? Li Jiaying nodded and looked at the agent Lu Yin. Lu Yin took out a stack of printed out of 4 papers from her bag. There were about 20 of them, all of which were posts that had been topped and refined but, now, had been deleted and were specifically labeled with the time and so on. Repeatedly just so a few accounts. The internet is not a place outside the law. Things that have been done are going to leave traces. Lu Yin handed this stack of A4 to Sumu, said, These are all evidence and the chain of evidence and so on are complete. If you want to sue or how to get us, this side can also provide professional lawyers. Our side of the people are all full. Sumu took it, probably looked through it, then nodded. It seems. Li Jiaying this favor. He had to help. After all, without saying anything on his side, others took the initiative to help him investigate who was behind the slander against him and even helped him prepare the materials and lawyers. It can't be for nothing. Moreover, Li Jiaying's mouth said it lightly. In fact, it was not that simple. Because Sumu roughly looked at it found that the above several plus fine top post he has not seen. Obviously, Li Jiaying and the girls must have found a computer technology, more powerful big brother, first will be deleted these posts to restore, and then printed out. I don't know if this computer technology big brother is a member of their public relations team. If not, if you ask this kind of person to take action, it must be quite costly. This is with full sincerity. Sumu put this stack of materials aside and laughed. Really? These 4 guys? Alas, a classmate in a class, and there is no grudge. What do you want to mess with me? The forest is big. What birds are there? Li Jiaying laughed. Maybe it's the 4 red-eyed monsters, Jealous of the girlfriend you found is prettier than theirs? Sumu laughed a little, then skipped the topic. By the way, Sister Jiaying, haven't you made any new dramas in the past 2 years? I haven't seen any new dramas of yours in a long time. Alas, it's a handful of bitter tears to say that. Lu Yin interjected from the side. It's been 2 years and 3 months. Our Jiaying's health hasn't been too good since that time. She's been resting and toning up until now, and only recently has she toned up. She's missed out on 2 years of good times for nothing. Li Jiaying nodded her head very frankly. It's true that her body is not very good. She grew a cancer. Fortunately, she found it early. She had chemotherapy twice, and she had an operation, and she has been cured. Ayo, really sick ah? Sumu saw Lu Yin, the agent, helping to explain, and thought it was made up. A blessing in misfortune. Sumu said, luckily it was discovered early. Good health is more important than anything else. Right, I think so too. Li Jiaying laughed. It's just that, I didn't expect that after 2 years of silence wanting to make a comeback, it's quite difficult. Well, then which role do you have your eyes on, Sister Jiaying? Sumu also stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. It seemed that she didn't expect Sumu to speak so directly. Li Jiaying looked a little embarrassed for a while. And Lu Yin on the side was not bragging. Look, I told you, our mind to come here. We simply can't hide it from other big writers. This little mind of ours, how can we hide it from others who write books? Don't. Sumu busily said, what big writer ah? Just a novel writer. Anyway, there are no outsiders. Let's just say it directly. Right. Lu Yin agreed. There are no outsiders. Let's not beat around the bush. It's like this. Lu Yin continued. We heard the news. Su Students You That Novel has been in the plan to start filming. The action is quite fast. Someone quite optimistic about your work, very like, but also very forceful. The financial aspect of the direct investment in place. The next, very soon it will be to the stage of selecting the actors. We Jiaying more than 2 years did not show up. The female number 1 is certainly not dare to hope for. If you can, want to fight for in the female second and female third. Okay? Female second, female third? Sumu roughly thought back and 2 names popped up in his mind. Mu Linger, Lin Xiao. Mu Linger was the male lead's maid, always following him, with a lot of drama, belonging to the second female. Lin Xiao was the male lead's elder sister, with an okay part, belonging to the third female. Is it the 2 characters Mu Linger and Lin Xiao? Yes. Lu Yin nodded her head busily. These 2 roles, we Jiaying are quite fond of them, all of them. I can try. Sumu said, however, you guys should know that the actors recommended by me, the author, only have a higher probability of being selected, not necessarily 100% selected. Whether or not it can be selected, it also depends on the director, because the director has his imagination. About the character, too, and if the actor I recommend is much worse than his imagination, it will be passed just the same. Understood. Lu Yin happily held the juice cup and said, with this sentence of yours from Su, no matter if we Jiaying can be selected or not. This favor, we surely took note of it. Come on, I'll use the juice instead of the wine. Toasting you a cup? Sister Lu is polite. A piece of a piece. Let's drink a piece. Maybe it was because of not chasing stars, so Sumu didn't feel that there was anything special about eating with Li Jiaying and Lu Yin. He just felt that it was quite sumptuous, and that king crab and the arm-thick small green dragon were really well made. It didn't take long. Until he was full, Lu Yin poured Sumu another cup of juice. Nor could they just eat and leave, so they chatted. Hey, Sister Jiaying, I remember that you seem to have debuted from the talent show. If Sumu remembered correctly, according to the Baidu Encyclopedia introduction he saw at noon today, Li Jiaying first seemed to come out from a singing program. As for why she mixed into an actor, it was too normal. In the entertainment industry nowadays, the popular thing to do is to develop in the sea, land, and air, i.e., film and television, variety show, and singer. It seemed like the more and wider the involvement, the more powerful the artist was. Right? Li Jiaying laughed. I initially debuted from a singing program, however, the line of singers is not very good, and not much money is made. Of course, not including which first-line singers, they are very lucrative, and my kind of high is not good and low is not good. It is very general, and then it transformed into an actor. Sumu thought about it and said, then what style of song do you like to sing? Upbeat, I guess. Li Jiaying said, I prefer to sing cheerful songs. I don't like sad ones, the kind of sad ones that would make me unhappy myself. In that case, then I'll turn around and find you an upbeat song for you to sing. Sumu has more than 50 great fire novels from other worlds in his hands. There were also 100 of the world's top 100 smash hit songs from the other world. And the reason why he hadn't laid his hands on these 100 songs until now. One was that he couldn't find the right channel. Two was that it was too cheap. Chapter 53, a little bit of thoughts. Songs and novels, although both can be said to be literary works. The entry threshold of a novel is very low. As long as you find a reliable platform and have an ID card, you can publish it. Moreover, the wine is not afraid of the deep alley. As long as the writing is good enough, buried even deeper, there are a group of fiery-eyed readers' parents in. The same can dig you out. Songs are different. Getting started with songs is not as easy as with novels. It's mostly a matter of pitching to some company that signs singers, and you may not be able to wait for a reply for 10 days and a half months. It's hard to get a reply. Just $200, $300. Didn't read it wrong. It's not 2 million, 3 million. It's $200, $300. And it's not $200, $300 for one word. It's $200, $300 for the whole song. It's good to be paid. There are even people who pitch songs to these companies and don't even want the money. They just want to have their name on it when it's released. The problem is, you have no idea when these songs will be released and sung. If your song sells today, chances are that 10, 20, even 30 years from now, no one will sing it. It's just gone, stone dead, never to be seen again. Of course, the big boys in the industry are certainly making money, and it's said that a certain lyricist with the last name of Fong can sell a single word for up to $8,000. But how many top industry bigwigs are there like him? Sumu, a vegetarian without any fame and without any connections in the entertainment circle? If you move that 100 songs right now, it is not enough to bubble in the big pond of the entertainment circle. So, in order to avoid those 100 songs being spoiled just like that, he simply let it go and concentrated on his novel, waiting for the right opportunity to try again later. And right now, it seemed like an opportunity. Li Jiaying had started out singing and was considered a little-known artist in the entertainment industry, so he could let her try. Anyway, it's just for her to sing. It's not like she's given it to her. The copyrights and stuff are still her own. To give herself a cheerier song? Li Jiaying didn't understand the meaning of Sumu's sentence for a while, and said in confusion, Su student, I don't quite understand. What does it mean? Ayo. Sumu smiled and explained, I don't just write novels, what about in my spare time? I also compose some songs, however, I have never found anyone to sing them. It's just as well, Sister Jiaying, you're a singer again. So I'll pick a cheerful one for you to try, and it's also considered to be an advertisement for me. After hearing this, Li Jiaying and Lu Yan's faces were full of that incredulous expression. Oh my god, classmate Su. You're also too good. You can still write songs. Yes, classmate Sumu. You are also too all-round. You can write novels and songs. Is there anything you can't do? Being praised so much by Li Jiaying and Lu Yan, Sumu wasn't even too embarrassed. Where? Carried. It's all carried from the other world. After a few polite words, as if she couldn't wait, Li Jiaying continued, Hey, Su, can I take a look at the song you wrote now? Now? Didn't bring a USB flash drive. Besides, even if she brought it, she couldn't let her look at it. Those 100 songs, they were all put in one piece. I'm afraid I can't right now. Sumu was worried. The songs I created are not on my phone. I'll send them to you later. Okay. Then you remember to send it to me later, Su's masterpiece. I'm looking forward to it too much. Next, Sumu's trio chatted about something else. During that time, Li Jiaying chatted about the novel again, about the two characters Mu Linger and Lin Xiaoxiao, wanting to delve deeper into the inner workings of the characters of these two characters. However, it was quickly diverted by Sumu. The novel had been published for 2 million words, and he, the author, hadn't even seen 800,000 words of the plot yet. In case he was not careful and talked about the plot after 800,000 words, he would only be able to stare wide-eyed. Because he really didn't know what the plot after 800,000 words was about. Once again, he chatted for more than 10 minutes. Finally, seeing that it was getting late, Sumu stood up. Sister Jiaying, so what, it's getting late. I have to go back to school. To leave? Li Jiaying and Lu Yan stood up, acting reluctant. How come time is so fast? This hasn't been a good chat yet. There are opportunities. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Sumu laughed. Anyway, we have prestige friends. We can chat anytime we want to. Also, right? Li Jiaying smiled and looked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan understood and took out a rectangular column wrapped in paper from her bag and enthusiastically came to Sumu's side. We know that a big writer like student Sumu has a pretty high income. Nothing else, this is our little token of appreciation. Saying that, he shoved this rectangular pillar wrapped in paper into Sumu's hand. Sumu is not stupid. A weighing of the weight, A look at the height. The heart will probably have a number. It should be $100,000 in cash. No, no, no. I can't accept this. Sumu stuffed this bag of money back into Lu Yan's hand and seriously said, I understand all the meanings, but I really can't accept it because you guys have already done me a favor. In addition, Sister Jiang also promised to help me sing. This is already enough. Aya, it's just a small token of appreciation. Take it? No, no, no. After a back-and-forth battle, Lu Yin, which can be Sumu's opponent, and finally let him the bag of money, back into the bag. Seeing this, Li Jiaying laughed. Okay, since Su insisted not to, then we can really not give. Sumu smiled bitterly and said, really don't need it. This has food and take, can't be too greedy. Okay, let's go. Finally, after exchanging pleasantries with Li Jiaying, Sumu took the stack of information that could be used as evidence and left the private room with Lu Yin. As for Li Jiaying, she stopped at the entrance of the private room. Of course, she was not putting on airs, not how honorable her status was, but as a public figure. If she personally went downstairs to send Sumu away, once she was photographed, it was likely that she would bring some trouble to Sumu. Right, Sumu, these few classmates of yours, what are you going to do? At the entrance of the hotel, Lu Yin accompanied Sumu as he waited for the car, and gestured towards the stack of information in his hand. Sumu glanced at it and lamented, alas, after all, a classmate, what can be done? Looking at Sumu's fussiness, Lu Yin suddenly laughed and said, it's not right. Why do I feel as if you don't want to let them off so much? Oh. Sumu looked at Lu Yin and laughed. Is it so obvious? It's all written on the face, all right. Sumu laughed and nodded. Definitely can't spare the four of them. But it's not a good judgment, right? Lu Yin shook her head. Not a good sentence. Our lawyer is very experienced in this area. The answer he gave us is that there is no problem with suing. But, after all, it's 4 freshman students. The judge will most likely let them publicly apologize and compensate you for a certain amount of moral damages and so on, and won't take an administrative penalty against them, that is, detention. Sumu nodded. At this moment, a cab drove over. Seeing this, Sumu waved his hand at Lu Yin and said, Sister Lu, I'll leave first, bye. Good, pay attention to safety. Lu Yin also waved her hand until she watched Sumu get into the car and walk away, then she returned to the hotel. Chapter 54, The Open Card. Do you want to sell you a favor? More than 40 minutes later. At the entrance of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, Sumu stepped out of the cab. Although it was a smooth ride, however, by the time he arrived at the school, the first afternoon class was almost over. As he walked into the school, he took out his cell phone and made a call to the counselor. Hey, counselor. I'm Sumu from the 3rd accounting class. Are you in the office right now? I want to reflect something to you. There were a total of 6 classes in the freshman accounting major, and there was only one counselor, named Zhang Feng, and he often didn't see him once a week. This led to the fact that all the freshman accounting majors knew him. However, he did not recognize all of them. Of course, these people obviously did not include Sumu. After all, he was now at least a well-known figure in Haicheng University of Finance and Economics. Sumu, ah. On the phone, Zhang Feng's voice was a bit muffled. He coughed dryly twice to get comfortable and said, What's the matter, ah? What kind of phone call is it to make during class if you don't attend class properly? Teacher, I just came back from outside. I haven't returned to the classroom yet. You are absent from class. A few days ago, the leave of absence thing, I have not found you. Said 2 days leave. You count how many days, leave to make up? Now you miss class again. What do you want? Teacher, there is indeed a bit of a situation. Sumu smiled bitterly. Why don't I talk to you face to face, just in time? I'll make up the leave slip. Then, okay, come to the office and find me. Okay, counselor, I'll see you in a while then. The phone hung up. Sumu looked at the stack of information in his hands, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Then he walked towards the accounting majors teaching building in big strides. Wanting to clean up Li Liang and the 4 of them was very simple, just directly hand over this material to the top. As for Lu Yin and Li Jiaying saying that they had helped him prepare a lawyer, there was no need at all. Moreover, this kind of behavior of directly crossing the teacher to call the police is going to offend the teacher. Even, there are many such things on the internet where their own children are bullied at school, and as a parent, they directly report it to the police. As a result, the child is not treated well by the teacher at school. Can't figure out why at all. In fact, it is very simple. The Education Authority has a policing assessment for schools. All the alarm data will be used as the assessment content. It's like having 100 assessment points. One police report is 5 points less than one police report. Personally, I think it's nothing, but The school leaders can't stand it. This kind of thing, the school leadership is bound to find the responsible teacher to talk. Responsible teacher can only take the anger in the head of the child. I can't talk about scolding, but I don't care about your child. This is the situation. And one thought, there are more than 3 years in the future under Zhang Feng. Sumu naturally will not do this kind of thing to offend him. On the contrary, it was also necessary to have a good relationship with him. After all, I don't know when will come out the fourth traveler. Maybe he will soon have to come again to say go journey, offend him. Leave are not good to get, if according to absenteeism disposal, is to deduct points. Not long, accounting professional teaching building, the office on the easternmost side of the third floor, Su Mu stood at the door and typed a report. Report. Perhaps because of the class time. All the other teachers had gone to class, and Zhang Feng was the only one in the large office. Come in. Zhang Feng twisted his head to look at Su Mu, then continued to lower his head and brush his brush to write something. While writing, he also muttered, Su Mu, what's going on with you lately? First you took such a long vacation, and then you've started to miss classes. What, don't plan to graduate? Su Mu laughed a little. No, it's really something. Zhang Feng lowered his head and brushed his brush for a while again, before he put down his pen and said, Speak up. What's wrong? Su Mu directly handed over the stack of information that Li Jiaying and the girls had printed out to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took a look, and his brows furrowed at once. Obviously, the incident of Su Mu being detained for whoring was so much speculated in the school that it was impossible for Zhang Feng, a counselor, not to have heard of it. However, unlike the students in the school, he definitely didn't believe it. Because he called Su Mu twice during that period, and he got through at that time. If he was detained, he would definitely not be able to contact him. Moreover, if Su Mu was really detained, he, the counselor, would have received the news. Zhang Feng frowned and flipped through a few pages, seeing that the time, screen name, top, and added essence, etc., were all individually labeled above. He quickly understood what he meant. This was preparation to fight back. Suddenly, Zhang Feng seemed to think of something and said, Oh, don't stand, sit. Sit down and chat. Hey. Su Mu answered and pulled over a chair, sitting next to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng frowned and roughly looked through it, looked at Su Mu, said, These things, they are all rumors. What prostitution was caught up? If you were arrested for prostitution, my side is sure to receive news from the police. You mean, you want to let the school side to help you prove your innocence? Heh. You are really able to trivialize a big deal. If you let the school help prove innocence, you need to prepare these materials? Actually, it's quite innocent to say the least. Su Mu laughed bitterly. What about me in school? I haven't offended anyone, so it never occurred to me that I would be maliciously targeted by anyone. But this time, the whoring incident, I just feel inexplicable. How come everyone is so unanimous that I really whored myself out and got detained? I just felt that someone was deliberately messing with me behind my back. Then, I asked a friend to help me investigate, and as a result, there was really someone behind the scenes deliberately messing with me. Zhang Feng frowned. Just these few frequent screen names? Right. Su Mu affirmed. It's the 4 from our third class, Li Liang, Lu Sungwen, Sun Xiuan, and Lu Baosong. Li Liang is the small bar owner of our school's posting bar. I don't know how he became the bar owner. When the other 3 rumored that I was detained for whoring, he added the essence, put it on the top, and used his power to guide the ignorant posting bar students, insulting my personality without any bottom line. I've already asked. This kind of bad behavior of the 4 of them has already constituted a violation of the law. I can just call the police to prosecute. However, considering the police, it may affect our school security assessment. So, just come over to find you, teacher. To get an idea, teacher, what do you think I should do? The clear card. Directly picking out the obvious. No need to play dumb for me. I know that the police will affect the school security assessment. The reason why I don't call the police and come to tell you first is to give you face and sell you a favor. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, I'll call the police now. At that time the school leaders find you to talk, you cannot blame me on the body to come. It's true. Hearing Su Mu say this, Zhang Feng's eyebrows were wrinkled. Hiss. Your class did it? Su Mu nodded. That's right. When I first learned about it, it was also unbelievable. But it was the 4 of them who did it, and even, I couldn't figure out why. Chapter 55, 100,000 reimbursement. In the face of this reply from Su Mu, Zhang Feng frowned as he looked at the stack of information in his hands, and for a while, he didn't even know what to say. From his perspective as a counselor, it was definitely better to do more than less, and it was best to turn big things into small things. If it is a general person, he may first comfort 2 sentences, let a few offending students over to apologize, and then educate some hard. What between the students to play also have to have a sense of proportion and so on. In short, it's just to make peace with the situation and just muddle through. However, this approach in Sumu here obviously does not work. Because he has all the information ready, he can call the police to prosecute. How can he allow to make peace? Zhang Feng was silent for a while, looked at Sumu, said, "This behavior of therefore is indeed quite bad. But, after all, a classmate. Heads up, I think it's not too good to make it too stiff. What do you think?" Huh. Sumu wanted to laugh. He knew that Zhang Feng wanted to trivialize the matter. But, wasn't that an awkward thing to say? The four of them had done this kind of thing. No matter what, this future relationship would definitely be ruined. And to make things too difficult? It was already irreparable, right? Of course, although this was what he thought in his heart, Sumu definitely couldn't say this on his lips. "I'll listen to teacher." Sumu said, "Since teacher said so, I cannot call the police to prosecute, but things cannot end like this. Since you opened your mouth, I'll give you face, but not calling the police to prosecute is my biggest bottom line. This matter, I definitely need to be given an explanation." Zhang Feng's face relaxed at once. As long as Sumu agreed not to call the police to prosecute, then it was the school's own matter behind closed doors. It was all a small matter. "Don't you worry," Zhang Feng righteously said. "This kind of bad behavior, the school is definitely not going to let it go. This way, you come with me. Let's go and reflect with Director Huang first." Who is this Director Huang that Zhang Feng is talking about? Sumu doesn't know and hasn't heard of him, but the level is definitely not low. Soon, the two arrived in front of an office on the 6th floor. When the two knocked on the door and went in, Sumu was even more sure of his earlier guess. Because Director Huang had an office all by himself, from this treatment, it could be seen that he was definitely a person of weight. Zhang Feng came forward with a smile on his face and reflected the situation with Director Huang. Finally, as if inviting credit, he said, "Mr." Sumu was very angry at first, and it was not easy for me to calm him down, and he agreed that our school would deal with it internally by itself and not call the police to prosecute. However, Director Huang, the behavior of these four students is indeed too bad. We can't let good students suffer from this kind of bullying. Director Huang listened, frowned after reading the stack of information, directly slammed on the table. "These four students are also too much of a bastard. They do not know their behavior has violated the law. Directly call these four people over to me." Looking at Director Huang's angry look, Zhang Feng busily answered before leaving the office in a hurry. Not long after, Zhang Feng returned to the office, followed by four people, none other than Li Liang and the four of them. The four people had obviously been told what had happened on the way. Each one of them had a tense expression and drooped their heads, and they didn't even dare to look at Sumu, who was on the side. Come, don't stand so far away. Come here. All come and take a look." Director Huang sullenly selected a few printed posting posts, lined them up and placed them on the desk. "Is it familiar? Does it look familiar? Is it you four who did it?" The four people went up and looked, still keeping their heads down and not speaking, obviously acquiescing. "Why?" Director Huang angrily said. "Why did you falsely accuse people Sumu students of whoring and being detained at the posting bar, huh? Do you know that your behavior has caused such a bad impact on other Sumu students? Do you know that your behavior has violated the law? If it wasn't for the other Sumu students' leniency towards you, the four of you would have been taken away by the police by now." Facing Director Huang's reprimand, the four of them still kept their heads down and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Director Huang took a deep breath and continued. "In view of this bad behavior of you four, the school will give each of you a major fault penalty. At the same time, the whole school notification of criticism, in addition, must be in the school posting, real name to Sumu students to apologize, to restore the reputation of Sumu students. There are objections?" Li Liang four people lowered their heads. Their voices unevenly said, "No." Director Huang once again took a deep breath, looked at Sumu. His voice eased. "Student Sumu, what about your side? Any objections?" Hiss. How to say it? A little bit of thunder, but little rain. Because he didn't see that kind of meaty feeling of being punished from Li Liang's four people. It was as if this punishment was inconsequential to them. And in fact, it could really be said that way. A demerit sounds quite serious, but in Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, even if a demerit, as long as you don't make any mistakes in the future and in the next period of time, honestly, rules and regulations, it doesn't have any effect at all, and you can successfully graduate just the same. And as for the whole school notification criticism and posting apology, This is supposed to be right. If it was just this way for the four to be painlessly punished, he definitely wasn't happy about it. Sumu thought seriously for a while and said, Teacher, I don't have any objections, but that 100,000 you on expense, they have to reimburse it, right? How is there still $100,000? Suddenly hearing Sumu mentioning that there was still $100,000, not only Zhang Feng and Director Huang, but even the four of them, Li Liang, were visibly moved. Zhang Feng was busy whispering, Sumu, what $100,000? Where did you get $100,000? Yes, Sumu. Director Huang also spoke up, speak clearly. How is there a $100,000? Ao. It's the cost of the investigation I entrusted to someone. Sumu pointed at those materials on the table. Teacher, Director Huang. It's not free for me to find someone to investigate. It's $100,000 in exchange. This money, surely they have to reimburse the four of them, right? It doesn't make sense that after I've been insulted, I still have to spend $100,000 myself to buy back my innocence, right? After all, if it wasn't for Li Liang and the four of them messing up this whoring incident, he would have been able to peacefully accept the $100,000 that Li Jiaying had prepared for him as a small token of appreciation. It was this whoring incident that the four of them had staged, and Li Jiaying had helped to find out the reason for it, that had made it so that he didn't have the good sense to take that $100,000 again. Therefore, it was not wrong for him to say that he had spent $100,000 to investigate it. In the office, all of a sudden, it fell into silence. It was all going to be over, but unexpectedly, another $100,000 popped up. This is tricky. $100,000 was not a small amount. Director Huang glanced at Zhang Feng. The implication was obvious. Zhang Feng also understood it well and said, Sumu, come out with me first. After saying that, Zhang Feng left the office first. Chapter 56. What the hell is this called being a poor loser? Knowing that Zhang Feng was trying to inquire about his $100,000, Sumu took big strides to follow him out of the office. Zhang Feng closed the backhand of the office door. Just like that across the door, the two of them went straight to the point outside the door. Sumu, tell me the truth. Did you really spend $100,000? Facing Zhang Feng's skeptical eyes, Sumu nodded his head quite frankly. That's right, teacher. It did cost $100,000. What's wrong with that? It was indeed because of this matter that he did not take that $100,000 that Li Jiaying had prepared. Isn't this equivalent to this matter that cost him $100,000? Zhang Feng opened his mouth, suddenly not knowing what to say. $100,000? Who would believe it? No, no, no. Sumu was busy shaking his head. Teacher, you've misunderstood. What I'm claiming for this is not a mental damage fee. It's really that they messed this up and made me spend $100,000. This? Zhang Feng laughed, said, how can it be well? How can you spend so much money? Besides, you which have. You spare to spend so much money on? A series of several you words. Zhang Feng almost said, you which have so much money, out of the mouth. After all, as a well-known poor loser in the whole school, Sumu's situation has long been raked out by people in the posting bar, and Zhang Feng, as a counselor, surely knows about it. Growing up without a mom and dad, he grew up with his grandfather, who also died, and is currently earning money on his own while studying and doing odd jobs. Very hardworking, very self-reliant, very strong. However, it is also true that he is very poor. In his case, it is not to look down on him. As a matter of fact, his entire fortune together may not even 3 to 5 million. However, for such a thing, he said that he spent $100,000. Who believes it? Knowing what Zhang Feng meant, Sumu smiled and said, Teacher, $100,000 is quite a lot, but it's not too much for me. Saying that, Sumu logged into his cell phone bank in front of Zhang Feng, then showed him the balance. Individual, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, more than 3.99 million? Seeing that Sumu's bank account had a balance of close to 4 million at the moment, Zhang Feng's eyes went straight. Even, he wondered if he had misread it and silently counted it twice more. Looking at Zhang Feng's stunned appearance, Sumu exited the mobile banking while saying in a cloudy manner, although many students think that I'm some kind of poor loser, but teacher, honestly, I really can't be counted as poor. Compared to our school's personal property that can exceed my classmates, I don't think it's more than a pair of hands. What you see is also just a small part of my property. I have more money elsewhere. Because the movie and TV rights were sold, the website divided 4 million and had the responsibility of strongly recommending it. So, from the time he went to save Zhang Kangjian's dog son, his book started to explode. Moreover, it was not only on the starting site, but also on the channel with income from other platforms. Even on the day before yesterday, the total income of his authors backstage had already exceeded 10 million. So, his sentence really wasn't pretending, but was stating the facts. Of course, Sumu continued, I don't mean anything else when I say this to you, teacher. I just want to say that spending a $100,000 to return my innocence is quite generous to me. Zhang Feng looked at Sumu in a daze, not knowing what to say for a while. A student who was rumored to be a well-known poor loser in the whole school had a balance of $4 million in his bank card alone. This is called being a poor loser? If this is called a poor loser, what is he? He was about to turn 40 years old, and his family's savings were not even as much as a fraction of someone else's. Sumu. Even at this moment, Zhang Feng suddenly felt that what happened to Li Liang and the four of them was not important at all. In comparison, he was more interested in knowing how Sumu earned all this money. Zhang Feng came back to his senses. He smiled forcefully with an unnatural expression and said, Sumu, you're scaring me, teacher. How did you have so much money? The family demolished the house? Sumu laughed and said perfunctorily, no, it's just that he got himself into something. Oh, what is it? Nothing much either. Messing around? Zhang Feng wanted to know how Sumu earned his money, but Sumu was just perfunctory. After asking back and forth a few times, seeing that Sumu just didn't say anything, Zhang Feng pulled out a cigarette and stuffed it into his mouth. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Zhang Feng pulled out another one and handed it to Sumu. Have one? Hua. In the teaching building, outside Director Huang's office, a counselor handing out cigarettes? No one would believe this if they said it out loud. Teacher, I. Before Sumu could push back, Zhang Feng threw him the cigarette and lit the lighter, coming over. Don't. Teacher, I'll do it myself. I'll just do it myself. Letting the counselor pass the cigarettes, even if it's not enough, then lighting the cigarette is really over the top. Sumu grabbed the lighter without saying a word, first lighting it for Zhang Feng, then lighting his own cigarette, and finally returning the lighter to him. The two of them just stood by the window and smoked 2 puffs of cigarettes, and Zhang Feng stopped asking Sumu how he earned the money. He frowned slightly and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. So, you really spent $100,000? Right. Sumu said, this kind of thing. I definitely can't lie to you. Teacher, moreover, 100,000 yuan for me? Hi, there is no need to make falsehoods. It's not enough to be ashamed of. Zhang Feng opened his mouth, did not say anything, and ruthlessly smoked a cigarette. Marred. This is what I heard. Why is my own heart so bad? The two of them just stood in front of the window and smoked a few more puffs of cigarettes before Zhang Feng said, by the way, do you have any evidence that can prove that $100,000 was spent? Sumu shook his head. No, that $100,000 was in cash. Moreover, I'm not providing any evidence. I've been insulted by them for a while now. I'm already angry. I don't have time to toss with them. Compensate me for the loss. Publicly apologize. Restore my reputation. I'll give them a chance. Otherwise, I'll directly call the police to sue. My lawyer has found a good. By then, it's not a matter of 100,000 yuan. Spiritual damage, reputation damage, I'm sure to rush to millions to ask for. And my lawyer said, once sentenced, according to the Ministry of Education Decree 41, all students suspected of administrative punishment and criminal during the university is to be ordered to withdraw from school, the 4 of them in this life on the high school diploma. It's because of this that I decided to give them a chance. If they don't cherish it, then I'm not a bad person. Anyway, my lawyer has already found a good one. Go through the legal process. Don't. Zhang Feng busy said, this, after all, is a classmate, can leave a line of leeway or to leave a line of leeway. You also said, your claim is not compensation for your economic losses, public apology, reputation restoration are very legitimate and reasonable claims. Let's first school internal solution. If really cannot be solved, that time we say, right? Okay. Sumu flicked his cigarette ash and said, I'll listen to the teacher. Chapter 57. Pleasant dog-eat-dog session. By the window at the end of the corridor, Sumu and Zhang Feng just smoked cigarettes and chatted with one another. Finally, when they finished the cigarette, the two of them returned to Director Huang's office. At this time in the office, Li Liang's 4 people were still drooping. While Director Huang seemed to have been educating the 4 of them, when Sumu and Zhang Feng came in, he happened to pick up his water cup and take a sip of water. Director Huang. Zhang Feng called out to Director Huang and gestured in the direction of the window. Director Huang understood and followed Zhang Feng to the office window. Then, the two of them negotiated in a low voice with one side ear listening and the other whispering. Sumu didn't need to guess to know that it must have something to do with himself. Because, during this period, Director Huang looked at him several times, his eyes and expression full of disbelief, and Zhang Feng's expression when he saw the balance in his cell phone bank was almost exactly the same. After a while, Director Huang and Zhang Feng finally ended this secret conversation. Director Huang frowned as he returned behind his desk and said in a deep voice, "Now, I'm afraid it's not something that can be resolved by your 4 reparations and apologies." Upon hearing this, the 4 Li Liang, who had thought that the matter had been resolved, froze. What did it mean? Wasn't it 1 demerit, plus a public apology? How come it doesn't work again? Director Huang continued, in order to investigate who was really behind him and slandering him, Sumu's classmate specifically spent 100,000 yuan to hire someone to investigate. Now, there's one more item in his claim. The 4 of you must compensate him for this financial loss. That is to say, the 4 of you need to make up for this $100,000 of his. The office went quiet at once. Li Liang's 4 looked at Director Huang in a daze, as if they were wondering if they had heard wrong. Impossible, teacher. He's lying. He's extorting. Among the 4, Lu Baosong was the first to be unable to hold back. As if he had suffered a great grievance, he argued with a red face and thick neck. He's Sumu, who doesn't know he's a poor man. Where did he get $100,000? He's extortion. Among the 4 people, Li Liang's family is the best. His parents do some small business, then the top, then the bottom. His monthly living expenses can be tens of thousands. As for Lu Sungwen and Sun Siyuan, they are just ordinary families, not to say poor, but also not to say rich, just the general situation. Lu Baosong, on the other hand, was not able to do so. His family was the worst of the 4, and his family's main source of income was farming. If they really let the 4 of them take on this $100,000, an average of $25,000 a person, to Li Liang, it was not a big deal. For Lu Sungwen and Sun Siyuan, they could take it even after being scolded by their parents. For Lu Baosong, on the other hand, their family's total income from year to year might not even be this much. Even, he didn't dare to imagine how desperate his parents would be when they found out. And that's exactly why he was the first to jump out and oppose it. Lu Baosong. Zhang Feng fiercely let out a rebuke and angrily said, in front of Director Huang, "Watch your words and behavior. A mouthful of poor pussy. Are you the quality that a college student should have? Also, Sumu students are not poor. Did you see his bank card balance? Or did you feel out his family background? You are still furious? Are you qualified? How did you not think of today when you recklessly slandered people in the posting bar for being detained for whoring?" Received Counselor Zhang Feng this head of a reprimand. Lu Baosong's anger was extinguished at once. He opened his mouth. Want to say what? But, as if he did not know how to say, his eyes were red, as if he was about to cry in general. Cannot both sing blackface. Since Zhang Feng has been fierce, Director Huang played the role of that gentle. Director Huang took a deep breath and said in a gentle tone, "Whether or not student Sumu is an extortionist, this is not something you guys can say, nor can the teachers. It has to be handed over to the police, to the law enforcement officers to determine. But, are you guys sure you want to hand it over to the police? I'll tell you frankly, this pile of materials is the illegal evidence that Sumu's classmates have collected of you slandering him. Once the police intervene, the 4 of you will definitely not be able to run away. By the time the case is handed over to the court, then, Sumu's classmates can ask you for reputation damage fees, spiritual damage fees, etc. in a fair and square manner. At that time, not to mention 100,000, if he asks you for 1 million, 10 million, it's all his legitimate rights and interests. As for how much the judge will sentence the 4 of you to pay, I don't know. It's possible that one of you will pay 30,000 to 50,000 yuan, and it's possible that one of you will pay more than 100,000 yuan, who knows. In addition, if the judge orders an administrative punishment on you, that is, detention, no matter whether it is detention for 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, or half a month, the result will be the same. According to the school rules of our Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, the 4 of you will be ordered to withdraw from school. So, I still suggest that you guys calm down a bit. Let's try to mediate at the school if we can. Of course, if you think the teacher is unfair, or can't accept it, it's okay. The school still has the law on top. Let's go through the legal process. However, the situation teacher have explained clearly to you. Consider it well before deciding whether to call the police or not. After saying that, Director Huang slowly and methodically picked up a cup of water on the side, blew it, and drank it in small sips. And on the other side, Sumu was almost about to give a thumbs up. Worthy of being Director Huang. This language was too artistic. Words without threats, Words without leaving threats. Elegant. Teacher, I accept your mediation. Teacher, I also accept your mediation. I also accept. Perhaps they were intimidated by Director Huang's words. Once they heard that even if they went through the legal process, there was a possibility of losing more money, and there was also a possibility of being detained and ordered to leave school. Li Liang and Lu Sungwen and Sun Siyuan, the three of them, were busy agreeing to accept mediation one after another. Only Lu Baosong. He is now almost crying. Really want to pay Su Mu 100,000 ah? 25,000 per person? Where is he going to get this money ah? His parents worked hard in the farmland for a year, but they wouldn't necessarily be able to earn this ah. No. Lu Baosong cried, Teacher, it has nothing to do with me. Saying that, Lu Baosong pointed a finger at Li Liang and said angrily, It's him, it's all him. He said that Su Mu has been too pretentious lately, making a scene every day. He sees that he's not good. He wants to mess with him. He's the one who told me to post that kind of post. I didn't want to post it. It's him who said that he'd let me do him a favor. I didn't target Su Mu. I also don't have any opinion about him. I think he's quite good. I'm just doing Li Liang a favor. It's all Li Liang's doing. Yo? Seeing this, Su Mu's eyes lit up. Bite up. Now that's interesting. He just thought of it when he proposed that 100,000 yuan compensation, and he believe that it was decided by the four people piece by piece? Nor did he believe that the four people had any brotherhood of sharing the same blessings and difficulties. Now, the delightful dog-eat-dog session has finally begun. Chapter 58, The Innocent Su Mu. In the office, in front of Director Huang and Counselor Zhang Feng, Li Liang naturally couldn't let Lu Baosong shift the blame onto himself. Lu Baosong, don't talk nonsense there. What do you mean it was all my doing? I was just mentioning that in the dormitory at that time. For people did it together. You now want to push me on? You are sick. Li Liang, you cursed Gobi. Lu Baosong was so furious that he was bursting into foul language. He angrily pointed at Li Liang, with a look that he would rush up at any time and would fight, and said, You dare to say it's not because of you, Lu Sungwen, Sun Siyuan are all there. You say it again in front of the three of us. It's clear that you look at Su Mu is not happy, want to mess with him a little bit, and only pulled us to help. You damn still said you want to invite the three of us for dinner. Now that something happened, you don't dare to admit it. Do you damn count as a man? The two of them got more and more heated, as if the next moment they would really get into a fight. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You hear me? Both of them obviously had the tendency to go up in arms, especially Lu Baosong, whose eyes were red. Zhang Feng drank several times in a row, which barely subdued the scene. What's the noise? What's the noise? What did you do earlier? Zhang Feng said with an angry face. Now you know to quarrel. You know to shirk your responsibility. How come you didn't want to be clear in the beginning? Lu Baosong and Li Liang stared angrily at each other, especially Lu Baosong. If it wasn't in front of Director Huang and Counselor Zhang Feng, Su Mu didn't doubt for a second that he would absolutely rush up and fuck Li Liang to death. Just for this kind of anger that he wasn't faking, Su Mu believed that it must be what he said, that Li Liang was the mastermind. But who cares? If Li Liang is the mastermind, is he Lu Baosong a good person? So many days, Lu Baosong has actively looked for himself to say sorry? Do not say so many days, even today. Was his initiative to find the door? Lu Baosong said sorry? No. So far, Su Mu did not hear a word of apology. The reason why he is now anxious? It was because of money, not morality, not guilt. Besides, he was an adult, and since he was an adult, he had to learn to take responsibility for the things he had done. Saying, I didn't mean to target Su Mu. I think he's quite nice. But behind his back, he's posting slurs against him. Is that interesting? He can't still be naive enough to think that just by saying that, people will forgive him. What a joke. It's not like he's his father, who is obligated to forgive him. Seeing that Lu Baosong really did sneak a glance at himself in the spare time, he had to angrily glare at Li Liang to see his reaction. Su Mu was stunned. Holy shit. It couldn't be. He wouldn't really think that as long as he said that and then acted angry and like a victim, he wouldn't hold him responsible, right? It seems that this old brother really needs to receive some education from the adult world. Don't live in a greenhouse all day, all fucking college. Hurry up and mature. Childish not childish ah. I thought it should be a good mediation dispute incident. As a result, there are 3 twists and turns. First, Su Mu hole out a 100,000 yuan financial compensation. Director Huang gave a scare and managed to get Li Liang, Lu Sungwen and Sun Siyuan to recognize the compensation. As a result, Lu Baosong's side became a prick again. There is no money. If you want money, call the police and go through the legal process. Just like a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. However, Li Liang and Lu Sungwen and Sun Siyuan don't want to call the police. They are afraid of what if they are sentenced by the judge and expelled from the school. As for Director Huang and Counselor Zhang Feng, they definitely don't want to call the police, and they can only mediate among the four, constantly. As for Sumu, the whole time he was watching from the sidelines. Of course, also expressed his attitude. 100,000, not even 1 point less. As for how the four of them would bear the money, he didn't care. Anyway, his $100,000, not a penny less. In this way, it was not until the last class of the afternoon was almost over, and Director Huang and Counselor Zhang Feng were both visibly distraught, that there was finally a result. Li Liang assumed $40,000. Lu Sungwen and Sun Siyuan bear 25,000 each. Lu Baosong assumed 10,000 yuan. This, Lu Baosong is still not willing, but also yelled to the police to deal with it. It makes Lu Sungwen and Sun Siyuan want to fuck him. Martyr. Do have done. You now pretend what giant baby? Have only let you bear 10,000. You are still not satisfied. Have to get everyone to drop out of school to be happy? The next time is to write a guarantee, write an apology letter. Posting bar. For people publicly posting to the slander Su Mu caught whoring apologized. At the same time, each person wrote a letter of guarantee to Director Huang's side to be kept in the file. In addition, it is also necessary for the four people to be written down once, and the whole school is notified and criticized. As for the rest of the time, call and ask for money at home. Li Liang's side of the smoothest, and Mom talked for 2 minutes, Jifu bowed directly to the account of 50,000, but also more than 10,000. There is no way. The family is a small asset. Out of so much money is no trouble. Lu Sungwen and Sun Siyuan is not too difficult. Halfway, by Counselor Zhang Feng answered the phone to confirm the phone, probably, and the two parents said the situation. And then, the two parents also quickly transferred to 25,000. After all, compared to 25,000, they are more afraid of their son's file to leave a record of violations, or even be ordered to withdraw from school. Lu Baosong is more difficult. Call home to say this thing. Finally did not hold back, crying tears. But the family really cannot come up with this 10,000 yuan to him at a time. The family is not poor, even 10,000 yuan cannot get, a little money, but the existence of the town's bank, deposited on a regular basis. In the end, he listened to his parents' arrangement, from a person called Six Uncle, borrowed this 10,000. Next, it was under the witness of Director Huang and Counselor Zhang Feng. The four of them completed the transfer of money to Su Mu. At the same time, Su Mu also wrote a letter of understanding and gave it to the school for filing. Student Su Mu, this matter was handled satisfactorily, right? The four Li Liangs left, only Director Huang, Zhang Feng, and Su Mu remained in the office. Satisfied. Su Mu laughed. I believed from the beginning that the teachers would definitely handle it fairly, and I'm very satisfied with this result. Zhang Feng laughed and said, in fact, really, I didn't even know that you were so rich. I also planned that the next poverty bursary quota, it should be divided among you. As a result, the whole school doesn't have many students who are richer than you. It seems that it can't be given to you. Sumu also laughed a little, like thinking of something, thoughtfully said, that? I do not need any poverty bursary or continue to give Lu Baosong it. Director Huang just lit a cigarette and frowned at once. What? That Lu Baosong still has a poverty bursary? Zhang Feng froze for a moment, busy. Oh, should be there. Forgot about this. All right, directly stop sending. The recovery. I deal with it. Director Huang nodded. Poverty bursary is for those who abide by the school discipline, family conditions, difficult good students. That Lu Baosong are demerits, obviously inappropriate, should be cancelled, hurriedly cancelled. Hearing this, Sumu stood aside with an innocent expression. Yikes. How is Lu Baosong so unlucky? Chapter 59. The 56th Song. Not long after, Sumu walked out from Director Huang's office. The matter had already been dealt with, and what should be punished had also been punished. Moreover, with the two teachers in one piece, he really didn't know what to talk about. Just like that, after expressing some gratitude to the school leaders, to Director Huang, and to the counselor Zhang Feng, he came out. Nor did he go back to the classroom, because, just as he went down to the 4th floor, the school bell rang. So he went to wait for Bai Qiaoyun at the entrance of Class 6. What did you do this afternoon? The teacher's front foot just left from the 6th class. Bai Qiaoyun ran out happily, and as soon as she did, she hugged Su Mu's arm intimately. To be in love is to be in love. To be in a peace is to be in a peace. In this aspect of feelings, Bai Qiaoyun didn't hide it at all. Even in front of her classmates in the 6th class, she didn't feel embarrassed. Can a couple still be called a couple if they are not intimate with each other? As for those couples who don't allow their hands to be held and their waists to be embraced when someone is there, are they sure they are couples? You take others as a couple, others just take you as a jack, right? It's just to let you jack it up when you change the tire. Rua sent me a message, said you were not in the afternoon, also thought you and I went on a date it. Said, is not behind my back to go about white skin, body while schoolmates? Before or not to determine the relationship, Sumu and Bai Qiaoyun chat when mentioned, there are a lot of his prestige schoolmates. However, he did not add, because he felt that the schoolmates are greedy for his body. Running to his attempt is too obvious. Bai Qiaoyun was laughing at the time. Tears are almost out. Looking at Bai Qiaoyun's playful appearance at the moment, Sumu laughed and pinched her delicate face, said, what skin white and beautiful, body wow schoolmates, and then skin white and beautiful and then body wow. Can have my baby skin white and beautiful, can have my baby body wow? In front of my baby, are all sister. A mouthful of my family's baby made a shy blush appear on Bai Qiaoyun's face. Coupled with such a small horse's ass, it is more her heart to shoot the flowers. Then what did you do in the afternoon? Bai Qiaoyun hugged Sumu's arm, rubbing her head intimately on his arm. If not for the people coming and going here, at this moment, she was going to tie into Sumu's arms. There are many people here, go, find a quiet place to chat. After saying that, Sumu held Bai Qiaoyun, and in the eyes of a few envious and jealous boys in class 6, he quickly left the place. Geez, those 4 boys in your class, how can they be so downright a classmate in the class, even rumor about you like this, it's too disgusting. What do they figure? Bai Qiaoyun held Mao Mao out of Huang Yingying's doghouse with a face of evil. What happened this afternoon, Sumu had already roughly told Bai Qiaoyun. Of course, some places were dealt with. For example, he said that it was a friend who helped investigate it, without saying who the friend was. The other thing was the $100,000, which was said to be compensation for his mental damage. Who knows what these people are after? Sumu smiled and shook his head. The forest is big. What birds are there? There is always a person who is not honest without taking a beating. In addition, the compensation of $100,000, tonight down the restaurant, eat a good meal. Looking at Sumu dejected look, Bai Qiaoyun smiled and hit him, said, you can come less. This is you with innocence in exchange for, not allowed to spend a lot of money. In addition, you later crave when you tell me, let's go to the supermarket to buy ingredients, I'll go to do it for you, and cheap and affordable. Outside the next restaurant is too expensive. Really, then I'm craving now. Seeing that Sumu was looking at herself with a pair of colorful eyes, Bai Qiaoyun understood at once, and her cheeks instantly turned red. She bit her lips and laughed while saying, hey, be honest, be careful of my mom looking for you at night. Not able to. Our mom is old and enlightened. You guys talked? Chatting can be happy. I went down with a mom. Our mom happy or not? On a request, good safety measures, it is best to wait until you graduate from college and then let you get pregnant, for fear that you are now pregnant affecting your studies. Bai Qiaoyun's handsome face immediately red, even, are red to the root of the ear. Liar, I don't believe it. Go, Mao Mao, let's go play. Don't take care of him. After saying that, Bai Qiaoyun smiled and giggled and ran away holding Mao Mao. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Sumu returned to the rental house. Although he doesn't go to night study now, Bai Qiaoyun is still a good student. As usual, he first boiled up 2 servings, enough medicine to fight 4 hours of Slammer 36. Taking advantage of this time, he came to the bedroom to open the computer and directly plugged in the USB flash drive. Since he said he would give Li Jiaying a more cheerful song, he couldn't go back on his word. The song folder opened and Sumu searched for them one by one. Fortunately, Li Kuan had labeled the 100 songs in great detail. What rock, ballad, jazz, sad, cheerful, love, inspire, struggle. Soon, Sumu picked 6 cheerful songs from them. In the end, he chose one that felt more suitable for Li Jiaying based on the compositional background of these 6 songs. The title of the song was called The 56th Song. In fact, the name of the song wasn't originally called this, but, for the sake of memorization and to prevent clashing with some of the song titles on Earth, Sumu renamed them according to their world rankings in the other world. They were the first song, the second song, the third song, the 100th song. Sumu excerpted the 56th song individually and made it into a special file, first transferring it to his cell phone, and then using Weixin, he transferred the file to Li Jiaying. Sumu, Sister Jiaying, I feel that this song should be quite suitable for you. Try singing it. He didn't know if Li Jiaying was busy or not. After sending over this message, he looked at the other Weixin messages in passing. A lot of them. All of them were sent to him by the girls of the third class. After all, not a short period of time had passed, and the matter of Li Liang's four publicly apologizing to him at the posting bar had definitely fermented and spread. Mu cooling. Oh my god. So it was Li Liang and the four of them who slandered you at the posting bar. Why are the four of them so low? Mu Chuiling. Hugs. My poor little Sumu. Sumu. Sorry, you can hug big Sumu, but little Sumu can't let you. Zhu Wenwen. So disgusting. Lu Baosong and the four of them are sick. Why are they making rumors about you in the posting bar? Do you have any conflicts? This is to inquire about gossip, right? Wang Ruoruo. Not ashamed to be the man behind me, do a good job. I have long looked at Li Liang, that guy is not good. Is not that the family has too pussy money, well, make the world he is the most cattle-like? Hiss. This word, how to feel a little astringent. In addition to Li Liang and Lu Baosong and their 24 girls in the class, 23 have sent him a message. And the one that didn't send him a message took a vacation to go back to her hometown and wasn't there. In short, after this incident, the reputation of Li Liang and Lu Baosong, the four of them, in the class, must be rotten to the core. And one thing is for sure, that is, even though accounting class 3 has more women than men, there is no part for the four of them anymore. In accounting class 3, the four of them had the right to choose their spouses, gone. Chapter 60. Incredible music. By the time he finished replying to these 23 female students in the class one by one, the medicine in the kitchen was almost ready. Sumu finally took another look at Li Jiaying's wizards, and seeing that she still had no messages to reply to, he decisively threw his cell phone onto the bed and went to the kitchen. Not to wait. Anyway, he didn't know anything about songs, and what he could give to Li Jiaying had already been given to Li Jiaying in full. Even if she had any ideas or any doubts, there was nothing he could do from his side. So, go research on your own. He had to start Slammer 36 on his side. At the same time, in a suite of the Marriott Hotel, Li Jiaying, who had just finished her bath, wore her pajamas and wiped a head of wet hair while walking out from the bathroom. Seeing Lu Yin sitting on the sofa, still crackling with her cell phone and communicating with others, helping herself to contact work, Li Jiaying was immediately moved. Sister Lu. Lu Yin answered without lifting her head, and while continuing to key-type on her cell phone, she said, "What's wrong? It's been a busy day, take a break." Lu Yin looked up at Li Jiaying and saw that Li Jiaying was looking at herself with a very touched expression and eyes. She immediately understood and laughed. "Hey, it's fine, it's not tired. I'm not helping you contact a few more drama groups to try. You disappeared for 2 years under this. It's definitely a bit difficult to make a comeback. Take your time. Come on, hurry up and sit down. I'll give you a good head rub, don't catch a cold." Saying that, Lu Yin pressed Li Jiaying down and rubbed her hair properly. "Hey, Sister Lu, what do you think of that Sumu?" Bored with idleness, Li Jiaying remembered the Sumu she had seen at noon today. "Pretty good," Lu Yin said, "a very upright young man, and not someone from our entertainment industry. Without those dirty flowery thoughts, I believe him. Since he promised to recommend you, he will definitely recommend you. But we can't put all our hopes on him alone, ah." Li Jiaying nodded. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, Li Jiaying laughed. "Right? He also said that he would write a song, and said that he would give me a cheerful song to sing. Sing it for him." Lu Yin said, "If you really send it over, you'll give him a small sample to sing over. His novel, at the very least, can be filmed for several seasons. This first season if you are not selected, maybe the second season, the third season when there is still a chance for you to star. So this relationship is suitable for long-term friendship. If he really sends you any songs, don't let him think that you're perfunctory. Take some time to clear a sample for him, and compliment him a few times in the meantime. It's not a big deal." Li Jiaying smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Sister Lu. I know what to do." Saying that, Li Jiaying reached out and took the cell phone not far away. "Yeah, that Sumu really sent me a file over called 56 Song, and really sent me over a song." Lu Yin probed and glanced at it and laughed. "It's really true. He really knows how to write songs, ah. I thought he just said it in passing." Li Jiaying laughed as she downloaded the file and clicked it open. Into the eyes was first a copy of the song's composition background. It was a song in what environment it was composed. It was a depiction of what kind of very cheerful and joyful atmosphere. Then, it was the musical instruments that the song needed to use. There was a piano, drums, bagpipes. Seeing this, Li Jiaying's initially smiling expression gradually became serious. A bit of stuff, ah. There were a couple of very cold instruments in there, and if she wasn't a professional singer out there, she wouldn't even know what the hell that was. It ended up being a song with 5 lines of music and lyrics. Instead of reading the lyrics first, Li Jiaying hummed along with the pentameter first. Da da da, da 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 da, doodle, doodle, drop, doodle, da da. The more Li Jiaying hummed, the more interesting she felt, and even, not feeling overjoyed, she simply held her cell phone in one hand, while her other hand undulated in the air and gesticulated. Da-day, dripping, do-do. The more she hummed, the more fun she had. The more she hummed, the happier she got, and suddenly, Li Jiaying stood up all of a sudden. She looked at Lu Yin excitedly and said, "Sister Lu, you go ahead and study this song for a while. Don't come and bother me." After saying that, Li Jiaying stomped into the bedroom of the suite and unlocked the door. Seeing this, Lu Yin took the towel and both froze in place. It wasn't until several seconds had passed that she murmured and opened her mouth. "No way. This song created by this Sumu, is it that good?" More than 2 hours later, the unlocked bedroom door finally opened, and Li Jiaying was as if she was pumped up with chicken blood, just about writing the word excitement on her face. She ran to Lu Yin in 2 steps and said excitedly, "Sister Lu, help me find a recording studio. Hurry up. Help me find a recording studio. I must get this song out." Luckily, Lu Yin had become Li Jiaying's manager since she was still a singer. If it was anyone else, she would have thought she was crazy now. She wasn't crazy. She was coming to inspiration. It was seeing a good song that really suited her and could no longer control the emotion that was going to spurt out of her to sing it out immediately. Lu Yin was shocked because, for how many years, this state she had only seen it once or twice in Li Jiaying. And that once or twice was also far from being so strong as today. Could it be that the song 56 song, created by Sumu, really had such a great charm? "Sister Lu, you quickly help me contact a recording studio." Lu Yin snapped back to her senses, knowing how difficult it was for such an inspiration to appear so once as a singer. She busily said, "Fine, fine. Don't get excited first. I'll contact it for you now." Next, in Li Jiaying's anxious waiting, Lu Yin made phone call after phone call. Finally, after half an hour, she was able to contact a local recording studio in Haicheng. Only, this studio was currently being used. Someone was dubbing an upcoming anime movie, and it would not be released until tomorrow morning after 10 a.m. Li Jiaying first asked Lu Yin to book the recording studio for tomorrow morning after 10 a.m. Then, she called her friends in the music circle and asked them to help record the tune of the 56 song. She had been busy until 1 in the morning, until the tune of the 56 song arrived, and only then did she return to her bedroom humming while listening to the cheerful tune. It was also not until this time that Lu Yin realized that no wonder Li Jiaying was so excited. As it turned out, the song was really good. At first, when Li Jiaying only hummed with her mouth, she didn't hear where it sounded good. However, when the molding tune was done and was released, that upbeat rhythm immediately attracted her. She had an inexplicable sense of being on top of things just by hearing one of the verses. Even if it wasn't for the fact that it was too late at this point, she would have wanted to chase after her bedroom and listen to Li Jiaying give herself a live full version. Gosh, how can one create such an upbeat song? Could it be that this Sumu doesn't have the slightest bit of worry or stress? After saying that, Lu Yin shook her head in perplexity before going to her room. Hurrying to sleep and rest, she was also looking forward to tomorrow's finished product. Chapter 61. Hot Search 5th, A Penny for Your Thoughts. Early the next morning, Sumu woke up as usual. Just like yesterday, he only slept for 2 to 3 hours, and the rest of the time was used to practice the 36 styles of Fierce Man. Moreover, just these 2 to 3 hours, he still forced himself to sleep. Because, when practicing the 36 styles of Fierce Man, he was really not sleepy at all, and the more he practiced, the more energetic he became. Even if it wasn't for the fact that he was worried that not sleeping might bring some bad effects to his body, he really wanted to not sleep. Blame Zhang Kongjian, that son of a bitch. A whole lot of questions on my side have not been answered before I ran away. What is the chi practiced in the body and how to use it? Don't know. Practicing Fierce Man 36 styles, the more he practiced, the more spiritual he became. Can he not sleep? Also don't know. Alas, all don't know. Sumu muttered while climbing up from the bed. When he finished scrubbing, returned to the bedroom, pressed the computer's boot button, and then took advantage of the effort of booting up the computer to open his cell phone and logged into the microblog. Editor Sycamore had said that as long as he kept updating just one chapter since yesterday, it would be on the hot search today. So, take a look and see if it's on the hot search. As a result, after opening it and scanning it, Sumu looked like he had seen a ghost and stared round at once. Shit. 5th place? At this moment on the microblogging hot search list, The 5th-ranked hot search is clearly his pin name in the starting point. What happened to Crazy Porter? Staring blankly at this hot search list, Sumu was confused and even wondered if he had misread it. Weibo hot search 5th place. How can this position not be 800,000 to 900,000? Or even a million? The starting point only shared a total of 4 million. But it was willing to take out a quarter to buy itself a hot search. Is it crazy? I'm not dreaming. Starting point is so generous? What Sumu was thinking before was that it would be good if Starting Point could buy himself a 20 or 30th place hot search. As a result, 5th place. This instantly made the Starting Point in his mind instantly become tall and magnificent. I'm sorry, Starting Point. I was the one who misunderstood you before. Good station. Great station of conscience. It's me who has a small heart for a big heart. I didn't expect the Starting Point to be so conscientious. Sumu silently apologized in his heart and then clicked into this hot search of his. Who knows what happened to the Crazy Porter with 100,000 daily updates? How come he only updated 2,000 words yesterday? Oh, you say that dog author? Do not know, do not care. I fucking just saw 520,000 words. I hope he can go on a vacation. Who is it? Which author? Is he good? A new author just appeared in the Starting Point website. The strength is very strong. Personal feeling can be compared with the starting point of the gods. And this dog author update thief fast, 100,000 words a day, and occasionally secretly add a few tens of thousands of words. But yesterday on the update of a chapter, I do not know what happened. I don't know what happened. Damn. Is this author so capricious? I have to go check it out. I hope the author is okay. I'm just getting started. I don't want to follow a bad book. Rotten End should not be possible. Rotten End. This book has been sold out of the movie and television rights. I heard that immediately to start filming. As long as the author is still alive, there will certainly be an end. Perhaps is tired. Rest. The first time I saw a couple dozen chapters of the book, I came here to recommend it, and I think it's a good idea to have a good time. Looking at the microblogging about his book, was fired up. Sumu's mouth cannot help but raise up. This wave of promotion will definitely attract a lot of readers, and next, there should also be a relatively large increase in income. Being able to make more money would always put people in a happy mood. Thinking of this, Sumu was busy logging into his Penguin account. A dripping beep followed, and the editor, Wudong, had already sent a message. Yesterday night at 10:30. Wudong, remember, this is the only shift today, don't ever update it. At 12 o'clock in the morning it will be on the hot recommendation for you. 12 o'clock in the morning at night. Wudong, it's already on the microblogging hot search, you should still continue with one more shift today. More discussion caused by everyone will lead to more exposure. Don't waste this wave of hot search recommendations. Sumu didn't understand too much, but could understand. Sumu, hee, thanks boss, I've seen it. Sumu, also thank the website. Buy me such a good hot search ranking. 5th place, it's too extravagant. I'm a little embarrassed. Not surprisingly, Sycamore, a good editor who can be online for 25 hours, 24 hours a day, quickly returned. Sycamore, and no. Wudong, what I bought for you is the 27th ranked hot search position. The 5th place is the topic heat that went up by itself, the guaranteed 27th place. Innocently looking at the message sent by Wudong, Sumu froze for a moment and even didn't know what to say. Hopefully, the 5th place was the heat that went up by itself, and the 27th place was the hot search position that Starting Point bought for him. After 2 seconds of silence, Sumu rubbed his chin and said to himself, sure enough, I didn't misunderstand you. You're still the same Starting Point. Didn't let me down? After briefly chatting with Wudong and updating a chapter again, he got up and left the rental house. Half an hour later, in the cafeteria of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, still in the same spot where they ate together yesterday morning, Bai Qiaoyun, with a happy smile on her face, trotted over. I've said that I don't need to be so troublesome. Why do you still bring rice? A scolding tone, but the smile on her face was full of sweetness. Hurry and sit down to eat. Sumu laughed. There is delicious food today. Now there were more or less $2 on his body, although it wasn't considered a rich man, but at least he didn't need to withhold and search in this aspect of eating. Therefore, today's breakfast was something he specially bought from a high-grade breakfast store. Tiny crab roe dunked soup dumplings. Sumu can take a bite. At $8, a cage of 10, asked for 4 cages. Also want 2 cages of vegetarian filling. Slightly cheaper, a cage of $50, are what pure natural organic vegetables. Another is to ask for 2 porridge, 80, said to have added Kala coriacini, ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum powder and other things. Men and women are very good. The total cost was $580. A breakfast can spend $580, which in Sumu's cognition has been quite extravagant. But go to that breakfast store to eat the people, Wuyang Wuyang. The upper and lower floors were full of people, and even if you wanted to eat in the store, you had to wait in line for a spot. Sumu was looking numb at that time. One could only say that there were really a lot of rich people in Haicheng. Bai Qiaoyun chucked up a crab yellow dunked soup dumpling, first took a small bite and sucked the soup inside. Immediately afterward, her small expression danced with her eyebrows. So fresh, so delicious, too tasty. Where did you buy this from? Sumu laughed and said perfunctorily, delicious, hurry up and eat. I'll let you eat it every day in the future. Saying that, Sumu also chucked up a crab roe infused soup dumpling and stuffed the whole thing into his mouth. Closed his mouth and bit it. The soup exploded all over his mouth. That kind of freshness, that kind of deliciousness, immediately made him fall in love. Sure enough, a penny for a penny can let so many people willingly go to be slaughtered. There is a reason. The specific description is that it is at least 3 grades better than the buns he brought yesterday. Chapter 62, Li Liang and the 4 dry up. Soon, Sumu and Bai Qiaoyun, both of them, ate the 6 cages of buns. Bai Qiaoyun ate 2 cages, 1.5 of crab meat and 1.5 of vegetarian. Sumu, on the other hand, ate 4 cages. Of course, the main reason is that this store's buns are really not big, a small one, and a bigger chaos is almost the same, not as big as a dumpling. Moreover, because Li Liang 4 people have already made a public apology to him in the posting bar, cleared the rumor that he was detained for whoring. So, the murmurings about him and Bai Qiaoyun in the cafeteria today had changed quite a bit with it. I told you, if Sumu was really detained for visiting prostitutes, there's no way Bai Qiaoyun wouldn't mind. Instead, she even got closer to him. How about that rumor? It's a rumor no less, but you have to learn to see the essence through the problem. What do you mean? I heard that there are only 5 boys in their class. Anon, it's normal. Accounting majors are supposed to have a yin and a yang. I don't mean this, I mean a total of 5 male students. But for male students' rumor that he was arrested for whoring, can't that explain the problem? What does it mean? Tisk, why don't you understand? If one male classmate has a conflict with him, it's understandable. If 2 male classmates have a conflict with him, it's also acceptable. But now, all 4 male students in the class are at odds with him. What does that mean? It's not necessarily empty talk. Sumu, this guy doesn't see to be a good bird, get it? Hiss. Martyr, I'm actually speechless. Hey, Sister Door, look at the posting did not. That Su would whoring detained is being rumored. That how, he is not still a poor loser, alas, really do not understand. White Xiaochen in the end figure him what I think it's pretty good but also every day from the outside to bring breakfast a piece of food. And they eat really good smell the flavor than the cafeteria in the delicious. Hey, junk food are delicious, but unhealthy that thing, to me are not rare to eat, do not know how much gutter oil added to it, be careful to eat infertility out. Whispers like these abounded throughout the cafeteria. It can't be helped. In Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, before there is no new topic to attract everyone's attention, Sumu and Bai Qiaoyun are still the talk of the town after tea and dinner. As usual, a passionate kiss to end the pleasant breakfast. Until Sumu returned to the classroom of the 3rd class, he realized that in the past, all the 4 people who were already in the classroom, Li Liang, today one did not arrive. Seeing this, Sumu didn't think much about it, and straightaway sat down on his seat. I love to die or not. Just because Li Liang 4 people yesterday in front of his face did not say a word of apology, he never cared to take care of these 4 people in his life. To do something wrong and not even apologize in a basic way simply left him perplexed plus speechless. What the hell did 9 years of compulsory education teach the 4? Hey, Sumu, have you heard? Sumu had just taken out his specialty class and was ready to continue his own badgering when Wang Ruoruo in the front row turned around. Heard what Sumu had a curious face. Li Liang's 4 people framed him? Didn't Wilson chat about it yesterday? The whole class knows about it. There's no need to chat about it anymore. I heard from the people in the 4th class that the 4 of them, Li Liang, Sun Siyuan, Lu Songwan, and Lu Baosong, got into a fight last night. So exciting? Sumu came down to the spirit. How to do it? In what place? For people apiece. Who found it? Wang Ruoruo gave Sumu a big blank stare. What are you thinking? I mean, the 4 of them fought. Oh, fought I thought. Sure. I don't know I heard the girls of the 4th class said, The girls of the fourth class also listened to the boys of their class said. Anyway, the four of them did not come to the evening study last night. In the boys' dormitory to fight, I heard, the counselor went, Lu Baosong and Li Liang the worst. The two people hit the head of the blood. Nosebleeds clamor. As for the specific who hit who, I'm not sure. Sumu thought for a moment and nodded. It shouldn't be an empty rumor. In fact, when he was in Director Huang's office yesterday, Lu Baosong was clearly red-eyed. His desire to hit Li Liang at that time was really strong. Because, in his thinking, he was doing Li Liang a favor, and as a result, not only did he receive a major punishment, he also lost 10,000 yuan, and more importantly, the poverty scholarship was gone. Not this year's gone, is the 4 years of college, all gone. This is not a small amount of money. Haicheng University of Finance and Economics of the Poor Scholarships is the state issued down, the school then subsidized part, and then sent to the hands of poor students. At this point, what Haicheng University of Finance and Economics has done is still worthy of praise. Moreover, the number is also considerable. With the state's money and the university subsidies, a poor student can have 8,000 yuan a year. For years? $32,000. It's all gone. So, from this perspective, it's not wrong to say that Lu Baosong is the biggest loser among the four of them. Plus, his family is really not rich. After going back, the more he thinks about it, the more angry he gets. It is very likely that he will do it with Li Liang. Besides, since all four classes were seen and the counselors were there is a 99.99% probability that it was a real fight. The next step was to see how the counselor would handle it. If the counselor pressed on and didn't report it, then nothing happened. However, if the counselor reports it to the four of them will be ruined. In other universities, a single demerit might affect graduation, or only a diploma would be issued, not a degree. However, in Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, if only one demerit, as long as the next honest, disciplined, study well every day, the same can be successfully graduated. However, if on the basis of the demerit, but also dare to commit crimes, the back of other sanctions, that the Haicheng University of Finance and Economics is not spoiled, directly expelled. So, the next depends on how the counselor dealt with it. If he presses down, Li Liang 4 people are fine, can still continue to study. If he does not press, report it up, Li Liang 4 people must be expelled. He just got a demerit, and then he got into a fight again. The nature of the fight is really too bad. Thinking of this, Sumu laughed a little, said, who knows, love to fight or not, even if it is killed, and what is the relationship with us? We are a good study, everyday, upward honest child. Although the mouth said so, but the face is overflowing with happy smile. Seeing this, Wang Ruoruo bared her teeth and didn't say anything else, then turned back. At the same time, inside the Marriott Hotel, inside the suite, Lu Yin was busily packing up her things. The sound of I'll vomit in the bedroom next to the unlocked door kept coming out. It was because they were going to leave for that recording studio in a while. So, from half an hour ago, Li Jiaying was already opening her voice. After being Li Jiaying's manager for so many years, it was the first time that Lu Yin had seen her so attached to a song. Even, a bold idea couldn't help but pop up in her heart. Was it possible for Li Jiaying to become a hit with this song? Chapter 63, You Shall Be a Great Fire. The idea is indeed bold. However, it is not impossible. In today's era of developed internet and prevalent short videos, there have been many such examples. Someone learns a cat's cry, someone underground garage twisting too, and then incredible fire. Li Jiaying is at least an actress plus a singer, and before that, she was also considered to be a little famous. If she really fits well with this song and performs well, it is not impossible to turn red with this song. Of course, Lu Yin is only thinking about this in her mind. After all, want to rely on a song to turn red, hope is indeed too slim. After another half an hour, Lu Yin packed up her things and knocked on Li Jiaying's bedroom door. It was time to leave for the recording studio. Not only had they booked the recording studio, but they had also booked a tuner who wasn't known for anything, so it wouldn't be good if they were late. Soon, the bedroom door opened, and Li Jiaying walked out in high spirits. Sister Lu, about to leave? Yes, it's time to depart. Lu Yin laughed. It's been a while since I've been to the recording studio. Are you ready? Li Jiaying's face was filled with a confident smile as she said, I was ready yesterday night, even. I have never been so ready in my life. Depart? Looking at Li Jiaying's whole body filled with vigor at this moment, in Lu Yin's mind, she couldn't help but flash that thought again. Hiss. Is there any real possibility of turning red with a song? 1 hour later. In the northern part of Haicheng, Lu Yin and Li Jiaying arrived at the recording studio. Knowing that it was Li Jiaying, a little-known star, who was going to use it, the boss even personally came out to greet them, exchanged pleasantries, and took the opportunity to take a few pictures with Li Jiaying. He even wanted to invite Li Jiaying for dinner. However, it was blocked by Lu Yin, the agent. Taking pictures was fine, but eating was not a casual meal. There was a fee. After entering the recording studio, Li Jiaying first chatted with the tuner, and then imported the song that her friends had made for her last night into the tuning equipment and let the tuner listen to it. After playing the tune back and forth 4 or 5 times, Li Jiaying combined the lyrics and talked to the tuner for more than 10 minutes. No more than what kind of feeling she probably needs to be. There is also, where on the audio need to make some changes, or need to make some compensation. Because it involves specialized knowledge, Lu Yin does not know anything about it, and can only watch the whole process. Finally, wait until the two chat. Have passed more than 40 minutes. Lu Yin heart straight lament. More than $20,000 has been lost. Recording studios are billed by the hour, counting the time from the start of the studio. The cost of using this recording studio is $30,000 an hour. More than 40 minutes have passed, but it is more than $20,000 gone. Seeing Li Jiaying enter the recording studio and put on the headphones, Lu Yin's heart followed in anticipation. She had listened to the tune several times. It was great, very cheerful and energetic. Even, just listening to the tune alone, she had an urge to dance along. Next, it was up to the mixing of the tune with the lyrics and Li Jiaying's voice to see if a magical chemical reaction could occur. After all, for a song to be performed well, the song, the lyrics, and the vocalist, the 3 elements were essential. Songs and lyrics, needless to say, to be able to occupy the 56th position in the foreign world's world music charts, it is bound to have gone through 1,000 refinements. The main thing to look at is the singer. The vocalist was also crucial to whether a good piece of work could be made a big splash. Even if different singers sang the same song, there would be a difference between heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Sumu had 100 original songs in his hands, but didn't sing them himself. Because he knew that he didn't have the voice, he wasn't the material. If he were to sing these 100 songs, there wouldn't be any accidents. Not a single one of these 100 songs that ranked in the top 100 in the other world would be hot. All of them would have to be spoiled by him. Therefore, in this regard, he had always believed in one thing. Leave professional things to professionals. If you don't have a diamond drill, don't do the porcelain work. Holding the copyright, looking for professional people to sing. Their own honest money does not smell good. Inside the recording room with thick soundproof glass, Li Jiaying, who was wearing big headphones, gave an okay gesture to the outside. The tuner sitting in front of the tuning equipment also returned an okay gesture, and then pressed a button. Lively music then rang out, and Li Jiaying in the recording studio, headphones on her head, also enjoyed closing her eyes, her body twisting and swaying with the rhythm, with a face of wonderful, wonderful flavor. At this moment, her mindset had completely changed. At this moment, she is no longer a singer. This song is no longer work, is no longer a task, but a rare life enjoyment. When the prelude ended, when Li Jiaying opened her eyes and faced the microphone, with a charming smile to sing out the lively and happy lyrics, Lu Yin could no longer hold back. She was busy taking out her cell phone, letting herself take a deep breath to stay calm while shooting up at Li Jiaying. At this moment, she had an incomparably strong feeling. It was bound to be on fire. If Li Jiaying in this state was photographed and posted online, she would be on fire. Not only Lu Yin, even the tuner was mesmerized by the Li Jiaying in the recording studio. When she was playing the song, the kind of joy and pleasure that came from her heart, paired with the song's own upbeat tune and lyrics, it was simply heavenly and wonderful. It was too infectious. Finally, the song ended, and in the recording studio, Li Jiaying first laughed a little bit with intent, then she took off her headphones, opened the door and walked out. Before she could ask how it went, Lu Yin went forward and hugged her with an excited hug. Jiaying, fantastic. Your rendition just now was fantastic. You're on fire. Really, you're on fire. Being said so by Lu Yin, Li Jiaying also followed and got excited. Really, it was that good? Perfect. Just perfect. Saying that, Lu Yin opened the video of the whole shooting just now and watched it together with Li Jiaying. Looking at the video, her own charming, intoxicated, enjoying herself to the fullest, and the song she sang with her eyebrows raised, as if it was a natural fit, Li Jiaying was also stunned. She didn't expect that when she sang the song just now, it was so happy and joyful, so infectious. Of course, more importantly, the song was too good. Lu Yin excitedly said, Jiaying, this is really an opportunity, believe me, you can really hit it big with this song, even. I just need to send this short video online. Is that so? Li Jiaying was also very excited. However, she quickly calmed down and frowned. But, no, it's not our song. It's Sumu's song. We can't post it without his permission. Buy it. Lu Yan's tone was incomparably decisive and firm. Buy the copyright of this song directly from Sumu's hands. With this song, if you want to turn a hit, it's really not a big problem. Chapter 64. Copyright not for sale, 50-50 split. After 2 years of silence, Li Jiaying wanted to make another comeback in the entertainment industry. What was missing? It's a chance. And this song is that chance. As Li Jiaying's manager, Lu Yan's job included choosing jobs for her, packaging her, and helping her with publicity and promotion. The fact that she was able to bring Li Jiaying, a contestant who started out as a singer, into that little-known actress 2 years ago was enough to show that her vision was still okay. And after watching Li Jiaying sing in the recording studio, as well as listening to the entire song, Lu Yan was even more convinced that Li Jiaying's chance had come. Because, with her years of experience in the entertainment industry, she was convinced that this song would become this year's breakout hit. Even, she had already made a good publicity plan in her head. As long as this song was posted online, it would definitely be on the hot search. When the song is on the hot search, Li Jiaying is also sure to be on the hot search. At this point, immediately engage in some other aspects of publicity to match. For example, tough cancer girl Li Jiaying. Add oil and vinegar will be Li Jiaying these 2 years to fight cancer in the arduous process and out, so that the majority of netizens know, the original she disappeared these 2 years has been in the fight with the disease. Netizens thought of such a happy song, but it was sung by a girl who had been tortured by the disease for 2 years. She herself has been tortured by the disease like that, but also bring everyone such naive, lively, happy song. I cry to death. This netizen's good feeling is like a living leak, so that Li Jiaying can harvest a pot full of pots in one wave. The work is there, the topic is there, the netizen's favor is there. What else is missing? Nothing is missing. This is the heat-ah. Next, whether it's taking stage singing or movie and TV roles, it's all a matter of course. With heat in the entertainment industry, especially this kind of hard heat, it's too convenient to do anything. And now, the only problem was that they didn't have the copyright for this song. As long as they took the copyright of this song from Sumu's hands, then, for Li Jiaying to reflip her popularity would be a matter of talking about flipping. Looking at Lu Yan's firm look, Li Jiaying hesitated a little and said, "But, when Sumu said it yesterday, I felt as if he didn't want to sell the copyright of this song. Moreover, he doesn't necessarily agree with what I've sung. So what if he doesn't let me sing it after listening to it?" Hearing Li Jiaying say this, Lu Yan frowned at once. This was indeed a problem. There are times when these people who write songs have that kind of paranoia in their heads. If he listened to your singing and felt that you didn't sing the kind of feeling he wanted, the kind of flavor he wanted, he wouldn't let you sing. Especially if it's the kind of song that's never been released out there. This belongs to new songs, and new songs can't be spread outside without getting the copyright, or without the author's permission. Because, after spreading it, it becomes a secondhand song. And then no matter who you sell it to or how you work with, the price aspect will definitely be greatly reduced. Moreover, releasing it without someone else's permission was also an infringement. In case Sumu was also the kind of paranoid person who wasn't satisfied after hearing it and didn't allow Li Jiaying to sing the song, and wanted to continue to keep it until he encountered a more suitable voice in the future, and then publish the song, then the two of them would be happy for nothing. Because, if Sumu didn't let them sing it, it would be useless for them to think freely here. How about, you don't let him listen to the song you sang first, you send a message first and ask him what he means. Lu Yan said, if it doesn't work, we'll pay more money and talk about the copyright directly. Then how much money is appropriate? Li Jiaying said. Lu Yan was silent for a while and said, 2 million should be quite a lot, right? He's not famous in this music circle. Let's spend 2 million to buy his song. It should be meaningful enough, right? 2 million? Li Jiaying nodded. Indeed, it's not a small amount. Then I'll send him a message now and ask. Saying that, Li Jiaying opened her own cell phone and directly sent over a message to Sumu. At the same time, Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, the corner of the last row of the classroom of the 3rd class of the accounting major, just as Sumu was hugging his professional textbook, frantically making up for the courses that had been pulled down in those few days, all of a sudden, the screen of the cell phone that had been put aside by him lit up. Li Jiaying's news? It's been such a long time. Finally a reply. Just as he was a little tired of learning, he picked up his cell phone and opened the message sent by Li Jiaying. Li Jiaying, wow, Sumu student, this song you created is really great. I like it too much. This cheerful melody, I simply love it. Sell me the copyrights. Okay, please, touched expression. Seeing the message sent by Li Jiaying, Su Mu was instantly happy. It seemed that she had already studied the 56th song. However, it would be redundant to try to buy the copyright of the 56th song, because he had no intention of selling it at all. After all, it was a song that ranked 56th in the other world. Selling it for a few $1,000,000 would be a bit of an insult to the song. Selling it for tens of millions would be a suspicion of ripping people off. So it was better to hold the copyright in his hands and eat the dividends honestly. Just as he was about to reply to the message, Li Jiaying sent another one. Li Jiaying, really, classmate Su Mu, I really want to buy the copyright of this song. In this way, I'll bid 2 million to buy the copyright of your song. Is that okay? Only 2 million? $2 million was quite a lot. However, for the 56th song, it was nothing less than a jumping sale. If it was just this amount of money, then don't chat while you're ahead. Su Mu smiled and shook his head a bit as he returned. Su Mu, sorry Sister Jiaying, the copyright of this song is not for sale. Inside the recording studio, when Li Jiaying and Lu Yin saw this message sent by Su Mu, the excitement on their faces instantly all disappeared. It's over. It's all for nothing. If they couldn't get the copyright of the song, everything was a floating cloud. Just as Lu Yin and Li Jiaying were discussing whether the price was too low and whether they should bid up to 3 million and try again, suddenly, Su Mu sent another message. Su Mu, although the copyright is not for sale, but if Sister Jiaying you do like it, then we can work together 50-50ths. How about it? The so-called 50-50 split cooperation was that the money Li Jiaying earned with the song was always split 50-50ths with Su Mu. For example, a TV station party or a business show, at a price of $1 million to ask Li Jiaying to appear on stage to sing this song. Then, to her hands of this money, need to be shared with Su Mu 50-50ths. In addition, if some music platforms pay to listen to the song she sang, the share belonging to her also need to be shared with Su Mu 50-50. In short, it was that everything that Li Jiaying brought in with her 56th song needed to be split 50-50 with Su Mu. Moreover, the song didn't just belong to Li Jiaying alone. If Wang Jiaying, Zhang Jiaying, or Sun Jiaying also liked the song and wanted to sing it, they could come and ask Su Mu, the copyright holder, for the copyright and split the money earned 50-50ths. Chapter 65. Classmate Su Mu, love you to death. In the recording studio, Lu Yin and Li Jiaying looked at this message sent by Su Mu, and for a moment, they didn't know how to reply. With the current increased copyright awareness of many musicians, collaborations like this were not new. However, the ratio of 50-50 was still a bit of an exaggeration. This was because the more current models of this kind of split were either 37 or 28, with the singer taking the lion's share. After all, the copyright is in hand. The copyright holder can find several singers to sing at the same time from them to get a share. However, a song sung by more people, the interests of the singer is bound to be unable to guarantee the. So, this mode of division is usually the singer takes the lead before anyone is willing to cooperate. As for Su Mu, a 50-50 split was more or less a bit of a lion's share. Why don't we add some more money to the price and open the price to 5 million and see if we can buy the copyright? Lu Yin proposed. From an agent's perspective, she still hoped to buy the copyright of the song, because not having the copyright was too troublesome. In case you were on a TV program and needed to sing the 56th song, you had to pay Su Mu first and get his permission. There was also the case of a concert. If one needed to sing the 56th song, one would also need to pay Su Mu first to obtain his permission. Even if it's an online video distribution, not for profit purposes, it still needs to get Su Mu's permission. Because it is clearly stated in the law that not for profit purposes this kind of internet distribution is also illegal if you don't get the creator's permission. This was also why, unable to get the copyright, Lu Yin didn't dare to upload the video she took of Li Jiaying singing. Although it was not for profit, but if she dared to upload it without Su Mu's permission, Su Mu could sue her. In short, in the future, wherever there was a need to use this song, you needed to get Su Mu's permission. Not to mention any covers or adaptations. If you don't get Su Mu's permission, you can sue. $5 million? Hearing Lu Yan's proposal, Li Jiaying's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. It wasn't that she couldn't get the money, but what if spending $5 million on the song didn't achieve what they wanted in the end? The money was gone, and the song didn't turn out to be a hit, so they had lost their wife and their soldiers. Sister Lu, forget it. Li Jiaying said, I don't think he has the intention to sell the copyright, otherwise, let's consider this cooperation of his. Knowing that Li Jiaying was worried that in case the $5 million was spent, but didn't have the appropriate effect. Lu Yin opened her mouth to speak, but, in the end, didn't say anything. It was understandable. Although Li Jiaying did earn some money before, but these 2 years have been nothing to earn. And, suffering from cancer these 2 years, that money is like running water, clamor to go out. Now, $5 million was considered a lot of money for her, so it was normal for her to choose to be conservative. But, isn't 55 split too little for us? Should we talk about it again? Lu Yin said. It's not necessary. Li Jiaying said, I'm still mainly focusing on acting right now. The singer is just a passing thing. The 55 split is mainly the music platform listening and downloading charges, as well as the 2 aspects of album sales. I'm not mainly singing now. The album is definitely not released, but also the major music platforms charge for songs. This piece is not our main business, right? Moreover, in case I get upset with Sumu again because of this split, and he gets angry and doesn't let me sing again, why take this risk? Lu Yin thought for a while and nodded. What you said makes sense. Anyway, we don't rely on singing to eat. Our main business is still acting. 55 points is 55 points, so let's agree. Good. Seeing that Lu Yin also recognized her idea, Li Jiaying smiled a little, then sent it to Sumu. Li Jiaying. All right then, 55 points is 55 points. Is it okay to sign the electronic contract directly? In the classroom, Sumu looked at the message sent by Li Jiaying, and the corner of his mouth lifted up at once. Unexpectedly, the first song cooperation went so smoothly, and immediately returned it. Sumu, there's no problem. An electronic contract is fine. Nowadays, electronic contracts have become more and more popular, and, with the same legal effect, they are also more convenient. Just like this novel he signed at the starting point, electronic contract. There was also this novel's movie and television copyright sale, also an electronic contract. Even in comparison, Sumu prefers electronic contracts. Because, the electronic contract, as long as the chat is good, across the millions of miles can be signed, do not have to bother to run back and forth. Moreover, the electronic contract can be in multiple copies, exist in the computer, USB flash drive, cell phone and other places. Carrying is also convenient. It didn't take long for Li Jiaying to send an e-contract about the 55th share of the 56th song. After Sumu read it, he made sure there was no problem and signed it directly, saving 1 copy for each person. Immediately afterward, Li Jiaying sent another message. Li Jiaying, classmate Sumu, I want to shoot this 56th song of yours into a video and spread it online. Let's talk about the price. Li Jiaying, it's a video like this. Li Jiaying, the video? Sumu took out a Bluetooth headset from the drawer and put it on, connecting it to his cell phone first. Then he played the video and watched it. In the video, an upbeat rhythm resounded, and Li Jiaying in the recording studio, wearing a large headset on her head, had a face of intoxication and enjoyment, and her body was also mischievously swaying and twisting with the music. The prelude ended, and when the lively lyrics paired with the upbeat rhythm came out of Li Jiaying's mouth, Sumu instantly understood. Holy shit. Worthy of being the 56th ranked song in the other world, it sounded so good when sung. No wonder Li Jiaying wanted to buy the copyright of this song. She must have seen the hope of a hit from this song. Soon, the song ended. Sumu pondered for a while with a feeling of satisfaction, and finally sent a message to Li Jiaying. Sumu, you're my first client in terms of songs. Like this, give a symbolic $88,888. After taxes, it's $88,888 after taxes. Help me pay the taxes. After all, it was the first song that went out in cooperation, and it was also considered an opening. So for good luck, it was $88,888. Moreover, he really didn't have any fame right now, and Li Jiaying promoting this song wasn't just promoting herself, but also helping him with his fame at the same time. So, the charges were less serious. Li Jiaying, really, classmate Sumu is too good. Love you, Muash. Soon, a new license contract was sent to Sumu. Although the two had just signed a 55-share contract, the 55 share was mainly for the revenue share and album share of the major music platforms. Like Li Jiaying, who wanted to release the video of the song online for free to spread it, it was necessary to be separately authorized by Sumu, including her singing the song on some programs and concerts in the future, every time she needs to be authorized by Sumu individually. After Sumu's side signed the contract, Li Jiaying's side immediately transferred $88,888 without any delay. And in the recording studio at this time, Lu Yin looked at the authorization contract signed by Sumu and was so excited that she was about to jump up. Chapter 66. The Great Water Washes Over the Dragon King's Temple. Finally, I got Sumu's authorization. With Sumu's authorization, next, Lu Yin would be able to carry out her own publicity plan. Of course, it definitely wouldn't work with this short video that she was currently shooting in her hands alone. It was shot on her own initiative, and, shot with a handheld cell phone, the lens was very shaky, so it was too insincere to upload such a video. Therefore, it is necessary to replace it with more professional filming equipment, but also to shoot the video of Li Jiaying singing this song a few more times, and edit together the best and most fascinating footage of her in these several times. After all, it was about whether she could make a successful comeback after 2 years of silence, so she definitely had to take it seriously and strive to do her best. Next, Lu Yin replaced the more professional filming equipment before recording with Li Jiaying over and over again. Until almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the recording studio, Lu Yin and Li Jiaying were able to edit out a video that satisfied both of them from the vast number of shooting videos. Next, the two signed their names in the video. Sung by Li Jiaying. Composer, Su Mu. Lyrics, Su Mu. After the video was all done, Li Jiaying looked a bit nervous and said, "Sister Lu, you say? We went through the trouble of making such a video. Won't no one watch it?" "Impossible." Lu Yin said, "Your microblog has more than 14 million followers. How can no one watch it?" "Fake." Li Jiaying skimmed her lips. "You know, over 14 million followers are all bought fake fans." "Of course I know, but besides those fake fans, there are still more than 2 million real fans. Don't worry, believe in Sister Lu's vision, not for anything else, just for this song. It will definitely become this year's breakout song, so don't worry about sending it." Looking at Lu Yan's encouraging eyes, Li Jiaying took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. She skillfully logged into her Weibo account, first uploading this short video that she had edited, and then editing a paragraph. "Dear friends, it's been a long time. Send you a new song. Hope you like it. Love you guys, yo." 56 song. After editing this text, Li Jiaying again made sure with Lu Yin word by word, made sure there was nothing wrong, and directly clicked publish. After all, there are still 2 million live fans. Li Jiaying just posted this microblogging out just 3 seconds. Someone replied, "Wow, Jiaying Baozi released a new song. Rare, rare, rare. First message. Immediately go to listen to. I haven't heard from you for a long time. You're not shooting a movie to sing?" Upstairs is not an old fan. Old fans know that Jiaying Baozi is a singer. Fans' message growth is very fast, from dozens, to hundreds, to thousands, to tens of thousands. Even the content of the messages was gradually unified from whatever it was at the beginning. "Wow, it's too high. This song is too high. Oh my god. This song makes me want to rock out, and it's so joyful too. I must share it with my girlfriends. Oh my god. I haven't seen you for 2 years, but Jiaying Baozi is holding back a big move. It's so good." Looking at the latest replies, almost all of them were praising Li Jiaying for singing this song so well. She and Lu Yin were so excited that they didn't know what to say. The data was far better than the two had expected. The number of retweets directly exceeded 80,000 in just half an hour. This also meant that 80,000 people had liked and shared the song. Even, from the data on Weibo, the song had been played 302,000 times. Someone had definitely listened to it more than once. Finally, at 3 p.m., an hour had passed since Li Jiaying posted this Weibo. A new Weibo hot search appeared at the bottom of the hot search list, the 50th place. Li Jiaying's new song, 56 song, so high. Seeing this, Lu Yin almost didn't cry out in excitement. She then believed that her vision was not a problem, and that this song could definitely turn Li Jiaying into a hit. At the same time, there was a slight regret in her heart. If only Li Jiaying had believed in her vision and was willing to pay a little more money to buy the rights to the 56 song. From the current trend, the income that this song could bring in, not counting any hidden income, in terms of pure money, it would be at least a 10 million level bottom. Even if some more money was offered, even if the offer was $8 million to buy the copyright of Su Mu's song, it was absolutely impossible to lose money. Looking at this microblogging hot search, and in the next hour's time, from 50th to 49th to 48th to 9th, Lu Yin could no longer sit still. No, now that Li Jiaying's heat is up, the supporting news is not ready. Taking advantage of the fact that she is now hot, hurry to send out her experience of suffering from cancer and fighting cancer in the past 2 years, so that it can also rub this wave of heat on the hot search. Once the image of a strong girl fighting against cancer is established, the goodwill of the netizens will be harvested. Thinking of this, Lu Yin hurriedly gave a call to the PR team side and asked them to hurry up and write an article about Li Jiaying's strong fight against cancer in these 2 years. Focus on highlighting 2 themes. One is miserable, the other is strong. The disease was relentless, torturing Li Jiaying with pain and misery. However, her tiny body hid unyielding strength, She faced it with a smile and was strong enough to overcome the disease. Perfect operation. Lu Yin wanted to give herself a chicken leg. Her brain was too good. 20 minutes later, the anti-cancer article written by the PR team was sent over. In the end, it was written by the PR team, and Lu Yin and Li Jiaying couldn't pick any faults at all. Just like this, Li Jiaying sent out her second microblog of the day, My 2 Years of Fighting Cancer. Then, driven by the heat of the first microblog, 20 minutes later, a new microblog hot search appeared. The actress who has been silently fighting cancer for 2 years, Li Jiaying. And, in accordance with the rapid speed, it climbed into the top 10 of the hot searches. At the same time, inside the classroom of accounting class 3, Su Mu, who had been cramming for another afternoon of specialized lessons, finally made up for the lessons that had fallen behind in the previous few days. Seeing that there was still a little bit of time left before the afternoon dismissal, he opened his microblog in passing to see how far his Crazy Porter hot search had dropped to. It had to be said that his novel was quite a hit. The Starting Point website had bought a guaranteed 27th place in the hot search, and as a result, almost a day later, Crazy Mover had gotten as high as 4th place in the hot search, and then it had been in the top 20 of the hot search. How did it fall to 21st place? Su Mu remembered that when he looked at it not long ago, it was still 19th. As a result, it dropped 2 places at once. Who had gone up? Su Mu checked from the 21st place upwards. As a result, when he saw the top 10, he froze. The first place in the hot search. Li Jiaying's new song, 56 song, So High. Hot search 6th place. Actress who has been silently fighting cancer for 2 years, Li Jiaying. Hiss. So it's the 56th song, hey, this is not Big Water rushing to the Dragon King Temple. Surprisingly, it's me who fucked myself out of the top 20. Chapter 67. Overinterpretation. Finished rhythm. In fact, when Li Jiaying sent a message to Su Mu, wanting to buy the rights to 56 song, he had roughly guessed Li Jiaying's thoughts. She should be trying to rely on 56 song to turn a hit. Later, after seeing that studio video sent by Li Jiaying, he was even more certain of this guess of his. Because in that video, Li Jiaying did sing very well, and her interpretation was great, very devoted and enjoyable, a feeling of being in a natural state. Even, after watching it once, he had a feeling that he couldn't get enough of it, and wanted to listen to it many times over. Although he is a watery music composer, he does not know what treble and bass true and false tones are, and he does not know whether the pitch is right or not. However, there are not many songs that can make him have this kind of multiple repetitions that he wants to listen to. Basically, they are all those explosive fire songs. This on the one hand shows that his appreciation of songs is just at the mass level. But the flip side of that was that song 56 had the potential to become a breakout hit. Therefore, he had a premonition in his heart at that time. Maybe, Li Jiaying could really rely on 56 song to directly turn into a hit. Only, although he guessed Li Jiaying's thoughts, he did not expect that she would do it so quickly. He thought that Li Jiaying would have to prepare for it, and that it wouldn't be released until 2 or 3 days later. As a result, after getting his authorization in the morning, in the afternoon before school was over, it had already dried up to the first place on the hot search list. Even the supporting hot searches have appeared. Actress Li Jiaying, who has been silently fighting cancer for 2 years. With this title, Su Mu wanted to clap her hands in praise. A good silent fight against cancer for 2 years. I've had cancer for 2 years, but I haven't told anyone. I've been fighting it silently. The intuitive feeling given was that it was strong without selling misery or hype. With just a few simple words, Li Jiaying's character, quality, was instantly pulled up high, and a good image was instantly established. Of course, Su Mu can guarantee that the title does not sell misery. The article inside is certainly very sell misery. After all, how to harvest the netizens' flood of sympathy without selling misery. Just like participating in that singer program, the participant's family did not die a few people, did not die a few dogs, good enough to go on stage? Even if the 7th uncle and grandpa, who are not related to each other, died, then they have to cry. Just as Su Mu took out his Bluetooth headset, ready to see what was different between this video released by Li Jiaying and the one that was sent to him at the beginning. Suddenly, Li Yaching in the front row turned back her head. Her eyes were a little less reddened, as if she had been wronged by something, and she whispered, "Hey, Su Mu. What's wrong? Do you know Li Jiaying?" Su Mu's mouth twitched slightly, recognize, but not too familiar. Truthfully, the two didn't have too deep of a relationship either, much less friends. For now, it was just partners. You don't know, she's really strong. Li Yaching, eyes more red, told. She was diagnosed with cancer 2 years ago. But she didn't tell anyone. She was alone, silently facing the torture of cancer. 2. Chemotherapy. You know chemotherapy, right? On the body damage boss, she several times almost died. If it is not the success of the fight against cancer, today speaking out, no one knows she has gone through this, really, too strong. Looking at Li Yaching said this, eyes are obviously moist. Sumu do not know what to say. She really, I cried to death. Gotta. It seems that Li Yaching has gained another iron fan. And facing it alone? Doesn't Li Jiaying have a family, an agent, or a financial company? How many times did she almost die? Sister, use your brain. She has money. It may be heartbreaking to say it, but that's the reality. Cancer in rich people and cancer in ordinary people are two different diseases. Besides, at the beginning of Li Jiaying's cancer, the doctor told her, don't worry, it's not life-threatening for you. It can be cured. And it really was cured. Because, cure this 2 years, she spent out more than $40 million. Millions of dollars a shot of that kind of what targeted localization drugs. Not in the health insurance ranks. I do not know how many shots. So, is she still miserable now? How lucky she is to still have money for treatment. This would be a terminal disease that kills 100% of the common people. Even if they were to squeeze the entire upper, middle, and lower generations of an ordinary family, they wouldn't be able to come up with this much life-saving money. Obviously the bloody reality. Where was she miserable? However, although Sumu knew these realities, it could not be given to Li Yaching. After all, these were all chats and private dinners. If they were spread out to people, it would be too unethical. Moreover, for Li Jiaying and Lu Yin to be able to tell him this, they also believed in him, and he couldn't do this kind of betrayal of others. Sumu was silent for a few seconds and nodded, well, it's indeed very strong. She also released a new song. Li Yaching suddenly excitedly said, you go listen to it, it can be very good. Wait until this song is online on the music platform. I'll teach you how to hit the charts. You go on Weibo and search for it. The song is called The 56 Song. Very symbolic, symbolizing the unity and love of our 56 Chinese nationalities, happy and happy. What the hell? Hearing this explanation from Li Yaching, Su Mu was as if he had been electrocuted. A jolt of energy, and instantly went mental. Wait, who let you understand it like that? But damn it, you can't understand it like that. If he understands it like this, when he releases the 54th song or 55th song in the future, won't he be labeled as splitting the nation? This was the rhythm of being finished. Wait a minute. Sumu was busy saying, the title of this song. Is that how it's explained? Yeah. Li Yaching rightfully said, it's definitely explained this way. Li Jiaying microblogging below a fan specifically did a parse of the song title. The likes have tens of thousands of it. Hiss. Sumu directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Tens of thousands of likes? This was deliberately looking for trouble. If this explanation was really true, then wouldn't all the 99 songs left in his hand have to be renamed? This is in the end which idle egg pain fans are brainstorming. Really fucking physical health. Really? Then I'll go search now and go listen to the song. Sumu smiled and dismissed Li Yaching, directly closing the microblogging interface and opening Weixin. Hurrying to find Li Jiaying to explain the meaning of the song's title. It was just an arrangement of serial numbers. The reason it was called the 56th song was because it was ranked right at the 56th place. It was as simple as that. It has nothing to do with 56 nationalities, so really don't overinterpret it. However, I don't know if Li Jiaying was busy. After Sumu sent this message over, she never replied either. Just when Sumu hesitated, should he send her a video invitation to shock her? Suddenly, the counselor Zhang Feng walked into the classroom with big steps. Chapter 68. Sumu is the only boy left in the class. It was already almost time for school to end, plus this last class was a study session. Many students in the classroom were playing with their cell phones. Those who swiped short videos, and those who sent messages. With the sudden appearance of Counselor Zhang Feng, the students who were playing with their cell phones immediately put them away. At the same time, 4 people came in from the back door of the classroom. It was Li Liang, Lu Baosong, Sun Xiuan, and Lu Sungwen, who had not appeared since yesterday's evening study hall. Li Liang had a piece of gauze wrapped around his forehead, and the left corner of his mouth was still obviously red and swollen. Lu Baosong's left eye was black, and his nose was obviously red and swollen from the injury. Sun Xiuan and Lu Sungwen, on the other hand, looked much better. However, on the arms of the two, there were also some obvious scratches. One look at the 4 people like this, Sumu knew that the 4 of them did fight. Only, From the injuries, could not see who hit who. It felt like an evenly matched fight. That, say two things. Zhang Feng, the counselor, stood up to the podium and without any nonsense said, because of some special circumstances, we need to make some adjustments to the students in our class, a little bit. Li Liang, Lu Baosong, Lu Sungwen, Sun Xiyuan, the four of you just pack up your things and go out directly. Expelled? Hearing the counselor say this, the crowd of the third class swiped their gazes towards the four in unison. Under the gaze of the whole class, Li Liang's four packed up their things, and without saying a word, one of them held a stack of books and left the classroom through the back door. However, instead of going directly, they waited in the corridor outside the classroom. Zhang Feng, the counselor, continued, class president, account for the class fee for the four of them. Refund as much as you should to the four of them, and in the future, the four of them will not be in class 3. Sumu narrowed his eyes a bit. The four of them won't be in class 3 from now on? It seemed that there was no expulsion, they should just be transferred to another class. The reason why they said transferring to a class and not a major was because it wasn't yet the time when they could transfer to a major, and the four of them shouldn't have such a big face. Okay. Class President Chu Tingting answered. Second matter. Counselor Zhang Feng flipped open the notebook in his hand and looked at it. Because of Lu Baosong's violation of the school rules and discipline, the poverty scholarship qualification has been withdrawn by the school. In this way, there is still a poverty scholarship quota in your class, so I'll just defer it according to the results of the last vote on Song Xiaoling. Hearing Counselor Zhang Feng say this name, the whole class coincidentally looked at Sumu. Shouldn't it be Sumu? If they remembered correctly, at that time, Sumu fell behind Lu Baosong by 1 vote. Song Xiaoling was behind Sumu, so if it was deferred, it should be deferred to Sumu. Teacher, the deferral should be Sumu. Yes, teacher, it should be Sumu. Some of the girls in the class who still remembered the voting results whispered for Sumu. However, the counselor Zhang Feng acted as if he didn't hear it and continued, Song Xiaoling, give me your bank card account number for accepting the poverty bursary before the evening self-study session, no later than tomorrow evening. At this moment, Song Xiaoling was at a loss plus confused, because how could she not expect that it would be deferred to her head? By the time she came back to her senses, the counselor Zhang Feng had already left in a flurry of wind after arranging these two things, and took away the 4 Li Liangs who were standing outside the corridor. This time, the class could no longer hold back. Hey, I remember behind Lu Baosong, it seems to be Sumu. It's Sumu ah, I'm angry when I mention this. If it wasn't for this guy Lu Baosong, secretly colluding with Li Liang, Sun Xiyuan, Lu Sungwen, letting the 3 of them intentionally not to vote for Sumu, how could the poverty scholarship fall on his head? Then how did it fall on Song Xiaoling? I don't know ah, is this incident implicated Sumu, and then he also lost the qualification? Can't be, it's Li Liang and the 4 of them who are looking for trouble. People Sumu didn't do anything. The last row of the classroom, Wang Ruo and Li Yiqing turned around just as the counselor left. Like the other students in the class, the two were puzzled. Hey, Sumu, shouldn't the person below Lu Baosong be you? Yes. Li Yiqing concurred. I still remember it. Lu Baosong 26 votes, you 25 votes, it's the 4 of them. 1 vote didn't give you. Otherwise, how can it be Lu Baosong's turn to take the poverty bursary ah? When the poverty bursary was given to whom, the class voted, and Sumu lost to Lu Baosong's 26 votes with 25 votes. Later, when Li Liang was pretending to be a pussy, he said that none of the 4 of them voted for Sumu, and afterward, Lu Baosong gave them all a box of Huazi. However, Sumu didn't get angry when he found out because he didn't vote for Lu Baosong either. And as for Li Liang, Lu Sungwen, Sun Xiyuan and the 3 of them, he also looked away. University, originally is already half a foot into the society. This is the real portrayal of the society. People 4 in a dormitory, eat and live all day mixed together. Is to have this network and relationship, there is nothing not willing and disobedient. Looking at Wang Ruoruo and Li Yiqing's 2 indignant and incomprehensible looks, Sumu first laughed a little before saying, really, I've forgotten about it, but the counselor should have his considerations if he doesn't give it to me, right? Besides, Song Xiaoling's family conditions are indeed average, so just give it to her. Sumu casually found a reason, intending to put it off. Tisk. Wang Ruoruo first scared. She turned around squarely, kicked Sumu from under the table and whispered, Sumu, your brain is not. You and what a good person. You look at others Lu Baosong. Let's not talk about this time. Let's talk about the poverty bursary. You are obviously poorer than others. However, people secretly make bad, so that Li Liang, 3 of them just do not give you a vote. successfully got $8,000 poverty bursary. Hey, $8,000 deduct the summer and winter vacations. We are only in school for 8 or 9 months a year. $8,000 divided into 8 or 9 months. Save a little bit of frugality is completely enough. What about you? Do you think you'll be able to get the $8,000? You are now in love with Bai Qiaoyun. Luxury not to mention, every 3 to 5 to bring people to eat a good meal is supposed to it. Besides, buy a good point of clothing. You see your body clothes, all without a brand. Maybe want to say what the ground stall goods in other words, but, and feel that say it, may hurt Sumu. Wang Ruorua temporarily changed his mouth, changed to Noah brand. Right. Li Yiqing whispered in agreement. Sumu, what Ruorua said is very realistic. What's the point of being a good person? Can you get real benefits? $8,000 this is a real benefit, moreover. Obviously should be yours. Your own interests are not fighting for. How do you brain think By Wang Ruoruo and Li Yiqing, Sumu was embarrassed. He really did not fight for it. The problem was, if he fought for the counselor, Zhang Feng couldn't give it to him. Because Zhang Feng knew that there was $4 million lying in his bank card alone. Moreover, not only does Zhang Feng know, even that director Huang on the 6th floor knows. How can he dare to give? Actually, it's not what you two think like this mainly. I'm not qualified anymore either. Wang Ruorua and Li Yiqing froze at once. Not qualified anymore? Could it be that this time, the matter has dragged you into it as well? Wang Ruorua was surprised. Sumu thought for a moment and nodded. If one had to understand it this way, there was nothing wrong with it. Chapter 69, The Fourth Traveler Appears. Because, if it wasn't for this incident, Sumu wouldn't have exposed his bank card balance. Without having seen his bank card balance, the counselor Zhang Feng would still think that he was the poor Sumu. In this way, the poverty bursary qualification would definitely be deferred to his head. Therefore, it couldn't be faulted to say that because of this incident, he also lost the qualification for the poverty bursary. Originally, Wang Ruoruo and Li Yiqing wanted to say something else, but after knowing that Sumu had actually lost the qualification for the poverty scholarship, they could only feel sorry for him. Not long after, the school bell rang. Sumu simply packed up the books on his desk, and just as he was about to go to class 6 to look for Bai Qiaoyun, suddenly, a prestige message was sent over. Thinking that it was a reply from Li Jiaying to himself, Sumu smoothly clicked on it. As a result, into his eyes was a never-seen-before prestige friend. Zhu Qihong, brother, do you believe in crossing over? Looking at the message sent by this prestige friend called Zhu Qihong, Sumu narrowed his eyes at once. Crap. The fourth traveler? After experiencing the 3 traveler incidents of Bai Qiaoyun, Li Likuan, and Zhang Kongjian, Sumu was already convinced that he possessed a special ability that could allow travelers to connect. However, even though he had already had 3 such experiences, looking at the message sent by this one called Zhu Qihong, he still couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. I don't know what kind of world this guy has traveled to. If it's some kind of immortal cultivation world, give yourself 2 books of immortal cultivation kung fu, or get a golden pill. That would be too comfortable. Just as he was about to reply, suddenly, Song Qiaoling hesitantly walked over. Sumu, I have to talk to you. Song Qiaoling was the type of person who was more introverted and usually didn't speak too loudly, plus her body was also on the thin side of the type, giving people a very soft feeling. Looking at Song Qiaoling standing in front of herself with some constraints, as if she was a little girl who made a mistake, Sumu snapped his cell phone and laughed. Oh, just say it. What's wrong? That, I need to explain to you. Song Qiaoling seemed like she didn't quite dare to meet Sumu's eyes in general. I didn't go to make any small reports with the counselor, nor did I go to sell out to the counselor. I really don't know this poverty bursary. Why would it be deferred to my head? But don't worry, I will look for the counselor to make it clear. It might just be that the counselor inadvertently looked at it wrong and missed you over. Oh, this matter, No. Sumu laughed. That, the teacher didn't look at it wrong. It's just that it should be deferred to you. Song Qiaoling froze. No, it's you. You were ranked above me in the vote. You and Lu Baosong were just 1 vote apart. Have you forgotten? I didn't forget, but something happened to me. I've lost my eligibility for the poverty scholarship. Sumu also lost the qualification for the poverty scholarship? Hearing Sumu say that, Song Qiaoling's eyes and expression, at a speed visible to the naked eye, became excited. Of course excited. Because the fact that Sumu's side had also lost his eligibility meant that the counselor hadn't made a mistake, and that the 8,000 yuan poverty grant should indeed belong to her. $8,000 If she was saving a little, She could even save a little. You? How did you lose your eligibility as well? Quite different from her downcast appearance just now, Song Qiaoling's eyes were full of spirit, and her expression was that of suppressed joy. Although she politely tried to hide it, but this kind of pie-in-the-sky joy was really too hard to hide. Sumu laughed a little and said, "Forget it. I won't tell you because of what, in short, you just need to know that Shunyan is right for you." "Okay," Song Qiaoling said with a joyful color, "then I won't bother you anymore." After saying that, Song Qiaoling turned around and returned to her seat. Compared to her wilted appearance just now, her entire body was stumped up, and she walked with more vigor than just now. Seeing this, Sumu smiled and shook his head a little. He was just about to reply to Zhu Qihong, but in the end, when he turned his head, he saw that at the back door, Bai Qiaoyun was smiling and poking her head to look at herself. "Gotta. Let's chat again sometime." Sumu hastily replied back with a message. "Sumu, you're a traveler who crossed out from Earth, right? I'm a bit busy right now, let's talk again tonight." After sending over this message, Sumu shoved his cell phone into his pocket before smiling and walking out the back door. Bai Qiaoyun hugged his arm and said with a smile, "What did that girl just now look for you for? Don't forget, you have a famous flower." Sumu laughed. Smooth hand on Bai Qiaoyun's arched buttocks hit. "What do you think? Is a classmate chatting about something?" Bai Qiaoyun smiled cheekily, took out a Bluetooth headset and stuffed it in Sumu's ear. "Come on, let you listen to a particularly good song. I've been listening to it on a loop for a class." In the earphone, familiar melody, familiar lyrics, familiar voice, it was clearly the 56 song, sung by Li Jiaying. "How is it? Is it good?" "Well, it's good to listen to. Let me tell you, there's still fun to be had." The composer and lyricist of this song, surprisingly, are both named Sumu, the same name as you. Do you think it's a coincidence? Eh. Baby, you say, is it possible that it's me? Come on, look at me. Do you think your baby is stupid? It wasn't stupid if you want to say so. It's hard to say. At 7 in the evening, Sumu returned to the rental house. Like yesterday, it was also the first time to go to the dog house to hold Mao Mao, and then the two of them walked the dog together, ate, and kissed plus touched. Then, Bai Qiaoyun went back to school for evening study, while Sumu sent Mao Mao back to the doghouse and then returned to the rental house. As usual, he boiled up a serving of medicine, and taking advantage of his free time, Sumu took out his cell phone and opened the chat window with Zhu Qihong. "Zhu Qihong, holy shit. Zhu Qihong, brother, how did you know that I'm a traveler who crossed out from our Earth?" "Zhu Qihong, no joke. I'm really a traveler who crossed over from our Earth." "Zhu Qihong, if I lie, I'll kill my whole family." "Zhu Qihong, brother, when are you going to finish your work? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Looking at these messages from Zhu Qihong, Sumu thought for a moment and replied back. "Sumu, coming, sorry, there is indeed something." "Sumu, no need to swear. I believe that you are a traveler who traveled out from our Earth. I have already encountered several cases like yours." Zhu Qihong quickly returned. Sumu laughed and returned, "Not able to. Come on, talk. Where to where?" "This is already the 4th time." Sumu lightly, straight to the point. "First understand each other's world. See what kind of characteristic world that is, what kind of things are what they want." Chapter 70, Food World, Drink Recipe. Currently, there were 2 worlds of people that Sumu wanted to encounter the most. One was the same as the last time's Zhang Kongjian, someone from the high martial world. Not much else to say, just the chi in his body alone. As he practiced the 36 styles of Fierce Man every day, he could clearly feel that it was slowly strengthening as well. However, he just didn't know how to utilize it. It would be great if he could meet another person who had traveled to the high martial world and ask what exactly was going on with this chi and how it should be used. The other one, the one who traveled to the world of cultivation, for a reason that needs no explanation, dreams. Of course, Sumu also knows that the probability of being able to happen to run into the travelers of these 2 worlds is not great. So, even if he can't run into them for a while, there is nothing good as lost, slowly waiting is. He believed that sooner or later, he could wait. "Zhu Qihong, brother, you probably can't believe it when I say it. Zhu Qihong, let me describe it to you like this. I call this world I traveled to, the world of foodies." "Ayo? Eating world?" In Sumu's mind, the image of a fat-headed person, gluttonously stuffing a steady stream of food into his mouth surfaced. Could it be that the humans in that world have evolved a lot in terms of appetite? Sumu muttered and sent a reply back to Zhu Qihong. "Sumu, so, the humans in your world are all very capable of eating?" Zhu Qihong, No, brother, it's not that. Zhu Qihong. In that case, I'll give you a different adjective. It's not called the foodie world anymore. It's called the food world. Oh, got it. Replacing the foodie world with the gourmet world, Sumu instantly understood what Zhu Qihong meant. The world he was in was a world that pursued food. Because he had seen some anime with similar themes, Sumu understood quickly. Sumu, so, people in your world all pursue food? Zhu Qihong, more than pursuing. Zhu Qihong, this world's TV, movies, variety shows, and so on are all about various food topics. Zhu Qihong, moreover, the people of this world have an unrivaled obsession and pursuit of food. Zhu Qihong, even a global food competition is held every year, and every time the winner of the global food competition will receive the supreme honor of the entire world. Zhu Qihong. In short, this is a world of cooks. Whoever cooks well, whoever is bullish, whoever has a high status. I go. Surprisingly, there really is such a world. Looking at the message sent by Zhu Qihong, Sumu's mind couldn't help but conjure up the image of a cook with a chef's hat on his head, a chopper in his hand, a fat-headed cook, and then receiving cheers and praises from humans all over the globe. It was a picture that was comical and healing. Sumu, brother, then you have a blessed mouth. You must have eaten a lot of food. Zhu Qihong, brother, if you want to say that, I am really not lifting a finger with you. Really, this world's cuisine is absolutely one of a kind. It is indeed too delicious, much more delicious than on our earth. Zhu Qihong, there's no way. The culture of this world is like this. All the people study food. Our earth really can't compare in this aspect. Sumu nodded. He followed Zhu Qihong's words and chatted for a few moments. Then his words turned and ran to the core topic. What is your unfinished wish? Bai Qiaoyun is relieved that she can't let go of her daughter by Xiao Chen, who she single-handedly brought up. Li Likuan is a Marvel fan. Not seeing the Reunion 4 movie is not willing. Zhang Kongjian is worried about his dog son, Mao Mao, who has been with him for 8 years, of course, now called Su Mao Mao. So, synthesizing these 3 cases, Su Mu has basically summarized the law. That is, all the travelers who found him had unfinished wishes on Earth. This Zhu Qihong was also. He definitely had an unfinished wish as well. Sumu, right brother, let's talk about you. Are you up to something? Zhu Qihong, he, brother. You are really perceptive. I can't believe I was sensed by you. Zhu Qihong, I do have something I want to trouble you, brother. Sumu, you don't have to be polite. We are all Earth hometowns. Just say it. Zhu Qihong, good, then I'll be direct. Soon, Zhu Qihong recounted his side of the story, roughly. Zhu Qihong's origin was not good. His dad was sentenced to life imprisonment for dabbling in drugs, and he became a single parent with only his mom since he was in his teens. Later, his mom became sick from hard work and died when he was 24 years old. When he was 32 years old, he met a girl through a blind date. The two were quite talkative and soon established a relationship and soon lived together. It wasn't long before something even more surprising happened to him. His girlfriend got pregnant and he was going to be a father. In this way, he went to work every day full of energy, off duty to take good care of his girlfriend, feeling life is wonderful. Later, his girlfriend was more than 9 months pregnant and was about to give birth. That is, 1 year ago, he was off duty and then decided to go to the electric 2 wild big fat fish, make a fish soup for his girlfriend to make up for it. As a result, an accident happened. Because of the leakage of electricity, he electrocuted himself to death. And Zhang Kongjian at death are electrocuted to death. Zhu Qihong. At that time, she was already more than 9 months pregnant. The child certainly cannot fight, can only be born. We both have no old man to help look after the child. I did not leave her much savings. Zhu Qihong. Even, every time I think of the 2 women in the earth alone, I raised my hand to give myself 2 mouths. How so owe it? If I do not go to the electrofishing should be how good alas. After reading these messages sent by Zhu Qihong, Sumu nodded. It was indeed quite miserable. Of course, it wasn't Zhu Qihong. It was that girlfriend of his. She was about to give birth to a child, but as a result, the man electrocuted himself, and there was no one to help bring up the child. So I don't know how she managed to hold out on her own. Sumu, so brother, how do you want me to help you? Zhu Qihong, haha, chatting with an open person like you, brother, just hurts. Zhu Qihong, brother, don't worry. I definitely won't let you shell out money to help me raise my child. It's just a matter of trouble for you. Zhu Qihong, I've been in this food world for a year now, and I've really found a recipe for a delicious drink that can be produced using only the things on our planet. Zhu Qihong, that unparalleled flavor will definitely sell well on our Earth. Zhu Qihong, so, brother, you just need to help me give this recipe to her, okay? Air. Looking at the message sent by Zhu Qihong, Sumu couldn't help but rub his chin back and forth. It was a bit interesting. He, Sumu, had dealt with the zombie worlds, dealt with the parallel worlds, and dealt with the high martial arts worlds. However, Zhu Qihong was the first one who dared to treat him as a tool person. Is he pretending to be confused here, or does he not recognize the situation? Chapter 71. Really treating him as a tool man. Let's start with Bai Qiaoyun, who crossed over to the zombie world. Although Sumu and Bai Qiaoyun's relationship was now very close, however, it wasn't like that in the beginning. In order to find out about his own daughter, in order to entrust him to take care of his own daughter, Bai Qiaoyun gave him a bottle of genetic enhancement liquid as payment. Obviously, one could only send something to Earth once, and with something so valuable, why didn't Bai Qiaoyun give it to Bai Xiao? Wouldn't it be better to give it to Bai Xiao? Is she stupid? The reason was simple. She didn't dare. Because Sumu is a program that she must go through, she doesn't dare to bet on Sumu's humanity as a person. What if Sumu stops the gene enhancement potion and drinks it himself, not to mention, but also pulls her black and deletes her? She had no way at all. Therefore, she could only speak to Sumu in a good voice and give him the generous payment, hoping that he would fulfill his promise and help her take care of her daughter after collecting the generous payment and being satisfied. It was humble, but there was no way around it. Li Likuan, the comic book fan who traveled to the parallel world, he was the same. Knowing that Sumu wanted that parallel world's explosive novels and songs, he immediately arranged for them to be put in place. How detailed the writing was. Let's just say that 100 songs, the lyrics, the songs, the instruments used, the genre, and the background when the song was created. All of them were clearly written, and it was almost time to find someone to sing it. There was also Zhang Kongjian, who traveled to the high martial world. Sumu wants a high martial arts technique that can be practiced on Earth. He immediately went to find his cheap old man to consult. He immediately went to his cheap father for advice and got him the 36 styles of the fierce man, which could really be practiced on Earth. Sumu practicing 36 styles of fierce man consumes a lot of food. Simple food can't top it. Zhang Kongjian immediately went to find his cheap old man again. Specifically for him to order on the Earth can be used in the big tonic soup medicine. He was so arrogant and respectful as a licking dog. What does he want? He hoped that Sumu would take good care of his son who was left behind on Earth. To put it simply, all three of them were clear about their position. They couldn't go back to Earth. They could only ask for his help. So they tried to satisfy him and fill him up as much as possible. This was the attitude of having a request. As for this Zhu Qihong, Sumu didn't know if he was pretending to be confused with himself, but he really used him as a tool man, not mentioning his payment in the slightest. Not Sumu must not, but begging to do things must have a kind of it. How much must mean he will not really think. I can let the whole Earth like the drink formula. After his hands, he cannot heart, as is, passed to his ex-girlfriend on Earth and children, right? Is there an afterthought that hasn't been sent over yet? Sumu looked at his cell phone and muttered, also not in a hurry to reply. So he opened the chat window with Li Jiaying. Li Jiaying had already replied to the message a few minutes ago. Li Jiaying, sorry Mr. Sumu, I was too busy just now, quite a few friends called and stuff. Li Jiaying, you know this environment of the entertainment industry, when you're not hot, there's not a single friend, and when you're red, it's all good friends, and you're busy for a while. Li Jiaying, so, the meaning of the song title 56 song, is it a sequence number, not the meaning of that 56 nationalities? Looking at these three messages sent by Li Jiaying, Sumu all smiled. Before calling him Sumu student, Su student, now changed to Sumu teacher. It was unknown when this teacher appellation became popular in the entertainment industry. Anyone who was in the entertainment circle was called this teacher, and that teacher in the entertainment circle seemed to have turned into an education circle. Also, the honorific U was used for him. Obviously, the song 56 song had directly given Sumu the ability to occupy a place in the entertainment circle in Li Jiaying's heart. Regarding Li Jiaying's change of address to himself, Sumu didn't care and directly replied. Sumu, yes, 56 song is just a sort of number, representing that it's the 56th song I created. It has nothing to do with the 56 nationalities, don't force the connection. Li Jiaying, covering her mouth and laughing emoji. Covering her mouth and laughing emoji? Li Jiaying, I saw a fan explaining that it represents 56 nationalities unity, friendship, happiness, and positivity, and I was like, wow, Mr. Suki, you have a great love, and as a result, hahaha. Li Jiaying, and I think this fan's explanation can really add points to the song. Let's just use this explanation, can't we? Hiss. Sumu frowned, a bit embarrassed. The copyright was in his hands, And if this explanation added points to Song 56, Sumu would definitely be the beneficiary as well. But the problem was, what about the 99 songs in his hands? If the 56 song symbolized 56 ethnic groups united in love and happiness and positivity, what about the 55th song? 55 nations united in love and happiness and positivity? Isn't it good to be alive? Moreover, with such a unified name from the first song all the way to the 100th song, Suki was still trying to mold it into his own identity. When the formation is disorganized, it is difficult. After briefly thinking about it, Sumu finally rejected this proposal from Li Jiaying. Sumu, forget it. If 56 song is interpreted according to this meaning, then the rest of my 99 songs, the formation will have to be disrupted. It's a serial number. You'd better explain it. Li Jiaying. All right then. I'll go to the comment section at the bottom of Weibo and explain it later then. Li Jiaying. Also, Mr. Sumu, I have a few friends in the music circle asking me about you. Wanting to get acquainted with you. Hoping to collaborate sometime in the future. What do you think? Sumu knew that if the 56 song was on fire, the netizens might not pay attention to the lyrics and composers, but the singers in the music circle would definitely pay attention to it, so he had already prepared for it. This working penguin number, the one that Sumu had applied for specifically for writing novels at starting point, had only one person in it so far, editor Wudong, and it was time to add some more people. Li Jiaying, okay, Mr. Sumu, in the future, if any more friends in the music circle ask me, I'll give them this working penguin number of yours, and you'll see to it that it's added. Li Jiaying, in addition, I'm going to re-record a better version of the sound source tomorrow before transmitting it to a few music platforms. By then we'll split the money we earn 50/50ths according to the rules. Sumu, good, just watch and get it done. After chatting briefly, Sumu ended the conversation with Li Jiaying and turned to open Zhu Qihong's chat again. A few messages had already been sent. Zhu Qihong, brother, why are you suddenly not talking? Zhu Qihong, alas, brother, you are really busy. Zhu Qihong, brother, come back soon, I miss you so much. Looking at these messages sent by Zhu Qihong, Sumu skimmed his mouth for a moment, turned his hand and threw the phone on the sofa and went to the kitchen. The medicine was almost done. It was time to go and practice the 36 styles of fierce man. As for Zhu Qihong, let him think about it slowly. Sumu believed that he could definitely figure it out. Chapter 72, brother. You're my own brother. The night passed by quietly. Pretty much the same as the previous 2 days, Sumu forced himself to sleep for that 2 hours again after playing Slamming 36 Styles for almost a night. And then it was time to get up. He got up from the bed in high spirits, and as usual, he first washed his face and brushed his teeth, and only after he washed up and got dressed did he then turn on his computer and logged into that penguin account. The beeping sound rang out, and several different penguin avatars bounced back and forth in the lower right corner of the computer. Sumu opened them one by one, and they were all friend applications from singers in the entertainment industry. However, they were all singers whose names he hadn't heard of, as well as some masterpieces he hadn't heard of. For example, who is Liu Yang? And what is the masterpiece? It may be the reason that Suki usually does not listen to too many songs. In short, there are a total of 7 plus his singer. However, he does not recognize one, and the representative work is also one that he has not heard. However, he is not a fall. This 7 plus his singer, he all through. After adding these 7 singers' friends, he opened the chat window with the editor Wudong. Wudong also sent him a few messages. They were all sent in the early hours of this morning. Wudong, from the backstage data, your wave of Weibo hot searches is too good for you. It directly exploded. Wudong, starting today, you can return to your normal rhythm of 100,000 daily updates. Wudong, however, I suggest that you still start with 1 chapter a day, and then update like this for a few days. Wudong, wait until a few days, then you can resume updating 100,000 words a day. At that time, even if you don't help you by hot searches, you should be able to hit a wave of hot searches yourself. Wudong, from the effect of this day's hot search, your book on the hot search, the sex ratio is really high. Wudong, of course, I'm just giving you such a suggestion. How to do it you watch yourself. Looking at these messages sent by Wudong, Sumu did not say anything and directly chose to upload a chapter. The editor's words were so obvious. If he pretended to be unable to read it, it would be a bit of a willful suspicion. It's all suggested. What else is there to choose? Smart people never choose to go against the editor. Suki, okay boss. Suki, listen to you. Keep updating in 1 chapter. Sumu, resume daily updates of 100,000 words in a few days, and strive to be on the hot seat once more. Wudong, who is usually online 24 hours a day at all times, doesn't know if it's just too much to handle today, and surprisingly didn't reply over immediately. As for Sumu, after replying to the past, he turned off the computer, got up, and left the rental house. As for Zhu Qihong on Weixin, Sumu glanced that way last night when he finished playing Fierce Man 36 Styles and prepared to force himself to sleep. By that time, he had sent over a dozen messages. However, Sumu didn't even open it to take a look. Let Zhu Qihong continue to calm down properly, and by the way, let him see clearly what kind of a situation he was in now. It is you who are begging me. The reward, I cannot want, but you cannot not give. It's definitely not okay to really take me as a tool man for nothing. And the reason why Sumu was obsessed with the payment was because this matter was actually not that good. Zhu Qihong definitely also knew that this matter was not good, but he just wanted to whore himself out for nothing. For his practice of pretending to be confused when he was trying to understand, not to mention Sumu, anyone else would be unhappy. After having a delicious breakfast with Bai Qiaoyun, it still ended with a sweet kiss. After Sumu returned to the classroom, he chatted with Wang Ruruo and Li Yaqing for a while, until the class bell rang, and only then did he put on his Bluetooth headphones and listen to the masterpieces of the 7 singers who added his penguin friends one by one. After listening to the 7 songs, Sumu directly fell silent. He suddenly gave birth to a bold idea. Li Jiaying is not afraid of another explosive song. Robbed her of the heat? So, those singers with good singing skills all sneakily stopped, only gave him a few crooked ah? What the hell are these 7 singers singing in their masterpieces ah? Of course, it was also possible that he was a watered-down songwriter who couldn't see the glitter of these 7 masterpieces. In any case, he felt it wasn't as good as a master sewing machine stomper singing. Look at this noodle. It is big and round. Look at this bowl. It is wide and flat. Not an exaggeration at all. Much better than these 7 masterpieces. Forget it, or fate is not enough. I think, and you 7 should not be able to produce any intersection, so goodbye. After muttering, Sumu backhandedly deleted these 7 singers that he had only added. There was no need to keep them. Anyway, he only had 100 songs in his hand, and he didn't think about mixing in the entertainment industry, so he deleted them. As for whether it would offend them, it didn't matter. It was impossible to find them to sing anyway. Just when Sumu was planning to put his cell phone aside and was ready to listen to the lesson properly, suddenly, at the top of the cell phone screen, a message alert popped up. It was a prestige message from Zhu Qihong. Seeing that there were already more than 24 unread messages, Sumu thought for a moment and finally opened the private chat with him. The first dozen or so, swept through, were all some unnutritious words. What brother, what the hell are you doing? Are you okay? When can you be busy? And so on. From yesterday night at more than 3 o'clock in the morning. Zhu Qihong should also realize the problem. The words changed. Zhu Qihong, brother, look at my brain. I forgot about this. Cannot let you help for nothing. You want to point what? Zhu Qihong, currency is not universal. How about this? I'll get some gold from this world and pass it over to you as payment, okay? Zhu Qihong, I can buy about 2,000 grams of gold on hand. This world gold is expensive, are made into expensive dinner plates. Zhu Qihong, Agu, brother. In the end you went a busy what? How not come back ah? Zhu Qihong, brother. You would not have gone to bed a long time ago, right? Zhu Qihong, let's talk tomorrow then. I'm going to rest too. Time came this morning. Zhu Qihong, good morning, brother. Did you wake up from your sleep? Zhu Qihong, ugh, my good brother. What the hell have you been up to? Just sent the latest news. Zhu Qihong, brother, you're my real brother. Let's talk, okay? Looking at the latest news sent by Zhu Qihong, Sumu disdainfully skimmed his mouth. It's been exposed. He understands in his heart, but he is just pretending to be confused. If it wasn't for the fact that Sumu still had a bottom line, first tricking him into giving him the secret recipe for the drink, and then backhanding him with a blackout and deletion move, there was nothing he could do about it. Are not on earth, begging people to do things on the right attitude. Sincere point got, play these flowery intestines interesting? Chapter 73, The Lion's Mouth. It wasn't a good idea to keep airing him out like this, so let's just spread it out and talk about it. This time, Sumu was not polite and spoke directly. Sumu, know why I don't want to take care of you? Zhu Qihong, Zhu Qihong, brother, I'm a little stupid. We did not chat well before. I really do not understand too much, but I can feel it. You must be angry. Still fucking pretend. Sumu, forget it. You want to say so? We do not bullshit. Directly to the drink recipe to me. I take the time to go to your girlfriend's trip, the recipe stuffed in her doorway, just like that. Zhu Qihong was anxious at once. Zhu Qihong, don't, brother. Things can't be done like this. Zhu Qihong, if you do this, how can she believe it? She must think it's a prank and throw it in the trash. Zhu Qihong, and in case someone else picks it up, wouldn't that be a bargain for someone else? Zhu Qihong, we be working for nothing. Sumu sneered disdainfully. Then go on pretending. You're not quite clear here. Sumu, you also know that doing this will not work, ah. You also know that this matter is not so good to do, ah? Sumu, I'm telling you, the proposal for me to transfer that drink recipe to your girlfriend, you'll be redundant to mention, because I'm 100% not going to do it. Suki, how many travelers like you have you guessed I've met? Suki, don't play with all your flowery ideas. Do you really think I'm a stupid boy and a good manipulator? Sumu, if I didn't have a bit of principle, I'll trick your drink recipe first and backhandedly pull you black and delete it. What can you do? As soon as Zhu Qihong initially proposed that Sumu transfer the drink formula to his girlfriend, Sumu knew that this matter was not good to do. Not only was it not good to do, but even there was a certain potential danger. The difficulty of this matter did not lie in handing over the formula to his girlfriend. If it was just as simple as that, it would not be difficult at all. It is difficult in how to make Zhu Qihong's girlfriend believe in this formula. Whether it was to write an anonymous letter, or to use such means as stuffing a note in the doorway, the odds were that she would treat it as a spoof, or even call the police thinking that someone was harassing her. Moreover, by doing so, there was also the possibility of letting the recipe circulate. The reliable method Sumu could think of at the moment was to find Zhu Qihong's girlfriend and tell her the drink recipe in a face-to-face format. Moreover, it wasn't that easy to accomplish. Imagine a strange man finding a woman and telling her that there was an excellent and delicious drink recipe that could make a lot of money to tell her. Guess if the woman believed it? She would most likely think that your real purpose was to sleep with old lady, right? Therefore, Sumu not only had to find Zhu Qihong's girlfriend, but also to make this drink in front of her, and then let her personally taste it and believe it. At the same time, there was also a reason why he gave her this drink recipe. As for what the reason was, he couldn't even think of one right now. As for whether there was another way, Sumu didn't know. Anyway, the way to make Zhu Qihong's girlfriend believe and also ensure that the drink recipe wouldn't be circulated, he had only thought of this one. However, he was not going to do it. What? His 2,000 grams of gold reward? How much is it worth? It wasn't even as much as a day's fee for his backstage work at the starting point. Because yesterday on the hot search attracted a large wave of traffic reasons, his yesterday's fee skyrocketed. A rough calculation, more than 1.7 million, nearly 1.8 million. 2,000 grams of gold can be worth half a day of his fee? Besides, what if this drink recipe is really awesome and makes Zhu Qihong's girlfriend get rich very quickly, becoming entrepreneurial and breeding ambition? In case she has bred ambition. What if she wanted to take this recipe and make it a secret family inheritance recipe? Then, at the thought of this world, there is another person who knows this recipe, sure that she will not give birth to the idea of extermination? Don't say it's impossible. The example of the farmer and the snake is now being played out every day in society. Look at the street now when an old man falls down. Does anyone still dare to help him easily? Warm-hearted to help others, but was bitten back by the thing. The internet have exploded how many? It should be up a little lesson. To take a step back, there is always this possibility, right? Since there is such a possibility, then why give yourself to provoke such a may become potentially dangerous trouble? Therefore, from yesterday when Zhu Qihong proposed this, Sumu had no intention of agreeing. However, he felt at that time that Zhu Qihong should still have something to say afterward, and it shouldn't be that way, and then he had been waiting. As a result, what he waited for was a payment of 2,000 grams of gold. It would be better to directly pull black and delete it. Zhu Qihong, don't, brother. How do you say this? Where do I have any philandering? Zhu Qihong, if there is anything wrong with what I said, I apologize to you. Do not be angry, okay? Zhu Qihong, let's have a good chat. Sumu thought about it and directly replied back. Sumu, if you're worried about your orphans and widows on earth, then follow what I say. Sumu, leave the drink recipe to me. I'll run it. Of course, the premise is the same as what you said. It will definitely be a big favorite on our earth. Sumu, if the drink is really that good, I will open such a store in that city where your girlfriend is and hire her as the store manager. Sumu, I can offer her a monthly salary of 50,000 to 80,000, which is already very high. Plus there are dividends at the end of the year. In short, I won't let her worry about money to support her children. Sumu, even all the profits from that store, I can give her. Sumu, however, the recipe must be in my hands. There's no way I'll tell her the recipe. Sumu, if you agree, let's do it. If you don't agree, don't send me the formula. I don't want it either. Let's leave it at that. You can find whoever you like. Zhu Qihong replied after a while. Zhu Qihong, brother, you are too generous. Zhu Qihong, this formula of mine can really sell well on our planet, and it definitely makes a lot of money. Zhu Qihong, in this case, 37%, 70% for you, 30% for the two of them. Is it okay? Sumu, impossible. 10% is impossible. Forget it. You find someone else. Don't waste your time with me. After saying that, Sumu set Zhu Qihong's message to not prompt and directly put the phone aside. Really can't see the situation and talk to yourself about conditions, then calm down and think about it. You don't need to think much about anything else. Just think about one question. And I talk about conditions. You have that qualification? Chapter 74. Zhu Qihong bowed down, recipe in hand. Saying that he would not take care of Zhu Qihong, Sumu really did not take care of him anymore. Let him how to send messages. Sumu at most just look, not even a punctuation mark to reply. In the morning, hundreds of messages. In the afternoon, hundreds of messages. Even until Sumu and Bai Qiaoyun finished walking Mao Mao separated, back to the rental house, he this day down, has sent 300 to 400 messages. At first, they were playing the emotional card, saying how pitiful and innocent the orphans and widows he left behind on Earth were. Sumu wanted to laugh. Hadn't he done enough to be mean? A monthly salary of at least 50,000 to 80,000 per month, and dividends at the end of the year. What level of treatment is this? Looking at the entire country, not to mention the tip of the pyramid, more than 95% of the people have no problem, right? Moreover, just the store manager of the beverage store, how easy this job ah. To put it politely, this was already equivalent to stuffing money into her pocket. If this is still pitiful, what do you mean by not pitiful? Seeing that playing the emotional card is useless here in Sumu, Zhu Qihong began to apologize and reflect again. His attitude was very sincere, and it was all about what he thought was too simple, ignoring the difficulty of implementing it on Sumu's side and so on. Then, the discussion continued to center around that issue of division. He compromised step by step, and eventually changed from a 3-7 split to a 1-9 split. But Sumu still didn't bother with him. Finally, it was the wave at night. Sumu didn't reply to him for a day, and finally, at night he couldn't stand it anymore. Agreed. The drink formula was handed over to Sumu, but Sumu was responsible for his girlfriend and child's life, and guaranteed that he would not let them have a hard time in terms of money. Seeing that Zhu Qihong had been talking to himself for a day and finally agreed to his proposal, Sumu couldn't help but shake his head. Sigh, what do you think you're tossing this day around for? It's not like you have the capital to negotiate with me. Just listen to whatever I say and be done with it. Only then did Sumu start replying to Zhu Qihong. Sumu, figured it out? Seeing Sumu's reply, Zhu Qihong was like seeing a loved one and immediately replied. Zhu Qihong, figured it out, brother, whatever you say. Zhu Qihong, not divided into, as long as you can give enough for their orphans and widows to spend on life on the line. Sumu returned, all right, then let's do it the way I said. Sumu, in addition, some words you don't like to hear, you this person not honest, you have to be from the beginning to put forward that what the division plan, don't say 3 or 7 points, 4 or 6 points I agree. Sumu, I'm this person on this temperament, you are sincere to me, I will be sincere to you. But you and I play with the heart, then I certainly not accustomed to you. Sumu, so don't blame me for asking for a lion's share of money, it's you who are not polite first. Zhu Qihong, understand brother, don't say anything, I asked for it, I've already realized my mistake. The next time, Sumu chatted with Zhu Qihong on some details. The main thing was that Zhu Qihong was fighting for more benefits and protection for his girlfriend and child on Earth. The two chatted a lot in this regard, and their opinions basically agreed. Only after everything was finalized, did Zhu Qihong then send that drink recipe to Sumu. After Sumu read it, his head was big. Indeed are some of the raw materials available on the Earth. The need is not much, just 6, cocoa powder, tapioca. However, a dozen different baking and frying temperatures were needed. Sometimes you need to set the temperature of 70 degrees, sometimes you need to set the temperature of 80 degrees, 90 degrees, up to 210 degrees. A dozen different temperatures Moreover, the temperature requirements are very strict. Any part of the temperature does not match, or baking time is too long, it will be scrapped. Mud. It seems that it's necessary to go find someone to customize a batch of equipment. Because of the need to use different temperatures and the high precision requirements, to get a finished product, the only way Sumu could think of was to use the power of technology. For example, Keep it at 70 degrees and bake and fry for 3 minutes. Baking and frying he will. Put the pan back and forth upside down, with a spatula repeatedly turned back and forth on it. The problem is how to precisely control the temperature at 70 degrees, but also to maintain 3 minutes. Similar to this step, a total of more than a dozen. In addition to the power of science and technology, he could not think of a second possibility to get a finished product. Thinking of this, Sumu gave Zhu Qihong back. Sumu, brother, this recipe is also too much trouble. I still have to order a batch of equipment to make the finished product, and wait for it. Alone sew a batch of equipment, at least have to customize it 10 days and half a month. Zhu Qihong, no. Zhu Qihong, brother, you wait a while. I went directly to buy a set of equipment to do this drink, to transmit over the line. Zhu Qihong, you think this food world of mine is a joke? It sucks in other aspects, but in the aspect of food, it's all there. Zhu Qihong, a live fish, put in from one mouth, wait until from another mouth out, is a delicious braised fish, or pick through the fish spines, as long as it involves food. In this world, there is no impossibility. Zhu Qihong, you wait for a while. There is an equipment supermarket right in front. I'll go in and buy it. Looking at these messages sent by Zhu Qihong, Sumu froze for what had to be a while. Rub. Really don't understand. It sounds like technology isn't backward. How did the ethos of their world form? Don't they fight each other? Don't they invade? Don't they research weapons? Is it that Earth's skill points are wrongly added? Or is it that their world's skill points are wrongly added? 10 minutes later, Sumu looked at the device in the living room that looked similar to the small cement mixer used in construction sites and didn't even know what to say. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't expect that it would be a small-sized cement mixer-like shape. The use is simple. There is an inlet at the top. Mix the 6 ingredients according to the proportion, pour them in one piece, and then press the start button. After 20 minutes, the finished product is good, from the bottom of the outlet out on the line. After reading the method of use, Sumu single-handedly carried this equipment. There are about 300 pounds or so, and then mentioned the empty bedroom next door. He rented this as a 2-bedroom house. The second bedroom has been empty, just used to put this equipment. Since the equipment was there, then, the next step was to purchase these 6 raw materials. Sumu again online. Will be these 6 raw materials in proportion, a total of 1,000 pounds purchased. Next, as long as he waited for these 6 express deliveries to arrive, he could make the finished product. Sumu, the express delivery I finished placing the order, it should arrive within 3 or 4 days. By then, I will get the finished product to taste it, and it will also be sent to be tested. Sumu, first of all, if this thing is not as good as you say, not so big market, or even the ingredients are not qualified, the results of the laboratory test is harmful to the human body. Brother, then we previously agreed to give your girlfriend's salary and benefits, all cannot be counted. Zhu Qihong, I understand. Zhu Qihong, brother, you said these I understand, but you can rest assured that I guarantee that there is no problem. Are popular in this world for many years. This is a time-tested hard power products. There will be no problem. Zhu Qihong, in addition, brother, I still have an unforgiving request here. I hope you can promise. Chapter 75. Zhu Qihong is a black man? Although things were a bit choppy with Zhu Qihong, after agreeing on the formula, there were no other problems. Sumu, you say it first. I have to see what kind of unkind request it is first. Zhu Qihong, it is? Brother, you have time. Can you first go to see my girlfriend and my child? I have not even seen my child. I do not know whether it is a boy or a girl, so? Can? Oh, such an unforgiving request, ah. Suki nodded. It can be understood. Zhu Qihong's problem should be viewed from different angles. From Sumu's perspective, this guy was dishonest. However, if viewed from the perspective of his girlfriend and his unseen child, Zhu Qihong was undoubtedly a very competent man. Because the reason why he and Sumu argued on the issue of formula? The reason why he and Sumu argued over the formula is that they were fighting for more benefits for his girlfriend and his unseen child, hoping that they could live a stable, not lack of food and clothing, rich life on earth. So, from this perspective, Zhu Qihong is competent and definitely loves them very much. Especially his children that he hadn't met yet and didn't know the male or female, but had all turned a year old. He definitely couldn't wait to see them. As for Sumu's side, by the time those 6 ingredients he bought from the internet arrived, it would be at least 3 or 4 days later. Moreover, after making the finished product, he still had to send it to test the ingredients to make sure it was safe. Even, may also have to get a small store first to try to operate a little, to see the market reaction of this drink. By the time all this was done, the earliest would be half a month later. Zhu Qihong definitely couldn't wait that long, and he didn't even want to wait a minute. Thinking of this, Sumu returned. Sumu, no problem. This request of yours is human, and I am not an unreasonable person. Sumu, let's do it this way. I'll first find someone to inquire about where your girlfriend is now. In 2 days, that is, on Saturday and Sunday, I'll make a trip there and try to find an opportunity to take more pictures for you. Zhu Qihong, thank you, thank you. Zhu Qihong, brother, really, thank you so much. Zhu Qihong, earlier I did have a little bit of a mind, my bad. I'll apologize again. Once again, he chatted with Zhu Qihong for a while, and when it was over, Sumu found that penguin netizen, lonely prodigal son, who was in the bureau. Sumu, big brother busy, can you help check someone out? It didn't take long for Lonely Wanderer to reply, in a concise manner. Lonely Wanderer, speak. Lonely Prodigal, 500. Still the same price as last time. After Sumu transferred $500, after a few minutes, he received a reply from Lonely Wave Son. Lonely Wanderer, Lu Yinmei, unmarried mom, has a son to her name, currently residing in Sea City. After reading the message sent by Lonely Wanderer, the corner of Sumu's mouth lifted up, and he directly took a screenshot and forwarded it to Zhu Qihong. After a minute or so, Zhu Qihong was like crazy and opened a message bombing mode to Sumu. Zhu Qihong, really? Zhu Qihong, I have a son? Zhu Qihong, ha 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 brother, did you see? I have a son? Zhu Qihong, great, Zhu Qihong, have a son on Earth. Watching Zhu Qihong send dozens of messages in a moment's time, Sumu directly disliked his messages and set them to not prompt. And drunken drunks are playing crazy drunks in general. Their own high just get it, clunking a hard to send messages for what? Backhandedly threw the cell phone to the sofa. Sumu turned around and went to the kitchen. The medicine has been almost boiled. It is time to practice. 2 days passed by in a flash. In these 2 days, Zhu Qihong was like playing chicken blood. He was extremely excited every day, and Sumu could receive 200 to 300 messages from him every day. The vast majority of them were him talking to himself. What? This would be great if I could give it to my son. What that my son would definitely like to eat. It caused Sumu, who clearly didn't have much interest in the food world he was in, to understand basically everything. First of all, the shape of that star ball was peculiar. It wasn't a round shape, it was similar to the number 8, and there were 2 spheres, like a gourd. Secondly, there were a lot of things in that world that were not found on Earth. And, after their development, the seasonings that could be used on ingredients alone were up to more than 100,000 kinds. Lastly, in his world, if something made wasn't tasty, it would be paraded through the streets, receiving the scorn and contempt of everyone. Even, in serious cases, one might be sentenced to death for the crime of disrespecting ingredients. Sumu, okay, don't rush the 10 o'clock moving train. I can't be late, go now. In the rental house, Sumu sent over this message to Zhu Qihong with a disgusted face. Obviously know that he is going to go to Sea City today, or 10 o'clock moving car. Result, Zhu Qihong has been urging him since 7 o'clock in the morning. Let him hurry up and leave, don't be a little late. From 7 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock, urged Sumu on a curse. After finally checking what he was carrying in his bag, and there really wasn't anything missing, he shouldered his backpack and left the rental house. Sea City wasn't as far as the last place, however. It was also a full 5 hours of traveling on a moving train. After Sumu came out of the moving train station, he didn't look for a hotel first, but got into a cab and set a location. Zhu Qihong's girlfriend Lu Yinmei is living in the downtown area of Sea City, and she has long been working in a small supermarket opened by an individual to give people to look after the store, paying her 5 insurance. Now at this point, it is obvious that it is not yet time for her to get off work. If she rushes over, she may be able to run into it. 40 minutes later, a cab stopped by a neighborhood that looked a little old. Sumu scanned around, and with a glance, she saw a Wangjia supermarket not far away. Although it was a personal supermarket, but, visually, it had to be a supermarket of about 200 square feet, which wasn't small. Moreover, through the glass door of the supermarket, Sumu could clearly see that behind the counter was sitting a somewhat slightly fat woman with short neck-length hair, and her face value was not bad, not high but not low either. Is that her? Sumu muttered, directly took out his cell phone and took a picture and sent it to Zhu Qihong. Zhu Qihong, yes. Zhu Qihong, my girlfriend. It's my girlfriend. Zhu Qihong, brother, take a few shots up close. I miss her to death. And the kids? Where are the kids? Where's my son? Zhu Qihong, you quickly go to take a few pictures of my son. You closer This is too far. Looking at the message sent by Zhu Qihong, Sumu wanted to start cursing. Damn. You rush a hammer, ah. This must not come step by step? Moreover, she is now working, the child with or without the side are not certain. Lazy to take care of Zhu Qihong, Sumu once again set his message to not prompt, and then walked over. Pushing the door into the supermarket, Sumu was just ready to take the excuse of buying cigarettes first and Lu Yinmei to catch up. But the eyes glanced. He was as if he was struck by lightning, stunned, and directly froze. In the line of sight, behind the cash register, Lu Yinmei's side, placed a baby cart. At this time the cart, a child is sleeping. This is Zhu Qihong's child? Zhu Qihong is a black man? Chapter 76, Interdimensional Cuckold. Looking at the baby that was sleeping in the stroller at this moment, obviously darker than other babies he had seen, by at least several grades, Sumu felt his brain going blank. With the network becoming more and more developed nowadays, he did see some yellow babies with darker skin color, and also knew that not all babies are white and tender. However, this baby in front of him, it is not at all a matter of whether the skin color is dark or not. His lips, nose, face shape, and that all body black so evenly small black face, small black neck, small black hands. This is clearly a baby with black bloodline. Especially his lips and nose were markedly different from the mouth and nose of a yellow baby. Even if he wasn't a black baby, Suki would have dared to cut off his own head and kick it as a ball. But how could it be a black baby? Could it be that Zhu Qihong was actually a black man, and it was his own preconceived notion that he was a yellow man? Just as Sumu was fuming, Lu Yinmei, who was clipping her nails behind the cash register, put down her nail clippers and spoke, "Hello, what can I get you?" Sumu snapped back to God. Busy awkwardly smiled. Ayo, really strange. My friend asked me to help him bring a box of cigarettes. I came over on the way and also thought about what to call it. The result of a door. Forget. How can not think of it? This kind of situation, I also often encounter. Lu Yinmei laughed. There are times when I go to the food market to buy food, thinking about what to buy and what not, only to find out after buying and going home, just that one to buy didn't buy. Sumu followed with a smile, nodded and said, I also often like this. So what? Take 2 boxes of Huazi, soft. Hey, good Lo. Lu Yimei got up and took 2 boxes of soft Chinese from the cigarette rack at the back and handed it to Sumu. Sumu, while scanning the code to pay, while looking at the black baby beside her, joyfully said, Gu, the little baby is really cute. You child, boy girl? Aing boy, my son. Lu Yimei laughed. I can't help it. I'm a single mom, and there's no one at home to watch the child, so I can only bring him along while I work. That's really quite hard. Not too big. Looks like he's just a year old. Have you got one? There, just a little over a year old. Well, it's so cute looking. Well, the money is transferred to you. Take a look. The prestige to the account prompt sounded with it. Lu Yinmei said with a smile, Hey, it's already here. Good, then I'm off. Hey, go slowly. Smilingly, and Lu Yinmei said goodbye. Sumu from the supermarket out, a few steps to the corner of an unoccupied place, took out the cell phone. Zhu Qihong had already sent a new unread message at 8 or 9 o'clock. Zhu Qihong, ha ha ha, I'm going to see my son soon, haha, so happy. Zhu Qihong, brother, can you help me send a meet and greet gift to my son later? Zhu Qihong, no, it's not time yet. Zhu Qihong, if you send something now, maybe Yinmei's scared, and so on you are familiar with later, you help me to send a gift to my son. Zhu Qihong, brother, you rest assured, I absolutely do not ask for too much. Zhu Qihong, just the kind of long life locks that children carry. Help me get a small gold lock to him on the line. This cannot be considered excessive? Zhu Qihong, brother, why are you so slow, Where's the photo? I really wait very anxious, Zhu Qihong, engage quickly, hey. So nervous. I now heartbeat bang bang. Looking at Zhu Qihong's excitement and a chatterbox in general, still continuing to send messages, Sumu can't help but frown. Grandpa, what can be done about this? Although the possibility of Zhu Qihong being a black man hadn't been ruled out for the time being, Sumu knew that the likelihood was slim to none. Through the contact in the past few days and Zhu Qihong's chatterbox-like self-detonation, he was basically certain that Zhu Qihong was a pure-blooded Chinese. Of course, it could not be ruled out that he had misjudged. Thinking of this, Sumu first lit a Huazi and took 2 puffs before replying to Zhu Qihong. Sumu, hey brother, there's something I keep forgetting to ask you. Are you a pure-blooded yellow? Zhu Qihong, brother, what are you doing? What time is it? What are you asking me this crap question for? My family's ancestors have been poor farmers for 3 generations. pure and simple Chinese blood. Zhu Qihong. You quickly go to take 2 pictures for me, brother. How do you the more this time the more you hang people's appetite? I really can't wait. Looking at the message sent by Zhu Qihong, Sumu felt a headache. It's over. Something has happened. The child is not Zhu Qihong's. What can be done? Sumu was deeply harassed by Zhu Qihong's message bombardment in the past 2 days, and he was annoyed by him. However, there is one thing that he has to admit, and that is Zhu Qihong really loves Lu Yinmei and his child that he has never met. This point, from his daily hundreds of messages in the past 2 days, and the excitement like chicken blood, Sumu can be very intuitively felt. If you tell Zhu Qihong now that Lu Yinmei did give birth to a child, but the birth is a black man's seed, he may not even be able to bear it. Even, it would be better to tell him that the child died prematurely. Knowing that the child died prematurely, he at most lost a child. But his love on earth is still there, and there is a good memory. However, if you tell him that Lu Yinmei gave birth to a black mulatto baby, then he is not only the child is gone, love is also gone. However, a lie is not the truth after all. Zhu Qihong is not even on Earth anymore. It was not easy for him to contact the Earth. If he is not even allowed to know the truth, is it not too much? Thinking about this problem in his mind, Sumu was entangled until he finished this cigarette, before replying to Zhu Qihong. Sumu, brother, how long were you and Lu Yinmei together before she got pregnant? If Lu Yinmei was pregnant just after being with him, Zhu Qihong might just be happy to be a father. If Lu Yinmei was with him for a long time before she got pregnant, then he was not only happy to be a father, but he was also cuckolded. Anyway, now can let Zhu Qihong suffer less, just suffer less. Zhu Qihong, brother, what's wrong with you this juncture? What are you asking this for? Zhu Qihong, go take some pictures, please. Zhu Qihong, is the child not in then you first give me a few pictures of Yinmei can also be Seeing that Zhu Qihong hadn't realized that there was a problem, Sumu returned. Sumu, shoot. Don't worry, there will be something for you to see later. Sumu, also, don't talk so much crap, ask you and you'll just say it. How long were you two together when she got pregnant? Zhu Qihong, hey, don't get mad. Zhu Qihong, I'm mostly too excited, let me think. Zhu Qihong, about more than 4 months when we two lived together for 4 or 5 months. Anyway, less than half a year. Her 4th period was late, so we both took a test, and it turned out that she was pregnant. Chapter 77, Paternity Test. God. Seeing this message sent by Zhu Qihong, Sumu completely did not know what to say. Cohabitation in a piece of 4 or 5 months. The 4th aunt did not come to find pregnant. However, the birth is a black mixed-race baby. This what else to say? Cuckold where board square LOL. Zhu Qihong is also crossing through the cross. In that food world is a good life. Have to engage in such a show. This time surprise confiscated. A flashing green hat, directly across the dimensional wall, buttoned on his head. Zhu Qihong, okay brother. You should ask the question finished it. We are not able to do something serious? Zhu Qihong, hurry up. You hurry up and take 2 pictures for me to see, okay? Seeing that Zhu Qihong hadn't realized that things had gone awry, Sumu thought about it and sent over another message. Sumu, brother, are you sure that the woman just now is Lu Yinmei? Zhu Qihong, brother, what you're saying, a woman I still can't recognize? Zhu Qihong, the 2 of us slept together for more than a year. I took care of her for more than 9 months of pregnancy. It's impossible for me to misrecognize my own woman even if I'm face blind. Sumu, that's not necessarily true this way. I'll retake a clear photo. You take another look. After saying that, Sumu went back to the vicinity of the entrance of the supermarket. While Lu Yinmei was still sharpening her nails, he secretly took a close-up clear photo. Returning to that corner location, Sumu sent the photo to Zhu Qihong. Sumu, brother, look again. Is it her? Zhu Qihong, that's right, it's her. Gotta. Sumu was completely out of tricks. He thought of all the possibilities he could think of, but Zhu Qihong didn't give himself a chance to live. What could he do? Soon, Zhu Qihong sent 2 more messages. Zhu Qihong, no brother. What do you mean in the end? How do I feel you suddenly become a little strange? Zhu Qihong, in this way, there is something you say straight. You are so beside the point, making my heart weak. In the end, what happened? At this moment, Zhu Qihong finally felt that something was wrong. Sumu thought for a while, and finally replied over. Sumu, brother, I just went in to buy 2 packs of cigarettes and saw the kid. Zhu Qihong, really, how is it? Is my son still healthy? Zhu Qihong, is he fat or thin? Is he cute? Sumu, listen to me first. Zhu Qihong, aha, brother, you say. Sumu, the child is sleeping, it should be quite healthy. In addition, it cannot be said to be fat or thin, but he is a little dark in color. Zhu Qihong, malnutrition? Zhu Qihong, it can't be that he has jaundice, then he must hurry to the hospital to take a blue light. Sumu, brother. Sumu, Lu Yinmei gave birth to a black mulatto baby. As Sumu sent the truth over, the chatterbox like Zhu Qihong all of a sudden quieted down and did not have any news for a long time. Seeing this, Sumu sighed, then lit another cigarette and smoked. Until after about 10 minutes, Zhu Qihong replied. Zhu Qihong, ha, brother, tricked me right? Wasn't playing a trick on me? Zhu Qihong, it's useless, you can't fool me. Zhu Qihong, you don't know how much we two love each other, and after living together, we both slept at home every day, and even, neither of us spent the night outside. So how could she possibly give birth to a black mixed-race baby? Zhu Qihong, stop it, brother. You hurry up and do something serious. I knew Zhu Qihong couldn't accept it at once. Sumu, bro, I would love for this to be a joke, but unfortunately, it really isn't. Sumu, also, do you really think that if you don't spend the night outside, you won't cheat? Is there a relationship between cheating and spending the night out? There's no necessary relationship, right? How many people who cheat may just pick a lunch break to eat? Or they may come home an hour and a half late. Even, some people may be on the way to work, in the car on the end of the matter. No need to spend the night out at all. There was another several minutes long silence. Zhu Qihong, brother, you really aren't joking? Sumu, no, I can take pictures for you. Zhu Qihong, then, is it possible that it's not both of our children, it's someone else's child, and Yinmei is just helping to look after it? Sumu, I asked. Lu Yinmei said it was her son. Zhu Qihong, then she may have lied to you, she doesn't know you. Perfunctory you is normal, save you more questions, right? Sumu suddenly didn't know how to reply. Although Zhu Qihong was a bit forceful, but one had to admit that there was indeed this possibility. Zhu Qihong, also, it could be that the hospital held the wrong one. Zhu Qihong, although the matter of holding the wrong child rarely occurs now, but, indeed, there is this possibility. And this kind of thing have been on the news, you can search it when you search. If Lu Yinmei might have lied to him, Sumu still believed it. But hugging the wrong person, Sumu really had a hard time believing it. Would Lu Yinmei not be able to see it? Such an obvious black baby. If she hadn't had sex with a black person, she should have searched the hospital for a hospital long ago, and should have gone for a paternity test for a paternity test. Who would trade their own child for one that is not their own? Knowing that Zhu Qihong could not die until he saw conclusive evidence, Sumu thought for a moment and returned. Sumu, brother, what you said is indeed very reasonable. In this way, I will get some hairs and other things from Lu Yinmei mother and child. Go to do a paternity test. First determine their mother and child relationship. In case we really embrace the wrong one, we will then solve the matter of embracing the wrong one. Zhu Qihong, chung, brother, that would be too much trouble for you. I thank you first. Sumu, you're welcome. I'll try first. After ending the conversation with Zhu Qihong, Sumu thought about it for a while. He first turned on the video function of his cell phone, snapped the phone case back on the screen of the phone, and then went to the Want Family supermarket. At this time inside the supermarket, that black hybrid baby had already woken up and was being held by Lu Yinmei to make her laugh. And on the transparent glass counter in front of her, there was a cut-off nail. Seeing this cut nail, a flash of spirit flashed through Sumu's eyes. It was Lu Yinmei's. She was just here clipping her nails just now. She should have not paid attention and forgot to clean it down. This would be simple. Seeing Sumu coming back again, Lu Yinmei was surprised for a moment, not waiting to open her mouth. Sumu smiled and opened his mouth first. Gu, the little baby woke up? Lu Yinmei laughed. Yes, woke up, just woke up. How, want to get up to take what cigarettes? No. Sumu shook his head and said, that crap cigarette name is quite awkward. I really can't think of it. So what, sis, bring me 2 more softwazi. 2. Lu Yinmei is a bit surprised. Yes, a few friends will be coming over in a while, so prepare some more. Oh, then I'll get them for you. Taking advantage of Lu Yinmei turning around to get the cigarettes, Sumu reached out and motionlessly took away the nails on the counter. This day today is still really hot. Looking at the 2 softwazi that Lu Yinmei put on the counter, Sumu casually said while transferring money. Yeah. Lu Yinmei laughed. It's really quite hot, but it should be cooler in a little while. Well? Sumu transferred the money and said, "Sister, transfer it." The sound of the prestige arriving beep sounded, and Lu Yinmei laughed. "Good, it's here. Little baby, let's go." Sumu smiled and waved at the child Lu Yinmei was holding, and as if it was not too much, he reached out and affectionately touched his head again. For this kind gesture of Sumu, Lu Yinmei did not reject it. However, the child being held by him was not the same. His mouth turned away and wow, he cried. Seeing this, Sumu and Lu Yinmei laughed at once. "Why is it still crying? Okay. Uncle won't touch it. Won't touch it." Lu Yinmei on the other hand laughed. "Should be just woke up, still a little confused. Okay. Cry what By uncle touch a little what's wrong. Do not cry, good boy." Finally chatted a couple of sentences, Sumu left the supermarket in the sound of the child's crying. Only, Lu Yinmei did not find, in Sumu's right hand between the ring finger and middle finger, is clamped so 4 or 5 hair. Chapter 78, Garbage Earth, not coming in the next life. After coming out from the supermarket, Sumu once again came to the corner not far away. Then, watched the video he secretly shot. Although the camera is very fluttering, but will Lu Yinmei and her arms holding that black mixed-race baby are filmed very clearly, and even the two people's conversation is also recorded. Sumu roughly watched it once, and without editing, directly sent this entire video to Zhu Qihong. "Sumu, brother, I shot such a video. See for yourself." "Sumu, in addition, I got a cut of Lu Yinmei's fingernails on my side, as well as a few hairs of that child. If you don't have any objections, I'll take these 2 things and go to do a personal appraisal." Sumu, photo. Sending Lu Yinmei's fingernails and those few hairs that were stolen and yanked from the child's head to Zhu Qihong again in the form of a photo, Sumu waited patiently next. The video was actually not long, only a few minutes in total, but it wasn't until half an hour had passed that Zhu Qihong replied. "Zhu Qihong, no objections, trouble you brother." Just such a simple sentence. Compared to the chatterbox just now, it was as if he had suddenly changed into a different person. Sumu also did not know how to comfort, so he simply found a paternity testing organization and took a taxi to rush over. In fact, both of them know in their hearts the significance of doing a paternity test is not very. But, after all, it is Zhu Qihong's last line of hope. Half an hour later, Sumu arrived at this paternity testing organization. From the time he entered the door of this organization, he recorded the entire process with his cell phone, from registration to submitting materials. Especially when submitting the materials, he even gave a close-up, just to prove that he didn't secretly steal the materials. When he finished paying the money and came out from the appraisal organization, Sumu sent this video to Zhu Qihong again. "Sumu, brother, I've already submitted the appraisal materials. This is the process I filmed. Take a look." Sumu, in addition, the appraisal results will only come out tomorrow at noon. You don't think too much. You should rest and rest well. Maybe it's really the hospital that held the wrong one. After more than 10 minutes, Zhu Qihong should have finished watching the video over there and replied. "Zhu Qihong, thanks brother. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine." Still only a simple sentence, Sumu thought about it, and finally did not reply, found a hotel to stay in. Time flickered. In the blink of an eye, it was 12:30 in the morning of the next day. In front of that paternity testing organization from yesterday, Sumu walked out of the cab. From the moment he got out of the car, he started videotaping until he received the file bag from the appraiser, opened it, and flipped through it to see the final results. The result might be reassuring to others, but to Zhu Qihong, it wasn't so friendly. It was a red rectangular seal stamp with 4 distinct large letters. Confirmation of paternity. It was clear that the mixed black baby Lu Yinmei was holding was her own. This also means that she did cheat, and cheating object or a black man, and even, to that black man gave birth to a son. And Zhu Qihong, cohabiting for more than a year, took good care of her more than 9 months of pregnancy, and all he got was a cuckold. It's cruel. But the truth is this. After coming out of the Paternity Institute, Sumu thought for a while. He wanted to tell Zhu Qihong in a more gentle way. But this kind of thing, which is gentle, are all bloody. He finally chose to send the video in its entirety to Zhu Qihong. Half an hour later, Zhu Qihong finally sent a message. "Zhu Qihong, brother, isn't my life quite a failure?" Seeing this message from Zhu Qihong, Sumu's brows furrowed at once. Failed? Didn't know. But it was indeed quite miserable. Dad was involved in drugs and was imprisoned for life. Mom worked hard to bring him up, but she overworked and left at a young age. It is not easy to find a girlfriend. He thought that the two are very loving. Results, people Kwakwan to his head cuckold, not only pregnant with someone else's child, but also a black. Not to mention Zhu Qihong, these experiences to any man do not necessarily be able to withstand. Sumu thought about it. Back, brothers, open up, perhaps this is why you can cross, others cannot it. Zhu Qihong. Sumu, your life on earth is too miserable, God can't see past it. That's why I let you go to the other world to taste something sweet. Zhu Qihong. Zhu Qihong. Ha ha ha. Zhu Qihong. It makes sense. Maybe it's really like what you said, brother. God can't see past it. Let me live in a different way. I shouldn't have made a mistake. It's all crossed over. What am I thinking about them for, right? Sumu. That's right. You have traveled across the globe, and you still think about the earth, but it's a crime. Sumu. Satisfied now, interdimensional cuckold. Snap on your head. Let you not honest. Zhu Qihong. Ha ha ha. Zhu Qihong. Marred. Gone gone gone. Garbage earth. Not coming in the next life. No, it's never coming. Farewell, farewell, farewell. Enjoy the good life of the old man to go. With Zhu Qihong sending this message, Sumu clicked on it, and before he could reply, the private chat window between the two disappeared. The connection was disconnected. Obviously, his hold on Earth was gone. I did not expect Zhu Qihong to go so dry. Sumu looked at his cell phone and smiled, muttering to himself, brothers, which world has scum women? Can't blame it on the Earth. It's best to rub your eyes and brighten up a bit. Otherwise, you'll be as cuckolded as you are in the gourmet world. Just, I wish you don't get green in the food world. After saying this, Sumu put the paternity report in his hand, threw it into the trash can next to him, and took a taxi to the high-speed train station. 7:30 in the evening. In front of a neighborhood near Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, a cab stopped. After Sumu stepped out of the car, he didn't go directly back to his rental house, but went to the neighborhood's rookie station. The 6 raw materials for making drinks that he bought from the internet a few days ago had all been delivered to the rookie bird post in the past 2 days, yesterday and today. Only, things were different. Originally, he had agreed to go to C-City to open a drink store, let Lu Yinmei be the store manager, and a series of many benefits, but now they were not needed. Instead, it saved him a lot of trouble on his side. Finally, after 3 trips back and forth, Sumu will be these 6 raw materials, a total of 1,000 pounds of things, all moved back to the rental house. In fact, if not for the fear of scaring the boss of the rookie station, only 1,000 pounds of things, Sumu a trip can fight away. Even though he had intentionally made 3 trips to move it, it still made the owner of the rookie post marvel repeatedly. Hua, the young man is so strong. Hua, the young man is really strong. Hua, the young man's waist is so good. A big man, not at all inferior to his wife's steadiness. Her wife didn't make such a fuss. She just stared silently at Sumu, then glanced at her husband, then stared at Sumu again. Chapter 79, Conscientious Businessman, Sumu. Come on, let me see how good this old-school drink from the gourmet world really is. Although Zhu Qihong's wish ended in a way that Sumu didn't expect, this drink recipe that he left behind certainly couldn't go to waste. If it was really as good as he described, Sumu's plan to open a store wouldn't change. Only, there was no more link about Lu Yinmei. Inside the rental house, Sumu opened the 6 raw materials in turn, and then according to the proportion, while weighing them with an electronic scale, he poured them into that small cement mixer-like machine. Soon, the 6 raw materials, a total of 50 pounds, were dispensed, all of which were poured into that cement mixer-like machine. Sumu closed the feeding port and checked to make sure that nothing was missing. Then he turned on the electricity and pressed the start button. Boom boom, the sound of the machine running sounded. There is some noise, but it can be tolerated, and the soybean milk machine is almost the same, or even, maybe a lot less than the noise of the soybean milk machine. Because it was the first time to use it, so Sumu stared at the whole time from the side, afraid that the quality of this machine from the other world was not passable, and there was an accident that caused a fire. Time passed little by little. Finally, after about 20 minutes, the sound of the roaring machine stopped. Obviously, it was over. Sumu placed the vat that he had prepared a long time ago next to the discharge port and pressed the discharge button. The roaring machine sound resounded again, and the dark brown powder was discharged from it. There were about 2 to 3 minutes, seeing that there was no more stuff coming out of the discharge port. Only then did Sumu turn off the machine, carrying this bucket of dark brown powder, and went to the living room. In that gourmet world, the strictness and pursuit of deliciousness reached a degree that could be called pathological. For example, this bucket of drink powder in Sumu's hand, in that food world, it was in a strict ratio with water. 1 to 60. That is to say, 1 gram of drink powder to 60 grams of water. The flavor that can be produced by this concentration is the best. More than this concentration or less than this concentration are unqualified defective products. After all, it was the first time he tasted the delicacies of the other world. So Sumu, who wasn't very particular about his food, was extraordinarily particular this time. He first weighed 10 grams of drink powder with a 10-gram measuring spoon and poured it into the bowl. Then, he weighed 600 grams of water and poured it into the bowl, mixing it well. It was exactly according to the best ratio concentration, and the color was very similar to the color of milk tea, which was light brown. He first smelled it and felt that the flavor was just so. Then he picked up the bowl and took a small taste. After just a shallow taste, Sumu's eyes widened at once. Don't say it, it's really something. Sumu was a person who was not very particular about his appetite. Regardless of what kind of mountain delicacies, or steamed buns and salted vegetables, for him, the difference was not too big, and he could eat them all. Of course, there would be occasional times when he had a craving, and this situation was a different story. Moreover, this could be seen from the fact that he ate that super difficult herbal tonic soup in big bowls every night. That traditional Chinese medicine tonic soup, and bitter and astringent and hard to drink, he did not frown a bit. After drinking water a gargle, and then practiced Fierce Man 36 styles, and even are used to drinking. So, usually by some drinks or milk tea or, he felt also so, not much difference. However, after a shallow taste of this drink, he was immediately in the spirit. This flavor was hard to describe in words, but it was really awesome. Even compared to all the drinks he had drunk before, it wasn't in the same class. This class, obviously much higher. I'll go, this food world is really a bit of a gateway. 6 kinds of raw materials are all things commonly used in milk tea stores, how Sumu did not expect. After the people of the gourmet world, so according to the proportion of a mixture, a baking and frying, it can produce such a delicious chemical reaction. Even it made him, a person who was not very particular in his appetite, feel so delicious. He smiled as he finished this sentence. Sumu held the bowl and took another sip. This bite was slightly larger. After savoring it for 2 or 3 seconds, he took another sip. Then, another sip. On the 4th sip, he directly gulped down the remaining half of the bowl and drank it all. When he finished drinking, Sumu smacked his mouth with intent, then used a 10-gram measuring spoon to get another spoonful of drink powder, poured it into the bowl, and roughly added the water to the previous position. This time, the proportions were not as strict. However, there was not much difference in taste. Even, Sumu did not feel any change in flavor. It was still as good as ever. Maybe it's the people of that food world who are too focused on deliciousness, so it causes their taste buds to evolve more developed than the people of Earth. Anyway, I didn't feel any change in the flavor. Muttering to himself, Sumu gulped down the bowl as well. After drinking 2 bowls in one breath, next, Sumu took out his calculator and pressed it. The flavor had already been tasted, and there was no discrepancy with what Zhu Qihong said. It was indeed awesome. Even he, a person who was not particular when it came to his appetite, had a feeling of lightening up in front of his eyes. Therefore, there is absolutely no need to worry about the market. There is definitely a market. However, if he really wants to open a store, he can't just consider the market. There is also the cost. What he has to do now is to first account for the cost of this cup of drink. A burst of addition and subtraction, multiplication and division. It did not take long. Sumu calculated the cost. If a cup was set at 600 milliliters, then a cup of drink powder was 10 grams. And the price of 10 grams of drink powder is 5 gross. Because he bought these 1,000 pounds of raw materials, he spent a total of $25,000. So the price of 10 grams is 50 cents. Of course, there is the wear and tear cost of that cement mixer and the electricity cost, which is negligible. And water, a cup of 600 milliliters of water. Certainly cannot use pure water. Just get a water purifier from the tap water pipe to purify a little use on the line. If you open a beverage store, the price of a cubic meter of water? According to $10. A cubic meter of water is a ton, that is, 1,000 kilograms, and 600 milliliters of water is 600 grams. So calculated, a cubic meter of water can hold 1,666 cups, each cup equivalent 0.6 cents. Forget it, add it to the electricity bill, count them 10 cents. 50 cents plus 10 cents makes 60 cents. Of course, there's the cost of the cups, and cups aren't cheap. The better double-walled paper cups or injection-molded cups cost 20 or 30 cents apiece. So at 30 cents apiece, that's 90 cents. Straws have to come, right? Be generous. According to 10 cents a straw count, the cost becomes $1. $1 cost. Sumu frowned and murmured for a while, muttering to himself, for a cost of 1 yuan. I'll sell it for 15 yuan a cup. It should be quite conscientious. right? Chapter 80. Staring at the counselor's daughter-in-law. Although Sumu didn't drink much milk tea, there were quite a few milk tea stores right in front of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, so the price was still relatively clear to him. Almost averaged $20 a cup price. Even that what taro matcha, the name is more fancy, a cup of $20. And also not good to drink, at first okay, drink so a few mouth feel tired. On that kind of shit, all dare a cup of selling more than $20, Sumu feels his own cup of $15, really super conscience. Of course, $15 this price is just a current idea. As to whether to set this price in the end, or go up a little more, and then say. Thinking of this, Sumu will that big bucket of drink powder with a lid, and then left the rental house. Going to the school neighborhood to sneak around, inquiring about how much the stores near the school cost. After all, if you want to open a store, you definitely need to find a store first. In his impression, there are indeed some peak store transfer goods store for sale stores near the school, so it is just the right time to go and find out about it. Time flashes, the turn of the eye is more than half an hour. Sumu walked out from a store labeled sublet. During this half an hour, he inquired about a few shops. There were some that wanted to rent out, and there were some that were doing just fine and not renting out. In this neighborhood of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, the rents were all about the same, and the closer to the entrance of the school, the more expensive it would be. Like he just came out of this store, the certificate area of 58 square meters, rent $18,000 a month. A year is $216,000 rent. There is an annual rent of 3% upward. The reason why he dares to rent so expensive, not only because of the school thing, mainly because there are several neighborhoods near here, the flow of people is really quite large. Moreover, Sumu was really quite optimistic about this location. However, he did not intend to rent it, because it would be easy to create conflicts if he rented it. In case he did fire in this place later, the landlord asked for a price increase, and the price increase was still relatively high. It would be more disgusting. So, he planned to buy it. Anyway, as long as the school does not move away, as long as the several neighborhoods in this vicinity are still there, this store will retain its value. He also asked, store for sale, sale price $68,000 a square meter, 58 square meters is $3.944 million. Sincerely want, $3.9 million, the lowest price, cannot be cheaper. He secretly checked the internet. In the Haicheng Finance and Economics University near the store, this price is indeed not inflated. Online there are for sale, the unit price is indeed about the same. Even, there is a location is still a little farther away from the small front store, 20 or so square feet. A while ago the transaction unit price of $68,800 a square meter, more expensive than his position. After coming out from the store, just when Sumu hesitated, whether to be ruthless and buy this store directly, suddenly, a voice rang out. Sumu, what are doing? Sumu was busy looking at the voice and was seeing Counselor Zhang Feng riding an electric bike coming from that direction of the school gate. Sumu smiled and said, Hey, teacher, what a coincidence. Are you going home? Yes. Zhang Feng parked his electric car beside Sumu and said, The school will soon be out of the evening study hall. There's not much to do. So I'm going to go home. What are you doing? Since the last time he let Zhang Feng look at his bank balance, Sumu could clearly feel that Zhang Feng had a significant change in his treatment of himself from before. In the past, it was teacher and student, and the didactic flavor was obvious. Now, the two of them were like without the status of teacher and student, chatting with a friend felt almost the same. Sumu smiled and took out a box of soft wazi, drew out 2 cigarettes, handed one to Zhang Feng, and put one in his mouth. Zhang Feng also did not, and Sumu politely, wait until the two people's cigarettes are lit. Sumu only said, This is not want to buy a store near our school well, turn around, see if there is a suitable, looked at, the price is quite expensive. That's really not cheap. Zhang Feng smiled and spat out a mouthful of smoke, said, I'm in our school for how many years? I understand the stores near our school. The price has been steadily rising a little bit every year. Can't say it's expensive, preservation of value. Next to our school, there are a few neighborhoods around. It's not possible to be cheaper, unless our school moves away. I know. Sumu laughed, so I'm thinking whether to buy it or not, just this store. Saying this, Sumu gestured at the store behind him and continued. Just talk to the landlord, 58 square meters, 3.9 million. The house certificate is complete and can be transferred at any time. I want to take it down, but it's a bit of a pain in the neck. Counselor Zhang Feng haha laughed a little. Also not on this issue to give Su advice. Turn the words, why suddenly want to buy a store? You are planning to open your own or plan to collect rent Oh, I plan to do something myself. Zhang Feng came down with interest. Really? Planning to do something? Drinks, just milk tea. Sumu didn't know what the hell he was counting with that thing he made. saying that it was a milk tea bar. It didn't seem to have much to do with milk tea. However, say it is not milk tea bar, or light brown color, and milk tea and so like. Let's just pretend it's milk tea. Don't. Upon hearing that Sumu wanted to dry milk tea, Counselor Zhang Feng quickly waved his hand. Don't ever dry milk tea. Look near the entrance of our school, those dozen or so flat small milk tea store doors. Let me tell you, there are not many firm. Several have changed their bosses for I don't know how many times. My daughter-in-law, your sister-in-law, in the last year, joined a milk tea store, a year down. A penny did not earn, not to mention, counting the renovation of what, lost 18 or 90,000. And finally, it was not easy to sublet. Honestly, really do not recommend you do this. This industry is now making money is not so easy. For Zhang Feng's advice, Su Mu did not listen to it at all, and even captured an additional piece of information. Zhang Feng's wife opened a milk tea store? Hiss. This was not a coincidence. He originally had a headache. Even after buying the store and getting everything done, there was still a problem of recruiting employees lying around. As a result, Zhang Feng brought his wife to the door. Although dry for a year, a loss of 189,000, but this cannot be blamed on his wife. Now, many milk tea franchise brand itself as a pit. Earn as the franchise fee, there are not a few reliable. Thinking of this, Sumu said, Teacher, my sister-in-law, what is she doing now? Although it had lost money for a year, it was undeniable that it had also accumulated a year's worth of management experience. If he could get Zhang Feng's wife to work for him as a store manager, then it would be great. Moreover, with such a layer of relationship, it wouldn't be a matter for him to take a vacation or miss class in the future. Suddenly being asked by Su Mu about his wife, Zhang Feng froze slightly. He took a puff of smoke and spat out. She's not working right now. My daughter just started kindergarten. She has to be picked up and dropped off every day. Then, should I ask my sister-in-law to consider coming to work for me? Chapter 81. Sister-in-law Zhao Lin. It seemed that he didn't expect Su Mu to say such a sentence. Zhang Feng was obviously a bit stunned. After thinking about it, he didn't balk and asked instead, What, you still plan to get a milk tea store? Yes, still want to try it. Sumu smiled and flicked the ashes of his cigarette, saying, Mainly, I got a recipe and think the flavor is quite good. Zhang Feng frowned and took 2 puffs of his cigarette, saying, So are you sure you want to do it? Not too far from 8 or 9. Sumu didn't say too much because he still had an ingredient test that he hadn't done. Although those 6 ingredients were all very common food-grade ingredients. But who knew if they had produced any harmful substances after mixing them together and going through so many different baking and frying temperatures? Therefore, Sumu definitely had to go and do the test first. After all, his current channel to come to money is not only the drink this one, he has a novel and song copyrights. If this drink recipe really contained any ingredients that were harmful to the human body, he would definitely not engage in it. It's good to drink, but it's harmful to the body, so it's not worth it if he's sentenced to jail for something that happened to someone else. Therefore, this is why he insisted on doing the test. To put it bluntly, the economic conditions are better. It is not necessary to commit a risk for money. Let's do this, teacher. I'll take another day off tomorrow to run. If there's no accident tomorrow, I'll do this milk tea store 100%. This way, Zhang Feng thought about it and said, Then let's do it this way. I'll go home and talk to your sister-in-law first to see what she means. If your side really decides to do it, and if your sister-in-law wants to come and try it out as well, then the 2 of you will meet and talk about it at that time. Okay. Sumu laughed. Teacher, then it's a deal. I'll take a day off tomorrow. Well, I remembered. That's it. Turn around and give me a letter. All right, teacher, you slow down on the road. Seeing Zhang Feng riding his electric bike away, Sumu finally looked back at the store behind him and also stepped away from here. The next morning, Sumu washed up as usual and sat in front of the computer. This time, he didn't have a chapter a day like the previous days, but reverted back to the hard-working porter mode of 100,000 words a day. 1 shift a day had been long enough. It was time to resume updating. As for the hot search, if it can go on, if it can't go on, let's just pull it down. Anyway, it can't be updated so snail-like anymore. After all, with 50 books in his hand, one has not been released yet, and he is really under a lot of pressure. Waiting for the update of 100,000 words, Su Mu and Sycamore editor briefly chatted a few more words, then took some samples of drink powder and left the rental house. Time flickered, and it was 11 o'clock in the morning in the blink of an eye. Haiqing, a food and drug testing and inspection center, Sumu finally got the test report of that drink 3 hours later after paying an expedited testing fee. Qualified. No harmful substances were detected. Although the heart has long guessed this result, but After seeing the Food and Drug Testing and Inspection Center issued this test report, Sumu was completely put down his heart. After coming out from the Food and Drug Testing and Inspection Center, he directly dialed the number. "Hey, Boss Luo, it's me. We met last night. Just want to buy your family's store. You said a minimum of 3.9 million. Hee hee, right, it's me. It's like this, Boss Luo. I thought about it all night last night, and I think that the location of that store of yours is good, yes, however, the price is still a bit high. So, on the price of 3.9 million, can you lower it a bit more? Hee hee. I know that you're already cheap, Boss Luo, but, for me, it's indeed still a bit high. I can't take out that much money at once. How much can I take out? Well, let's do it this way. You give me another 50,000 discount, 3.85 million. This price I pay in full. We can go to the transfer today. Yes, 3.85 million full payment. As long as there is no problem on your side, we will transfer today, the money today to your account. Okay, no problem, then let's meet in front of the real estate office. The phone hung up, and a shallow arc appeared at the corner of Sumu's mouth. Saving $50,000 in a few words, gorgeous. Next, Sumu first took a taxi back to the rental house to get the household register and ID card and other documents, then took a taxi to the real estate office. Finally, by the time Sumu came out of the real estate office, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Because both the buyer and seller were well prepared, the store was smoothly transferred to Sumu's name. Although the real estate license would not come down until half a month later, it didn't matter because the store was already his, only the license hadn't come down yet. After coming out from the real estate office, Sumu originally wanted to send a message to his counselor Zhang Feng. However, considering that he might not be able to see it in time, he changed to a phone call. Soon, the phone was connected and Zhang Feng's voice rang out. "Hey, Sumu, what's up?" The speaking voice was a bit small. He might be in class, or he might be in the office, but there was another teacher. Teacher. Sumu also did not beat around the bush, straight to the point. My side ran a little bit today, and I have already determined to open a milk tea store. And the store I've already bought, just the one yesterday, it's already been transferred to my name. How about it? You and my sister-in-law said no. My sister-in-law, what do you mean? I go. So fast? Have you bought all the stores? It seemed that he didn't expect Sumu's speed to be so fast. Zhang Feng's tone was obviously a bit frozen. Oh, what? I went back last night and your sister-in-law said? Her. She is quite interested. Anyway, at home in addition to picking up and dropping off children also have nothing to do. This way, I give her your number, let her and you make a call, you guys make a place to meet and chat. Okay, then teacher you are busy, I will wait for my sister-in-law's call. Okay, I'll have her call you. The phone hung up, and after a good 3 minutes, Sumu received a call from an unfamiliar number in Haicheng. Hello, who is it? Hello. In the cell phone, a mature and gentle female voice sounded, saying, My name is Zhao Lin. I'm Zhang Feng's wife. May I ask if it's Sumu's classmate? Oh, it's sister-in-law. Sumu was busy smiling. Hello, sister-in-law. It's me. I'm Sumu. Zhao Lin also smiled. What's this? Things your phone brother told me. So let's meet and talk? The phrase, your phone brother, instantly brought the relationship much closer. Okay, sister-in-law, you name a place? Just near your school. I'm not far from your school. Okay, then let's meet near the school. Determining the place to meet, Sumu hung up the phone, reached out and stopped an empty cab that happened to be passing by, and got in. More than half an hour later, near the Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, in front of the store that previously belonged to Boss Luo and had now been transferred to Sumu's name, a cab stopped. Sumu came out of the car, and at a glance, he saw a woman who was in her 30s, with short neck-length hair, a little chubby, wearing glasses, and giving people a very gentle feeling. It's sister-in-law, right? Sorry to keep you waiting. Sumu greeted with a smile while striding over. No. Zhao Lin smiled gently. I also just arrived. Then let's find a place to sit down and chat? Because the previous tenant of this store had lost money doing the job, so had already moved things away and quit, and now there was nothing inside. It was just an empty store with a sublet sign. Chapter 82. The Real Shake-Off. No need. Facing Sumu's proposal, Zhao Lin smiled. Your phone brother said that you've already bought this store, so you have your own store, so don't go to someone else's, right? It seemed like that was the case. But sister-in-law. Sumu laughed bitterly. There's nothing in the store right now, not even a glass of water. It's okay. It's not thirsty either. Seeing Zhao Lin say so, Sumu didn't insist anymore. He first opened the store door and let Zhao Lin go in first to take a look, Then he ran to the nearby milk tea store. Not long after, by the time Sumu came back with 2 cups of milk tea, Zhao Lin had already finished visiting the entire store. After all, it was just 58 square meters, which wasn't much. Sumu organized a table and 2 chairs, handed Zhao Lin a cup of milk tea, and laughed. "Sit down, sister-in-law. Just transferred to my name today. I didn't have time to get anything. It's really too simple." No, it's quite good." Zhao Lin smiled and sat opposite Sumu, looking around. "Things are cleaned up quite well. There are still some miscellaneous small objects left. Have you talked to the original landlord? Is he still coming to clean up?" "Not coming." Sumu skimmed his mouth. "The money is paid. He doesn't care about it. The main thing is also that I pressed the price." "A little bit so. This leftover stuff. Spend some money to find someone to clean up on the line by yourself." Zhao Lin smiled and nodded, like she thought of something, turned the words, "In fact, I knew you a few days ago." "Oh." Sumu was surprised for a moment. Zhao Lin laughed while recounting, "A few days ago, when your Feng brother came home at night, he shut himself in the balcony and secretly smoked. I knew at a glance that something was on his mind. Because there are children in the house, he doesn't smoke at home unless he has something on his mind. Then I asked him what's wrong. Is there something wrong at work? As a result, your peak brother told me that he let a student named Sumu to blow." Sumu couldn't help but round his eyes. Zhao Lin bared her teeth and continued. He said, "He has a student under his hand, that is, you, in the school made a lot of noise. The famous family is not good. But, in fact, very rich, even, said that the current in your bank card has 4 million. Then, he felt that he was quite a failure, so old, but not as good as you, an 18 or 19-year-old student has the ability. Anyway, that night more or less a little bit want to be inseparable. Let me a good meal of enlightenment." "Air." Sumu awkwardly laughed a little, scratching his head. "There is this thing, I don't even know. I didn't mean anything else at that time, mainly with a few classmates." "I know." Zhao Lin smiled and interrupted, said, "Things you Feng brother have told me, and you have nothing to do. Mainly also I did not go to class in the past few years because of the child. Last year I want to do a little business on my own. The result is also lost, indeed." Added to him, not a small amount of pressure. "Well, can understand." Sumu nodded approvingly. The cost of living in Haicheng is indeed quite high. Finally, after a period of small talk, Sumu's words turned and ran to the topic. "Sister-in-law, you should know what I mean, so I'll just say it directly. I, for my part, intend to make this store into a milk tea store, and would like you to come over and be a store manager to help me manage it. How do you feel about it?" Zhao Lin thought about it and smiled bitterly. "In fact, there is no problem on my side, however. I am worried about giving you a dry yellow. Because my milk tea store last year was to lose money before closing." No. Sumu fussed. "Sister-in-law, this is something you don't need to think about. As long as you're willing to come over. Losing money is also my reason. It's the product's reason. It has nothing to do with sister-in-law. You don't need to have psychological pressure in this regard." "Then let's move on to the next chat. Since sister-in-law you have this willingness, then what are your requirements in terms of salary and treatment?" Zhao Lin thought for a moment and said somewhat unkindly, I haven't come out to work for a few years, and I don't know too much about it. Why don't you say it first?" "Let yourself speak first." Sumu slightly frowned. He turned the milk teacup in his hand and said, "Sister-in-law, let's do it this way. I'll give you a monthly salary of 15,000, and then, at the end of every month, I'll give you a little bit of commission based on the profit of that month." "Exactly how much? Because it hasn't gotten to that point yet. I can't give you a specific number. Anyway, a guaranteed 15,000. Do you think it's okay?" Hearing the salary offered by Sumu, Zhao Lin froze for a moment. She wondered if she had heard it wrong. $15,000 a month? This was too high. She was also someone who had opened a milk tea store, and that kind of store manager with 3 to 5 years of experience was only $7,000 to $8,000. Sumu, this was double that of others. 1. 15,000? Isn't this monthly salary too high? A monthly salary of $15,000 made Zhao Lin's speech a bit unsteady. "I think it's okay." Sumu laughed. "Mainly, I have confidence in my product and it should be busier at that time, so the price offered is low, and I'm worried that it won't be fair to you, sister-in-law." Zhao Lin pursed her lips and suddenly spread a smile and said, "You've offered a monthly salary of 15,000. So what else can I say but to agree?" Ha, good. It's good that you agree, sister-in-law." Once the salary issue, which was the main problem, was solved, everything that followed was not a problem. In the next time, Sumu chatted with Zhao Lin for a while about the opening of the milk tea store and what equipment needed to be on it. When she heard that Sumu's so-called milk tea was just a spoonful of powder mixed with water, Zhao Lin froze for several seconds. Even when she learned that the entire store only operated that one product, she was even more seriously skeptical about whether she, the store manager, could last for a month. This is called opening a milk tea store? This is called fooling around. The store wouldn't close down in half a month, right? However, since Sumu, as the boss, had decided, what could she, the store manager, say? She can only provide the equipment according to his needs. There's no need for smoothie machines, presses, and the like. Water heater, water purifier, ice machine, freezer, and then a sealing machine? Looking at these few pieces of equipment, Zhao Lin felt her scalp going numb. Is this a milk tea store? It's just a place that sells hot water and ice-cold water. Finally, with the vague school bell ringing from outside, Sumu finished chatting with Zhao Lin. Because Sumu still had to go to class, so everything in the milk tea store was handed over to Zhao Lin from now on. From finding someone to clean the store, to recruiting employees, to purchasing equipment such as water purifiers and water heaters, as well as the store signboard and the approval procedures for the business license. In short, Sumu was only responsible for getting the money. The rest of everything was left to Zhao Lin. He was just a hands-off shopkeeper. Sister-in-law, then from tomorrow onwards, it will be your hard work. At the entrance of the store, Sumu and Zhao Lin smiled and walked out from inside. Aya, what's the point of being so polite? Your 15,000 monthly salary has been offered. Isn't it right for me to work hard? Because the time is already not early, Zhao Lin still have to go back to pick up the child? So, the two people ended up chatting briefly and separated. And after seeing Zhao Lin walk away, Sumu turned around and also left the place in big strides.